cut through your limits!
Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku was trained by Zabuza Momochi and Kisame Hoshigaki movie. Before we start, please go support RobertFanfics for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistaken characters' gender, but of course Deku is a male. Prologue. The last swordsman of the Mist prologue. We are in the city of Japan, in which there are some kinds of abilities, better known as quirks, a kind of mutation that gives a person some powers, creating two sides in society, one which would be the villains, who would use their quirks to commit various types of crimes, but the opposite side, which would be the heroes, would be in charge of maintaining justice and order, but unfortunately not all people would be born with a quirk, these being 20% of the population. Which would be called quirks, these being highly discriminated against by people who had quirks, because for them they were just useless, but we focus on a specific department. In which we can see a family consisting of the parents, who were a green-haired woman, who was making some katsudan dishes for lunch, and on the sofa there was a blonde-haired man, who was quietly reading a newspaper, whose name was Jack, and then a boy and a girl would arrive, who had green hair like their mother, these being twins, the girl was called Murumu Midoriya, and the boy was called Izuku Midoriya. Creator's note. I want to clarify that Jack is only Inko's partner because the children's father had died in a car accident, end of note. Izuku Murumi. Mom. Both children had rushed over to hug their mother on her lap. Inko. Hi babies, the katsudan will be ready in a moment, would you be so kind as to set the table? Izuku. Of course, Mom. Murumi. Here we go. Both children would begin to tidy the table, leaving everything ready for the katsudan. Time skip. A few minutes had passed, and everyone had finished eating, all of them being very satisfied. Jack. Inko, remember that later we have to take the children to the hospital to see what kind of quirk they have. Inko. That's true, I had forgotten, children go take a bath and change your clothes because then we have to go to the hospital. Izuku Murumi. It's okay, Mom. Both children would do as their mother had told them, heading off to take a shower. Time skip. About 30 minutes had passed, and right now the Midoriya family was heading to the hospital, and the children were very excited, but the only one who was excited was Murumi, because Izuku had a very serious look, because his mother had a blow mark on her left eye, and discreetly looked at Jack with hatred, but he would not pay attention to the child, and only had a look between serious and angry. After that they had arrived at the hospital and were waiting for the doctor's results. At that moment, a nurse would come out, who had called the Midoriya family, who had entered the doctor's room. Jack. Tell me doctor, what are the children's quirks? He said this with a clear tone of boredom, as if he wasn't interested. Doctor? Well, I have good news and bad news. Inko. Tell us the good news first, doctor. Doctor? Well, the good thing is that the girl Murumi Midoriya has pyrokinesis as a quirk. Bad news had delighted the little green-haired girl, who had begun to jump with excitement. Doctor? The bad thing is that your son doesn't have a quirk. That had caused Murumi's happiness to disappear in an instant, but Izuku just stared at the ground, tears threatening to fall. Jack. Very well, doctor, thank you for your help. Come on, it's time to go. Inko. Come on kids, time to go home. The woman would take her children's hands, but Izuku would only look at the ground, without saying anything, being seen by some pity by the doctor. On the way home Jack would only look with some disgust at little Izuku, who only felt a great sadness inside him. After that they had arrived at their home, but as soon as they entered, Jack would soon hit the little green-haired boy, which caused him to run into the wall. Jack. Damn useless, you're good for nothing. Inko. Hey, what are you doing? Jack. Well, don't you see, he beat up your useless son. Murumi. Izuku Nai is okay. Izuku. Yes, I am fine. The green-haired man would only touch his lip. Seeing blood coming out of his hands. Izuku. The only useless one here is you damn coward. Those words had made the man even angrier than he already was, and he had turned his hands into tiger claws, since his quirk allowed him to turn into a tiger. Jack. Damn brat. The man had lunged at the boy and slashed at him, managing to cut off part of his left eye, leaving a scar. Inko had used her telekinesis to try to stop him. Inko. Son, quickly get out of here, I won't be able to submit to you all the time. Izuku. But. Inko Vitya. The boy would only heed what his gaze told him and would begin to run while the blood came out of the mark he had on his son, leaving a trail of blood. Murumi was helping her mother with her fire to subdue the tiger man, but he would try to free himself from the two Midoriyas to go against the boy, but Inko had already tired of the situation, so she had used her quirk to attract some knives from the kitchen, and without having any kind of mercy, she had thrown all the knives she had levitating, leaving Jack on the floor writhing in pain. After an hour. Several police patrols had arrived along with some heroes since the neighbors realized the scandal because they could hear the screams of little Izuku, and when they arrived they could see Jack's dead body on the ground with several knives stuck in his back, but nothing would happen to Inko and Marumi since it was in self-defense, but Inko had asked them to look for her son, who had run away very scared, and the heroes would not hesitate to look for him. Because Izuku had left a small trail of blood due to the wound he had. But Izuku. We can see the little boy being in an alley, being very tired because he had been running a lot and because the wound he had taken a lot of blood, making Izuku feel like he would faint at any moment, but then he could hear some voices that were coming from the depths of the alley. Voice 1. Poor boy, we have to help him. Voice 2. I'm surprised you want to help a child, you're always very serious. Voice 1. Reminds me a lot of Haku. Voice 2. Who would have thought it, the legendary fog demon has some kindness. Voice 1. You better shut your mouth once and for all and help me. Voice 2. It's okay. Izuku couldn't see who they were because he had fallen to the floor due to all the tiredness he felt, and all he could do was listen, and he began to be carried away by the duo of people who had disappeared in a kind of fog. Time skip. After that the heroes had arrived at the alley, but they couldn't find the green-haired boy. Chapter 1. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 1. We find ourselves in an abandoned area of the city of Japan because that place was heavily inhabited by villains, but the good thing is that there was water and electricity, making some places comfortable for some criminals to live. But right now we are in a room in which we can see a green-haired boy with a bandage on his left eye due to the cut that was caused by that wretch Jack, but while Izuku was sleeping, there we can see two men who were in the living room talking to each other about the boy. Man 1. Tell me Zabuza, do you think the child will be a good successor? He said this referring to a man with short hair who had bandages covering only the lower part of his face and neck and was wearing a sleeveless black suit with pants of the same color, but on his legs and hands, he had some kind of fingerless gloves of light blue with black stripes, and next to him was a large sword. The man now known as Zabuza just stared at his friend. Zabuza. I think so, I can see great potential within him, and besides, I'm a little curious to know what happened to him to end up with that scar on his eye, and I know very well that you want to know too, don't you Kisame? The man standing in front of Zabuza was wearing a black cape with red clouds, but underneath the cape, he had the same clothing as Zabuza, but the most curious thing was that he had the appearance of a shark, and next to it was a sword that was surrounded by bandages, and its handle had a kind of skull. Kisame. Well, you're right about that. I'm curious to know what happened to the brat. It's not every day you find a kid in an alley with a bleeding eye. At that, both men could hear a noise coming from the room where Izuku was. Zabuza. Looks like he's woken up. Kisame. Let's see it. Zabuza. I'd better stay here since I'm sure your face will scare him haha. That comment would bother the shark man a little, making him want to hit his friend, but he would hold back since it was not the time. Both men would enter the room, seeing a little Izuku, looking around the room with some confusion. Izuku. Where am I? Zabuza. Calm down kid, we'll help you. The green-haired boy had fixed his gaze on Zabuza, but turned his gaze towards Kisame who was behind Zabuza, scared since Kisame had his predatory smile. Izuku. Ah. The boy had hidden under the bed in great fear. Zabuza. Kisame, I told you not to come, look scare the boy. Kisame. But I didn't do anything, I just smiled at him. Izuku. Who are you? Zabuza. Don't worry, kid, we won't hurt you, we just want to ask you a few questions. Izuku. Aren't they lying? Kisame. We don't lie. The boy just came out from under the bed, looking into Zabuza and Kisame's eyes. Zabuza. Tell me kid, why were you in that alley? Kisame. And what happened to your eye? Izuku. Well, what happened was. And so Izuku proceeded to tell them everything that happened to him, how they told him he was a quirkless, what his stepfather did to his eye, and how he ended up in that alley where they found him. Kisame. Really, all because you don't have that thing called quirk? Zabuza. Before that wasn't important, many wanted to be ninjas and most were able to be, and those who weren't just had a quiet life as civilians. Izuku. What do you mean by that? Kisame. Well kid, we'll tell you it simply, we come from another world, in which we already see death. Zabuza. But in a way we don't understand, we came to this world. Izuku. Another world. Zabuza. That's right, where we come from there are ninjas, and we belong to a group of ninjas. Kisame. We call ourselves the Seven Swordsmen of the Mist. Both swordsmen got into fighting poses with their swords in hand, leaving the boy amazed. Izuku. That's great. Zabuza. But unfortunately we don't have much time here. Izuku. Why? Kisame. Well, we've already been dead, so we can't stay in this much longer. Zabuza. And we are looking for a worthy successor who can contribute our swords and those of our former companions. Kisame. But in this world people are arrogant just for having those things called quirks, and we couldn't find anyone, but Zabuza says that you could be a good candidate. Izuku? Me? Really? Zabuza. Well kid, you remind me a lot of Haku, a boy who had been orphaned, but at first I saw him as a tool, but it wasn't until the last moment that I realized he was the only person who was with me. Izuku? That's very sad. Zabuza. But you boy, you have great potential that I can see, and what does it matter if you don't have powers, you can do jutsus much better than those quirks. Kisame. It's true, Samehada says that you have a large amount of chakra inside you, but the bad thing is that you don't know how to use it. Izuku. Chakra. Zabuza. It's something that all human beings have, even in our hair, and it allows us to do jutsus, jinjutsus, and even allows us to increase the power of our blows. Izuku. That sounds great. Kisame. But first take this. The tub Iron Man had given a sheet of paper to the green-haired man, but he was confused. Izuku. What is this piece of paper for? Kisame. First of all, you have to see what element you have in order to train. Zabuza. He's right, first we have to see if you can use the water element, which is our specialty. Izuku. And how do I do it? Kisame. First concentrate on the palm of your hand, and so your chakra will gather in your hand and in the paper daughter. Izuku would nod his head in affirmation and began to concentrate everything in the palm of his hand, and so he began to use the chakra that was inside him, and when he opened his eyes, he could see the sheet of paper. First it was split into 3 parts, one was burned, the other got wet. Both swordsmen were surprised to see that the child had 3 elements. Izuku. What happened? Kisame. Izuku, you have 3 elements. Izuku. 3 elements. Zabuza. You have water, fire and wind. Kisame. It's good that I have 4 of those 3 elements, because you only have water. Zabuza. Zabuza. Hey, I can't just drive, I'm also good with the sword and taijutsu. Kisame. It's true, but I remind you that I am stronger than you, haha. That comment annoyed the fog demon, but before attacking his partner, he heard little Izuku start jumping with happiness. Kisame. Haha, calm down kid, don't get so excited. Izuku. Kisame-san, Zabuza-san, when do we start training? Hearing that, both swordsmen would only release an aura of malice, making Izuku shiver. Zabuza. I hope it lasts brat, because training starts now. Kisame. I hope you can survive, because we're going to turn you into a true swordsman. Izuku's thoughts. I think I'm going to die. Chapter 2. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 2. Several years had passed since Izuku had been raised and trained by Zabuza and Kisame, becoming an expert in kenjutsu and managing to wield the 7 fog swords, and not only in the art of the sword, but also in ninjutsu, especially in water, since both swordsmen were masters in that element, but in wind and fire, he is also very good, but water is his strongest element. Right now we are on top of a building, under the watchful eye of the cold night. We can see an Izuku wearing a black cape with red clouds, and under the cape he had the same black clothing as Zabuza, but what stood out most about him was that he had a mask like Kushimaru's, and on his sword, he had Samehada. In these years Izuku gained a reputation as a mercenary, but he did not kill many people for nothing, since he chose if the job was worth it, since he knew very well that not all people were bad and did not deserve death, contrary to the villains, which Izuku had encountered many in his path, managing to get the incredible amount of 94 kills, being feared and respected by heroes and villains, and even being pursued by the top heroes, including Almight himself. Right now Izuku was jumping from building to building, looking everywhere for a villain to entertain him. Izuku. How boring, there's no one to play with. At that moment an explosion could be heard, and when Izuku turned his gaze, he could see that it was a building that was on fire. Izuku. Shit, I'm serious. The green-haired man began to jump from building to building, heading towards where the fire was breaking out. We can see several people on the scene watching the disaster, and some professional heroes trying to put out the fire and free the civilians still inside. Hero 1, are you okay, sir? Sir. Yes, but there is still a family missing inside. The hero was about to re-enter the building, but a rock stood in his way, having collapsed from the top, blocking the only entrance. Hero. Curse. Civilian. Hey look. Civil 2. It's the fog demon. Everyone upon hearing that became very scared, as they thought that Izuku would kill the hero who was present. Izuku. Alright, time for action. The green-haired man made a powerful leap towards the building, managing to enter the 4th floor window, leaving everyone very surprised by the act he had just performed. But Izuku. This one was searching everywhere. Izuku. Hey, is there someone there? Man. We are here. Woman. Please help us. The green-haired man began to head very quickly towards where the voices were, destroying the structures that were falling with equal force. Izuku. Here I go, hold on. The green-haired man had arrived where the family was, so he created 2 shadow clones, each carrying one of the couple. Izuku. Is there anyone else in here? Woman. My daughters are further back. Man. Please save them. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll go for them. Both clones would begin to head out of the building, while the original headed towards where the girls were. Outside the building. We can see that the firefighters had arrived along with some heroes with water quirks, along with the top Hawks hero. Hawks. What's the situation? Hero. A gas cylinder exploded and the fire began to spread throughout the building. Hawks. Are there still civilians inside? Hero. A family, but the fog demon arrived already in the middle. Hawks. What? At that moment, some windows had been destroyed due to the Izuku clones that had come out with the parents. Clone 1. Very well, stay here with the others. Clone 2. We'll go for the girls, don't worry. Both clones were about to go to the building, but they had disappeared because they were attacked by the Hawk's feathers. Hawks. What was worse than that? But Izuku. He was desperately searching for the girls. Izuku. Girls, where are you? Girl. We are here. Izuku. Here I go, hold on. The green-haired boy had taken out a scroll of Kiba swords and began to cut at great speed all the wood that fell due to the little resistance they had. Izuku. I'm here now, where are you? Girl. Here we are. The girl herself had come out of the closet along with a baby who was crying in her arms. Izuku. Okay, don't worry, I'll take you to your parents. The green-haired boy had taken off his cloak that his teacher Kisame had given him, and with that he had covered the girls so they wouldn't get hurt, and he began to run throughout the building with the girls in his arms, being covered by Izuku's cloak, but when he was halfway there, a large column was about to fall on him, but using one of the Kiba surrounded by the lightning element, he was able to destroy it completely, and managed to open a path that led him to a window. Izuku. Bingo. The green-haired man began to run towards the window, managing to destroy it, managing to get out of the fire. Hero 2. Back off. Hero 3. He is dangerous. Izuku had only woken up with some pain. Izuku. Very well girl, you are safe now, go with your parents. Girl, thank you very much sir. Man. Daughter. Woman. My girls. The parents went to where the girl was with a baby in their arms, hugging them with many tears coming out of their eyes. Man. Thank you very much. Woman. God bless you, fog demon, God bless you. Hero. Stop. Hero 2. You are under arrest. At that moment, everyone could feel a huge explosion inside the building due to the explosion of another glue ball. Hawks. Quickly stop firing. Hero 4. We can't, the water we have isn't enough. Izuku. I'll take care of it. The green-haired man just took a great leap to a nearby building, and with a hand seal several shadow clones appeared, making a total of 10 clones. All of Izuku's clones would begin to form hand seals, being watched by everyone. Izuku. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. All the clones would begin to be surrounded by water, and all would begin to form several water dragons, which had come together to create a dragon of an even larger size, and this headed towards the building, and began to form a large amount of smoke, preventing everyone from seeing, including the heroes. When the water dragon had disappeared, it had left a small rain, and when the smoke began to dissipate little by little, and all the civilians and heroes could see that the fire had gone out, leaving everyone very amazed by such a display of power. When Hawks had turned around to see the building where Izuku was, there was no one there, since he had disappeared. But Izuku. He had come to his home, where he had begun to live, when his teachers had helped him when he needed it most. The green-haired boy had taken off his mask, leaving it next to a photo, which showed a little Izuku smiling with a Kisame on the right side, and on the left side was Zabuza, showing a smile without his bandages covering his mouth. The green-haired boy had pinned Samehada to the wall and proceeded to throw himself at the armchair. Izuku. Wow, what a night. The green-haired boy had fixed his gaze on the photo he had of himself with his teachers. Izuku. I would have liked to share a little more with you. Flashback. We can see a 14-year-old Izuku practicing with the explosive sword Shibuki. Kisame. The boy has made a lot of progress, don't you think? Zabuza. You're right, but it's a shame we have to say goodbye now. Kisame. I don't want to return to the other world, I like being with Izuku here. Zabuza. Me too, but remember we can't, it's time to tell him. Kisame. Hey Izuku, come here. Izuku. Here I go, Kisame-san. The green-haired man had approached where his teachers were, and he was somewhat confused, since both swordsmen had looks that showed sadness. Izuku. What's happening? Kisame. Well Izuku, we have to tell you something of utmost importance. Izuku. And what is it? Zabuza. Unfortunately our time in this world has come to an end. Izuku. What? Kisame. What you heard, I'm so sorry we have to leave you. Izuku. You can't leave, I don't want you to go, you are the only thing I have. Zabuza. Listen, Izuku, now you have the power to defend yourself. I hope you become a great man, much better than us. Kisame. Remember that you are our successor, and we are very proud of you, since you were able to master all the swords, being the second person to have that achievement, and I am very glad that person was you. Izuku. Teachers. Both swordsmen would begin to do so surrounded by a light. Kisame. Well, I think it's time. Izuku. Kisame-san. Zabuza. Goodbye Izuku, it was a pleasure having you as a disciple. The fog demon had disappeared, but showing a smile to his son figure. Kisame. Goodbye friend, take care, we'll see each other again someday. The fog monster had also disappeared from Izuku's sight, but not before giving him his cloak. Kisame. Something to remember me by. That was the last time Izuku saw his teachers, promising to never forget them. End of the flashback. Izuku. I'll make you proud, just look at me, parents. The green-haired boy had dried a tear that had come out and then fell asleep. Chapter 3. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 3. A week had passed since the fire incident, since then several blushes had begun to spread, which were Izuku's, because he had saved that family, how he stopped the fire, among other things, causing his reputation as a murderer to go down a bit for having done that heroic act. Right now it's nighttime, and our green-haired boy was jumping between the buildings of the city covered in blood because he was killing a criminal group that was doing business with drugs and weapons. Flashback. We find ourselves in a 3-story building, completely abandoned, and on the second floor we can see the 2 leaders of both criminal groups sitting at a table, each with a suitcase, without knowing its contents. Boss 1. Very well, that's how it is, you give me the drugs, and in a month I'll give you half of the profits, but in this briefcase there's an advance so that next month you can give me the same amount. Boss 2. That's right, but give me the money first. Boss 1. Alright, guys, give him the money. One of the villain's subordinates placed a briefcase on the scale, and his boss proceeded to slide it towards his business friend, who opened the briefcase and could see many bills, and he showed a smile when he saw the amount of money inside. Boss 2. Guys, give him the package. The second villain's men proceeded to leave large packages of white powder on the ground. Boss 1. It's a pleasure doing business with you. Boss 2. Also friend. The 2 men shook hands, sealing the deal. When both groups were about to leave the place, a dense fog had appeared, leaving everyone present there somewhat confused. BOSS 1. What the hell is this? Boss 2. Someone do something quick. One of the guards proceeded to raise his fist, which had been surrounded by fire, and proceeded to walk in front to see if there was an exit. The villain tried to rebuke his flame, but from one moment to the next his hand was cut off, causing him to let out a great cry of pain, due to the loss of his right hand. Boss 1. What the hell? The villain was trying to stop the bleeding from the loss of his, but in front of him appeared a man with a black cape with red clouds, leaving him very terrified, since he knew very well who it was. Villain. You are a tutu. Izuku. Shut up, go to sleep. The green-haired man only took one of the kiba and cut off the villain's head, covering his swords with blood. All the villains turned pale, as the screams had stopped out of nowhere. Boss 1. What are you waiting for? Go see what's going on. Boss 2. You guys go too. The groups of villains, which would be a total of 10, went in the direction where the screams had started, leaving their leaders alone. Villain 1. Who's there? Villain 2. Leave immediately. All the villains would be very nervous because a laugh would begin to be heard throughout the fog that was around, making it impossible to find them. Villain 3. There's this one. The villain would start firing the guns they had in their hands, but everyone would start shooting all over the place, missing every shot. Villain 4. Ceasefire. Everyone had stopped as they thought they had killed the subject. Villain 5. Well done, he should be dead by now. At that moment a large needle appeared in front of him, piercing his chest, but that needle would also pierce his companions, leaving only one of them, who watched in terror as his companions were pierced and hung on the walls, while their blood was spilled on the floor and Izuku bathed with them. The green-haired gentleman had turned around to see the last villain. He would begin to walk in a threatening manner, making the villain try to escape, but due to the fear he felt, he couldn't move his legs. Villain PO please have mercy. Izuku hadn't said a word and just raised the Nabari sword and with a single slash cut off his head. Both mafia bosses would think that their men had finished the job because they had previously heard the sound of gunshots, becoming very happy. But what neither of them would know is that Izuku would be changing towards them little by little, and when one of them had turned his gaze, the last thing he could see was a kunai with a label, as it had exploded in his face, causing him to fall to the ground dead, leaving the last of them terrified. Izuku. Very well, only one left. Boss. Who are you? Izuku. I'm known as the Fog Demon. Boss. What? Are you the Fog Demon? Guys, come here and hold it. Izuku. It's useless, they're dead too. Boss. Damn. The man tried to shoot him with a gun he had hidden under his suit, but Izuku was quicker to cut the weapon. Izuku. Resistance is useless. Boss. Here I have the money, tell me how much you want. No, better keep everything, including the drugs. Izuku. I don't want it. The green-haired man had saved Nabari and proceeded to carry Kurikirabacho, to the horror of the mobster. Izuku just raised his hand and slashed it in half. Izuku. Well, work is done, apart from the payment I'll get an extra bonus. End of the flashback. Izuku. With this money I can take a good break from work. The ninja would continue on his way back home, but in an alley he could see a white-haired girl with a little horn on her forehead who was running very desperately. Izuku. Will she be lost? The green-haired man would take a big leap, heading towards where he was. Izuku had appeared in front of the girl, but she had been scared since Izuku had appeared out of nowhere. The green-haired boy had knelt down to be the same height as the little girl. Izuku. Hello little one, are you lost? The girl hadn't said anything and just threw herself at the green-haired man, and he felt the girl hug her as if her life depended on her. Girl. Please help me. Izuku. What? A brown-haired man wearing a mask would come out of the alley. Eri, don't bother the young man, come with me. The girl known as Eri, just hugging Izuku tightly, with some tears threatening to come out. Eri. Please help me. Izuku. Hey friend, wait a minute please. What? Izuku. Girl, your name is Eri, right? You were? Yes. Izuku. What a nice name, look, there's a store here, take this money and buy yourself some candy. The green-haired man had given some money to the girl, under the watchful eye of the man with the crow mask. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Izuku. It would be better for her to leave, I don't think you want her to get hurt because she is surely important, right? The brown-haired man would just nod because Izuku had a good point in that. Eri. Wait, don't fight, he'll kill you. Izuku. Don't worry little one, I'll be fine, I'm very strong, I'll come for you when I'm done. Izuku would lift his mask a bit, showing the girl a smile. Eri didn't say anything and just left the place, trusting the green-haired man, and left the assassin duo alone. Izuku. Very well, now we can fight without restrictions, don't you believe it, Kai Chisaki are better known as the villain overhaul. The man now known as Chisaki just put on a look of astonishment. Chisaki. How do you know who I am? Izuku. I investigate all the villains that catch my attention, and I also intended to find you and kill you. Chisaki. What's your name? Izuku. Everyone knows me as the Fog Demon, that's all I'm going to tell you. Chisaki was shocked to learn that she was facing the most dangerous assassin. Chisaki. If you're my opponent, I'll have no choice but to start all over again. Izuku. The same thing to say. Chisaki put his hand on the ground and from it came several spikes that headed towards the green-haired boy, but he had invoked the explosive sword Shibuki, and with the sword he launched a slash, and when the ISO sword contacted the spikes, they had exploded, leaving Chisaki very surprised since he never thought of seeing that display of power. The Yakuza would not let himself be killed so easily and proceeded to throw another amount of Rex that went at a speed, but Izuku had changed swords and this time he had summoned the blunt sword Kabutawari and with the axe he had cut Chisaki's attack in half and the villain had been surprised to see how his attack was destroyed so easily. The green-haired boy took a great leap towards Chisaki, but he had created a wall in front of him to protect himself, but the wall he had created was cut in half and that could be seen to Izuku with a part of the axe pointing to the ground due to the attack that ISO. Izuku. Inutile defense anti-la espada sin filo Kabutawari. Izuku was about to use the hammer part to hit the Yakuza, but Chisaki was able to put his hand on the wall in time, managing to impale the green-haired boy and seeing that Chisaki had put on a smile, but it would disappear when he saw that Izuku had dissipated into water and the real Izuku appeared behind the brown-haired boy and gave him a strong hammer blow, causing him to fall against the wall. Izuku. Come here, one is not finished with you. The green-haired boy had launched himself towards Chisaki, but he had once again launched an entire wall without spikes, making Izuku fly away, and Chisaki took advantage of that moment to get out of there as fast as he could through a sewer. Izuku. Damn coward, next time you won't be so lucky, so you better watch out. The green-haired man had put his sword in his scroll and proceeded to go to where the girl is. You were with The little girl was in a corner, eating some candy, her eyes shining, as she could finally eat some sweets. Eri. I hope that gentleman is okay, I want to thank him for this. Izuku. Why do you want to thank me? Eri. Ah. The girl had been scared because Izuku had appeared in a shunsin. Izuku. Sorry little one for scaring you. Eri in response would only hug the green-haired man, leaving the latter very surprised. Eri. Thank you very much sir. Izuku. It wasn't small at all, that bad man won't hurt you anymore. Eri. Really? Izuku. Yes, I already took care of him, by the way, do you have a place to go? Eri. No, I have nowhere to go, my parents have abandoned me, and my grandfather is in poor health, but he is being cared for by this bad guy. Izuku. Hey Eri, what do you think if I'm your father? Eri. What? Izuku. What did you hear? Do you want to be my daughter? The little girl would only thank you very much in happiness and would give Izuku a big hug, which was reciprocated by the latter. Eri. Thank you very much, Dad. The Mist Demon will only feel something in his chest and he will just smile and stroke Eri's head. Izuku. Very well, Eri, let's go home, tomorrow I'll buy you some new clothes. Eri. Yes Dad. Chapter 4. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 4. A month had passed since Izuku had fought against Chisaki and had adopted Eri as his daughter, having a reason to live, and that was to protect and educate his daughter, but surely many will be wondering what happened to Izuku's family. Well, since Izuku had disappeared, Inko along with Murumi constantly searched for her son's sister, but almost all their efforts had been in vain, since they could not get even a clue of his whereabouts. Even the Bakugo family, which had a great friendship with the Midoriya, joined the search, but it was the same, not a clue of little Izuku. Even when the years had passed, they did not stop looking for him. But Murumi and Kitsuki promised each other that they would do everything possible to find him at all costs, and that was a great motivation for both friends to have the desire to be heroes, aimed at entering the UA, so that no other family goes through the same thing. But Izuku. We met a green-haired man who was in an alley, counting the money for a mission he had been assigned. Izuku. Very well, with this money I can buy everything for food for the month. The green-haired man had disappeared in a flash and appeared on top of a building, looking out over the beautiful landscape of the city at night. Izuku. What a beautiful city, too bad its beauty is ruined by criminals. Izuku was about to go home to see his daughter, who was being cared for by some shadow clones, but before that he could see a blonde-haired woman with reptilian features, who was with a lot of blood coming out of her arms and head, and apparently she couldn't walk very well, since she had apparently broken her ankle. Izuku. What the buck? The swordsman decided to get closer to see the situation more clearly, and from the shadows appeared a somewhat obese man who had a lot of hair all over his body, resembling a werewolf. Wolf. Haha, it seems the Ryukyu heroine is no match for the wolf, but it's a shame you have to die, but before that I'm going to have fun with you, precious. The beastman began to unbutton his pants, being seen with great horror by the dragon heroine, who could do absolutely nothing against him. But then someone had thrown some crystals shaped like fish bones, and the attack was barely dodged by the villainous wolf. Wolf. Who the hell is it? At that moment Izuku had appeared in front of the villain, and behind him was the wounded heroine. The green-haired man had in his hands the twin sword Hiramekure, which he had used to launch the previous attack. Izuku. You're the villain wolf, right? The guy suspected of multiple rapes of professional heroines and high school girls. Wolf. And you are the fog demon, right? Izuku. Wow, have you heard of me? Wolf. Of course, you're known for killing several high-caliber criminal groups, you bear some resemblance to the hero killer stain. Izuku. I only kill people like you, I don't go around killing heroes, even though he only kills heroes who are only looking for fame and money, and his actions are not that bad. Wolf. Have you planned to kill me? Izuku. Well, I was just passing through to go home, and I ran into a beastman trying to grape a pretty young lady. The Ryukyu heroine had blushed upon hearing someone call her cute, but it was so noticeable because of the blood covering her. Wolf. Oh come on, don't you want to have fun with her too? Izuku. I'm not as desperate for Hex as you are. Wolf. Well, I'll kill you first, and then I'll have fun with that bitch. Izuku. Well, try it. The green-haired man had turned his gaze to look into the heroine's eyes, but she couldn't see his eyes because of his mask. Izuku. Don't worry, everything will be fine. The heroine could see that the green-haired man's words were sincere, so she decided to trust him. Wolf had launched himself against Izuku to try to scratch him, but Izuku had changed swords, now having Kabutoari, and both would begin to release sparks. Due to Wolf's claws and Kabutoari's axe, the Qs would be constantly colliding, being seen in amazement by the dragon heroine, since Izuku was having the advantage in the fight, and that is thanks to his agility, unlike Wolf, who could not keep up with the green-haired man, who was humiliated by the beast man. Izuku. Very well, it's my turn. The green-haired man would begin to unleash multiple slashes against the little kiss with a blunt sword in a very aggressive manner, just like a Kenujin, making it impossible to counter Wolf's attack. The Neo Suzuku had made a great leap to attack with the part of the axe, but Wolf had covered himself with his right arm, but that was a mistake, since the axe had been stuck in his arm, but the worst was when Izuku had used the part of the hammer to hit the axe, managing to completely cut the villain's arm, causing him to let out a loud cry of pain. Wolf. Ah damn, you'll pay for that. Izuku. What's up Wolf? Weren't you going to kill me? Wolf. And I'm going to do it, take this. The villain had torn off a part of the ground, now having in his hands a large rock, and proceeded to throw it at Izuku, but Izuku had used the hammer part to break the large rock, but when he destroyed it, he could see that Wolf went against him at full speed, but Izuku quickly changed to the Shibuki sword, and both had collided, Izuku struggling with his sword and Wolf with his claws. Wolf. I'll never forgive you, I'll kill you no matter what. Izuku. Really? Well, as I know, the dead can't do anything against me. At that moment, the explosive tags had been activated, causing an explosion that would end the werewolf's life, his lifeless body falling to the ground. Izuku had stored his sword in his scroll, and then proceeded to go to the Ryukyu heroine, who was still on the ground. Izuku. Ryukyu-san. The green-haired man had taken the heroine's place, rejoicing that she was still alive, and that she was only unconscious. Izuku. I have to hurry. The green-haired man had taken the heroine in his arms, carrying her princess-style to his home to heal her. At Izuku's house. We can see little Eri watching television while eating some popcorn, being watched by about 4 clones who were watching around the house. And that the clones had disappeared and the door was opened by an Izuku who had a badly wounded Ryukyu in his arms. Eri? Dad, what's wrong? Izuku. Quick, Eri, bring the first aid kit, this woman is very ill. Eri. Right away, Dad. The green-haired boy had placed Ryukyu on the couch, and at that moment Eri would arrive with the first aid kit in her hands, giving it to her father. Izuku. Thank you, daughter. The green-haired man would begin using everything he had within reach in his medicine cabinet, proceeding to clean all the blood he had on his body, taking care not to hurt the heroine's body any further. In the morning. The blonde would begin to open her eyes little by little, trying to get used to the sunlight shining in her eyes. When Ryukyu got up from the sofa, he could see an open medicine cabinet on a small table, and when he turned around he could see a white-haired girl sitting at a table, eating scrambled eggs with toast, and in the kitchen, he could see an Izuku cooking more scrambled eggs. Ryukyu. Where am I? As he said this, father and daughter turned to look at the heroine. Izuku. Oh wow, you're already awake. Eri, good morning ma'am. Ryukyu's thoughts. Madam. The heroine would try to get up, but she would still feel a lot of pain, so she sat back down on the couch. Izuku. Don't strain yourself, you haven't recovered yet. Ryukyu. So it wasn't a dream. Izuku. Of course not, if I hadn't arrived at that moment, you would be in a huge trauma right now. Ryukyu. Why did you save me? Izuku. Because you were in danger. Ryukyu. But you are one of the most dangerous assassins there is, I don't understand why you would help a heroine, you know very well that I can warn other heroes about you, right? Izuku. I know very well, but he prefers to help you before seeing you hexily abused. Eri. Dad, what does that mean? Izuku. When you grow up you'll understand. Ryukyu. Who is she? Izuku. She is my daughter, her name is Eri. Eri, nice to meet you miss. Ryukyu's thoughts. How cute. Ryukyu. Something is burning. Izuku. The eggs. The green-haired boy had run off at full speed to avoid burning his breakfast, while Eri had just approached the Ryukyu heroine, who would start a conversation with a little girl. Ryukyu. And tell me Eri, how does your dad treat you? Eri. He is very good to me, he teaches me many things like adding numbers, how to read fluently. Ryukyu's thoughts. He seems to be a good father, but I'm still not convinced. Ryukyu. And tell me Eri, who is your mother? Eri. I don't have a mother, my real mother abandoned me and I was used as an experiment by a very bad man. The lonely little girl shed a few light tears, but quickly wiped them away, then showed a smile. Ryukyu. What was the name of that bad man? Izuku. His name is Kai Chisaki, better known as the villain Overhaul. Ryukyu. Overhaul. Izuku. I found her in an alley when I had already finished a job, and from there Chisaki came out to take Eri, but we had a fight, but unfortunately he managed to escape, and after that I took Eri with me, and now look at us, we are father and daughter." The green-haired boy had taken the little white-haired girl in his arms and would begin to lift her above his shoulders, and the girl would begin to giggle as she saw how her father lifted her slightly. "Ryukyu. One more question. Izuku. Tell me. Ryukyu. Why did you kill both heroes and villains?" Izuku would first put his daughter down and put her on the couch and then proceeded to look at Ryukyu, who was waiting for the answer to her question. "Izuku. On my way I have encountered several criminal groups which would be involved in arms trafficking, arms and drug sales, with 50% being villains and mafia gangs." Ryukyu. "And the other 50%? Izuku. Those would be the heroes. Have you ever wondered how gangs get innocent people to then sell them or worse, use their organs to sell them? Well, the heroes are responsible for that, since they take advantage of their title of hero to tie people up with deception, or are you going to deny it?" Ryukyu. "I won't deny it." Izuku. "But I'm aware that not all heroes, that would be the case of All Myth, Mirko, Edshot and you." Ryukyu. "Me?" Izuku. "Yes, I could see that your actions are those of a true hero, one who does seek the good of other people, not like the others who only seek fame and money." The heroine would only show a smile upon hearing those words. Izuku. "But right now we have to heal you, you can't leave in that state, whether you like it or not, you'll stay until you heal, at least Eri won't feel alone." Ryukyu. "What?" The little girl would just look at her in a very tender way, making the heroine have a diabetic attack, seeing so much tenderness. This month Izuku and Eri would get along very well with the heroine Ryukyu, who had become very fond of the girl, even with Izuku, but she would begin to feel something for the murderer, something that she could not explain, but Izuku also felt something for the heroine, but he would hardly show it because he always wore his mask. Time had flown by, and right now it was night, and the two were in the living room watching a movie, but Eri had fallen asleep and was taken to her room by her father, who had left her in her bed, and the green-haired boy had covered her with his animal-shaped sheets. Izuku. "Good night, Eri." Izuku had left his daughter's room and gently closed the door, and now he only met Ryukyu's gaze, which had a smile on her face. Izuku. "What?" Ryukyu. "You're a good father, you know that." Izuku. "Eri has suffered too much, it's the least I can do." Both of them would just stay silent, but Izuku decided to break the silence. Izuku. "I'm going to prepare the bed for you to sleep." The green-haired boy sped off to avoid looking at the heroine, but she just laughed softly at Izuku's reaction. 10 minutes had passed, and right now you can see a Ryukyu in bed, who was looking at an Izuku taking some sheets to sleep on the sofa. Izuku. "Good night." The green-haired boy was about to leave but was called by the Ryukyu. Izuku. "What's wrong?" Ryukyu. "Come please." Izuku. "What's wrong? Are you afraid of the dark?" Ryukyu. "It's not that silly, I just want to talk to you." The green-haired boy had sat on the bed, standing face to face with the dragon heroine. Ryukyu. "Could you take that off?" Izuku. "My mask." Ryukyu. "Yes, please." Izuku. "Why should I?" Ryukyu. "Well, we've known each other for a month now, don't you think it's time to show our faces?" Izuku. "Well, I will, but if you pick up your hair." Ryukyu. "Boo boo, okay, but don't make fun of me." Izuku. "I promise." The blonde would begin to gather the hair that was covering one of her eyes and showed beautiful yellow eyes with slanted pupils, being seen by a marveled Izuku. Ryukyu. "Now it's your turn." Izuku. "It's okay." The green-haired man would begin to remove his mask little by little, and when he removed it completely, he revealed a boy with a scar on his left eye. Ryukyu just put one of his hands on the green-haired boy's face and began to caress him gently. Ryukyu. "You are very cute." Izuku. "And you are very beautiful." The blonde began to approach Midoriya's face, who would begin to imitate the blonde's action, and both would begin to feel their breaths until both joined their lips in a kiss. Both would only feel each other's warmth, but Izuku had dropped his mark to the ground and had intertwined his fingers with the dragon heroine. The kiss between them had lasted a full minute until they both separated due to lack of air. They both had a blush on their faces, but Ryukyu was very happy. Izuku. "What does that mean?" Ryukyu. "It means that I am now the mother of your daughter and that you are only mine." The blonde had kissed the green-haired boy again, but he had taken her by her hips until they both fell on the bed, but Izuku had previously put silent seals so as not to wake Eri, and that night Izuku and Ryukyu had united completely, having a love affair between a demon and a dragon. Chapter 5. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 5. We find ourselves in Izuku's room, and we can see how the room would begin to be illuminated by the rays of sunlight, and we could see a blonde-haired woman next to our green-haired man, both being in bed naked while they were covered by the sheets of the bed, but Ryukyu was using the green-haired man's body as a pillow, being very comfortable. Izuku would be the first to take off, and the first thing he saw was a Ryukyu, who would have a smile on her face. Izuku caresses the heroine's head, who would begin to open her eyes, and first she had let out a small yawn, and then she would look at the green-haired boy. Izuku. Bueno Ryukyu. Ryukyu. No me digas Ryukyu, dime Ryuko. Izuku. Está bien Ryuko-chan. The dragon woman would only blush upon hearing what Izuku had said to her. Izuku. Haha, you look really cute when you blush. Ryuko. Silly, she said while making a small pout, giving it some tenderness. Izuku. Well, it's time for breakfast. Ryuko. Okay, let's go. Izuku and Ryuko would start to get dressed, but the green-haired boy would be the first to get dressed, and he turned around to see Ryuko's bare back, but she had noticed that and only showed him a smile. Izuku just came over to hug Ryuko from behind. The green-haired man only fixed his gaze on Ryuko's eyes, his action being imitated by the aforementioned. They would only kiss each other, staying like that for a while, until they separated. After that the two would leave the room, and they didn't see the girl anywhere. Ryuko. Donde está Eri? At that moment, the bathroom door could be heard closing, and the little girl had come out from there. Izuku. Good morning Eri. Eri. Good morning Dad, good morning Miss Ryukyu. Izuku. Eri, I have good news for you. Eri. Really? And what is it? Ryuko. That your dad and I are a couple. Eri. And what does that mean? Izuku. That Ryukyu will be your new mother, what do you say? The little girl would just jump up to hug Ryukyu's legs and showed him a smile full of happiness. Eri. I'm happy, I finally have a mommy. Ryuko took the girl in her arms and gave her a warm hug, and Izuku would soon join in the hug. After that the three would be having breakfast as a family, but unfortunately Ryukyu would have to leave since she was a heroine and Izuku an assassin, but she would always come every day. When Ryukyu had returned to the hero race after being absent for a whole month, but she had only said that she was absent for personal reasons, being a very credible excuse for the reporters. After that, Ryukyu would come to the house every day to see his daughter and partner, even when Ryukyu was doing his hero work, Izuku would help her from the shadows, sometimes helping her directly and sometimes indirectly. Right now it was daytime, but Izuku was running from building to building, being chased by the heroine Mirko, Hawks and Edgeshot, since Izuku had killed a villain with the Sonic Scream quirk, but he never thought that that villain was also chased by the top heroes, putting him in a very difficult situation. Izuku's thoughts. Damn, what do I do now? I can lose Mirko and Hawks, but Edgeshot is the problem. Mirko. Stop, Fog Demon, you can't escape. Hawks. You can't take on the three of us at once. Izuku. Do you think so? The green-haired man had jumped and proceeded to throw multiple kunes with explosive tags, forcing Mirko to retreat, but some feathers had burned, giving Izuku the opportunity to use her Amikari, and began to gather chakra in his sword, and had formed a chakra hammer, hitting the hero squarely, causing him to fall fully into the wall, leaving him unconscious. Mirko. Hawks. Izuku. Don't worry, he's not dead, he's just unconscious. Mirko. You'll pay for that. The rabbit heroine launched herself at the green-haired boy, but he had put away his sword and began to fight using Taijutsu, having a somewhat even fight against Mirko, being observed by Edgeshot, who was impressed by the green-haired boy's way of fighting. Izuku had blocked a kick from the rabbit heroine, but he winced in pain, but it couldn't be noticed because of his mask. Izuku's thoughts. This woman really kicks hard, it would be dangerous if she hit me. Izuku had separated from Mirko and began to make hand seals. Izuku. Wind style. Gale palm. A powerful current of wind went against the rabbit heroine, who had been pushed very hard into the air by the gust of wind, but Izuku had jumped to be on top of Mirko, and the green-haired man gave a strong kick to the rabbit heroine's back, which had hit the ground, leaving Izuku as the winner, but the only one missing was Edgeshot, who was just watching the entire fight between Mirko and Izuku. Izuku. Very well, only you are missing. Edgeshot. You used Taijutsu right? Izuku. How do you know? Edgeshot. I don't call myself a ninja hero for nothing, I've researched everything about ninjas. Izuku. Then I expect a good fight from you, but here. The green-haired man had thrown a kunai at the ninja hero, who had taken it and proceeded to get into a fighting stance, just like Izuku with a kunai in his hand. Both of them launched themselves to start the fight, and both would start throwing punches and kicks, being on par, without Izuku using his swords, and with Edshot not using his quirk, they would start a Taijutsu battle. Both of them would be constantly clashing their kunes, causing sparks to fly around them. Edshot had thrown a kick right in Izuku's face, but he barely managed to dodge them, causing his mask to crack a little. Izuku had thrown a punch to his face, leaving the ninja hero stunned, but he wouldn't stop just like that, so he continued his onslaught and proceeded to throw multiple punches and kicks to his face and stomach, but Edshot wouldn't be defeated easily, so he began his counterattack, slashing him with the kunai on his left shoulder and then on his right leg, and then gave him a powerful kick to the stomach, making him retreat a few meters. Both of them just stared at each other, taking gasps of air, with Izuku with some blood coming out of his shoulder and feet, and Edshot wasn't that good either. He had some scratches on his clothes and some blood coming out of his nose and mouth, but in the latter, it wasn't as noticeable because of his mask. They were both about to launch themselves again, but an explosion had occurred a few blocks ahead of them. Edshot. But what? Izuku. What the buck? Izuku. Edshot, we'll finish our duel another day, I have something to do. The green-haired boy had jumped towards a building that was in front of him and proceeded to jump from building to get to where the explosion occurred, being followed by the ninja hero. A few blocks ahead, we can see a green slime villain who was throwing cars at some heroes who were in front of him, and that around him there were many buildings on fire. A few minutes earlier, we can see in an alley a duo of a green-haired girl and a red-haired boy who were drinking some soft drinks. Hey Marumi, you better get ready for the UA entrance exams, remember they are in 10 months. That's what the curly-haired boy had said to the green-haired girl, who had finished her soda and proceeded to throw the can into a trash can. The girl now known as Marumi would only turn her gaze to look into the eyes of the short-haired boy. Marumi. You're right Kachin, we have to train hard if we want to get in. How many times do I have to tell you not to call me that? Marumi. Come on, there's nothing wrong with that, Katsuki-kun. The boy now known as Katsuki would only have a serious look while looking at his best friend. It should be noted that both were dressed in high school uniforms. At that moment a can would fall from the sky, landing on the short-haired boy's head. Katsuki. Ah. Marumi. Hahaha. Katsuki. Who was the damn funny one? The green-haired girl would just continue laughing at her friend who had a bump on his head while whispering curses. Katsuki would just pop a can and then throw it into the basket, not knowing that he had made a mistake. At that moment, a slime villain appeared and stood behind both teenagers, but when they turned around, it was too late, as the villain had caught them. And that's how we got into this situation. Villain. Don't even think about coming near me if you don't want me to kill these two. He said this while pointing at the duo of teenagers who were trying to get away, but it was all in vain. Izuku had arrived at the place, standing on top of a building, seeing the situation in detail, and had been disappointed by the heroes who were there, since none of them held anything against the villain. At that moment Edshot had arrived, who was behind Izuku, but then he stood next to him and could see all the disaster that had been caused. Izuku. What do you think? Edshot. It's a disaster. Izuku. I can take care of the villain and the fire, but the problem is the hostages, do you think you can handle it? Edshot. Yes, but I don't know how I can do it without him noticing. Izuku. I'll take care of getting their attention, you use your quirk to remove the hostages, I'll take care of the rest. Edshot. Okay. The hero had hidden in an alley, and without anyone noticing, he got behind the villain, waiting for the opportunity to jump on the hostages. Villain. What's going on? Is there no one who can fight me? Izuku. Hey idiot, look up. The villain would look towards the person responsible for the voice, as would all the heroes and civilians present, and they would all look at the fog demon, who would just stand there with his arms crossed. Villain. But what do we have here, the very demon of the fog, it's not normal to see you during the day. Izuku. What I do is none of your business. Villain. What have you come for? Izuku. I came for you, I was told to eliminate you at all costs. Villain. Hahaha, well come here, of course you can attack me. Izuku would only contribute to the Kiba swords, having the full attention of the villain and the spectators, and that was the perfect moment for Edshot to jump towards the hostages, managing to get them out of the slime villain, this being noticed by the villain, but he had sweated too late since Izuku had launched a wind-style jutsu, forming a powerful tornado, causing the villain to begin to spin all over the sky, but Izuku would not stay alone there. And using the lightning element of the swords, combining both elements, making a tornado with electrical touches, causing the villain to scatter all over the ground. After finishing off the villain, Izuku had made multiple shadow clones for a total of 7, and they would all start making hand seals. Izuku clones. Water style. Water dragon jutsu. Multiple water dragons would begin to appear above the green-haired clones, and they all headed towards the burning buildings, and everyone would be amazed to see how he easily defeated the villain and stopped the fire of the buildings. Izuku had given one last look to Edshot, and the ninja hero would only nod his Shen face in gratitude, that action being imitated by Izuku, who had disappeared in a flash. At Izuku's house. We can see little Eri sitting at the living room table, solving some math exercises from a book, with a clone of Izuku next to her, but he had disappeared, meaning that Izuku had already returned. At that moment the door was opened, and the little girl could see her father badly wounded. Eri? Is Dad okay? Izuku? Don't worry, I'm fine. It takes something more to beat your father. Eri? I'll get the first aid kit. Izuku? Thank you, daughter. After that Izuku had covered the wounds with some bandages, but Spyro thought Samehada would have healed very well, but he doesn't want to always depend on the power of the sword, but Spyro thought very well that he would have to improve more, since he never imagined that Edshot knew how to use Jutsu. For the rest of the day Izuku spent all his time with his daughter, helping her with her homework, and then they proceeded to watch television, seeing that their fight against the heroes and the incident against the villain Baba had been recorded, appearing on the news, without knowing how a dragon woman would react. Night had fallen very quickly, and then a blonde woman arrived at the green-haired man's house, and without knocking, she entered as if nothing had happened, being seen by the father and daughter duo. Eri? Mom. The girl had run to hug Ryukyu's legs, being reciprocated by the dragon heroine, who had greeted her daughter, but gave a fierce look to her partner, who was very nervous to see that look. Ryuko. Look, daughter, I brought you some candy. The woman had given her a basket full of sweets, but there was one special candy the little girl loved, and it was a caramel apple. Eri. Thank you so much mom, you're the best. The girl had given the blonde woman another hug, and she reciprocated her daughter's gesture. Ryuko. Daughter, could you leave me alone with your father, I have something to talk to him about. Eri. Okay. Ryuko. Don't eat all the candy, or you'll get nightmares. Eri. Whatever you say, mom. The girl had gone to her room, and it didn't take long for her to eat her candy, while watching a television she had in her room. In the room. Ryukyu would soon take the frying pan from the kitchen, and throughout the house the screams of pain of the green-haired man could be heard, who was being beaten by his partner. After the beating that Ryuko gave to Izuku, they were both in the green-haired boy's bed, both back to back. Izuku was about to close his eyes, but then he could feel one of Ryukyu's hands taking his. When the green-haired man turned his gaze, he could see the heroine had her eyes closed. Izuku? I think it was my imagination. Izuku was about to close his eyes again, but this time he could feel Ryuko hugging him. Izuku. Ryuko-chan. Ryuko. Sorry about what happened before, when I saw the news I could see how Edshot had made you bleed, so that worried me a lot. The green-haired man had turned around and looked into the heroine's eyes, seeing that she had some tears in her eyes that threatened to come out. Izuku in response had taken Ryuko's hand, and both would look into each other's eyes. Izuku. I'm sorry for worrying you, I never imagined ending up like this, I promise I'll be more careful. The green-haired boy showed a smile to the blonde, who had blushed, and had also shown a smile to the green-haired boy. The couple would stare at each other for a few seconds, and both would begin to get closer, until they joined their lips in a tender kiss, then they separated to take a breath, but Izuku would not be satisfied, so he began to kiss the dragon woman again, who had reciprocated the kiss, but Izuku would begin to increase the intensity, until reaching Ryuko's neck. Ryuko. Wait, Alto, you're not recovered yet, why are you excited my love? Izuku. Sorry, it's just that you seem so worried about me. Ryuko. My love, don't you remember the situation you're in? Izuku. What? Ryuko. I'm really worried, if you really care about me, go to sleep. Izuku. Sorry, I'm so sorry. After that Izuku had taken Ryuko in his arms, and they both proceeded to sleep. But before that, Izuku had last seen the ceiling. Izuku's thoughts. I really wonder if they still care about me. Ryuko could see how Izuku was looking at the ceiling, so she decided to give him a short kiss to get him out of his thoughts. Izuku. And why is that? Ryuko. It's because you were very thoughtful, what were you thinking about? Izuku. Nothing important, we'd better sleep now. The green-haired man had previously caressed his girlfriend's face, and then gave her a tender kiss on her forehead, and then they both fell into the world of dreams. Chapter 6. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 6. A week had passed since Izuku fought the villain Baba with the help of Edshot, which even appeared on the news, and it would begin to be said that the ninja hero and the demon of the mist have some kind of rivalry since both had not fought seriously. At the moment. We were in the house of the fog demon and it was beginning to be illuminated by the sun since it was 7:30 in the morning. We can see that Izuku would begin to open his eyes, and the first thing he could see was Ryuko, who was hugging the green-haired boy's abdomen, with a smile on her face, since she felt very comfortable because of the heat she felt from the green-haired boy's body. Izuku's thoughts. You are very beautiful. Izuku began to caress the blonde's head, but she would begin to wake up little by little, until she opened her eyes completely, and the first thing she saw was her green-haired partner caressing her head. Ryuko. Good morning, love. Izuku. How did my beautiful dragon wake up? Ryuko. I always wake up feeling good when I'm with you. The blonde got very close to Izuku's face, and they could both feel each other's breathing. Izuku. You know, I have a surprise for you. Ryuko. Really, so what? Izuku. Look at your life. Ryuko looked at her right hand and was surprised to see a white sapphire-colored ring, which had the shape of a heart in the center. Izuku. I have one too. The green-haired man showed him a platinum-colored ring, which also had a heart in the center. Ryuko. But when and where did you get it? Izuku. I bought it a few days ago, and don't worry, I was undercover, so I'm not in danger, but tell me, do you like it? Ryuko. Me encanta. The blonde had kissed the ring and then brought her hand to her chest. Ryuko. I will keep it forever. Izuku. This shows our unity, and I hope you'll give me a little something too. Ryuko. Well, if you want, I can give you your gift now. Izuku put his index finger on Ryuko's mouth, stopping the blonde's action. Izuku. I'm sorry, little dragon, but right now we can't do that, remember that Eri is next door and I don't want to cause her trauma. Ryuko. That's true, sorry about that. The green-haired boy had stolen a quick kiss from Ryuko, but pulled away to look into her eyes. Izuku. But that doesn't mean we can't do it another time. This time it was Ryuko who kissed Izuku, but he had taken her by the waist, and with the other hand he took her behind her head, while Ryuko took him by the neck with her hands. They would both be kissing for a few minutes, until they stopped. Izuku. Well, it's time to get up, remember that you and I have to work. Ryuko. That's true, but first I want to spend time with Eri, and obviously with you. Izuku. Well, that will be at night. They had both gotten out of bed and headed to the kitchen, and little Eri would also come out of her room, being somewhat sleepy while holding a teddy bear. Izuku. Good morning, Eri. Ryuko. Good morning, daughter. Eri. Good morning, dad, good morning, mom. Ryuko. Dormist bien. You were? Yes. Izuku. Eri, go brush your teeth. I'll make breakfast right now. Eri. It's okay, dad. Ryuko. Do you want me to help you? Izuku. Don't worry, I can take care of it, today I'm going to do something very special. Time skip. 30 minutes later. We can see on the living room table some plates of pancakes with fried egg and bacon, and next to them there was toasted bread, accompanied by a bowl of chopped fruit. Mother and daughter were bright-eyed as they saw the tremendous delicacy in front of them. Izuku. What do you think? I've really shown off today. Eri. Dad, this is amazing. Ryuko. You're right, how were you able to do this? Izuku. I just realized that I have a lot of money, so I decided to take some so I can cook this. Ryuko. So what are we waiting for? Eri. Time to eat. The small family would begin to have breakfast very happily, having had some moments of laughter, but in a more secluded place of that place, more specifically in one of the apartments, we see a green-haired woman in the kitchen who was making breakfast for herself and her daughter. That's right, that woman is Inko Midoriya, who was making breakfast. Creator's note. I want to clarify that here Inko is thin, end of note. Inko. Murumi, breakfast is ready, come quickly or you'll be late. Murumi. Here I go, mom. The eldest Midoriya had placed some bowls of rice on the table, and behind her footsteps would begin to be heard, and a green-haired girl would come out of the hallway, wearing a high school uniform. Murumi. Sorry for the delay, I forgot to set my alarm. Inko. Oh, daughter, as careless as ever. Murumi. Haha, well, thanks for the food. Mother and daughter would begin to eat their breakfast while watching television, and at one point I could see the video where the fog demon fought against the top 3 heroes and how he had defeated the slime hero along with Edshot. Inko. That fog demon doesn't seem to be such a hand after all. Murumi. You're right. Remember there were reports of criminal gangs, mafia bosses, and some corrupt heroes in which he was always involved in those fights. Inko. I don't agree with the method of killing people, but he does a better job than the heroes. Murumi. You're kind of right about that. At that moment an alarm would be heard, this being the clock in the living room. Murumi. For God's sake, it's too late. The green-haired girl quickly drank her glass of coffee and ran towards the door. Murumi, see you later, mom. Inko. See you, daughter, take care of yourself. Murumi ran at full speed towards her school. So you can catch up with the Midoriyas. I will tell you that these years the Midoriyas had dedicated themselves to searching for Izuku, but Marumi would be training every day, having as a goal to enter the UA, but she never lost hope that one day Izuku would return, since she feels her brother is still alive, and she told him, twin intuition. It took him a few minutes to get to his school, but at the entrance he had met his childhood best friend, Kitsuki Bakugo. Creator's note. In this story Bakugo is not a bastard like in the other fanfics, since Izuku had disappeared before the Polisoniso could realize that his best friend was Quirkless, but when he found out about his disappearance, he and his family had also dedicated themselves to searching everywhere for the green-haired boy, but the result was the same, without getting a clue, and he made the promise to Marumi and Inko that he will become a hero to find Izuku, no matter what happens. Marumi's life was like any normal girl's, but after what happened with the villain Baba, something incredible had changed completely, but unfortunately she had to keep it a secret, which she couldn't even tell Kitsuki. The day for the green-haired girl was the same for her, spending the day studying, being with her friends, and after classes going to the arcade with Kitsuki, but when Marumi returned home there was a change, and then she went to a beach where there was a man with blonde hair who looked like a skeleton. Marumi. Sorry for the delay, myth. That's right, that skeletal man was the very symbol of peace. All myth. Don't worry Midoriya Shoujo, the good thing is that he came, remember that we have 10 months for them to master One for All. All myth had inherited the One for All to Marumi, since he could see the girl's determination in the incident against the villain of Baba, and when he asked her why she wanted to be a hero, he had been shocked to know the green-haired girl's reason, since Marumi had told him everything about her brother and his disappearance. Marumi. Very well, let's begin. The green-haired girl would start moving everything that was on the beach, having a hard training every day, and following a diet recommended by All Myth, something that her mother had understood, her action being imitated by the little-haired boy, who had told the green-haired girl not to stay behind her, and would also begin her training. Time skip. 10 months later. These 10 were almost hell for Marumi, but at least she was able to control 10% of the One for All, which was the positive side of the situation. But in these 10 months Izuku would also be having his moments, since his reputation had risen drastically, and also had his encounters against Deadshot, officially having a great rivalry, and not only against Deadshot, but also against the Great Orca, since Izuku once fought in a crowded area and had no choice but to fuse with Samehada. But luckily for him, the Great Orca was the only one who could see his function with his sword, now having 2 rivals, one was a rivalry of ninjas, and the other was a kind of rivalry between an orca and a shark, but not everything was bad for him, since he had also spent a lot of time with Ryuko, managing to have a very strong bond between them, that even at work they helped each other indirectly, and not only Izuku was happy, but Eri was very happy. Since she not only spent time at home with her parents, since they went out from time to time, but obviously indoors, with Izuku using a transformation in Jutsu so that they would not recognize, just like Ryuko wearing civilian clothes. These 10 months the Midoriya brothers had had a great time, one being with his girlfriend and daughter, and the other having in mind the goal of being a heroine. Right now we are in front of the UA Academy, having a green-haired girl who was looking at the Hero Academy with great happiness. Marumi's thoughts. I'm finally here, I'm going to make it, I hope you're watching me, bro. In that, a photo could be seen in the green-haired girl's pocket in which the entire Midoriya family appeared, but there you could see a Marumi and an Izuku as children, being with their mother, all showing a smile. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired man next to the ninja hero, having another of their many duels, but this time they weren't really fighting, but rather having a conversation. Deadshot. And tell me, how has this time been for you? Izuku. Well, the usual, killing villains and corrupt heroes, and you? Deadshot. Same old same, being a pro hero is great, but it's the paperwork that's really stressful. Izuku. That sounds harsh. Deadshot. It is. Izuku. Well Deadshot, I have to go with my daughter. Deadshot. Do you have a daughter? Izuku. Yes, I also want to ask you something. Deadshot. Ask me something. Izuku. Yes, I want to know if there is a type of bodyguard job, it's that the mercenary job is already boring me, plus I want to spend more time with my daughter and girlfriend. Deadshot. Well, maybe I can see one, maybe the nail. Izuku. Where? Deadshot. Well, they say they have the best security, but I doubt they can handle a villain attack, since after all they have inexperienced guys. Izuku. Well I'll think about it, if that happens I'll give you this. The green-haired boy had given the ninja hero a card which had some kind of seal on it. Deadshot. And what is this? Izuku. With this card you can call me, you just have to put some of your blood on it and I will appear quickly. Deadshot. Well, thank you very much, see you later. I'm not in the mood to fight today. Izuku. I'm feeling like you only came because you want to rest. Deadshot. Hahaha, well see you later. Izuku. See you later. Both ninjas said goodbye with a handshake and respect and both disappeared from the place without knowing what would happen next, so that Edshot and Izuku had formed a kind of rivalry and friendship, something similar to between Kakashi and Guy. Chapter 7. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 7. We found ourselves in a large 10-story building, being a wonderful view for anyone who was at the top, but at the top of the building was a small family, being made up of a green-haired man who was dressed in a black suit, resembling a ninja suit, but on top of that he had a black cape with red clouds, and next to him was a little white-haired girl with a horn on her forehead, and in front of the green-haired man was a blonde-haired woman with reptilian features. Wearing a somewhat revealing suit, but it was the one she used for her heroine work. They were all Izuku, Eri and Ryuko who were having some kind of picnic on top of the building, and luckily for them no one could see them. Izuku. This sandwich is delicious, don't you think, Eri? Eri. You're right, Dad, they're very good. Thank you very much, Mom. Ryuko. It's nothing, daughter. Izuku. Thank you so much, love, you really did a great job. Ryuko. Well, I've tried many times and I thought I should at least do something for you guys too. Eri. And they are really good, you are just as good as Dad at making such delicious food. Ryuko. Oh, thank you, daughter. The blonde had taken the little girl in a hug, who had also reciprocated her mother's loving gesture, and the green-haired boy had also approached, joining the hug. Izuku. You don't know how happy I am with you too. Ryuko. I'm so grateful to have met you in that alley that day, otherwise I would never have had a cute girl like Eri and a great boyfriend like you. Izuku and Ryuko had given each other a tender kiss, but quickly separated to put their foreheads together and then joined their hands, in which were their rings, and hugged Eri, having a beautiful family moment. With Marumi. We see Midoriya in his room, looking very closely at a hologram, in which the peace symbol appeared. Almight. Congratulations, young Midoriya, you have passed the admission exam with a total of 92 points in the physical test, and in the written exam you obtained one of the best grades, being among the top 5. Welcome, young Marumi, this is your school of heroes. Marumi. Yes. Midoriya's scream had been heard throughout her building, leaving most of the tenants somewhat confused and worrying her mother, who was in the living room, waiting for her daughter to come out, but when she heard the scream she had run to knock on the door, being opened by Marumi, who was in tears of joy. Marumi. Mom, I did it, I got into the UA. Inko. Congratulations, daughter, I'm very happy for you, this has to be celebrated, I'm going to call the Bakugo. Marumi. Do you think Kitsuki also managed to get in? Inko. Of course, daughter, remember that he wants to be number 1, so I doubt he hasn't made an effort to be able to pass. At that the door of the Midoriya residence would be knocked with some force. Marumi. Are you waiting for someone? Inko. Not me, and you? Marumi. No. Inko. Go see who it is. Marumi. It's okay. The green-haired girl headed towards the door of her residence, which was knocked on rather quickly. Marumi. I'm coming. Midoriya had opened her door, and there she could see the Bakugo family. They were very happy, having some soft drinks and a chocolate cake which said, congratulations for coming in. Marumi. Perhaps. Bitsuki. That's right, Marumi, I also managed to get in. Bitsuki. So we decided to come celebrate with you. Masaru. We obviously brought some things to celebrate too. Inko. Very well, come in, I'm going to cook the katsudon right now. Bitsuki. I'll help you do it. Time skip. 30 minutes later. We can see the entire family, along with the Bakugo family, eating the katsudon their mothers had prepared at the table. Masaru. By the way, Marumi, congratulations on getting into the UA. Marumi. Thank you very much, Uncle Masaru. Bitsuki. I hope you become a great heroine. Marumi. Thank you, Aunt Mitsuki. Inko. Congratulations to you too, Kitsuki. Kitsuki. Thank you, Aunt Inko, we also have a goal to be great heroes. That ISO comment that everyone looked at a family photo in which Inko appeared with her 2 children since they were children. Inko. I still haven't lost hope that one day I'll be able to see my son again. Mitsuki. I'm sure he'll show up someday. Masaru. You're right, we know very well that Izuku will be fine. After that little conversation everyone continued eating happily, but both teenagers would be wondering in their minds what the UA would be like. A week later. We are in the prestigious Hero Academy, and we can see a green-haired girl next to a red-haired boy in the classroom of Class 1, but the green-haired girl was trying to stop the argument between a Bakugo and a blue-haired boy, and it's all because Bakugo put his feet on the table. At that the door would be opened by a brown-haired girl, who had gone to where Marumi was, and began to talk very animatedly with the green-haired girl, and Marumi had realized that she was the girl who had helped with the entrance exam, and both girls would begin to talk with great excitement, but had been interrupted by a man who was inside a sleeping bag. Marumi and Kitsuki's thoughts. A caterpillar. My name is Shota Asawa, I know it's sudden but put this on and go to the yard. He said this while showing a blue physical education uniform. A few minutes later. We can see the entire Class A in the academy courtyard wearing their physical education uniforms and in front of them was their teacher. Asawa. Very well, right now we are going to do some physical tests. Uraraka. But what happened with the welcoming ceremony? Asawa. When you're a hero, you don't have time for that stuff, and you. He said this, pointing at Bakugo. Asawa. You were the first in the entrance exam, come here and throw this bowl with your quirk. The Policiniso Iso heeded his teacher's order and stood on top of the large circle and then threw the ball with all his might while shouting shine. Murumi's thoughts. That's the only thing that couldn't be taken away from Kitsuki, it's more than obvious that he never changes in that regard. The black-haired man had shown Bakugo's result, leaving everyone amazed and excited by the activities. This will be fun. A girl with pink hair and skin said very animatedly. Asawa. How fun is that? So how about this, whoever finishes last will be expelled from the UA. Everyone. What? Asawa. You heard them, so you better give these tests your all. All the tests would be like in the original story, but what stood out the most were Murumi, Kitsuki and the son of the number 2 hero, a certain Shoto Todoroki. After everyone has finished the tests, they would be in front of their teacher and he would show them their results, with Kitsuki being first place, Shoto Todoroki second place and Murumi Midoriya third place, and a certain Minoru Mineta being last of all. The latter would begin to cry on the floor, being looked at out of pity by all his classmates, until his teacher said something that would leave everyone very confused. Asawa. By the way, the expulsion thing is a lie. All. What? It was obviously a lie. It was said by a girl with large assets and a ponytail. Asawa. Well, go change and go back to class. All. See sensei. After all that, classes would be like a normal school until the time to leave arrived and we can see Murumi and Kitsuki leaving the academy, but then Uraraka and the blue-haired boy, whose name was Lydia Tenya, would arrive. Murumi. Uraraka. Uraraka. Murumi-chan, I want to ask you some things. Lita. Me too, and I also want to ask for your forgiveness Bakugo-san. Kitsuki. Komo-si. Murumi. And what are you asking me? The brown-haired girl had taken a photo out of her pocket and the green-haired girl recognized her. Uraraka. You dropped this photo in the hallway and I wanted to ask who the boy next to you is. Murumi. He is my twin brother. Lita. Seriously, why didn't the nail come? Kitsuki. He disappeared 12 years ago. Uraraka. Sorry, I had no idea. Lita. Sorry for asking such a delicate question. Murumi. It doesn't matter, I know he's still alive, that's why I want to be a heroine, so I can find him someday. Uraraka. That's great. Lita. That is the true spirit of a hero, you have our full support. Murumi. Thank you very much, guys. For Midoriya, the days would be full of joy and hard work at the Hero Academy, but for Izuku they wouldn't be so happy. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired man in an abandoned building and in front of him was the ninja hero, who had a serious look. Izuku. Headshot, this is very important. Headshot. Why do you say that? Izuku. I managed to get some information from a certain league of villains and this is what I was able to get. The green-haired man had handed him an orange envelope. Headshot. What's in this? Izuku. I have managed to find out that this league does experiments on humans to test multiple quirks on them, but I don't know what it could be for, most likely they are plotting something against the UA, so I trust you to be able to deliver this. Headshot. Don't worry, buddy, leave it to me. Izuku. I also found out that they are recruiting a lot of villains, I'm afraid they might attack the academy, but remember if you need a hand, you know how to call me. Headshot. Thanks mate, I'm sure with this you already have the job I mentioned. Izuku. I'll try to find out more about them, see you later. Headshot. See you later. Both ninjas had disappeared into the shadows, leaving no trace of them. Izuku's thoughts. What are they doing with those experiments? I hope this doesn't get out of control. Chapter 8. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 8. A few days had passed since Izuku had given him the information about the experiments on a certain league of villains, and that information had reached the hands of the director of the Hero Academy, who had called a meeting with all the teachers and some top heroes. Right now we are in the office of the director of the UA Academy and we can see a kind of white rodent which was sitting in one well drinking a cup of coffee with all the calm in the world while being surrounded by the heroes and teachers of the academy along with some top heroes such as Ryukyu, Mirko, Headshot, Hawks, Endeavor and Almight. Asawa. Well, Director Nezu, why have you called this meeting? He said this looking at the rodent. Nezu. Well gentlemen, the reason for this meeting is because Edshot-san brought us an envelope containing information about a certain league of villains, which is conducting experiments on people, and we have slight suspicions that they might do something against the academy. Hawks. First of all, who was the one who gave you that information, Edshot? All the eyes of the heroes present turned to the ninja hero, who was completely calm at all times, although all the attention was focused on him. Edshot. The fog demon gave it to me. Everyone was shocked upon hearing that, but the fire hero was the first to speak. Endeavor. How is it possible that this criminal gave you information? Edshot. Even though he is a criminal, he is not really bad. Endeavor. He's a criminal, have you forgotten all the murders he's committed? Edshot. I have to remind you that all the people I killed were high-caliber villains, and others were very important mafia bosses who were difficult even for us to locate. Ryukyu. Furthermore, he has even performed acts that could be called heroic, remember the fire in which Hawks was involved. Hawks. As I understand it, he risked himself to save some girls who were inside the building, he even put out the fire himself with some clones and water dragons. Edshot. And the incident against the slime villain. Present Mick. That was when you and he had your first fight. Asawa. And as rumored, you two teamed up to save the hostages, and he took down the villain slime. Almight. I do not agree with the methods he uses to do justice, but he has always done noble deeds. At that moment the academy bell would ring, meaning that lunchtime was over. Almight. Well, if you excuse me I have to go, I have to do a hero class with the first year A class. Nezu. Well, you can leave, but we still have to resolve this matter about the fog demon and that league of villains. All? Yes. The heroes present would leave the room, leaving the director with Asawa. Asawa. Director Nezu, I have a suggestion, could you say it? Nezu. Coming from you, it must be good, go ahead. Asawa. It may sound absurd, but maybe you could contact the fog demon to tell us everything he knows and maybe have him act as a bodyguard for the first-year students. After all, he already has experience dealing with villains. Nezu. That sounds like a good idea, but I don't think that's possible. Asawa. What are you thinking about? Nezu. We don't know his age, attitude or past, although he has done good things, we are not sure what he is capable of. Asawa. I understand. With Class A. We can see all the students talking quietly while waiting for their teacher, but Marumi would be wondering if her mentor would arrive. At that moment the door would be opened by a blonde man who was known to everyone. Almight. I'm coming in like a normal person. He said it entering in an unusual way. It's Almight. Almight. Haha, very well young aspirants, today we are going to have a practice in which everyone will be able to test their combat skills, but this will help you when you become heroes in the future. The American hero had pressed a button in his hand and briefcases bearing numbers had emerged from the wall. Almight. In those suitcases are your hero costumes that were made with the application you made when you took the entrance exam, put them on and go to the fake city, I'll be there. The hero had left the room while the students had each taken their respective suitcases with their numbers and all had headed to the locker rooms. After a few minutes. Almight. Once you dreamed of being like your idols, but from now on you are Inua, and when you leave here you will be the new pillars, so from now on, you are heroes. All the students had come out of a large dark tunnel, all wearing their hero costumes like in the original story. Almight. Everyone looks amazing in their hero outfits, is anyone missing? Katsuki. Marumi is missing. Uraraka. Why is Midoriya taking so long? Marumi. Sorry for the delay. The Marumi had emerged from the tunnel wearing a light green suit, a mouth cover with a design resembling a smile, and ears that look like a rabbit's. Creator's note. Marumi's outfit is the same one Izuku has in the first season, end of note. Uraraka. Wow Marumi-chan, your outfit is amazing. Marumi. Thanks Uraraka-san, yours looks good on you too. Uraraka. Yes, it's true, although it's a bit tight on me, it would have been better to clarify what size I wanted. The hero course is great. That was said by a dwarf with purple hair, having balls for hair. Bitsuki and All Might took a good look at the design on Marumi's outfit, so they held back their laughter. Bitsuki and All Might's thoughts. It's too obvious. All Might. Very well, today we are going to have some hero and villain confrontations. Lita. Excuse me All Might, but how will the heroes and villains be chosen in this test? All Might. Good question young Lita, the couples will be chosen at random, but all the teams will be made up of 2 people, so they have a fair fight. Lita. I see, thank you very much for the explanation. Alright, right now we're going to choose the teams and then what the matches will be. All the teams would be like in the original story, with the only difference being that Marumi would be with Uraraka and the first fight would be between Uraraka and Marumi versus Katsuki and Lita. We can see the girl duo standing outside the building while memorizing the building's plans. Uraraka. Marumi-chan, do you have a plan that works against Bakugo? Marumi. Well, knowing Kitsuki-kun, he's going to come for me, since he surely wants to see the results of my training. Uraraka. And what does that do to? Marumi. Well, in the 10 months we had to train, he and I did different types of training, so it will be a very tough battle. Uraraka. I understand. At that moment, the voice of Almight could be heard, announcing that the test had begun. Both girls had started running around the building, while being watched by the rest of their classmates and teacher. But Uraraka and Marumi. We can see the green-haired girl and the brown-haired girl running through the corridors of the building, but in a corner a red-haired boy had appeared, who had launched an explosion with his right arm, but Marumi and Uraraka managed to dodge him at the last moment because the green-haired girl had pushed the brown-haired girl to the ground. Kitsuki. Come on Marumi, fight with me, I want you to show me the result of your training. Marumi. Uraraka-san, are you okay? Uraraka. Yes, I'm fine, thanks for that. Marumi. You go get the bomb, I'll take care of him. Uraraka. Are you sure you can handle him? Marumi. Don't worry, I'll catch up with you as soon as possible. Uraraka. It's okay. The brown-haired girl had gone the other way to avoid being stopped by the short-haired boy. Kitsuki. Don't worry, I'll come for her very soon when I'm done with you. Bakugo put his hand on his right ear. Kitsuki. Hey Lita, the round face is heading over there, be alert. Lita. Received. Their communication had been cut off, and now Kitsuki paid all his attention to Marumi, who had put herself in a fighting stance. Bakugo would be the first to launch himself to attack and had thrown a right hook, but Marumi quickly stopped the blow, leaving not only Bakugo surprised, but also all those who were watching the fight. Marumi had quickly tightened her grip and had managed to lift Bakugo and had slammed him against the ground, leaving him somewhat stunned. Bakugo quickly got up and with all his strength, he launched a powerful explosion with his left arm. Marumi had quickly noticed the act and using her pyrokinesis to counter the attack with a burst of fire, and both attacks had collided with each other, causing both teenagers to take their distance. The spectators were amazed to see that both were on par, but the one who had the advantage was Marumi, since she managed to hit Bakugo and he had not managed to hit her, being a slight difference between them. Bakugo had once again launched another Marumi, but the aforementioned would try to throw a punch with her fist covered with fire, but Bakugo had propelled himself through the air with an explosion, managing to dodge the green-haired girl's blow, being behind her, and had launched an explosion, hitting her full on the back of Marumi, causing part of her suit to burn, leaving part of her back somewhat exposed. But Bakugo wouldn't be satisfied with that and quickly landed a blow with his grenade-shaped gauntlet on Marumi's back, causing her even more pain due to the previous explosion. Bakugo had taken Marumi's arm and with his explosions, he had quickly spun around with all his strength, throwing the green-haired girl to the floor. Marumi would hold back the pain she felt and while still on the ground, she would aim at Bakugo and had launched a flare of fire, hitting Bakugo squarely in the chest, making him retreat several meters, causing him to go to the end of the corridor. Marumi had quickly stood up with some difficulty due to the pain she felt from the burns from the explosion. Bakugo. Alright, let's see if you can handle this. The little-haired boy had put his arm in one of his grenade-shaped gauntlets and was pointing towards where the green-haired girl was. Almight. Young Bakugo, stop, if that explosion hits you you will die. Bakugo. He won't die if he dodges it. The Policiniso had removed a safety from his gauntlet, a powerful explosion headed at full speed towards Marumi, hitting her full on and even causing the building to rumble with great force, which caused Lita and Uraraka to lose their balance. Bakugo would begin to head towards where the explosion had occurred, seeing that most of the building was destroyed and that ISO had formed a large amount of rubble. The green-haired girl emerged from some rubble, with most of her outfit destroyed. Bakugo. Hey, I think I went too far. Marumi. Do you think so? Midoriya had unconsciously begun to release green rays from his body, leaving Bakugo and the others in shock since they did not know what they were doing. Since Marumi was using One for All and with great speed had launched herself against Bakugo, and when he saw Marumi's action, he did not stay behind and quickly prepared an explosion with his left arm, but Marumi had been faster and she had deflected Bakugo's hand towards the ceiling, causing the explosion to go against the ceiling, and with Marumi's left hand, he received a punch in his stomach with One for All, leaving him on the ground in pain, and at the same time Uraraka had managed to touch the bomb, giving the victory to her team. After the fight, Marumi and Kitsuki would be taken to the infirmary by robots since they were the most injured. Almight thoughts. You left me surprised, young Marumi. You managed to use One for All, but you let yourself get carried away by anger at that moment. I hope you managed to increase the progress of your new power. After that the fights will continue, being such as in the original story, only that Marumi and Kitsuki would arrive when only Shoto Todoroki's fight remained, but Marumi had a hair on her left arm because of her quirk. After all that, each one had gone to their respective homes, but Marumi had bombarded all her classmates, and they asked her questions about those rays that she had shown, but she only said that they did not know what they were talking about, that the only thing she remembers was being on the floor, and fortunately for her, everyone had given in to her, including Bakugo himself. Night had fallen in the city of Japan, and we can see a green-haired man in his living room, reviewing some photos of some villains that he had obtained, since he had investigated some rumors that they were also looking for him for a coup towards the UA, but he still didn't know what it was about. Izuku's thoughts. Damn, if they're looking for me it's because it's really something big, I have to be alert, if they manage to discover Eri, I won't be able to rest easy. The green-haired man had fixed his gaze on the door of his daughter's room, since she was sleeping. Izuku. I have to stop this before it gets out of hand. At that moment, the door to the swordsman's house would be opened by a blonde with reptilian features, but this time she wasn't wearing her hero costume, but rather civilian clothes. Izuku. Love, welcome. Ryuko. Hello, darling. The green-haired boy had approached the dragon heroine and had given her a warm hug, along with a short kiss that was reciprocated by the blonde, and they had quickly separated to look into each other's eyes. Ryuko. How was work? Izuku. This time I did very well, today I had to eliminate a small group that called themselves the Scorpions, but they really weren't that big of a deal, I just had to use Shikuki to finish them off, and how did it go for you? For the dragon heroine, it was already customary for her partner to be in charge of killing criminal groups, since she knew that Izuku did it for the good of the public. Ryuko. Today I had a meeting at the UA, about a certain league of villains. Izuku. Really? Ryuko. Yes, and Edshot mentioned that you were the one who gave him that information. Izuku. I can explain. Ryuko. Let's see, I want to know why you told Edshot first instead of me. Izuku. Well, Edshot is a ninja like me, so since he's stealthy, there was no risk of anyone discovering us. Besides, Edshot is also known for having contacts in the underworld. Ryuko. Your name was mentioned a lot at the meeting, they even said that you weren't that bad, but Endeavor only said that you were a criminal who needed to be stopped. Izuku. And what do you think about that? Ryuko. Well, to me you're nothing like that, after all, you saved my life, knowing full well that I was a heroine, and yet you still took the risk of being captured while I was with you. Izuku. I did it because it's the right thing to do, I can't leave someone to their fate even if they're hurt. Ryuko. It's because of that kindness that I fell in love with you. Izuku. Something was said about me at that meeting. Ryuko. No, that was all, you even got a lot with other heroes, since they had mentioned about the fire when you saved a family, and how you helped Headshot save those two teenagers against the villain Baba. Izuku. Wow. Ryuko. Now that I remember. The heroine had started searching her bag for her cell phone, leaving Izuku somewhat curious. Izuku. What's happening? Ryuko. At the academy, a first-year girl asked me for my autograph and a photo, even I have it, but there's something I want to know, and I think you have something to do with it. The heroine had taken out her cell phone and began searching for a photo in her gallery until she finally found it and showed it to Izuku. Ryuko. Her. Izuku could see a girl with green hair standing next to Ryuko. Ryuko. She has a great resemblance to you, and it just so happens that she is also called Midoriya, tell me, does she have anything to do with you? Izuku. She is her sister. Ryuko. Her eyes were wide open in amazement at the information she just received. Chapter 9. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 9. Right now the night reigned in the city of Japan, but we focus on some abandoned apartments, one of them being the home of the fog demon, Izuku Midoriya, and we can see the aforementioned inside his home, next to a blonde-haired woman with reptilian features, this being the dragon heroine of the top 10, Ryukyu, who was in front of her boyfriend, both being at the coffee table in the living room, and both were in complete silence, and that is due to a girl with green hair. In which it was shown in a photo of the heroine's cell phone, since that girl had asked for her autograph, and Ryukyu had a lot of the girl's attitude, who even offered to take it with her, but when he had asked her name, he had discovered that this girl's name was Marumi Midoriya, causing him some intrigue, since Izuku's last name is also Midoriya, but when Ryukyu had asked him if he knew anything about her, the answer he had received had left him in shock. Since Izuku told him that that girl was his sister. At the moment, the swordsman and the heroine would be in a somewhat awkward silence, since one has just discovered that she met her sister-in-law and the other that his sister is in the Hero Academy. The first thing the green-haired Iso did was go to the kitchen and took a vase full of water and some glasses, and he returned to the table and began to serve both glasses, and gave one to Ryuko, who accepted it, and they both began to drink. After they both drank the liquid, they were able to process everything they had in their heads, and Izuku would be the first to speak. Izuku. So, you met my sister. Ryuko. First of all, you never told me you had a sister. Izuku. Well, I'll explain everything to you, or better yet, I'll show you. Ryuko. Hey, if you want to do it just say it, you don't need to use that language. Izuku. I'm referring to my past, crafty. The green-haired man had gently stroked the heroine's head, who was blushing from having thought otherwise. Ryuko. And how are you going to show it to me? Izuku. With this. The green-haired man had started making hand seals and then placed his hand on Ryuko's forehead. This would begin to see Izuku's entire life, from what his childhood was like with his mother and sister, to how he was diagnosed with Quirkles, to how he got his scar on his eye when he had to escape from his unhappy stepfather, to when he arrived at the alley. Ryuko. But how did you become a vigilante? Izuku. Keep looking. Ryuko would continue seeing the illusion of Izuku's memories until she could see two men whom she could see had Izuku's swords, these being Zabuza and Kisame. Ryuko. Who are they? Izuku. They are my teachers, they were the ones who taught me everything I know. Ryuko was able to see how Izuku's training was, being instructed in the art of Kenjutsu, how he learned to master chakra and its natures, these being water, wind and fire, the art of silent assassination, and how to fight in a very aggressive way, the mastery of the 7 swords of mist, and it was all thanks to his determination and effort, since at first he was not good at all, but his desire to be stronger was what gave him the motivation to turn him into the vigilante he is now. Ryuko. You were very sweet as a child. Izuku. You didn't have to focus. He said it somewhat embarrassed since she was seeing the memory of when he was a child. Until the moment when the green-haired boy had to say goodbye to his teachers, it was a very sad farewell, which caused Ryuko to shed a few tears. Izuku. Don't cry, you look better when you smile. Izuku had dried her tears and placed his forehead against hers, which made Ryuko have a smile on her face. The Jinjutsu had disappeared and Ryuko could see that she was still sitting in the chair, but with the difference that Izuku was with his forehead pressed against his chair. Ryuko. I see what you had to go through, but why did you never return to your family? Izuku. Well, at first I wanted to do it, but when I realized the injustice towards some corrupt heroes, I had decided to do justice on my own, and also because if they knew what I became, it would break their hearts, and that is not something I want. The blonde placed her hand on top of Izuku's and he fixed his gaze on Ryuko to look into her eyes. Ryuko. I understand how you feel, but I'm sure they'll be very happy to see you, of course, someday you could try. Izuku. Yes, someday and also. Ryuko. What's wrong? Izuku. It would give my mother a heart attack to know that I have a daughter and that my partner is someone older than me, don't you think? Ryuko would only feel a drop of sweat run down the back of her neck since she had never thought of that possibility and she only imagined that Marumi would faint upon learning that she was her brother's partner. Ryukyo. Well, you're right about that, I think it's still too early. Izuku had quickly stolen a kiss from Ryuko, who had been surprised by Izuku's act, but it wouldn't take long for the green-haired boy to reciprocate the act, interlacing his fingers with Izuku's, and both would be like that for a whole minute, being a nice moment for both of them, until they had to separate due to lack of air. They would both stare into each other's eyes until they both showed a smile with their sharp teeth. Creator's note. I forgot to mention that Izuku has sharp teeth, just like Zabuza and Kisame's, since the latter two had sharpened Izuku's teeth when he was 8 years old, end of note. Izuku. It doesn't matter if it's legal, I want to marry you someday. Ryuko. Same here, but that will have to wait. Remember, I'm 6 years older than you. Creator's note. I also forgot to mention that in this fanfic, Ryukyu is 22 years old, now if I'm not bothering you, end of note. Izuku. I already know that, until then we'll have to use only these couple rings. Both would show their rings that they had on their hands, with Izuku on his right hand and Ryuko on her left hand. Ryuko fixed her gaze on the clock on the wall, and she could see that it was 1 o'clock in the morning. Ryuko. Hey honey, I don't have to work tomorrow, I have the day off, and you? Izuku. Well, I was thinking of investigating something tomorrow, but I can do it another day. Ryuko. Well, how about we have fun, after all, the night is long. The blonde had glued her breasts to Izuku's arms and he had understood what his dragon wanted. Izuku. Very well, what are we waiting for? The green-haired man had taken Ryuko princess style and carried her to the room and on the way they would be kissing in a very loving way. When they arrived at the room, Izuku had gently placed the dragon on the bed and then made some hand seals, putting silent seals, for obvious reasons of not waking Eri. Throughout the night Izuku and Ryuko would be making love in a wild and loving way, showing each other the love they felt for each other. The next day. With Marumi. We can see the green-haired girl leaving her home to go to the academy, but on her way she ran into her best friend. Murumi. Good morning Kaken. Pitsuki. Good morning Murumi, but how many times do I have to tell you not to call me Kaken when we're on the street? Murumi. But it's just the two of us, there's no one else around, and there's nothing wrong with that. Pitsuki. Well, let's go now, of course if you don't want Isawa-sensei to get angry. Murumi. Good point, let's go at once. The green-haired girl and the short-haired boy would start running at full speed towards the academy so as not to be late, but on the way Bakugo had asked her about the green rays she had shown in the previous test. Murumi. I don't know about that either, I just felt a great amount of power running through my entire body, but when I fainted, I don't remember how I activated it. Pitsuki. Maybe a new quirk you awakened recently, that's the only logical thing I have. Murumi. Maybe you're right, but I'm a little worried. I don't know if this will be good or bad. Bakugo was about to ask something else, but a large number of reporters stood in front of them. Bakugo. What the buck? Murumi. What's going on? Reporter. Excuse me, how is it all night teaching? Murumi what? Bakugo. Stay away if you don't want to fly away. Bakugo was about to launch an explosion towards the reporters, but if it weren't for Murumi and Isawa who stopped him, he would have been labeled as a juvenile delinquent. Isawa. Midoriya, Bakugo, go to the academy quickly, you're late for class. Both teenagers had quickly entered, but a reporter would try to grab Murumi by the collar of his shirt, but a large door had prevented the reporters from passing. The day for everyone was very normal, except they had to hold a sort of vote to elect the class president, with Lita being elected class president and Yayoi Arousal as vice president, all of that until lunchtime, where we can see some members of class A eating quietly. Uraraka. Murumi-chan, if it weren't such a bother, what was your brother like? Lita. I'm curious too. Sai. What are you talking about? Bakugo. They talk about Izuku, Murumi's brother who disappeared 12 years ago. Murumi. It doesn't matter, I'm not uncomfortable talking about it. Sai. Do you have a photo? Murumi. Sure, look. The green-haired girl had shown the photo in which Izuku and she were children. Sai. How cute they were. Uraraka. And how was he? Murumi. Well, we are twins, but he was the livelier of the two. Bakugo. That's true, he was always the happiest. Lita. Was he a good brother? Murumi. The best, he always cheered me up when I was sad, he and Bakugo always helped me when I did stupid things. Bakugo. Yes, like when you accidentally dropped a bucket of paint. The others would just start laughing, while Murumi was just lightly hitting Bakugo's elbow, who was also laughing. At that moment an alarm would start to sound, and all the students would start to run out very scared, since that alarm meant a villain attack. Murumi and her friends would also be in the middle of the crowd, making it impossible for them to get out, but Murumi would realize that they were the reporters, and with the help of Uraraka and Lita, they would manage to calm them all down, managing to calm the commotion. The days had passed normally for Murumi, since she would only have normal classes, but her teacher Isawa announced that next week they would go to one of the academy facilities so they could do some hero practices, along with Class B, since the director had decided to send both classes so they could get to know each other better and get along, but Izuku would also be having a very good time and some bad, since this week he would be spending many happy things with Eri and Ryuko. Since they had gone to the amusement park and the movies, being happy moments as a family, especially for Eri, since Izuku and Ryuko loved to see their daughter smile, but also the two of them would also spend some nights of passion, but not only would they have hex, but also romantic moments, going on long walks, romantic dinners and even Izuku gave her a little surprise, giving her a photo in which she appeared with Izuku and Eri, but as she had moments of joy. She would also have bad moments, such as her infiltrations on her investigations about the so-called League of Villains, but unfortunately he couldn't get that much information, because some villains would try to kill him for wanting to get information, but that obviously wouldn't be a problem for Izuku, since he was managing to get rid of them with Shibuki and Samehada. The week had passed, and the most anticipated day for Murumi had arrived, since they would finally go to the facilities next to Class B, and besides that she along with the rest of the girls in her class, would begin to talk with the girls from Class B, unlike Itsuki, since he would be fighting verbally against a boy named Nido Monoma, since he said that Class B was the best, and that idiots like Bakugo did not deserve to be in the UA, this obviously annoyed the Pelisiniso. But his teachers Asawa and Vlad King would stop them with a few blows to their heads, and after that, everyone would go to Ujas on different buses. With Izuku. We can see the fog swordsman on top of a building, wearing his ninja suit and his black cape with red clouds, and in his hands he had a villain, the latter being at the edge of the building. Izuku. Speak at once, where are the League of Villains? Villain. I won't tell you anything. Izuku. You decide, I'll tell you about the building and you die or I'll feed you to my sword. Samehada upon hearing that would begin to move since he was on Izuku's back, but the villain upon seeing that the sword was moving had become scared so he decided to speak at once. Villain. Okay, I'll talk. Izuku. I like it that way, talk now. Villain. Today we were supposed to meet at a warehouse to attack a place called the Udges, as I understand it's one of the UA's facilities. Izuku. I know the place very well, now tell me, who is its leader? Villain. I don't know, I only know that he is a man with light blue hair. Izuku. Very well, when will the attack be? Villain. The attack would be today, but I think you're running late haha, because I'm sure that right now the rest of my allies are killing those brats haha. Izuku. You're a. Izuku had squeezed the villain's neck harder, managing to break it and killing him instantly. Izuku had started jumping from building to quickly get to the Udges facilities. With Marumi. We can gather all members of Class A and B outside the Udges campus. Asawa. Okay, kids. Today you're going to see a hero who's going to teach you about this subject. Lad King. And please don't get into a fight in the middle of practice. He said, the latter referring to Monoma and Kitsuki, who would vote to look the other way. Asawa. Very well, let's go. Lad King. Let's continue, guys. All students would start following their teachers. When everyone had entered, they could see how big more facilities were, and there they could see the space heroine 13. 13 would be explaining to them how their quirks could be used in cases of different catastrophes, until at one point a dark fog had appeared in the middle of the facility, this being seen by all the aspirants and heroes, and from there came out a man with light blue hair, but the students had been scared when they saw that he had multiple hands all over his body, but the fog would begin to expand even more and more villains would begin to come out. Wow, they even have fake villains. That was said by a boy with electric blonde hair. Asawa. They're not fake, they're real villains. 13 protects the students. 13. Okay. Without any of the teachers and students realizing it, 5 villains with invisibility quirks had attacked all the students from behind. When the students had realized it too late, but when the villains were about to stab the students, a large sword had been thrown, which caused the villains to be killed, but the students and teachers had quickly thrown themselves to the ground to avoid being cut by the sword. The high-damage sword had landed on a tree, which made some villains confused, but then a large needle had appeared in front of about 5 villains, piercing them in a row, and after being pierced, the large needle had headed towards where the large sword was, and for a moment there was a man wearing a black cape with red clouds, but what stood out most about him was the mask he had on his face. Izuku. Finally, I arrived on time. Villain 1. Is. Villain 2. Him. Villain 3. The Demon of the Mist. All the villains, along with aspirants and heroes, saw the most wanted vigilante on top of the sword, and in his right hand, he had the needle that had previously pierced the villains. Izuku. Very well, it's time to dance. Chapter 10. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 10. We are inside the Udges, one of the facilities of the prestigious UA Hero Academy, which was used for rescue exercises, and today was going to be occupied by the first-year students of classes A and B, but what they did not expect was the sudden attack of a large number of villains, who had appeared to kill the symbol of peace, but unfortunately he was not there at that time, leaving 3 professional heroes alone, which would be Eraserhead, Lad King and 13 and the rest would only be students who had no experience in this type of situations, some being very scared and nervous, and others were very serious in case they had to fight, but none of the students and teachers expected it. About 5 villains with invisibility quirk would attack the students from behind, but the young people had realized too late, but what no one would expect is that a large sword had been thrown against the villains. Cut down to 4 of the 5, leaving only 1 wounded on the ground. The students and teachers had to throw themselves to the ground to avoid the sword, and it just headed to a tree and remained stuck there, being watched by the villains and the heroes very confused, but a large needle had pierced a few villains, and that same needle had headed towards where the sword was stuck in the tree, and without anyone expecting it, a person had appeared on top of the large sword, and with one of his hands, he had taken the large needle that had pierced the villains. All the villains were shocked to see who it was, as were the professional heroes and a few students. Villain 1. Is. Villain 2. Him. Villain 3. The Demon of the Mist. The great battle was about to begin. At the moment, a great deal of tension could be felt throughout the University of San Juan, and that was due to the presence of the swordsman demon. With the students. Asawa. What is the fog demon doing here? Vlad. Remember that Edshot said that he gave him information about a league of villains, so I think he came to help. Well, I hope so. 13. What will we do if it goes against us? Asawa. Be alert for any suspicious movement. Lad King 13. Understood. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned above Kubikirabacho with a look full of seriousness, but a villain wanted to act brave in front of everyone and launched himself against Midoriya. Villain 4. I'll kill you, Fog Demon, and everyone will see that you're no big deal. The villain had charged electricity in his right hand and with a quick jump he went against Izuku, but he did not get dirty and quickly he also jumped towards the electric villain and Izuku had put away Nabari and changed to the Kiba swords and he had also concentrated the lightning element and with his speed he had cut the villain's chest and the latter went to the ground with some electric touches. Izuku. Ha, you piece of trash. Izuku had fixed his gaze towards where the students were and could see how one of the invisible villains who had attacked before with Kubikirabacho had gotten up behind a black-haired girl who was dressed in her hero costume, which was a red color with some white lines. Izuku had launched himself at the students with his electric swords, making the teachers on guard and making the students scared since they thought he was going to kill them. Uraraka. Hey, be careful. He said this referring to the girl from Class B who had turned around to meet the villain, but what she saw was how the villain's blood had flown out since Izuku had cut her chest in an X shape, managing to save her from being stabbed. Izuku. Don't let your guard down, heroes, the slightest carelessness could kill you. He said this referring especially to the girl he had saved who hadn't said anything but had a look of astonishment. Izuku would begin to approach the students who had stepped aside due to their fear of him, leaving the path clear for him to reach the teachers who were in a fighting stance. When Izuku was in front of the three heroes. Izuku. Hello Eraserhead, Vlad King and 13-san. Vlad King. What have you come for, Demon of the Fog? Izuku. Isn't it obvious? I came to take care of these villain trash. 13. But how did you know we were here? Izuku. I didn't know, the only thing I knew was that the villains were going to attack a UA facility, but I never imagined that students would be involved. Isawa. So, are you on our side? Izuku. I'm not a hero nor a villain, but just this once I'll be with you. Vlad King. Okay, what's the plan? Izuku. Plan. I'll take care of everything, you guys take care of protecting these rookies. 13. But you can't beat them all. The green-haired man had taken a great leap at the top of the stairs, leaving the heroes without an answer to their question. Mina. Is he crazy? Toru. Fighting them all alone is suicide. Izuku had stood in front of all the villains, who were very confident. Villain 5. Ha 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 ha, nonsense, you alone won't be able to take on all of us. Izuku in response had only made a cross with his fingers and a large trail of smoke had formed behind him and all the spectators had been left with their eyes wide open when they saw 70 clones of Izuku. Izuku. I'm not done yet. The Midoriya had made hand seals. Izuku. Ninja art, water clones water style. A small amount of water had formed on Izuku's sides and from there 6 water clones had formed. The seconds, 00. 12. 24.31. The original Izuku had taken out a scroll that he had on his ninja waist and when he opened the scroll, it could be seen that it had something written on it, but small Haya balls had come out of the scroll and the 7 water clones had jumped and when they fell to the ground and each of the clones had the fog swords in their hands, but the original Izuku had switched the Kiba swords with a clone, having the original in his hands with Samahata. Izuku. Very well, as I understand it, there are not only here, they are also divided throughout the place. The green-haired man had made a sign with his sword and all the clones had made a settlement with their heads and all had divided into all areas of Ujas, separating into 7 divisions, each division made up of 10 shadow clones and having as leader a water clone who carried one of the 7 swords, leaving in the center the original Izuku with the 10 shadow clones, but Izuku had made some shadow clones again, being only 4 clones, which had headed towards the students and teachers. Izuku. I'll leave you some clones to protect you in case of emergency. Isawa. Do you really think we need protection? Vlad King. We are professional heroes, we don't need protection. 13. I agree with this, but that would be good for the students, we don't know if he can beat all of them. Izuku. Alright, time to dance. The green-haired man had made some hand stamps. Izuku. Kuriraku no Jutsu. The dense fog had appeared all around and not only in the center of the Ujas, but also in all areas large curtains of fog had formed. Villain 6. What the hell is this? Villain 7. I can't do anything. Villain 8. Be careful with him. Villain 9. When I find you damn. Izuku and the clones had disappeared into the fog while the villains would try to search for Izuku, but the aforementioned had appeared in front of one of them and cut off his arm with Samahata. The villain's scream had been heard throughout the area, which made all the villains be on guard and Izuku's clones would begin to appear in front of them, starting a great battle in the Ujas and all the floors would be painted with blood. The villain had launched himself at Izuku, holding a machete in his hand. Izuku had blocked the villain's attack and was struggling against the villain, who was straining in the clash. Villain 10. Don't even think you'll be able to cut me with that bandage. Izuku. My sword doesn't cut, it tears. Samehada had removed the bandages covering his mouth and had managed to break the villain's weapon and had also torn off a part of his arm, which caused a large amount of blood to come out of it. Izuku. This sword tears through the flesh of my opponents, that's what sets it apart from my other swords. Villain 10. Damn you. The students and heroes were amazed to learn that this sword had a consciousness. Itsuki. How the hell does a sword have a conscience? Murumi. That's something amazing and terrifying at the same time. Asawa. I wonder what kind of quirk he has, since he can do so many things. Lad King. I'm glad you're on our side. 13. I wonder if we can talk to the clones that were here. But the villains. We can see that the light blue-haired villain, who had dead hands all over his body, was scratching his neck very intensely. Damn, that bastard is killing all my subordinates. Don't worry Tamura Shigaraki, I'll try to put him in a difficult position, but if I fail, don't hesitate to send the Nomu. A dense dark fog said it, referring to the light blue-haired boy, now known as Shigaraki Tamura, and also referring to the muscular chicken man, who had his brain exposed. Shigaraki. Very well, Kurogiri, I trust you. He said this, referring to the fog man, who had disappeared. But the students. All the young people and heroes were focused on the fight that Izuku and his clones were having, without realizing that a dense fog had appeared behind them. One of the clones had noticed the appearance of the fog and threw a kunai with an explosive tag at it, but the fog called Kurogiri would barely manage to dodge it since the explosion affected him a little due to the tag that had exploded behind Kurogiri. That had made everyone turn around and the clones had headed towards Kurogiri. Clone 1. Fire style, Jutsu Phoenix Flower. Multiple bursts of fire had been directed towards Kurogiri, but he had quickly opened a portal, managing to deflect the attack. Clone 2. Wind style, Wind Bullets. Balls of wind headed at full speed towards Kurogiri, only 2 of them hitting his metallic part. Kurogiri. Enough with the games. When they proceeded to throw multiple shuriken and kunes towards Kurogiri, but the latter had completely expanded his fog, completely covering some students and 2 clones of the 4. Clone 3. Wind style, Big Break. A powerful gust of wind blew against Kurogiri, causing him to crash into the roof and managing to save the rest of the students who hadn't been absorbed. Clone 4. Damn, I couldn't stop the students from getting sucked in. Clone 3. Forgive us for that, heroes. 13. Don't worry about that, right now we need to know where the students are. Lad King. I think they are scattered all over the edges, since I doubt they can go everywhere. Asawa. In that case, we have to trust them and the fog demon. Remember, there are many of them scattered all over the place. In the fire zone. We can see how the whole area was with some buildings on fire, but in the place what reigned was a dense fog throughout the place, but above all a black portal had opened, and there we can see how a group of students were falling from the sky, these being a total of 6 students, these being a boy with blonde hair who was dressed like a karateka, but what stood out most about him was that he had a tail, the other was a boy with a bird's head. Being dressed in a black cape that covered him from everything. The other was a boy who seemed to be a somewhat strange boy, but what caught the attention of him the most was that he was wearing a yellow suit and had red ones on his elbows, but he also had an orange mouth cover. The next one was a girl with green hair, having some kind of fangs instead of teeth, also having as clothing a kind of suit with blue scales. The other was a girl with very long white hair, covering one of her eyes, wearing a white kimono. Dark Shadow. The boy called Tokoyami said it, and a large shadow came out from inside him, and quickly the shadow had grabbed a building, and Tokoyami had taken the hand of the boy in the tail. Tokoyami. Everyone quickly grab Ajiro's tail. Everyone listened to what Tokoyami said, and the green-haired girl had taken Ajiro by the tail, and she took the gray-haired girl, and she had also taken the animal boy by the hand, forming a chain. Tokoyami. Now start attacking, until Kota manages to take Dark Shadow's hand. Everyone listened to what Tokoyami said and began to rush to the left, trying to make Kota take Dark Shadow's hand, until they finally succeeded, and Kota had begun to help Dark Shadow, causing the others to begin to climb at the same time. Right now the 6 teenagers were at the top of the building, very agitated after falling from a great height. Tokoyami. Where are we? Ajiro. It seems we've fallen into the fire zone, but the fog demon is here too, and many of him. The 5 teenagers stood at the edge of the building and could see there how the 10 clones were facing all the villains. Hey. The green-haired girl said it, drawing the attention of her friends. Ajiro. What's up Setsuna-san? The girl known as Setsuna would just be looking at all the clones that were fighting, seeing that one was missing. Setsuna. Don't you think one of them is missing? Tokoyami. What do you mean? Villain 11. Well, what do we have here? The 6 students turned around to see that behind them were about 6 villains, all of them wearing a malicious smile. Villain 12. Apparently we have some brats to amuse us with. Villain 13. I'll ask for the green-haired girl, look at that waist. Villain 14. I want to have fun with the most dangerous one. Both girls had become very nervous since the villains would be looking at them with lustful looks. The 3 boys stood in front of the girls, ready to fight to protect them. Villain 13. Get out of the way, brats, if you don't want to die. Villain 14. Wait, I have an idea, what if we beat them up and force them to watch us have fun with the girls? Villain 12. It's a good idea. Villain 15. And what are we waiting for? Let's go now. The 6 villains would begin to approach the teenagers, making them very nervous, but Tokoyami had called Dark Shadow, who was ready to jump into the fight. Water clone. Hey idiots. In front of the group of boys, one of the water clones had appeared, holding in his hands one of the swords of the mist, this being the Kabutoari. Water clone. Very well, repeat what you said, what were you going to do with them? Villain 13. Well, we're going to grape her, but first, let's kill her. Villain 15. Come on guys, we have to eliminate him. 5 villains went against the water clone, leaving only one standing. The clone had also launched himself against the villains, but he had been faster than them and would start first by cutting one of them in the chest, the next one he had hit his head with a part of the hammer, the next one he had cut off half of his face, the other one he had cut his abdomen, and the second to last one he had broken his left leg, leaving him on the floor screaming in pain, but Izuku without waiting, had cut off his head, making his lifeless body fall to the ground. Seconds 32 to 40. Water clone. Alright, you're just left with your trash. The teenagers were very scared, seeing how the clone had killed that group of villains, but they were also grateful to him, since he had saved them. Villain 16. Very well, it's my turn. The villain had completely covered his body in metal and launched himself at the clone, causing the latter to also launch himself at him. Tsutsuna same as Tetsu's quirk. The villain and the clone would begin their battle, with the villain striking with his metal fists and the clone blocking all the blows with his hammers and axe, causing sparks to fly in the air. Ajiro. He is very agile. Tokoyami. You're right, but how can he defeat a villain with a quirk like that? The clone had only flashed a smile under his mask and had quickly jumped to avoid a villain's blow. Villain 15. Is that all you can do? Izuku. Don't underestimate me. The clone had thrown his axe to attack the villain, who had protected himself with his arms, which he had put in a cross, since the axe had been directed towards his face. The axe had gotten stuck, causing the villain to display a superior smirk. Izuku had only lifted the part of the hammer, and with a strong blow he had cut off both of the villain's arms, causing him to scream loudly in pain and frightening the students, even making Koda and Ryuko vomit. Villain 15. Ah, my hands. Izuku. No matter how strong your defense is, it will always be destroyed by the blunt Kabutoari sword. The clone had thrown one last slash with the axe, decapitating the villain and letting his lifeless body fall to the ground. At that moment the clown had fixed his gaze on the students, causing them to shudder. Clone. Division, reunite. The 10 shadow clones had gathered on top of the building, surrounding the students. Clone. Very well, as you know, we have some aspirants here, I need 3 of you to stay and take care of them, while the rest, I need you to kill all the villains as quickly as you can, it may be that the other divisions need help. Clones. Yes. Water clone. Alright, back off. All but 3 of the clones had left the place, leaving only 3 clones as bodyguards. In the rocky area. We can see how a group of students were falling into the rocky area, 3 girls and 2 boys, one with black hair, one with purple hair and one with orange hair. On the boy's side, there would be one electric boy and the other would be a boy who looked like a beast since he had a lot of fur. The girls' screams could be heard throughout the area, this being noticed by the shadow clones, and 5 of them would take each of them into the air, avoiding an ugly fall. Clone 1. Are you okay? Clone 2. Aren't you hurt? No, thank you very much sir. The black-haired girl had said it, who was slightly blushing, since the clone had, without realizing it, touched her butt. Clone 1. Don't call me sir, I'm not that old, I'm barely 16. What? That's what the 5 teenagers had shouted, since they discovered that the most dangerous killer was the same age as them. Clone 3. Alright, you guys go somewhere safe, we still have to finish here. Clone 4. You heard, go now. The clones had jumped towards the dents, returning to the battle. Let's go guys, we have to hide. But why do we have to obey the orders of a murderer? The electric boy said it and he was very scared. Haminari-san, I have to remind you that assassin was fighting in our place when technically we should be the ones fighting. The black-haired girl said it in a tone full of authority, who had a serious face, while looking at the boy known as Kaminari. While they were arguing, they hadn't noticed that 3 villains had gotten behind them. The 3 villains had very stealthily turned their hands into very sharp weapons, one with an axe, the other with tongs, and the last with his hands into swords. The 3 villains had launched themselves against the orange-haired girl and the purple-haired girl. Beast Boy had stepped forward to counter the attack of the 3 villains, but one of them had made a large cut on the boy's arm, drawing some blood. Villain 16. Haha, how weak, now die. The 3 villains once again rushed to finish off the boy in the suit, but someone had gotten in the way of the villain's attack. The students could see that it was one of the water clones, which was carrying the explosive sword Shibuki. Water clone. Very brave to attack inexperienced boys with their swords. Villain 17. Shut up, trash, you'll soon be just like him. Water clone. I don't believe that. At that moment the sword's explosive tags had detonated, causing the 3 villains to crash into the wall, dead. When the water clone turned around, he could see that the boy's arm was bleeding, but he was very amazed to see how the clone easily killed the villains. The clone had approached where the hairy boy was and placed the palm of his hand on the wound and began to pass some of his chakra to it, managing to close the wound. Water clone. Done, the wound is now closed, but you still felt some pain. Thank you so much. Water clone. It was nothing. The clone could see that another group of villains would begin to approach where he and the students were. Water clone. You guys take your friend out of here and hide, I'll take care of them. The students hadn't said anything, but the clone would just throw a little killing intent at them, causing them to react. Water clone. What are you waiting for, go now. The clone had thrown himself in front of the villains, coming face to face with them. Kaminari had helped the dressed boy get up and everyone would start running away, but they would look one last time at the swordsman, who was fighting with his explosive sword, defeating every villain that stood in front of him. In the water area. You can see how a group of young people were falling from the sky, these 4 being Tsuyu Atsui, the frog girl, the other would be Minoru Mineta, the class pervert, the other would be Marumi Midoriya, and the last would be a brown-haired girl, who was wearing a suit that looked like a mushroom. The 4 teenagers had fallen straight into the water. When they had quickly recovered, but the first to go to the ship that was in the middle of everything would be Tsuyu, who had taken the mushroom girl with her tongue. Thank you so much. Tsuyu. It was nothing, what's your name? My name is Kanoko. Tsuyu. My name is Atsui, but call me Tsuyu, Kanoko-chan. Mineta. Hey, please help us. Tsuyu. Oh sure, right away. When the frog girl was about to use her tongue to take Mineta, she could feel how the water had increased in size, being all in the center. Water-style water explosion. Shock wave. A large wave of water had formed in the center of the water. Wind style. Big break. The powerful gust of wind had caused all the fog that was all over the place to disperse. All the villains, heroes and some students who got to safety could see how a large wave was in the water area, with 2 water clones on top of everything, which would be carrying the Kiba and Hiramekure swords, with both divisions in that place. The clone carrying Hiramekure was able to notice that there were 2 students in the water. Clone 1. Alright, take this. The clone was about to gather chakra into the swords for the lightning release, but was stopped by Hiramekure. Clone 1. Hey, what's going on? Why are you stopping me? Clone 2. There are civilians in the water, if I hadn't stopped you, you would have electrocuted them. Clone 1. Sorry about that, Kiba division, take the hostages and put them on the ship. Clones. Understood. The clones went to where the hostages were and quickly carried Miento like a sack of potatoes and Marumi like a princess and in one jump managed to enter the ship and then they put them next to the other 2 girls. Mineta. Thank you very much. Marumi. Thank you very much for helping us. The clones had left the ship, but one of them had stayed there, looking at Marumi. Water clone. Okay, there are no more civilians in the water, time to do it. Clone 2. Do it already. Clone 1. Lightning style. Thunder gate. Lightning bolts had been directed towards the sky, causing the roof of the Udges to shatter, and a large amount of lightning had been directed towards the water, causing a powerful electrical charge to go against all the aquatic villains. But the clone that was in front of Marumi just approached her to be face to face. Clone. Hello, sister. When the clone had said that, a silence reigned over the entire place, but it had left Marumi in shock and had left the 3 teenagers who were there very astonished. Kanoko Tsuyu Mineta. Kui. When the electric charge had ended, the clones that had the fog swords had stood in front of Marumi. Marumi. Izuku nai? She asked with tears coming out of her eyes and with her hand she covered her mouth. Both clones had removed their masks and then proceeded to remove the bandages that covered their mouths and the 4 students could see a boy with very long green hair having a scar on his left eye, but he looked very similar to Marumi. Midoriya would just be crying with happiness. Villain. Damned, now you will die. The shark man had turned towards the clones and the students, ready to attack with his fangs. Clone 1. Son of a bitch, I was having a beautiful time. Clone 2. Now you'll pay for that. Both clones had launched themselves against the villain, the first to attack the bearer of the kiba, attacking him with a great charge of lightning, causing the water to drain, but the bearer of the Hiramekure would be waiting behind him and concentrating chakra on his sword, had increased the edge of the sword to increase in size, cutting it in half. Clone 1. Sister, we'll talk later, okay? Clone 2. First I have to take care of these useless people, then I'll explain everything to you, I promise. Both divisions had disappeared, the shadow clones and smokescreens. Clone 1. Wow, it seems the rest have already taken care of all the villains around. Clone 2. We have to go help Samehada, I'm sure she needs us. Clone 1. Very good. Both clones would begin to run over the water, heading towards the center of the Uges, leaving behind a crying Marumi, while she was comforted. In all areas of the Uges, the villains had been defeated by all divisions. In the forest area, we can see that all the villains were crucified on the trees, being tied and pierced by a metal wire, and at the top of a tree we can see the entire Nabari division in the treetops, but the shadow clones had disappeared, leaving only the water clone. In the landslide zone, we can see a lot of villains lying on the ground dead, decapitated, without arms, without legs. In the center of all that massacre, we can see the Kubikirabacho division, and the sword bearer had his respective katana full of blood due to the great massacre he had done with the rest of the clones, but the latter had disappeared in a great trail of smoke, leaving only the water clone, and the latter had taken a great leap, heading towards the center. In the center of the Uges, all the fog that was in the place had completely disappeared, and we can see an izuku next to the shadow clones, being surrounded by a large number of lifeless bodies, and Samehada was surrounded by blood, but had not yet completely removed the bandages. Izuku had made a hand seal, completely disappearing the shadow clones. Izuku. Ha, that's all they have, not good for anything. At that moment the other water clones had arrived, all together with their swords. Kabutaori. Very well, only those 3 remain. Kubikirabacho. You have to split them in half. Izuku. They're right, let's go now. The first to launch would be Shibuki, which went full against Shigaraki and Kurogiri. Shigaraki. Nomu. The chicken man had stood in front of Shigaraki and Kurogiri, protecting them from the sword attack. When the katana had made contact with the Nomu, it had exploded, hitting it squarely in the chest. Izuku. Very well, it's over. When the smokescreen had completely dissipated, everyone could see the Nomu's flesh, but that wound had quickly regenerated. The Nomu had grabbed the clone by the face, and he tried to free himself from the grip, but his efforts were useless, since the Nomu had punched him in the chest, sending him flying towards the stairs of the place. The students had arrived from their respective areas, but when they arrived at the center, they could see how one of the katana portals had been sent flying. The clone had dissipated into water, leaving the sword on the ground. When Izuku had turned around, he could see how the Nomu was already in front of him, ready to throw a punch, but the bearer of Kubikirabacho had gotten in the way, managing to cut off the creature's arm, but again it would regenerate very quickly. The Nomu had once again struck at the clones and the original Izuku, but they had all jumped, managing to dodge the Nomu's attack. The Kiba wielder had launched an electric charge at the Nomu, striking it across the back. Hiramekure had gathered chakra into his sword and managed to slice the Nomu in half. But that had been of no use, since the Nomu would regenerate again. Izuku. But what kind of quirk does he have? Kiba. And why the hell didn't my rays affect him? Shigaraki. The Nomu has impact absorption and is also made to kill Almight. Izuku. Kanpara all migs he. Kubikirabacho. So he did defeat that creature. Nabari. I will prove that my power is equal to the symbol of peace. Izuku had pinned Samehada to the side of him and then began making hand seals. Izuku. Water style water blast. Shock wave. The green-haired boy had created a large wave in the center of the place, with the original at the top of everything and the rest of the clones on part of the wave. Izuku. Kiba, v pour la Shibuki. Kiba. Understood. The clone started running towards where the explosive sword was, and when he grabbed it, he threw it at the original Izuku. When Izuku had taken the explosive sword, but then disappeared in a small ball of smoke into his scroll, putting away his sword. Izuku would begin to make hand seals, as would 2 other clones, who had placed themselves on opposite sides of the creature, forming a triangle. Izuku. Water style. Jutsu bomb water shark. Kubikirabacho. Water style. Water dragon Jutsu. Kiba. Water style. Large water vortex. All 3 attacks were directed against the Nomu, which could not have moved due to all the water that was at its feet. All 3 attacks filled the creature. Izuku. What did you think of that? Everyone could see that the Nomu was against some rocks since it had been pushed by the water vortex and that it was also missing half of its body and that this was due to the shark and the water dragon. Izuku and the clones had a smile under their masks, thinking that they had finally managed to defeat the creature, but the other clones would take a great leap and each of them had thrown several kunes and shurikens with explosive tags, which hit the Nomu directly, causing a great explosion in the place. Izuku. I doubt I can survive that. With the students. We can see that everyone would manage to reach the main doors, being all gathered again. Isawa. Guys, are you okay? Lad King. Is anyone hurt? Uraraka. Midoriya-chan. The brown-haired girl rushed to hug her friend, but she could see that the green-haired girl had some tears in her eyes while she was comforted by Tsuyu and Kinoko. Isawa. Midoriya, what happened to you? Bakugo. Did someone do something to you? Tsuyu. It's not that, it's that. Kinoko. It's a bit difficult to explain. Mineta. The fog demon is Merumi's brother. Everyone, upon hearing this, remained in complete silence since they never imagined that their partner was the sister of the most dangerous murderer of all. Katsuki. What? Seriously, is he Izuku? Merumi. Yes, I'm here. All the students and teachers fixed their gazes towards where Izuku was, the aforementioned being with Samehada on his shoulder. When the smoke had cleared, it could be seen that the Nomu was complete due to its regeneration. Kiba. Damn, heard that damn regeneration. When Izuku and his clones were about to attack again, the Nomu had been faster and quickly got rid of all the clones except for one, and it was the one that had Kubikirabacho. Izuku. Damn it, I'll take out all the clones. Kubikirabacho. Here comes care. The Nomu had once again launched itself to attack and with a powerful punch had shattered the water clone's head, causing it to disappear, leaving the sword to fall to the ground. The Nomu had once again launched itself at Izuku, hitting him square in the stomach, causing him to fall against the stairs. Merumi. Brother. Katsuki. Izuku. Isawa. Vlad, we have to help him. Vlad King. You're right, let's go now. 13 You stay with the students. 13. Don't worry, reinforcements are coming. Lita went for the other heroes. When the smoke screen had dissipated, they could see an Izuku with his mask destroyed, revealing his entire face, but on his chest, he had a large wound, his cape being open, which made it so everyone could see what the Nomu did to him. Shigaraki. Wow, it seems he's already dead, what a shame. Izuku. That wasn't bad at all, but as my teacher once told me, the stronger my opponents are, the stronger I'll become. Shigaraki. But what? How can you continue? Izuku. I will not give up, I will not get tired, I will fight until I finish my opponent. At that moment Samehada would begin to pass chakra to Izuku, causing his strength to return. Izuku. Now you'll see why they call me a demon. Students. How is it possible that he has recovered? The girl with headphone jacks in her ears said it. Kinoko. Hey Midoriya, how many quirks does your brother have? Merumi. I don't know, when he disappeared he was diagnosed with quirkles, I don't know how he can have that power. Katsuki. When all this is over, leave us with a lot of explanations. Izuku. Water style. Large water dome. The green-haired man had expelled a large amount of water from his mouth, which formed a large dome of water, managing to trap the Nomu inside, but being a few centimeters away from also trapping the students. Shigaraki. What the buck? Isawa. What power? Shigaraki. No matter what tricks you use, Nomu will defeat you. Izuku. Really? Well, as I can see, he's not made to fight in the water. He said this as he could see the Nomu trying to get out of the large dome. Izuku. Very well, let's go Samehada, let's show what we're capable of. The sword would begin to join with Izuku, starting with his left arm, and then little by little, Izuku's body would begin to change completely until he achieved complete fusion, being in his shark form. Izuku. Okay, I'm ready now. The Midoriya would launch itself against the Nomu, which could hardly move very well in the water. Izuku would begin to give multiple blows all over the Nomu's body, which could not do anything and could only receive all of Izuku's blows. Shigaraki. Damn, the Nomu was supposed to kill Almight and now this bastard comes and ruins my plans. Izuku would begin to absorb all of the Nomu's chakra. Creator's note. Izuku can only absorb chakra, but he can't take away quirks, but he can only make them unable to use it until he reaches a point where he sees that it was enough chakra, end of note. Izuku would begin to drain all the chakra the creature had until it stopped moving. Izuku. Alright, that's enough. The Midoriya had made a hand seal, causing the large dome to explode, making everyone present get wet. In the center of everything you can see Izuku, and in front of him was a Nomu with his face on the ground. Izuku. Haha, too bad this thing couldn't breathe underwater, otherwise it would have given me a better fight. Samehada would begin to separate from Izuku, returning to his human form and with Samehada in hand. Izuku. Very well, it's time to end this, what are you saying, friend? The sword would only move with emotion, making Izuku understand the answer. Izuku. Very well, all yours, friend. The green-haired man had slashed at the Nomu's head and Samehada would take a big bite out of it and begin to chew it, killing the creature since he had also eaten its brain. Izuku. Very well, now you continue. He said this referring to Shigaraki and Kurogiri, the latter of whom had stood next to Shigaraki since he had previously been knocked unconscious by the wind attack. Shigaraki. Kurogiri, get me out of here. Kurogiri. Right away. While the fog covered Kurogiri, before they could disappear, a kunai cut through the hand covering Shigaraki's face. The two managed to flee the scene, leaving the students with Izuku. The green-haired boy just put Samehada on his sword and then took a big leap towards where his swords were and would begin to place them in his scroll. At that point some people would approach Izuku, these being Isawa, Murumi, Katsuki and Vlad King. Isawa. Demon of the Mist. The green-haired man had stored his last sword in his scroll and then turned his gaze towards the heroes. Izuku. What do you want, Eraserhead? Isawa. I'm sorry, but you'll come with us. Izuku. And what happens if I object? Vlad King. We'll have to stop you. Izuku. Stop me? Hahaha, don't make me laugh, you know very well that you can't beat me. Murumi. Brother. Itsuki Izuku, you're coming with us whether you like it or not, you have a lot to explain. Izuku. I'm glad to see you too, Kaken, but that will be later. At that moment the door would be opened by the symbol of peace, which came along with the other heroes of the academy. Almight. There is nothing to fear, because. He couldn't finish as he could see all the carnage that had been done by Izuku. Almight. But what happened? Nezu. Who was responsible for this? All the heroes saw the green-haired boy standing next to Isawa and Vlad King. Midnight. Who is that boy? Haminari. He's the demon of mist. Heroes. What? Izuku. I'm sorry sister, it was very nice to see you, but we'll talk another time. The green-haired man had made another hand stamp. Izuku. Kurigakur no Jutsu. The dense fog had appeared throughout the area and the green-haired man had disappeared from the place, but when the heroes tried to stop him, it was too late. That day a great massacre had happened, an entire army of villains had been exterminated by a swordsman, being something to talk about on all the news, making Izuku pass as an anti-hero by all people, but the heroes of the academy would take action on the matter about the demon of the fog. Chapter 11. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 11. We are at Izuku's house, where the top 10 dragon heroine, the heroine Ryukyu, was sitting on the couch in front of the television, and next to her was her white-haired daughter with a little horn on her forehead, Eri. The two were watching a movie, spending some mother-daughter time, but at that moment a ball of smoke had appeared in the middle of the room, standing behind mother and daughter, but they both knew very well who it was. Ryuko. Holokari. He couldn't finish as his eyes remained open, as he could see the state Izuku was in. The green-haired man had minor wounds and some blood on his body, but the most notable was the one on his stomach, that wound having been caused by the Nomu. Izuku had only shown a smile to his girlfriend, but he was about to fall to the ground, but he would quickly be caught by Ryuko. Ryuko. Eri, please bring the first aid kit. Eri, yes mom. The girl had gone to look for the first aid kit, while Ryuko had taken Izuku to her room and left Samehada on the wall. Izuku was in his bed, while next to him was Ryuko, who was opening the first aid kit that Eri had brought. 10 minutes later. Right now we can see an Izuku with some bandages, being seen by Samiri and Ryuko, who were looking at him with different looks, with Eri looking at him with concern, and with Ryuko looking at him with a serious and worried look. Ryuko. What did you do to end up like this? Eri. Dad, you're going to be okay. Izuku. Of course, Eri, your father will never leave you alone. The green-haired boy had stroked his daughter's hair, who had smiled at that, and then had placed his hand on Ryuko's, who had smiled at that. Izuku. And answered your question. The green-haired boy had made some hand seals, and then his hand on the blonde's head, and she could see everything that had happened at the edges, the infiltration of the villains, how Izuku had protected the students with his shadow and water clones, but the scenes that surprised her the most were when Izuku had seen his sister again in the water area and his fight against the Nomu. Ryuko. Wow, you really showed off this time. Izuku. Yes, true. Ryuko. But now what are you going to do? They all saw your face, and I'm sure it won't take long for them to look for you. Izuku. I already know that, but you don't have to worry, if something happens to me, just make sure you take Eri with you. Ryuko. What are you saying? Izuku. It's normal that right now they're taking you to a meeting with the other top heroes to organize a plan to capture me, after all, the best have always chased me. Ryuko. Puro-yo. Izuku. Just do it, anyway, if you capture me, I couldn't hate the woman I love. Izuku had barely gotten up and had pressed his forehead against Ryuko's. These two had stayed like that for a few seconds until they had fixed their gazes and Izuku could see that Ryuko was with crystalline eyes, being about to cry, but without her expecting it, Izuku had given her a kiss on her lips and Ryuko only reciprocated the act with pleasure, but a tear fell down her cheek. They had both been like that for a while until they had to separate and then they stared at each other, having a smile on their faces. Ryuko. Te amo. Izuku. I will yo. After that the whole family would be together until night had fallen, being the time for Ryuko to leave, since before she had received the message, being from Director Nezu, warning that he had a meeting at the UA with the other top heroes, since they wanted to discuss a very important issue, but she already knew what it was about, but before that she had said goodbye to her daughter and her boyfriend, asking him to recover. The next day. We are in the prestigious UA Hero Academy and we can see inside a room the top 10 heroes and also the heroes of the academy, but next to the director there was a policeman, being Detective Namasa Tsukauchi. Nezu. Very well, I'm glad everyone is here, but I think everyone already knows why we're here. The teachers had nodded their heads in affirmation, but others didn't know why they were there, these being Mirko, Hawks, Gran Orca and Best Jeanist. Deadshot and Ryuko already knew what it was, but they were just pretending they didn't know anything. Nezu. As some of you know, the Uges had been attacked by that group called the League of Villains, the affected ones being the first-year students of classes A and B, but luckily everyone was saved by the people who gave us the information about the League of Villains. Everyone now understood the reason for the meeting. Deadshot. They're telling us that the Fog Demon has saved all the students. Asawa. That's right. Lad King. We are very surprised by the power you truly have. Endeavor. What they refer to. 13. Please allow me. The space heroine had turned on a screen that had appeared on the ceiling and everyone paid attention and right now they could see everything that happened at the Uges, the grand entrance that Izuku had made, how he had saved a black-haired girl from being stabbed in the back, the 7 divisions that had dispersed throughout the Uges to finish off the villains, but they could only see what the Samehada division had done, since 13 was on the stairs all the time with Asawa and Vlad King. But they had also been able to see the fight that the 6 water clones had with the original Izuku, and they had been very surprised to see the great coordination and variety of ninja weapons he had in his arsenal, but they were even more surprised to see his face, since he was a 16-year-old boy, like his students. Endeavor. How could a child have done that? 13. We don't know, it's something we don't know about. Hawks. Let's keep watching. Everyone would continue watching the screen and they had been left open-mouthed to see that the wound Izuku had on his stomach had regenerated, but he could still continue fighting. Screen. Izuku. That wasn't bad at all, but as my teacher once told me, the stronger my opponents are, the stronger I'll become. Shigaraki. But what? How can you continue? Izuku. I will not give up, I will not get tired, I will fight until I finish my opponent. Off screen. Deadshot. That kid has a great fighting spirit. Mirko. You're right now I feel like fighting him again. Everyone would continue watching the video, seeing the scenes of when Izuku made his water dome, his fusion with Samehada, the decapitation of the Nomu. When the video was over, everyone had different reactions. Ryukyu was just pretending to be amazed, Mirko was just smiling with determination as she wanted to fight Izuku again. Deadshot and the Great Orca were completely surprised as they could see the maximum power of their rival. Endeavor. We have to arrest him. We can't leave such a dangerous killer on the streets. Almight. Endeavor-san has a point, but that kid was the one who gave us the heads up about the League of Villains, and he also protected our students, even knowing very well the risk of fighting that thing. Thoughts of Almight. With that the brother of the young Marumi, who would have thought it? Nezu. Namasa, please. Namasa. Very well, you see, what I have managed to investigate, and also with the statements of the students, his name is Izuku Midoriya, this boy had disappeared 12 years ago, his disappearance being reported by his mother, Inko Midoriya, and his sister Marumi Midoriya, until now he has killed a large number of villains, and has also murdered and demonstrated the corruption of several heroes. Hawks. He's like an anti-hero. Mirko. That boy has done a lot, even something we haven't seen, I hate to say it, but that boy would have been a great hero. Deadshot. One thing, just in case you know what quirks you have. Namasa. It's a bit strange to explain, here is his medical results from when he was 4 years old say, he was diagnosed with quirkles. Everyone was completely shocked to hear that, including Ryuko, since she never asked Izuku about his quirk. Hawks. What? Almight. Are you sure about that? I mean, look at the screen. Namasa. Yes, that's what it says here. Nezu. Okay, please calm down. All the heroes did what the rat asked. Nezu. I was thinking about being able to talk to the fog demon since you want to propose that he be at the UA. Great Orca. Excuse me for interrupting, but he doesn't want to be a hero, he even said so once on screen. Deadshot. It's true, he doesn't want to be a hero, he even asked me something about the academy. Asawa. And what would that be? Deadshot. On being the student's bodyguard, and to be honest, it would be pretty good. Ryukyu. I disagree with that, who would dare attack the academy if the most dangerous assassin was here? Mirko. I support the idea. Hawks. I agree too. Endeavor. Not me. Almight. Yosi. All the heroes had approved the idea, with only Endeavor rejecting the idea. Present perfect. They wait. Asawa. Now what do you want? Present Mick. But how are we going to talk to him if we don't even know where he is? Everyone had fallen silent since Present Mick was right. At that point, Deadshot had a lightbulb moment and proceeded to search his pockets, seen by some confusion by the others. Genist. Hey Deadshot, what are you doing? Deadshot. I know how to talk to him. Great Orca. Really, and how? Deadshot. With this. The ninja hero had shown the paper that Izuku had given him, being seen by everyone. Endeavor. And what's so special about that roll? Deadshot. You'll see. The ninja hero had taken out a kunai that he had in his pocket, being the same kunai that Izuku had given him in their first fight, and proceeded to cut his thumb, drawing some blood, worrying the others. Ryukyu. Hey, what are you doing? Mirko. You've gone crazy. Deadshot. You'll see. The hero had put his blood on the paper and then put it on the floor. The paper had been surrounded by black seals, and from one moment to the next a smokescreen had appeared, and everyone could see the fog demon, dressed in his black cape with red clouds and his characteristic mask, but what he was not carrying was one of his swords. Clone. Hello, Deadshot, why did you call me? Endeavor. Still there is. The fire hero was about to throw a fire fist, but was stopped by Almight. Clone. It doesn't matter what I do, after all I am a clone, the real me is busy right now. Nezu. Good morning young Midoriya. The clone had fixed his gaze on Nezu and could see on the table a folder with his information, with a photo of him when he was a child. Clone. Wow, at least someone here has manners, not like such a hero. He obviously said this referring to Endeavor. Clone. Well, what do you want from me, heroes? Nezu. First of all, I want to thank you for saving and protecting my students. Clone. It was nothing, it was a pleasure to have helped. Nezu. The other thing is, I want to propose something else to you. Clone. What would that thing be? Nezu. I want him to be in the Hero Academy, what do you say? Clone. I'm sorry, but I don't want to be one of your students. Nezu. No, I don't want him to be a student. Clone. Then. Nezu. I want him to be a teacher and the bodyguard of the UA, what does he say? Clone. Well, that's fine by me. Leaving my mercenary job would be great, but I hope I get paid for my work. Nezu. Of course he will be paid for his work, but that will be next week. Clone. And why? Nezu. We're giving you a week to recover from your shock. Clone. Sounds great to me, besides, I'm not in good condition either, after that fight. Nezu. I understand. Clone. Very well, see you next week Nezu-san, nice to talk to you. Nezu. Equally young, it was also a pleasure talking to you. Clone. Goodbye, gentlemen and ladies. The heroes also returned the gesture, and the clone had disappeared in a trail of smoke. Midnithk. What a polite boy. Snipe. That's true, I hope the students take it well. Lad King. That will be the problem, I hope you don't get scared. Nezu. Very well, but I also need someone to watch him while he's doing his work. Deadshot. Don't you trust him? Nezu. Of course, but I need someone to watch him, I mean, since he's a murderer, just so the students feel safer, but it will only be until they get used to it. Ryukyu. In that case, I offer. Nezu. Very well, Ryukyu will be in charge of watching over young Izuku, is there anyone who objects? Nobody had said anything, the answer being very obvious. Nezu. Very well, Ryukyu, I'll give you that job. Ryukyu. Yes, thank you very much. Nezu. Very well, the meeting is over, please leave. All the heroes had left the place, heading to their homes, and others went to their agencies, but Ryuko was heading towards where Izuku and Yuri were, to celebrate this. A week later. Throughout this week everything had happened normally, with Izuku recovering and spending time with his daughter and girlfriend and having some nights of passion with his dragon, but he was also preparing to see his sister and mother again, since he was the most likely to meet them at the academy. The most anticipated day had arrived, and now we find ourselves in Director Nezu's office, who was fighting against his toughest enemy. That's right, that enemy was paperwork. While the rodent was looking at his papers, he could hear a knock at his door. Nezu pace. The door had been opened by a blonde-haired heroine with reptilian features, the Ryukyu dragon heroine, who was wearing her hero costume. Ryukyu. Good morning, Direct. Nezu. Good morning, Ryukyu. Ryukyu. He hasn't come yet. Nezu. Not yet, but I think it will arrive soon. And as if by magic, a smokescreen had appeared between the two, this being Izuku, since he had used a shunshin to appear. The green-haired man now had his characteristic Samehada sword on his back, but he had also come accompanied. Izuku. Good morning, did I arrive late? Nezu. Good morning, young man, and no, I'm not late, exactly, I'm on time. Ryukyu. Hola. Izuku. Hola, Ryukyu-san. Nezu. Ryukyu-sera too. Izuku. Yes, I know, Edshot already explained it to me. Nezu. Mi allegro. Iri. Dad, what are we going to do now? The rodent could see a white-haired girl with a little horn on her forehead, dressed in a light blue kimono. Creator's note. It's the same clothes Haku wears in the anime, end of note. Nezu. Excuse me, who is she? Izuku. Oh, she is my daughter, her name is Iri. Iri, nice to meet you, sir. Nezu. Nice to meet you, little one, and why did you bring her? Izuku. Well, I didn't have anyone to leave her with, I hope there's no problem. Nezu. Well, if she's your daughter, then I should worry about my students. Izuku. Calm down, she only knows the basics so she can defend herself, as long as I'm not around. Nezu. Well, young man, your job will be to protect my students. Izuku. Who would those students be? Nezu. They are the first-year students of Class A and B, which you saved. Izuku. I see, then let's go. Nezu. Wait, young man, before we go, there are some people who want to see you. Izuku. Do you want to see me? Nezu. That's right. At that moment the door had been knocked and Nezu gave the authorization for them to enter. The one who had opened the door would be the symbol of peace, Almight, who was accompanied by some people with green hair. When Izuku turned around, he had his eyes wide open, but he had quickly moved away to see their faces. Those people were her twin sister and her mother. Inko. Hi-ho. Murumi. Brother. The green-haired boy had left his mask on top of Nezu's desk and would begin to walk towards where his family was. Inko and Murumi couldn't wait and quickly went to Izuku to hug him. The green-haired boy had caught his mother and sister in a tight hug and the two of them began to cry with happiness since it had been 12 years since they had seen each other. Izuku couldn't hold it in any longer and he began to cry too. The three adults would also be crying as it was a very touching moment, the reunion of a family. Chapter 12. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 12. We are in the prestigious Hero Academy UA, but in one part of the academy were all the first-year classes A and B, who were dressed in their physics uniforms, and in front of them were their respective teachers, who were Asawa and Vlad King, who were in front of all their students, but the members of Class A had noticed the absence of a green-haired girl, especially a Polisoniso. Hey, has anyone seen Murumi-chan? A brown-haired, round-headed girl had asked that. That's right, where's Midoriya? It's very irresponsible of him to be late. He said this while moving his arms like a robot. Asawa-sensei, do you know where Midoriya was? The frog girl named Sayu asked. The Kugo. And why are we here? We want to know, too, sensei. That's what an orange-haired girl from Class B had asked. Asawa. Well, right now Midoriya is in the principal's office. Lad King. And as for your kendo question, right now they are going to do an exercise with Class A, since they are surely going to need it. The girl now known as Kendo, again asked another question. Kendo. And could it be known why? Asawa. Well, today you are going to meet your new teacher, who is in charge of your training. The new teacher? All the students had asked at the same time. The Kugo. What kind of hero is our new teacher? Lad King. You already know him. The students would start murmuring among themselves, making some assumptions about their new coach. In the director's room. We can see the director of the academy, who was Nezu, in the office, sitting at his desk, with some tears in his eyes. In the room there were also two top heroes, these being the dragon heroine Ryukyu and the symbol of peace himself, Almight. Both heroes would also be in some tears due to the scene they were seeing. The scene they were witnessing was of a green-haired family who were in a heartwarming embrace, who were crying over their story. The green-haired couple had separated from the hug, but the tears kept falling from their eyes. Inko. Son, I can finally see you, I missed you so much, you don't know how much I missed you. The eldest Midoriya was very happy and with some tears still coming out of her eyes. Murumi. Izuku Nai, finally I can hug you again. You don't know the joy I felt when I saw you again at Uji's. I've wanted to see you again for 12 years. Like Inko, Marumi would be filled with joy as she was happy to see her brother again. Izuku. I'm also very glad to see you. It's been 12 years since we last saw each other. The green-haired boy would also have some tears in his eyes, but he quickly wiped them away and looked closely at his mother and sister. Nezu. My god, how beautiful, this looks like a soap opera scene. The rodent would be wiping his tears with some tissues, as would Almight and Ryukyu, who had nodded their heads in affirmation at Nezu's comment. Eri. Dad, are you okay? The little girl had approached her father's leg as she had become worried after seeing Izuku cry. Both green-haired girls were amazed to hear that, just like Izuku, Ryukyu was also surprised, this being noticed by All Might and Nezu. Inko. Father. Marumi. What does this mean, brother? Both green-haired girls had stood in front of their son brother, making him somewhat nervous. All Might. Young Midori, I didn't think you would be like this. Izuku. Wait, I can explain. Inko. Well, talk. Izuku. I'd better show you, but first you could close the door. All Might. It's okay. The blonde had closed the door and then stood next to the Midoriyas. Izuku. Very well, but I want this to remain a secret, okay? Everyone present had nodded. Izuku. Very good. The green-haired man had made some hand seals, placing some silent seals, and then proceeded to put everyone in a genjutsu. Nezu. But what? All Might. What is this? Izuku. Calm down, I'm just going to show you my memories from the day I separated from my family. Everyone present had begun to see everything that had happened in the Midoriya house since Izuku got his scar and how he arrived at the alley. All Might. Miserable coward. Nezu. I can't believe he did that to a kid. Marumi. Mom and I were holding Jack, but I never imagined that he would kill him in the end. Izuku. What I saw what? Inko. I stabbed him with every knife I had in the kitchen and then the heroes and the cops came and then I told them to look for you. Izuku. I never imagined you'd do that. Inko. Of course, you're my son. Nezu. Well, let's keep watching. Now we can see how little Izuku had fainted due to blood loss. At that moment two people had appeared, these being Izuku's teachers, Zabuza and Kisame. All Might. Who are they? Izuku. They are my teachers, the one with the black cloak is Kisame Hoshigaki and the other is Zabuza Momochi, they are the ones who saved me from almost dying from blood loss. Then everyone could see how Kisame and Zabuza would begin to explain about themselves and the ninjas, the chakra, the 5 elements, and about the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist and the swords. Afterwards, they were able to see the arduous training on Taijutsu, Ninjutsu and Jinjutsu, and to top it off, their mastery over the 7 swords of mist, being surprised to see the power of each sword. Izuku. After that, my teachers had taken me to see the true face of the heroes. We can see on top of a building an Izuku, dressed in his black ninja suit, having on his back the Nabari sword, and next to him were his teachers, who were watching how a hero was trying to grape some girls. Those present were surprised, but Ryukyu would be covering Eri's eyes so that she would not see these scenes. Izuku had caught the hero and then hung him from a building, saving the girls. Izuku. And so I spent every day helping and protecting everyone from the shadows, and so I became known as the demon of the mist until that day came. Change of scene. Right now everyone could see the 3 swordsmen in a very abandoned area of the city, and there they could see how Izuku was training with the explosive sword Shibuki, and behind the green-haired man were Zabuza and Kisame. Once again, those present would begin to shed a few tears due to the farewells to students and teachers. Izuku. I am very grateful to them, I will never forget them. The green-haired boy had shed a tear, which had been wiped away by Ryuko, who had only shown him a smile, which was reciprocated by Izuku. The 4 people had noticed this. Nezu. Excuse me, what kind of relationship do you have? Izuku. You'll see very soon. After Izuku's sad farewell to his teachers, he spent years being a mercenary, killing multiple villains and unmasking several corrupt heroes, until reaching the moment where he met Eri and his fight against Chisaki, the latter managing to escape and finally leaving with Eri, and then beginning their father-daughter relationship, being some nice moments. Inko. Wow son, you really are a loving father. Marumi. So I'm an aunt, you're really lucky whoever you're with. Izuku. I'm also very lucky to have that person. The green-haired boy had taken Ryuko's drink and the dragon reciprocated it, smiling at the gesture. Everyone present was very surprised by this, so they were already getting an idea about it. Marumi. Brother, perhaps you. Inko. Are you in a relationship with Ryukyu? Ryuko had just blushed a lot while she had her hand intertwined with Izuku's, while he just scratched the back of his neck while holding the blonde's hand. Both green-haired girls were surprised to see that, even Nezu and Almight were very surprised by that, since they never thought that the heroine would be in a relationship because she never took the subject of love seriously. Izuku. Don't worry, you're going to see what happened when we first met. Ryuko. But it wasn't under the best conditions. The scene had changed again, and this time they could see an Izuku on top of a building. Izuku. What a beautiful city, too bad criminals ruin its beauty. Nezu. How deep. Izuku. It's true. When Izuku was about to leave, he could see a very wounded Ryuko in an alley, surrounded by her own blood. Almight. What happened? Ryuko. I was investigating a villain with a wolf quirk, calling himself Wolf. I tried to fight him, but that wretch caught me off guard, but if it weren't for Izuku-kun, I would be dead right now. The blonde had stuck to Izuku, pressing her breasts against the green-haired man's arm. After that, everyone could see how Izuku had saved Ryuko from being raped, his fight against the villain Wolf, the care he had given Ryuko along with Eri, spending a whole month taking care of the heroine so she could recover, and that during that time, they had both had feelings for each other. After that, Izuku had removed the illusion, returning to the office, seeing that they hadn't moved. Izuku. Well, that's my whole story. Almight. Go young Midoriya, you have done a lot in this life. Nezu. I'm surprised by everything you've done, but what's most surprising is your relationship, since, well, even if you don't know it, Ryukyu was never interested in that love thing. Izuku. I'm aware of that. Murumi. Then. Inko. I want an explanation now. Ryuko. Well, Mrs. Midoriya, although you may not know, I was never interested in a romantic relationship. When I was young, men never wanted to approach me for my dragon features, but others only wanted to approach me just for my body, something that I could realize, and that's why I decided to stay away from the love issue, focusing only on my hero career. But when I met Izuku, I realized that he was different, since he was not like men, he was not interested in my body. Nor did he dislike my dragon features, and he proved to be very kind to me when he was taking care of me. He never tried to spread with me, and that was what caught my attention in him. Izuku. To be honest, at first I didn't think I wouldn't end up like this with her, but now I feel very happy by her side, and with Eri I even feel that this happiness increases. The little girl had approached her parents, standing in the middle, and the four prisons saw the image of a happy family. Inko. Izuku, you've really become a man, I'm happy for you. Izuku Ryuko. That's what it means. Inko. Yes, I accept your relationship, but I hope you don't forget that you have a mother. Murumi. And a sister. Izuku. Of course not, from now on I'm going to spend time with you, I want to make up for lost time. Ryuko. Thank you so much for accepting our relationship. Inko. I hope you take good care of my son. Ryuko. Of course, trust me. Murumi. You also have my support, but I hope you don't mind if we take it for a while. Ryuko. Of course not, after all it's been 12 years since you last saw him, I'm sure you have something to talk about. Eri. Hey mom. Ryuko. Que pasa Eri? Eri. I'm confused, who will she be for me now? Ryuko. Oh well, they're now your grandmother and aunt on their father's side. Inko. It'll be a bit hard to get used to being called grandmother. Murumi. You are very pretty. The green-haired girl had taken Eri from her hands, beginning to play alongside her. While the women were talking to each other, Izuku was talking to Almight and Nezu. Izuku. I hope they're going to reveal this secret of our relationship. Almight. Don't worry, we won't say anything, your secret is safe with us, right director? Nezu. Of course, but I hope you don't neglect your work because of these issues. Izuku. Of course not, I'll try hard on that. Almight. Speaking of which, it's time to go with them. Nezu. Good point, let's go now, young Murumi, let's go. Murumi. It's okay. Almight. Miss Inko, let me take you home. Inko. Oh, thanks for the gesture. Izuku Murumi. See you later mom. Inko. See you later, I'll wait for you at the house, and you too, little Eri. Eri. See you later, grandma. After that everyone had gone in different directions, with Inko being escorted home by Almight and Nezu heading towards the countryside with the Midoriya brothers, the dragon heroine and little Eri. On the way, they were talking calmly, but agreeing that when they are with the others, they should act differently so that they don't suspect. That included Eri, who at first didn't want to, but in the end accepted at her parents' requests. But the students. We can see all of these talking to each other while their teachers watch them. Nezu. Hola. Upon hearing that voice, everyone lined up and saw Principal Nezu, and next to him was Murumi, who left with the rest of her classmates. Nezu. Good morning, young people. All. Good morning direct. Asawa, hello director. Lad King. Where is the new teacher? Nezu. That's what I wanted to talk about. Good guys know that from now on you're going to have a new teacher who will be in charge of your training. I hope you manage to survive." Everyone was a little nervous upon hearing this, as they thought their new teacher would be a bit stricter. "Nezu. Please, presenter." At that moment everyone could hear footsteps coming from the entrance, and everyone had become excited to see the Ryukyu dragon heroine. "Nezu. No, she's not their new teacher, she's going to make sure their teacher doesn't kill them." "What?" At that moment everyone had felt a great murderous instinct, and they would begin to hear footsteps, and from the entrance a green-haired boy had come out, who was dressed in a black cape with red clouds, and on his back he had a large sword, which was surrounded by bandages, but what stood out most about him was his mask, which covered his entire face. Some had begun to tremble with fear, and others were struggling to breathe, but the teachers found it difficult to remain calm. "Nezu. This is your new teacher, the Fog Demon. Izuku. Hello, I hope it's a pleasure." Chapter 13. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 13. We are in the prestigious Hero Academy of the UA Hero Academy, but we focus on the Academy courtyard, in which the first class A and B were, along with their respective teachers, but they were all very tense and nervous, even their own teachers. Why is that? Well, in front of everyone was the director of the academy, this being Nezu, but there was also the dragon heroine Ryukyu, the current number 9 heroine of the top, and next to her was a white-haired girl with a little horn on her forehead, her adopted daughter Eri, her daughter secretly by all of society. But it wasn't because of them that they were so tense, since in front of them all was one of the most dangerous assassins of all, this being the very same demon of the mist, who had murdered a great variety of corrupt heroes and high-caliber villains, and worse still, they had witnessed the entire massacre that I saw in the Uges against the attack of the villains. "Izuku. Hello, it's a pleasure to meet you." He said this with a slight salute with his hand to all the students in both classes. No one had said anything, due to the fear they felt towards him. "Nezu. Well, starting today, he will be your new teacher, who will be in charge of your physical training." At that moment a blue-haired boy with glasses, who had raised his hand. "Say, director, why are you here?" He said it with some fear in his words, due to the aura he gave off. "Nezu. Well, I've decided to bring someone who knows the world of villains, and who better than someone like him. But he is a murderer." This time he said it kendo, still afraid for Izuku. "Nezu. Well, as I have managed to investigate, he is not that bad, since he has unmasked several heroes for acts of corruption and a large number of villains, also, he has never killed any righteous hero, all the others were heroes who were involved with various criminal gangs, or perhaps they do not watch the news." "Izuku. Calm down, director, it's normal for them to think that way, after all, they're not yet ready to see the real world that awaits them when they leave here. Do you know about that?" It was said by a blonde guy with an idiot face, being from class B, who had a look full of arrogance. "Izuku. I've seen several things since I was a child, unlike you, who in the Uges did absolutely nothing. If I hadn't gone at that moment, you would have died, or tell me, what would you have done against villains who had the intuition to kill you, and that goes for you, what would you have done?" Nobody said absolutely anything, since Izuku was right, none of them had to do anything in those situations, all clones. "Izuku. I thought so." "Isawa. Alright guys, Vlad King and I will go, we'll leave you with your new teacher." Both heroes had left the place, leaving their students scared. "Nezu. Well, I'm also leaving. I'll leave you with the demon swordsman, but don't worry, Ryukyu will be watching to make sure you don't die." He said it as if it were the most normal thing in the world, making some people shudder at it. After the teachers and the principal had left, they had left the courtyard in a somewhat tense atmosphere on the part of the students, even though Ryukyu was there, it did not guarantee them anything. "Bakugo. Hey Izuku." The Polynesian had taken a step forward, leaving the others even more nervous. "Izuku. What's wrong Katsuki?" "Bakugo. Fight me." "Izuku. Are you sure about that? Remember that we all have to train equally." "Bakugo. I don't give a shit about fighting me now." "Izuku. Very well, if that's what you want." The green-haired man had stuck his sword into the ground next to him and then got into a fighting stance. "Izuku. Come with everything." The Polynesian quickly launched his explosions towards Izuku, who had not moved from his place. "Bakugo. Shiny." The Polynesian had launched a powerful explosion, causing a large curtain of smoke to form in the place. When the smoke completely cleared, everyone couldn't see Izuku, only his sword stuck there. "Izuku. That was a good explosion." The green-haired man had appeared behind Bakugo, completely unharmed, without a single scratch. "Izuku. But rushing without thinking towards your enemy could cause your death." The green-haired man had disappeared again, leaving everyone very surprised by that, but the green-haired man had appeared behind Katsuki. "Izuku. Never leave your enemy behind you for so long Katsuki." The little Riti didn't react in time as he felt a blow to the back of his head, causing him to fall unconscious. Before he fell to the floor, he was grabbed by Izuku by the collar of his shirt. Everyone was very surprised by that since it took him no effort at all to defeat Bakugo. Izuku. Very well, anyone else? No one had said anything and they just watched him. Izuku. Very well, it's time to start the torture, training haha. An hour later. We can see all the members of classes A and B on the ground, taking breaths. Why? Izuku made them do 50 laps around the track, 100 push-ups, and to top it all off, he made them do parkour on an obstacle course, and they were only able to take a break until they finished all of that. Izuku. Haha, I think I overdid it. Everyone. Don't tell me. Izuku. Well, take a break, if you have any questions just tell me. The green-haired boy was about to leave to be with his daughter, who was with Ryuko all this time, having a tender mother-daughter moment, obviously without anyone surpassing it, but unfortunately for Izuku, a pink-haired girl had spoken. Wait, I have a question. I pick up a pink-skinned girl with raccoon eyes. Izuku. Very good, huh? Mina Shido, that's me. Izuku. Very well, Mina Shido, what is your question? Mina. Is it true that you are Marumi-chan's brother? Izuku. Yes, why? Mina. And why weren't you with her for that long? That question had made a very uncomfortable silence in the place, even Ryuko shuddered at that, since she knew very well that this was a very sensitive topic for the green-haired man. Izuku. I'm sorry, but that's something I don't like to talk about, also, I don't know if you know, but it's very rude to ask things like that to someone, since I'm afraid I don't like to remember that. He's right, Mina-san, you can't go around asking things like that without knowing what happened. This time the blue-haired boy with glasses speaks, repressing the alien girl. Izuku. Anyone else want to ask something that doesn't have to do with my past? At that, the kendo of class B had raised its hand. Izuku. Yes. Kendo. My name is Itsuka Kendo-sensei. Izuku. I have to remember their names, but well, what is your question? Kendo. What fighting style do you use? Izuku. I used Jutsu, but I prefer to use Kenjutsu more. Kendo. I see. Could you give us a demonstration? This time a green-haired girl from class B asked. Izuku. Very well, would someone be so kind as to bring me something to cut? There the brown-haired girl stood up and placed a log in front of Izuku. The green-haired man had summoned the Kiba swords and with a quick movement he stood behind the trunk and put the swords on his waist. Everyone was very confused by this, but then they were amazed to see how the log had been cut into several pieces, falling to the ground. The applause would not be long in coming, since it was incredible, even Ryuko and Eri had applauded for it. That was amazing. I scream mine, just like a girl who is invisible. Izuki. If you want, I can teach you the art of the sword. All? Yes. Izuku's thoughts. Let's see if I can find worthy successors, so that the 7 swordsmen of the mist can be reborn. He thought as he looked at all the students, who were very happy to be instructed in the sword. I have a question. The girl known as Tsuyu Atsui raised her hand. Izuku. Tell me, huh? Tsuyu. My name is Tsuyu Atsui, call me Tsuyu, sensei. Izuku. Okay Tsuyu-san, tell me. Tsuyu. How many swords do you have? That question had made everyone fix their gaze on Izuku, who still maintained his composure. Izuku. 7 swords in total, but each of them needs special treatment since they are very different from any common sword. Like the one on your back? Asked a red-haired boy. Izuku. That's right, this sword is called Samehada, it is the strongest of all swords and being the only one that not everyone can master. Liar, it must be very easy. Said the idiot-faced blonde from class B. Izuku. Let's see you idiot, what's your name? Monoma, the boy replied, still with his arrogant expression. Izuku. Let's see, try carrying it. Izuku took his sword and then threw it towards Monoma, but some students had moved from the place. Monoma had managed to grab the handle of the sword but had quickly dropped to the ground due to the weight of the sword. Izuku. What happened? Didn't you say it was easy? Monoma tries to lift the sword but lets out a cry of pain because some spikes came out of the handle, causing some damage to his hands. The sword would then move in a very abrupt manner, scaring all the students, but the sword would then jump into the air, returning to Izuku, who caught it in the air and put it on his back. Kendo. Monoma, are you okay? Monoma. I'm not okay, that bastard did something to me. Izuku. I didn't do anything, it's not my fault that Samehada doesn't like you, right friend? The sword had moved in an affirmative manner, leaving the others frightened. Izuku. This sword is very special, as it has its own consciousness, it is the one that chooses its wielder, so good luck if you want to carry this sword. At that moment the bell had rung, meaning it was time to return to school. Izuku. Well, this is where our class ends, see you tomorrow. The green-haired boy had begun to head towards where Eri was, who ran into her father's arms. Izuku. Thank you for taking care of her. Addressing Ryuko. Ryuko. Don't worry, she's a very cute girl. Pendo. Excuse me sensei, who is she? Izuku. Oh her, she's my daughter, her name is Eri. All. Daughter. Eri. Hello everyone. She said it somewhat shyly, while standing behind her father, since she didn't like having all the eyes of others on her. Izuku. Alright, go to class right now. The last thing he said was raised his voice, and as if by magic, all the students had run away at full speed because they were still a little scared, leaving the family alone. Izuku. Phew, that was kind of tiring. Eri. Daddy, that was amazing. The girl said while imitating Izuku when he cut the log. Ryuko. It's true love, you also have to teach me some tricks. Izuku. Well, that will be at night, I'll teach you some resistance. He had said that by whispering in her ear, making the dragon blush, but she had only bitten her lips in response. Izuku. Well, we better go with Nezu, we have to give our report on this. Ryuko. Okay. Izuku. Come on Eri, you'll go in dad's arms. Eri. Yes. The green-haired boy had taken the little girl and put her on his shoulders and they headed towards the office and luckily for them, there were no students in the hallways. With Marumi. We can see the green-haired girl along with the rest of the girls in class A and B, changing from their physics uniform to their normal uniform. Mina. Hey Midoriya. Marumi. Tell me. Mina. Your brother is a little scary, but he seems like a good person. Mina-san is right, I thought your brother would be somewhat of a lunatic. Said a girl with plugs in her ears. Pendo. But he doesn't seem like a bad guy, he even seems like a good father. Sai. Did you know he had a daughter? Marumi. No, I just found out about that today. But she is a very sweet girl. Said the invisible girl. But from now on he's our sensei, we'll have to keep some distance from him. Said the large girl with an elegant form. But he's our age, even if he's a bit strict, maybe we can get along with him, don't you think? Said the green-haired girl from class B, being supported by some of her classmates. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired man with his family in front of the director, who was drinking a cup of tea while doing his paperwork. Nezu. And tell me, how did it go with your new students? Izuku just made some hand seals, showing everything that happened. Izuku. It wasn't anything bad, just that some are too arrogant. Referring to the Monoma obviously. Nezu. It's true. Izuku. Could you give me permission to distract them in the art of the sword? Nezu. Fine, I'll have them make a training camp for that, but it will only be wooden swords, I don't want to see real swords in the hands of my students. Izuku. It's okay, it's not like I'm going to teach them directly with real swords. Nezu. Well, you can leave, see you tomorrow. Izuku. Likewise. Ryuko. See you, director. Eri. Bye-bye teddy bear-kun. Nezu. Goodbye Ryukyu, and you too, little one. Izuku had disappeared along with his family and a shunshin, leaving Nezu alone in his office with his most powerful enemy of all, paperwork. Time skip. We can see all the members of the Hero Academy retreating and returning to their homes, but we can see a Polisoniso boy at the doors of the academy since he was waiting for Marumi, who was called by Almight. With Marumi. We can see the green-haired girl next to the number one hero in his skeletal form, drinking a cup of tea. Marumi. Why did you call me Almight? Almight. Well, I called you because I want to talk about your brother. Marumi. What do you want to know about Izuku Nai? Almight. I'm thinking if he could help us with his one for all training, but I have doubts if I'm going to accept, so I want you to talk to him, but then I want you to come to me so I can hear the whole thing. Marumi. It's okay, don't worry about it, I'm sure it will help us. After that conversation, we can see how Midoriya headed towards the exit and could see his best friend, the red-haired girl, talking on the phone, but when he hung up the call, he fixed his gaze on the green-haired girl. Bakugo. You're finally here. Marumi. Hey, when you have to go, you have to go. I wasn't going to wait until I got home. Bakugo. Speaking of which, my mom called me, she said we would meet at your house. Marumi. I already know why. Bakugo. Is it because of Izuku? Marumi. By the way. The green-haired girl had hit the little-haired boy on the head, making him complain of pain. Bakugo. And why is that? Marumi. That was because of what happened before, years ago we saw Izuku, and the first thing to do was fight him. Bakugo. And what does he have? I wanted to see his strength. Marumi. When we get home, I want you to greet him properly, you've been friends for years. Bakugo. Okay, fine, that's what I'll do. After that the three had arrived at the Midoriya house, meeting Kitsuki's parents at the entrance of the house. Murumi. Hello Aunt Mitsuki, Uncle Masaru. Mitsuki. Hello Murumi-chan. Masaru. Hello Murumi. Mitsuki. Hey Murumi, do you know why your mom called us? Murumi. Of course, but please don't cry so much. The Bakugo didn't know what they were referring to and just nodded. Murumi opened the door and proceeded to enter with the Bakugo. Murumi. Mom is here. Inko. Welcome daughter. Izuku. Welcome sister. The Bakugo's eyes were wide open as in front of them was Izuku Midoriya, the boy who had disappeared, and not only him, but also the dragon heroine Ryukyu, along with a little white-haired girl with a horn on her forehead. Mitsuki. Izu. Masaru. Uuku. Mitsuki Masaru. Izuku. Izuku. Hey guys, it's been a while. Chapter 14. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 14. We are in the Midoriya family's apartment, but inside a very peculiar scene was happening. Inside the house. We can see the three Midoriyas, these being Inko, Murumi and Izuku, but there was also Izuku's adopted daughter, this being Eri, who was on the legs of her mother, and the green-haired man's girlfriend, this being the dragon heroine of the Top of Heroes, this being Ryukyu. But at the entrance of the house, there was a family of Polysinissos, these being the Bakugo, but those who would have faces full of surprise, except for Bakugo. What is the reason for that? It is because both Polysinissos adults were watching Izuku Midoriya, their nephew who had disappeared 12 years ago. Mitsuki couldn't bear it and fainted, falling on his back, leaving everyone worried about it. Izuku. Tia Mitsuki. Masaru. Mitsuki. Bakugo. Witch. Ryuko. Estepian. Murumi. Take her to the cabinet. Bakugo and Masaru listened to what the green-haired girl said and took their wife mother to the sofa, placing her carefully. Masaru. That's it. Bakugo. Fainted from shock. Masaru. Well, what did you expect? Seeing his nephew who disappeared 12 years ago is not a good surprise. Izuku. And that coldness, not even a hug. Masaru just approached Izuku and stretched out his hand in greeting, being reciprocated by the green-haired man, and they gave each other an arm hug with pats on the back. Masaru. Izuku, it's been years. Izuku. Well yes, it was 12 years. Masaru. Look at you now, you're not the same boy you were before, you're a grown man now. Izuku. And not only that. He said this while looking at Ryuko and Eri, who had approached where the two were, and Eri hugged Izuku's legs, and Ryuko took the green-haired boy's hand, interlacing their fingers, and gave Izuku a short kiss, and then put her head on the green-haired boy's shoulder. Izuku. I've started a family. Masaru was very surprised by that, but he would just show him a smile. Masaru. You've become quite the man, Izuku, and how lovely your family is. Ryuko. Thank you very much Mr. Masaru. Masaru. But I never thought that the woman you would be with would be older than you, and a heroine as well. Izuku. Well, when Aunt Mitsuki wakes up, I'll tell her everything that happened. Masaru. I think it's fine and is it small? Eri. My name is Eri, sir. Masaru. But they don't look like you, why? Izuku. Well, she's adopted. Masaru. I see, what a cute girl. Bakugo. What did you think, did you like the surprise? Masaru. So that's why you called us, right Inko? Inko. A family account. Masaru. It was a nice surprise, but I'm so scared Mitsuki will scream when he wakes up. Izuku. I forgot that detail. Ryuko. What do you mean? Murumi. Aunt Mitsuki has a somewhat explosive character, Bakugo. That witch loses her temper very quickly. And as if by magic, Mitsuki had suddenly woken up and had quickly smacked Kitsuki across the head, leaving him on the floor. Mitsuki. Who are you calling a witch, you damn brat? Bakugo. You damn witch. The younger red-haired boy stood up and started an argument with his mother, which made everyone have a drop of sweat on the back of their necks. Izuku. Nothing has changed in these years. Ryuko. Was that way from before? Murumi. That's right. The little retard had fixed her gaze on the green-haired boy and the blonde, but the green-haired boy had flinched from the look. Mitsuki just approached Izuku in a very scary way, I would even swear I could see a very scary shadow behind her. Izuku would only wait for his aunt's blow, since he didn't blame her, it had been 12 years since she disappeared, and out of nowhere she appeared in front of her as if nothing had happened, but he was very surprised, since Mitsuki was hugging him. Izuku. Aunt. Mitsuki. Izuku, I'm so glad to see you, it's been a long 12 years. She said this with some tears on her face, as she was very happy to see the boy she once knew again. Izuku reciprocated his aunt's hug, calming Mitsuki's crying. This was seen by all those present, being very happy about it, with some tears on their faces. When they had separated, Mitsuki could be seen wiping away her tears, but having a happy smile. Izuku. I'm also glad to see you again, Aunt Mitsuki. It's been a long 12 years. Mitsuki. And who's there, little one? Different? I am different. Izuku. Is she my daughter? Mitsuki. Kuke. Izuku. Before you hit me, she's adopted. He said it quickly as he had a raised fist with a vein marked in it. Mitsuki. Yuvio. And then he looked at Ryuko, who was behind Izuku. Mitsuki. And what is a top heroine doing here? Ryuko on gusto Senor Bakugo, soy Ryuko Tatsuma. Mitsuki. Oh sure, I'm Mitsuki Bakugo, I know it sounds rude, but what's a top heroine doing here? Ryuko. Well, maybe it sounds a bit weird, but I'm Izuku-kun's partner. That had made Mitsuki go completely blank. Izuku. Quickly grab it. Masaru and Inko had taken Mitsuki by the waist and arms, while Izuku protected Ryuko behind her, while Kitsuki and Marumi were with Eri in another room, so that she would not see the scene of the adults. A few minutes later. We can see the five now at the table, but Mitsuki is tied to the chair with her feet, with Izuku being responsible, as he used his ninja thread to prevent Mitsuki from getting out of control. Masaru. Calm down now, Mitsuki. Mitsuki. Yes, now they would ask me to explain this. Izuku. Well, Ryuko-chan is my partner. Inko. And I'm okay with this. Mitsuki. Really? Inko. Yes, I know all the reasons why they fell in love, and I have to say it's very beautiful. Mitsuki. Aver, explain. At that moment Kitsuki and Marumi had arrived along with Eri. Marumi. I also want to know how they fell in love. Kitsuki. I don't like romantic themes, but I'm curious. Izuku. Very well, sit down. The teenagers had sat next to their parents, and Eri sat on her mother's lap, being hugged by her. Izuku. Very well, here we go. The green-haired man had made hand seals, and from one moment to the next, they all found themselves in a completely different place, it being nighttime now. Masaru. What is this? Kitsuki. How do we get out of the house? Izuku. Calm down, this is just an illusion, I'm showing you the moment I met Ryuko-chan, so pay attention. The green-haired boy had set a specific point, being seen by everyone, and there they could see Izuku, who was on top of a building. Izuku. What a beautiful city, too bad its beauty is ruined by villains. Kitsuki. Wow, that's deep. Inko. That's what the director had said. At that moment Izuku was about to leave, but he had noticed something, and everyone turned to an alley, and everyone could see a completely injured Ryukyu, with blood coming out of her head and legs. Ryuko. That day I was after a villain called Wolf, but he attacked me by betrayal, but Izuku-kun saved my life that day, I will never forget that. The blonde had placed her head on her lover's shoulder, while he took her hand to intertwine their fingers. Afterwards everyone could see the fight that Izuku had against Wolf, and his victory against the beastman with the Shibuki sword, how he took Ryuko to his house, how he took care of her for a whole month, until the two had mixed feelings, until the end, which showed beautiful moments of the three of them together. After that the illusion was over, seeing right now that they were still in their seats. Kitsuki. Teach me how to do that. Marumi. Me too. Izuku. Of course, but that will be at the academy, remember that now I am your sensei. Kitsuki. Marumi. Está bien. Mitsuki. Well, seeing everything that happened, I regret my behavior from before. Everyone had remained silent because of that, since they never thought that Mitsuki would apologize, much less for his actions. Ryuko. You don't have to apologize, I understand your reaction, it's not normal to see someone older than you as your nephew's girlfriend. Inko. Well, leaving that aside, how about we start with food to celebrate this reunion? Masaru. Sounds good to me. Mitsuki. Let me help you. The little Riti tried to get up but fell to the floor with the chair since she had forgotten that she was tied up. Kitsuki. Marumi. Jahahaja. Izuku. Let me untie it. The green-haired man had freed Mitsuki from the threads with the help of a kunai, and then everyone began to do different things until the food was ready. With Inko and Mitsuki making food, with Marumi playing with Eri and asking Ryuko some things from time to time, and with Izuku talking to Masaru and Kitsuki about their abilities. Izuku was now very happy since he had not only formed a family with Ryuko and Eri, but he was also able to reunite with his own after 12 years. The whole afternoon was filled with laughter and fun, recounting everything that had happened in their lives until nightfall at 8 o'clock sharp. Mitsuki. It was fun, but we have to go. Masaru. Also, remember that there is academy tomorrow. Inko. Okay, be careful on the road. Izuku. See you. Ryuko. Be careful. Eri. Goodbye. After the Bakugo left, they left the Midoriyas. Izuku. Well, we have to go too. Inko. But why? Izuku. I already have a house, and besides, I already have responsibilities to take care of at home. He said this, pointing at Eri, who was already dying of sleep but was taken by Ryuko's arms. Murumi. When will you come? Izuku. I'll come every day to be with you, I promise. Inko. It's okay, son. I still can't accept that you're not far from us, but you already have a family, and I'm very happy about that. Izuku. Thank you for understanding. Inko. But remember, this will always be your home, and it's yours too, Ryuko. Ryuko. Thank you very much, Mrs. Midoriya. Ink. Please tell me, Ink. Ryuko. Está bien, Inko-san. Murumi. In this case, can I call you sister-in-law? Ryuko. Of course, but remember that at school you can't say things like that. Izuku. Our relationship is a secret since she's a hero and I'm a vigilante. Murumi. Don't worry, I'll be discreet, but please, brother, come see us often. Izuku. I promise. The green-haired man had taken his girlfriend from his shoulder and then had made a hand seal, and the three had disappeared in a smokescreen. Murumi. Cool, you have to teach me that. Inko. Good daughter, help me clear the table. Murumi. It's okay. Change of scene. We found ourselves in our swordsman's house and a trail of smoke had appeared in the center of the room, showing the demon's family. Izuku. Home sweet home. Ryuko. Well, let's take this girl to her bed. The two had headed towards the girl's room, the door being opened by the green-haired boy, and Ryuko delicately placed Eri in her bed, covering her with her sheets. Izuku. Good night, princess. Giving him a kiss on his forehead. Ryuko. Good night, dear, mommy loves you. Giving him a kiss on his forehead. Unconsciously, Eri had smiled. They had both left the girl's room and were now in the living room. Izuku. You know, I was thinking of moving somewhere more atmospheric. Ryuko. What do you mean? Izuku. Well, I have an honest job now, and I don't want you guys to be in this kind of place. Ryuko just walked up to Izuku, giving him a warm hug. Ryuko. As long as I'm with you, I don't care where we are. Izuku had reciprocated the dragon's hug while she hid her face in his chest. Izuku. I want you to have a better place, besides, it could be better for us, you wouldn't have to go to your apartment every day anymore. Ryuko had taken her face off the green-haired boy's chest and only responded with a kiss that took Izuku by surprise. When Ryuko broke away from the kiss, she had a big smile on her face. Ryuko. Sounds good to me, let's do it. Izuku. Alright, I'm going to see good places to be good to us. These two had once again given each other a short kiss. Ryuko. Well, we'd better go to sleep, let's go. Izuku had grabbed Ryuko by the waist, leaving her surprised by this. The green-haired man had approached the dragon's ear. Izuku. Did you forget that I told you I was going to teach you resistance? Biting Ryuko's ear, eliciting a small moan from her at the act. But she remembered what he'd said to her at the academy and she simply cupped Izuku's cheek. Ryuko. Well, how about we start with the training? Lemon skipped. The two had lain down on the bed with a smile on their faces. Ryuko approached Izuku, giving him a kiss on his lips, which was reciprocated by the aforementioned, who gently took her cheek. Ryuko. I love you, my sweet swordsman. Izuku. And I love you, my beautiful dragon. They had fallen into the world of dreams, hugging each other, both very happy to be next to the people they love. Chapter 15. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 15. We can see how the sun began to rise, illuminating the beautiful city, but we focused on a house in particular, being part of an abandoned area, but inside a house was living a small family, being that of our favorite swordsman. In one room we can see a couple sleeping very peacefully, but both were naked, being covered by the sheets. The blonde dragon had a smile on her face due to the intense night of passion she spent with her beloved green-haired girl. The aforementioned was caressing the blonde's hair. Izuku. You look so beautiful when you sleep. But the smile on his face, seeing his beloved smile, but a small red tint had adorned his cheeks. Izuku. You know you can't pretend to be asleep with me. The blonde had opened her eyes and connected her gaze with Izuku's. Ryuko. Well, there's no harm in trying. Izuku. Well, my lady dragon, we have to get ready, remember that we have work to do. Ryuko. Well, whatever you say, sensei. The last thing he said in a playful tone. The couple would begin to change, but not before exchanging a few kisses. Izuku and Ryuko had left the room, and the green-haired boy and the blonde would start making breakfast, but they would take their time, since it was still very early, but Izuku, as a teacher, had to arrive early to set an example. Little Eri had woken up and the first thing Iso did was give her parents a good morning hug, which they gladly accepted. The family had a quiet breakfast, talking among themselves and watching television until it was time to leave. Izuku had taken Ryuko by the waist and Eri had been taken by her mother's arms. Izuku had used Shunshin, disappearing from his home. At the UA. We can see the aforementioned director in the office who was drinking a cup of coffee while looking at some papers he had on his desk, but a trail of smoke appeared in front of him, scaring him instantly, causing him to fall to the floor with his coffee falling on his face. When the smoke had cleared, Izuku's family was revealed. The green-haired boy was in his usual attire but covered by his black cape with red clouds and the blonde in her heroine outfit and little Eri in casual clothes, but she was still adorable. Izuku. Good morning, director. The aforementioned had gotten up from the ground but with coffee stains on his face. Ryuko. What happened to him? Nezu. Nothing, you guys just scared me and I dropped the coffee I was drinking. He said with a tone that stated the obvious that happened. Eri. Hello, little bear-kun. Raising his hand in greeting. Nezu. Hello, little one. Izuku. Well, we still have 30 minutes for the students to come. Nezu. By the way, I want to tell you that here are the keys to your office. Izuku. Office. Nezu. Of course, remember that the students are still afraid of you and that you will also have to sign some things about the new Kinyotsu Doyo. Ryuko. Wow, you heard love. Izuku. I do like that, I will show them the art of the sword. Nezu. In your office you will find the files on the students of classes A and B so that you can learn about them, so that you can learn some training method for each one. Izuku. Okay, director. Nezu. Well, first of all, I want you all to stay please, the teachers are coming right now since I had called a meeting. Izuku. Me and Ryuko. Nezu. Correct. Ryuko. But who will take care of my daughter? Izuku. I'll take care of that. The green-haired man had taken out his cell phone and began to write a message to send it and finished to save it. Ryuko. Who did you write to? With a somewhat cheerful tone, but Izuku could notice the jealousy. Izuku. I spoke to my sister, I told her that a clone would take Eri to take care of her, but only until the meeting is over. Ryuko. Okay. The green-haired boy had made a shadow clone appear and it began to head towards the class alongside little Eri, who was eating a caramel apple. Izuku. Well, now we wait. The green-haired boy had sat down in a spot in the large room and Ryuko sat next to him, but the principal, well, he went to the teacher's bathroom to change and clean up the spilled coffee. Izuku and Ryuko only had to wait and they just kissed and cuddled each other to kill time. Within an hour, all the teachers had arrived and the principal had returned in a new suit. Nezu. Good morning everyone. All. Good morning, director. Nezu. Well, I'm sure you're all wondering why I brought you. Everyone except Izuku and Ryuko nodded. Nezu. Well, I wanted to let you know that soon, we're going to have the sports festival. Izuku. Excuse me, director, but don't you think it would be reckless to hold the festival after the villain's attack? Lad King. The fog demon is right, he doesn't think we should postpone it. Present Mick. It's true, this could be something that could harm us. Asawa. I agree with the director. Everyone would see Asawa again, who had his usual serious look. Asawa. If we don't hold the sports festival, the villains will think our challengers are afraid of them, which could greatly affect their growth. Everyone listening asked to understand and they would begin to agree on that. Nezu. You see, also, what villain would attack the festival, knowing the large number of heroes there will be? Midnight. Plus we have the vigilant swordsman on our side. The 18 heroine looked at Izuku in a very flirtatious way, licking her lips. Izuku didn't hesitate at any time, but Ryuko had restrained herself from launching herself at Izuku and saying in front of everyone that it was hers. Nezu. And that Midnight is right, he is, the young Izuku is the terror of several heroes and villains, since thanks to him, many heroes were discovered for their corruption, and the disappearance of several groups of villains and mafias, well, the sports festival will be done in 3 weeks, so I ask you to inform your students about that. All. Understood, director. Nezu. Very well, you may leave now. All the teachers would begin to go to their respective classrooms to go to their students. Nezu. I hope young Midoriya. Izuku. What's happening? Nezu. Here you have this. He hands her a sheet of paper. Here's what time you'll be doing your Kinyotsu teachings. Izuku. Thank you very much. The green-haired man had left the place, but not before going to the classroom to get his daughter. When Asawa arrived at his classroom, he noticed the presence of Izuku and Ryuko. Asawa. Is something wrong? Izuku. No, I just came for my daughter who is with my sister since she asked me to take care of her when I was at the meeting. Asawa. Okay, I'll let him know. Izuku. Thanks, Eraser. The black-haired man had opened the door and the three could see how everyone was in their respective places without making any kind of scandal. Murumi was able to notice her brother and sister-in-law. Murumi. Hello brother. Iri dad. The little girl had gone to where her parents were, being taken by the green-haired man's arms. All. Good morning Asawa-sensei and Midoriya-sensei. Izuku. Good morning guys, after your break, I want you in the courtyard, okay? Lita. Don't worry, we'll be on time. Izuku. Whoever arrives late will have a severe punishment, understood? He said the last thing in a very threatening tone, something that made everyone shudder. Asawa's thoughts. I like this guy. Izuku. See you. The green-haired man left the place with his girlfriend and daughter. After a few minutes. The three had arrived at the Midoriya's new office, seeing that there was a desk with a few sheets of paper, a sofa on the right side, a small coffee table, and a television on the wall in front of the sofa. Izuku. Wow, what an office. Ryuko. I'm jealous of you. I don't have as many things like this at my agency. All I have is my desk and a pile of papers. Izuku. That's why you don't have to worry, love. If you want, we can go someday and I'll help you remodel. Ryuko. Thanks for the gesture. Izuku. Anything for my beautiful wife. The three had entered the office, and the first thing that Isoiri did was throw himself onto the sofa that was there. Izuku. Well, now I have to wait. Ryuko. Oh no, you have to read the student file. Izuku. It's a pain, but I'd better get it done. Iri. And what do I do, dad? Izuku. You and your mom are going to do your homework. Ryuko. Iri goes to school. Izuku. No, I have some books here for her, it's a good opportunity for her mother to help her. Ryuko and Iri just pouted in response, as they both wanted to watch TV and relax. So each one has his own activities. Izuku was reading each of the student files from both classes and began to write down each training method for each of them, and Ryuko was teaching him and helping Iri with the book they had. Izuku. By the way, love, will it be okay if you don't go to your agency? Ryuko. You don't have to worry, the heroines and secretaries of my agency know that I'm watching the Fog Demon, so there won't be any problems, well, at least if they come on internship day. Izuku. I've heard of that before, it's a time when some heroes take some students to show them how a hero should act. Ryuko. There are some girls who caught my attention so I could take them to my agency. Izuku. I hope they do well, they are the same age as me, but they still don't know the real world that awaits them when they leave here. Ryuko. I still can't believe you've already seen everything out there. Izuku. Well, when someone dreams of being a hero, they have to see reality, and well, I did it in a different way. Ryuko. And even if, I love you. Izuku. And I you. Iri. And me what? Outing it being ignored. Izuku Ryuko. And we love you very much. After that, everything had been normal, until the bell rang, marking break time for the students. In Class A. We can see a large number of students outside the classroom, these being from the general course and the support course. Uraraka. What's going on? Mineta. Let us pass. Mina. Will they be fans? Bakugo. They came to see the enemy, remember that we are the ones who were attacked by the villains, move you damn extras. Lita. Don't call others extras just because you don't know them. In that crowd a purple-haired boy had come out, making everyone think that he was Asawa's son. My name is Shinso, I'm from the general classes, and we came to meet you, but we came to tell you that we're not going to hold back at the sports festival. Ajiro. A declaration of war. Okoyami. We can't let ourselves win either. Murumi. Excuse me, could you let us in? Extra 2. What happens if we don't do it? Outside the hall. Izuku. What's going on here? Everyone had turned around and they could see a green-haired masked man with a black cape with red clouds and what appeared to be a pink bandage on his back. Extra 3. The demon of the fog. The green-haired boy had unleashed a large amount of his killer instinct, causing everyone present to freeze, including those from Class A and also Class B who were next to them, who were scared because they were gossiping. Izuku. I asked, what's going on here? No one had said anything because of their fear. Izuku. If you know this isn't your area, right? So you better go right now. Extra 4. Boo boo boo. Izuku. But. Did I hear a but? Extra 4. And no sir. Izuku. I like it that way, now, go away. All the students ran away like headless chickens because they were so afraid of Izuku. The green-haired man had stopped unleashing his killer instinct and fixed his gaze on Class A, who were looking at him with some fear and others with respect. Izuku. Eraserhead sent me here, he knew very well that this would happen, now go take your break, later you have class with me. The green-haired man had disappeared in a trail of smoke, since he was a clone. Mina. Midoriya-chan, your brother is very scary. Murumi. Do you think I'm not afraid? Everyone could see how the green-haired girl was shaking like jelly. After all that, the break was over, it was time for training classes. Izuku's training classes were like before, making them run in circles for 3 hours, 300 push-ups, 300 sit-ups, and at the end, he taught them how to handle a wooden sword. Izuku. Get in line everyone. All? Yes. Izuku. Very well, put one hand on the bottom of the handle and the other hand on top of the previous one. All? Yes. Izuku. Now. All? Yes. Izuku. Come on, keep going. They would spend a good while like this, being watched by the green-haired man, who was seeing who had potential with a sword. Izuku. Ashido, back straight and separate your feet further. With a wooden sword, he adjusted the aforementioned woman's legs and back. Ryuko watched all of this, and she was surprised to see Izuku teaching her. Ryuko's thoughts. It's really good, I think I'll ask her for some advice. Class B was also watching the training, and the vast majority had become very nervous upon seeing that, since the vast majority were very exhausted, so much so that they were going to faint, and also the fact that Izuku was very strict. This lasted all day, with all the students very tired from training. Izuku. I hope the Class B gives me a good impression tomorrow, since as you can see, part of you take it as a game, and I will not accept that, is that clear? All. Yes, sensei. Izuku. Very well, now go change and then go home. All. Yes, sensei. But at that someone raised their hand. Izuku. What is he doing? Toru. Excuse me sensei, how do you make large-scale cuts? Izuku. That's because of chakra. All. Chakra. Izuku. Chakra is something that all living beings have, it allows me to do multiple abilities, such as my water attacks and my clones. Mina. And we can do that. Izuku. Of course, look. The green-haired man had approached a tree that was there and began to climb it, but without using his hands, only his feet, until he was face down. Izuku. Right now I'm concentrating my chakra on the soles of my feet, this allows me to climb anything, I can even walk on water. Hiroshima. That's great. Zero. I want to do that too. Izuku. I'm going to teach you all about chakra, but that would be after the sports festival, so I hope you won't disappoint me. Everyone. Of course not, sensei, we will give our all. Izuku. That's the attitude. So everyone left the place very exhausted, even Todoroki, Bakugo and Marumi, who were the strongest of all. Izuku left with his family, but first he had to solve something important. Izuku. Love, can you wait a moment, I have something to take care of first. Ryuko. Okay, let's go Eri. Eri? Where are we going? Ryuko. Let's go to Dad's office, he has something to solve. Eri. Daddy please don't be late. Izuku had disappeared in a trail of smoke and had appeared in the principal's office. Nezu. Hello young Izuku, what do you need? Izuku. I would like you to allow me to take 2 students from Class B and 1 from general courses. Nezu. May I know the reason why you want to take those students? Izuku. They and I have something in common, so please give me permission. Nezu. Okay, young man, tomorrow I'll get you permission for them to stay here longer. Izuku. Thank you. Time skip. Change of scene. Present Mick. Welcome ladies and gentlemen, how are you? The entire state let out several cheers of excitement and high spirits. Present Mick. That's the attitude, because today is a very important day for our young aspirants, as today is the sports festival. Chapter 16. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 16. We are at the UA Hero Academy Sports Festival, the event being very important for the first years, since many people would be watching them, especially a large number of heroes. In the locker room of Class A. We can see all the first-year students of Class A in their respective locker rooms, talking to each other. Ajiro. I'm very excited for this to start. Toru. I'm very nervous, a lot of people are going to see us. Jiru. Although you are hardly visible. Mina. I wanted to wear my hero suit. Sato. We have to wear this so we're all even. Uraraka. Midoriya-chan, are you ready to go out there? Murumi. Of course, I'll give my all to this, after all my brother will be watching me. Lita. You have a great reason to win this, but don't think we're going to make it easy for you. Remember that Midoriya-sensei didn't train everyone, so we can't let him down either. At that moment Todoroki approached the table of friends. Shoto. Midoriya. The aforementioned turned her gaze to see the bicolor. Murumi. What's wrong Todoroki? Shoto. Even if you are too strong, don't think I'm going to let you win, and I don't care if your brother is our sensei, I will beat you no matter what it takes. Mina. A declaration of war again. Bakugo. Hey, don't think that only you guys are going to be having all the fun. The three of them would be staring at each other, their gazes full of seriousness, creating a very intense atmosphere throughout the place. At that moment, President Mick's voice could be heard, warning everyone to prepare to leave for the stadium. Lita. Come on guys, don't keep the others waiting. All. Yes. At the stadium. We can see the entire audience in high spirits, but we focused on one room, which had a large television and a huge sofa. This was a private room for a family, the swordsman's family. Izuku was with his beautiful wife and beloved daughter, who were intently watching television. Ryuko. I'm surprised they gave you a private room. Izuku. I told Nezu the same thing, but he said it was for us, since he said that the heroes can misunderstand them and attack me without hesitation, so he gave me this room for us. Ryuko. I think you're right, many still believe that you're bad, and others say the opposite, but I'm always with you. Izuku. And I will always be by your side, until the day we have some cute little dragons. Eri. Dad, Mom, look, Aunt Marumi is already leaving. The two of them fixed their gazes on the television, seeing that the students were leaving the class. The presentations of all the classes would be like in the story, and with Midnight acting as referee, something that made many men blush, since Midnight's outfit was very provocative. In the room. Ryuko saw how Izuku was a little blushed, something that made the ISO angry. Ryuko. I see you enjoy the view. Izuku. I'm imagining you in that suit. Whispering in her ear, something that made the dragon blush. Ryuko. Well, if you want, I'll show you tonight. She said nervously because of the green-haired man's comment. Izuku. You're leaving in a wheelchair tonight. At the stadium. Midnight. Alright guys, before we start, let's hear some motivational words from the first place in the entrance exam, Kitsuki Bakugo. Come here and tell us a few words. Marumi. Kitsuki-kun, please don't do anything stupid. Bakugo didn't say anything and just walked over to where the microphone was, ready to speak. Bakugo. I promise to be the best. Everyone was very surprised by this, and it didn't take long for the students to shout several complaints at him, something that the little-haired boy completely ignored and just headed towards where his classmates were. But Izuku. The green-haired man and both women had a drop of sweat on the back of their necks. Ryuko. That ego will cost her dearly one day. Izuku. Well, what can I say, that's how Kitsuki is. Eri. I don't know why, but I think Uncle Kitsuki is going to have a hard time. At the stadium. Midnight. Alright guys, right now we're going to see the first event we're going to do. The large roulette wheel began to spin, showing many things to do, until it pointed to one. Midnight. Alright, the first event will be an obstacle course. All. Obstacle course. The herniated over 18 will begin to explain the event of the first test, and all the candidates headed toward a large door, preparing to leave. But Izuku. Ryuko. Wow, an obstacle course will be the first event, I wonder how everyone will manage to pass it. Eri. I think my aunt could get through. Izuku. I also trust my sister, but I also hope that the others will give their all in these, after all, I trained them, just like my class B. In the field. Midnight. Begin. The doors had suddenly opened, and the students did not hesitate to pile up at the exit. Everyone would try to get out to have the first place, arguing with each other to be able to get out, but suddenly a large amount of ice had surrounded everyone, freezing their legs, making them stay behind, but a figure had come out of the place, having the first place. Present Mick. This is amazing, student Shoto Todoroki got first place by freezing all the students' legs, leaving them behind, a very clever tactic. This must have greatly astonished all the spectators. But Izuku. Izuku. That was a very clever tactic. Ryuko. But that won't take long, her companions managed to leave before everyone else. Eri. You can do it Aunt Marumi. Izuku and Ryuko's thoughts. Diabetes. Clutching their hearts as they watched their daughter throw punches in the air. In the field. We can see how Todoroki was having the advantage until now, but he quickly saw behind him how a green light shot out from the exit. Present Mick. This is incredible, the young Marumi has managed to get out of Todoroki's ice trap, now she is trying to reach him. Marumi. Don't think you're going to see Todoroki-san win. From the exit, each of the A and B classes would also begin to leave, each using their quirks or helping each member of their class to get out of the ice. The other students would also begin to leave the ice, starting to leave behind the other participants, beginning a race to obtain first place. The ones leading the group were Marumi and Shoto, Bakugo tried to catch up with the two of them. But something had interrupted their progress, the three being the entrance exam. The students had stood still at the side of the robots. But Izuku. Izuku. How is it possible that they have the budget to make those robots? Ryuko. We don't know, it's something the director never mentioned to us, his method in which he achieves it is a complete mystery. Eri. I hope Aunt doesn't get hurt. Izuku. Don't worry, daughter, Murumi won't let herself be defeated by simple robots. In the field. Murumi was the first to act, launching a powerful blast of flames at a robot. Shoto had launched a large amount of ice at a robot, freezing it completely, and to top it off, he launched an ice spear, causing it to shatter into pieces. One of those pieces had headed towards a black-haired girl from Class B. All her classmates had worried about her, but that girl had disappeared in a quick movement, and her hand had been surrounded by a blue aura, and she threw a punch towards the piece of the robot, causing it to be completely destroyed. Everyone was surprised by that, especially Class B, since they never thought she could do it. Murumi and Shoto continued to fight back to obtain victory, but Bakugo had reached them, and a competition between the three of them would begin, with Bakugo launching explosions towards Shoto, but he responded with his ice, trying to freeze the little-haired boy and the green-haired girl, who was responding with fire blows. The three would maintain a great choreography, leaving the spectators very amazed. But at that moment they had reached the mine area, causing the three to stop. Shoto started running on top of his ice to avoid stepping on the mines. Bakugo had used his explosions to propel himself over everything. Murumi. Okay, time to use that. The green-haired girl had concentrated the fire in her two hands and then quickly placed them on the ground. A small circle had formed above Murumi, and then it would begin to levitate little by little, revealing how a structure on the ground was avoided by a bit of fire beneath it, and Murumi would begin to use it to fly at full speed, heading towards where his two companions were. But Izuku. Izuku? I taught him that. He said with pride in himself. Eerie. Wow, that's amazing. With little stars in her eyes, admiring her aunt's technique. In the field. The younger green-haired girl had managed to catch up with the two leading the front. An exchange of attacks would begin to occur between them. Bakugo. Hey Broccoli, how can you do that? Murumi. Izuku taught me this technique, it's incredible, right? Bakugo. TSK, don't think you're going to beat me that easily. Shoto. Don't think I'm going to let you pass. The three would still be competing to see who could get the lead. But at that moment, a kunai had hit the ground, causing an explosion that forced the trio from Class A to retreat, and they barely managed to recover instantly. Bakugo. Who was the damn one? The three of them had turned their gaze towards the person responsible, and all three could see the same girl from Class B, who kept her gaze neutral, while holding a kunai that was surrounded by chakra. Present Mick. This is incredible, the student Yui Kadai from Class B is challenging the trio from Class A. This girl has great courage, in addition to representing her class. Everyone was surprised to see that, especially Class B, since they never thought that their partner, the quietest and most serious Yui Kadai, could do that, except for two people. The black-haired girl was now the one in the lead. The Class A trio quickly regrouped and continued to try to catch the black-haired girl, who was jumping into all the mines to avoid being blown away. The four of them were now on par. I tried to get there first. Murumi's thoughts. One for all, 10%. The green-haired girl had concentrated the power of one for all in her legs, and quickly a green flash had arrived. Present Mick, and the winner is Midoriya Murumi from Class A. The entire state had let out several shouts of excitement, congratulating the green-haired girl on her victory. Murumi had raised her fist in the form of victory. In the Midoriya house. We can see how Inko is on her sofa at home, being accompanied by the Bakugo, but the green-haired girl was in tears of joy, as were her friends, but Inko was in tears that looked like waterfalls, being comforted by Masaru, while Mitsuki was in a state of victory with her fists in the air. Back at the festival. With Izuku. We can see how the green-haired man had his arms in the air, his action being imitated by his daughter, due to Murumi's victory. Izuku. That's my sister. Eri. Well done, Aunt. Ryuko. Congratulations on your sister. Jumping just like his family. In the field. Present Mick. Second place goes to Yui Kadai, followed by Bakugo Katsuki in third place, Shoto Todoroki in fourth place. And so students continued to arrive one after another, until finally the last one who was missing arrived. Midnight. Very well, congratulations on making it to the second round, but don't get discouraged, you still have next year to achieve it. Well, right now the second round of the sports festival will be spinning the wheel again. The cavalry battle. All. Cavalry battle. Midnight. That's right. A brief explanation afterward. Midnight. By the way, first place has 10 million points. Everyone, upon hearing that, had noticed Murumi, who was sweating profusely from the nervousness of receiving everyone's stares. But Izuku. Ryuko. Poor thing, they're trying to intimidate her. Izuku. You don't have to worry. Eri. What do you mean, Dad? Izuku. You'll see. In the field. The green-haired girl had lowered her gaze a little, causing her eyes to be covered by a small shadow. Everyone thought they had managed to destroy his spirit, but it was quite the opposite. Marumi had shown a predatory smile, something that confused everyone, and then the others had been shocked since Marumi had released a large amount of killing intuition. Marumi. Who the hell are you looking at? You bucking pieces of trash. Everyone had been very scared by that, turning their gaze to the other side, but those who were most amazed by that were her classmates, since they never thought that Marumi Midoriya, the sweetest girl of all, could intimidate everyone around her, even say at least one rude thing. But Izuku. We can see the green-haired man wiping a tear from his eye. Izuku. That's my sister. It makes me proud. Ryuko. How can you teach him that? Hitting him on the head, causing a bump to grow. But think. We can see the older Midoriya being in complete shock, as were the Bakugo, as they were very surprised to hear Marumi. Inko. My baby, what did you just say? Mitsuki. Damn Kitsuki, I'll definitely teach him that, when I get back I'll teach him a lesson. But the clenched fist with a prominent vein. Back at the festival. We can see how Pelissaniso had a chill. Bakugo. Why do I feel like I'll have to hide from the witch? The Pelissaniso had decided to ignore that feeling and began looking for members for his team. But Marumi. We can see that the green-haired girl was looking for members for her team, but no one wanted to get close to her because of her points. Marumi. Damn, nobody wants to be on my team. The brown-haired girl had touched the green-haired girl's shoulder and she could see her Uraraka friend. Ichako. Midoriya-chan, signal team. Marumi. Thank you very much, Uraraka-san. Crying comically. To avoid too much filler, I'll just say that Marumi's team would be like Izuku's in the anime, just like the rest of the teams. But the second place team, which would be Yuikadai's, would only have 3 members, which would be the aforementioned rider, a purple-haired boy in front and a pale gray-haired girl in back. Present Mick. Begin. And as expected, all the teams went against Marumi's team, but the second place team decided to ignore that and would start looking for other teams to steal ribbons from other teams, going unnoticed by the rest. The entire confrontation of the entire event would be like in the original story, with the main characters being Marumi, Shoto, and Kitsuki, ending with Shoto holding the 10 million ribbon, but the team would have barely passed the test if it weren't for Tokoyami and his dark shadow. Present Mick. This was a great festival, go take a break right now, we'll be back in 30 minutes, hey Eraser, are we going to eat? Isawa. I'm going to sleep for a while, don't make too much noise. All the students had started heading to different places in the stadium. Shoto would give the same speech to Marumi about whether she is the daughter of Almight and her past with her father and her fire quirk, something that had surprised Marumi and Bakugo, who was secretly listening to everything, but what no one knew is that a green-haired man was hiding in the shadows, listening to everything. Izuku's thoughts. So I was right, Endeavor is a bastard, I hope he doesn't try to do anything to me or Marumi, otherwise he'll see what I'm capable of. After Shoto and Marumi had returned with their companions, Izuku had returned with some food with his family, waiting for the last phase of the festival to begin. Time skip. We can see that all the students had returned to the center of the state, but with the difference that the girls in Class A were dressed as protists, the culprits being the 2 perverts in the class. The girls would begin to claim the boys, but a dense fog had appeared in the place, and behind the perverts a green-haired man had appeared, who was releasing a great amount of killer instinct, making the stadium itself be that, making the closest students have a hard time breathing. Izuku. Kaminari Denki, Minoru Mineta. The 2 had turned around in great fear and found Izuku's frown, sweating profusely. Izuku. They have something to say about their defense. Placing his hand on the handle of Kubikirabacho, frightening those present even more. Kaminari. It was Mineta's idea, I swear sensei, it was all his idea. Mineta. Miserable traitor, you also want to see girls like that. Izuku had grabbed the 2 of them by the face and had disappeared in a burst of smoke, and the girls from Class A had disappeared in a curtain of fog. Everyone in the stadium could feel relieved, but then the screams of pain from both perverts could be heard throughout the stadium. Next to midnight a clone of Izuku had appeared. Clone. Midnight, student Kaminari Denki can't participate, so he chooses another to replace him. Disappearing after saying that. Another smokescreen had appeared, knocking the wounded Kaminari and Mineta to the ground, and where the girls had been before, the aforementioned girls had appeared in their physics suits. Izuku had done that because Marumi was also a cheerleader, and obviously Izuku didn't like that, and the perverts paid the consequences. Girls. Thank you very much, Midoriya-sensei brother. Izuku just nodded and then disappeared in a smokescreen, returning to his beloved wife and daughter. Ryuko. Don't you think you went too far? Izuku. No, those 2 had deceived all the girls just to see them like that. Ryuko. Now that you mention it, they're just disgusting. Good thing you're not like that. Izuku. I'm only like this when I'm alone with you. Giving him a short kiss. Back at the stadium. Midnight. Well, due to certain circumstances, the participant Denki Kaminari will not be able to participate, so someone will take his place. The one who would take Denki's place would be Kendo, if everything is ready. Since Shinso had not controlled Ajiro, he would continue to participate. The first fight would be between Marumi versus Shinso. All the students had left the stadium, leaving the aforementioned alone. Midnight. Are you ready? Marumi Shinso. See. Midnight. They could only win when their opponent is out of bounds of the platform or unconscious, and in case of emergency, Cements and I will stop them. Midnight. Begin. The first to attack would be Shinso. Marumi didn't know what her quirk was, so she was on guard. The purple-haired boy had started doing something strange with his hands, leaving the spectators very surprised, but classes A and B realized this, since they knew what it was about. Shinso. Wind style, wind bullets. Some wind balls shot at full speed towards Marumi, who, in amazement, barely managed to dodge them. Marumi. That's it, my brother's Jutsu. Shinso didn't say anything, and just kept his serious look. Chapter 17. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 17. We are at the UA Sports Festival, in which the last phase was taking place, which was a fighting tournament, and the first fight was between Marumi Midoriya from Class A versus Itachi Shinso from Class C of General Courses, but when the fight began, all the members of Classes A and B were surprised, since the purple-haired boy had used a technique from his friend and mentor. At the moment, we can see how Marumi's eyes were wide open in surprise, since the boy in front of him used one of the techniques that belonged to his brother. Shinso just had a neutral look on his face the whole time, being very calm at all times. Marumi. Yes, but how? Shinso. How I used that technique, right? Marumi. How the hell do you know that technique? Shinso. The answer is simple, Midoriya-sensei taught me that technique. Marumi was surprised by that, as she never thought her brother would teach his techniques to someone else, much less someone who was someone from general courses. With izuku. We can see how Izuku stood with his arms crossed while he watched the fight attentively. Ryuko. Honey, did you really show your skills to that boy? Izuku. That's right. Ryuko. And why? Izuku. That boy and we are not as different as it seems. Ryuko. What do you mean? Izuku. Well, you see. Flashback. We can see how Izuku was in front of a purple-haired man who had a neutral look. It should be noted that this was after school. Shinso. Why do you call me sir? Izuku. Well, before I saw that you and the rest of the classes declared war on Class A, right? Shinso. Yes, is he going to punish me? Izuku. No, I'm not going to punish you, but I want to ask you a question. Shinso. What question? Izuku. How do you plan to win the sports festival? That had left Shinso very surprised, but he didn't show it. Izuku. As I could see in your file, your quirk is brainwashing. Shinso just clenched his fists, even though Izuku would say something to him about his quirk, just like he did with everyone he met before being in the UA. Izuku. And let me tell you, it's an incredible quirk. Shinso was left with a look of surprise, since no one who had said that his quirk was incredible always told him that his quirk was perfect for a villain. Shinso. Kuke. Izuku. That your quirk is incredible. Shinso, as I can see, you could go with the police officers and help them in the interrogations, maybe I'll even take you on a mission if you want. Shinso was actually completely surprised by what he just heard, someone was congratulating him on his quirk and somehow helping against the villains. Izuku. Well, you didn't answer my question, how will you win the sports festival? Shinso. Well, I was thinking of using my brainwashing against others, after all, I don't use it to get others' attention so they don't look badly. Izuku. And tell me, don't you want me to teach you some tricks so you can achieve it? Shinso. Really? Izuku. Well yes, but you have to keep this a secret, only 2 other people know about this, who will accompany you in your training. Shinso. Thank you very much, sensei. Izuku. See you tomorrow, after school, we'll start your training. The green-haired boy began to leave the place, walking very calmly, leaving a somewhat happy Shinso, since someone no longer saw him as a villain. End of the flashback. Izuku. That boy was discriminated against for his quirk, something that discouraged him a lot, so he decided to give him a little help. Ryuko. You always helping others? Interlacing her hands with his. Back in the arena. Shinso was the first to start everything and quickly went against Marumi and taking a big leap, preparing an axe kick. Marumi would quickly move from the spot, dodging the attack, but when Shinso kicked, he left a small crater where it hit, as he had used chakra to increase the strength of his attack. Marumi launched herself at Shinso, using 5% of one for all, and quickly threw a punch at his face, but Shinso managed to barely block the attack, covering himself with his forearm. Marumi quickly threw a left hook, hitting the purple-haired boy in the face, causing him to scatter a few meters back into the arena. The green-haired girl had circled her hands and launched some small fireballs. Shinso noticed this and quickly began running around the arena, avoiding Marumi's attacks, which continued to launch its fire attacks. Present Mick. This is incredible, gentlemen, the young Shinso is fighting the young Marumi, what kind of training did that young man have? In the sand. Shinso had made other hand seals, being noticed by Marumi, who was attentive to his next move, but continued to throw fireballs. Shinso. Wind style, large gap. A powerful gust of wind blew against the green-haired girl, who was surprised to see that, and quickly countered the attack with a powerful blast of fire. Both attacks had collided, being on par. The whole stadium was surprised to see that duo was something very peculiar, but especially Shinso, since they never thought that someone from general courses. Asawa. What kind of training did the fog demon give that boy? Speaking into the microphone, leaving the entire stadium in complete shock as they were surprised to learn that this boy was entering through the demon of the fog, the vigilante most feared by false heroes and villains, and respected by several heroes who did their heroic acts well, and loved by many citizens, since he did the most work on the streets. Present Mick. In case you don't know, ladies and gentlemen, the demon of the fog is currently a sensei at the UA Academy, so it's possible that many of the boys who are watching today will show off some tricks. In the field. The wind and fire attacks had disintegrated during the clash, being on par with both young men. Shinso launched himself into the attack again, and Marumi used one for all, while the purple-haired boy was using chakra in his fists. Both had collided their fists, making a small burst of air, but they continued the fight with Jutsu, being almost on par, but Marumi was the one who had the advantage, since one for all was stronger, since Shinso still did not know how to fully increase the chakra in his fists. Shinso had thrown a kick at Marumi's face, but the aforementioned managed to block it and quickly grabbed Shinso's leg, something that left the latter somewhat scared. Marumi brought Shinso towards him and punched him in the stomach, causing him to fall back several meters, and to top it off, he gathered the one for all in his hand and quickly launched an air pressure towards Shinso, which went against the wall of the stadium, being out of bounds. Midnight. The winner is Marumi Midoriya. He began to let out several shouts of applause, cheering the winner. Shino was throwing himself on the floor, feeling a bit sad, thinking that he had let his sensei down. At that moment he noticed a shadow above him, seeing that Marumi was standing with her hand extended, with a smile on her face. Marumi. It was a great fight, Shinso-kun. Shinso only blushed a little, but responded to Marumi's hand, getting up and leaving the place. Shinso. Next time, I don't plan on losing, good luck in the next round. Standing with his back turned, leaving a Marumi with a smile on her face. Shinso had been defeated by his classmates, but when he entered the stadium tunnel, he met his sensei and his classmates. Izuku. You did very well, Shinso, but don't feel bad. You always learn something from defeats, and that gives you great motivation to train and become stronger to beat them next time. Shinso couldn't take it anymore and shed a few tears of happiness. Shinso. Gracious, sensei. The girls had also shown a smile for their partner. Izuku. Well, Shinso, go to the infirmary and you two prepare, especially you Yui, your fight is the third. Yui. See sensei. Izuku. Well, see you. Disappearing in a trail of smoke, leaving the trio of teenagers. With Marumi. We can see how the green-haired girl was changing in the corridors of the stadium, heading to the infirmary because she broke her finger, but some people had doubled the dodge, this being Izuku's family. Eri. Aunt Marumi. The little girl threw herself into her aunt's arms, who took her in a tight hug. Izuku. Congratulations, sister, you fought very well out there. Ryuko. You didn't do anything wrong, maybe I'll call you at my agency. Marumi. Thanks for that, and your brother. Taking the collar of his brother's shirt. Why didn't you ever tell me that you secretly trained that boy? Does he have something that I don't? Shaking it in a comical way, this being seen by Ryuko and Eri, the first one was with a drop of sweat behind her neck, while the girl just laughed at seeing the scene. Izuku. Well, he has something you don't know yet, when all this is over, I'll introduce you to my students. Marumi. Do you train more than one? Izuku. That's right. Marumi. Who are the others? Izuku. Well, you'll find out soon, better go with your friends to watch the fights. Marumi. But I have to go with Recovery Grill to get my finger cured. Showing his injured finger. Izuku took his sister's finger, passing some of his chakra to heal the green-haired girl's finger. Izuku. Done, he's cured now. Marumi. Amazing. Ryuko. We're leaving now, good luck in my second round, whoever wins this fight will be your opponent, you better think of a strategy. Marumi. Of course, I don't intend to let them down. Eri. Good luck, Aunt. Marumi. Thank you, Iri-chan. The four left the place, going to their respective seats in the place. In the field. The second round was between Shoto and Shiro, with Todoroki winning, who was very angry because he had encountered his stupid father, causing him to get carried away, creating a large pillar of ice that covered half the arena, beating poor Shiro without much difficulty. Todoroki had to take responsibility for that in the form of an apology for getting carried away. When everything was ready, the third fight was ready to begin. Present Mick. Very well, now it's time for the third fight. This will be between girls from both classes. The first is a martial arts maiden, being a great bare-knuckle fighter. She is the president of Class B, Itsuka Kendo. The orange-haired girl had emerged from the tunnel, greeted by several cheers, until she reached the platform. Present Mick. And on this side we have someone also from Class B. This girl is a mystery, even for her own classmates. The one who came in second in the obstacle course, she is Yui Kadai. The black-haired girl had also been greeted by several shouts of applause until she was on her side of the platform, looking into the eyes of her orange-haired best friend. Kendo. Don't think I'm going to make it easy for you, Yui. The black-haired girl just nodded, getting into a fighting stance. Midnight. Ready. Yui Kendo. Yes. The girls launched into the attack, starting with a large number of blows, both being on par, but Kendo was feeling more pain from the black-haired girl's blows because she was using chakra. Yui had thrown a kick that was heading for her president's face. Kendo managed to block the blow, but was sent flying a few meters back since Yui had used a lot of chakra on her feet. Everyone present could see how Yui's legs were being surrounded by a blue aura. Yui quickly went against Kendo, throwing a kick with all her strength, but Kendo quickly moved from the place, returning the kick to Yui, which hit the black-haired girl in the face, causing her to become stunned. Kendo had enlarged his right hand, throwing a punch towards Yui. The aforementioned managed to block the attack, but was sent back a few meters. Kendo went against Yui, his action being imitated by the aforementioned. Both girls had once again focused on a wide variety of hits, but this time Yui was the one with the advantage. Yui's thoughts. I don't even think about losing, even though my quirk isn't that useful in combat, I will show that I am strong. Flashback. We can see a black-haired girl in the center of a training camp doing push-ups. Yui Kadai was a very quiet girl with a neutral look, something that I saw made many people not talk to her and stay away from him, but when her quirk awakened, the mockery of her classmates would not be long in coming, receiving the mockery that her quirk was useless, she would never be a heroine with that quirk. Yui. I have to get stronger, I can't stay behind. Training for the festival. The black-haired girl turned to see the person behind the voice, seeing a green-haired ninja in the top of a tree. Yui. Midoriya-sensei. Izuku. Holokadai. The black-haired woman stood up and stood at attention like a soldier. Izuku. Hey, it's not that bad that you're acting like that. Yui. Excuse me sensei, but what are you doing here? Izuku. Well, as you know, you have to stay longer to train. Yui just nodded in affirmation. Izuku. Well, I was the one who asked for that. Yui. Why? Izuku. Well, as I could see, you're not that good at physical combat. Yui just lowered her head in sadness. Izuku. What do you think if I instruct you into Jutsu? The black-haired girl raised her head in surprise. Yui. What? Izuku. Well, I see that you don't want to be left behind from your classmates, so I decided to help you. Yui. But why? Izuku. Well, you remind me of when I was in my early days. Yui. What? Izuku. I was also very bad at it, even my punches were like a baby's. Yui let out a small laugh at that. Izuku. And tell me, don't you want me to train you? Yui. Thank you. Izuku. Well, you better go now, tomorrow we'll start. Yui had taken her things, going home with a small smile on her face. End of the flashback. Kendo had thrown a punch towards Yui's face, but the aforementioned had taken the orange-haired girl's hand, leaving her surprised. Kendo would try to throw another punch with her free hand, but was again taken by Yui. The black-haired girl had begun to put force into her grip, causing Kendo to begin to feel pain, and little by little she began to kneel, and she was about to fall unconscious, since Yui-su gave her some strong blows. Yui had released Kendo from her grip, which had taken its distance, but her arms were too sore to hold them steady. Kendo threw it at Yui to hit her, but she barely managed to lift one of her arms, but Yui easily hit her in the face, making the orange-haired girl fall to the ground unconscious. Midnight. The winner is Yui Kadai. The entire Victor Stadium for the girl, who was taking gasps of air due to the fatigue she had from the fight and because she used a lot of her chakra in the fight. Some robots had appeared to take Kendo away, while Yui went to the infirmary on foot since she could still walk. All of Class B was surprised since Yui Kadai, the strongest girl of all, defeated Kendo, the strongest girl in her class. On the part of Class A, Murumi was also surprised since she could see how that girl had also been trained by her brother. With you. The black-haired girl was walking through the hallways, but she ran into her sensei, who was leaning against the wall. Izuku. You did very well, Yui, you have made a lot of progress. Yui. Thank you very much, sensei, I am grateful to you for training me. Izuku. I hope you managed to achieve that, but it doesn't matter if you don't achieve it, if you lose, remember that a defeat is always a lesson for you to keep training. Yui. Yes, sensei. Izuku had placed his hand on Yui's head and began to pass chakra to her, healing her bruises and recovering the chakra she lost in the fight. Izuku. Well, go with your friends, she's the only one missing to fight. Yui. Yes. The green-haired man had disappeared in a trail of smoke, leaving Yui, who had a small smile on her face, and then began to head towards the infirmary, since she wanted to see how her friend was. 10 minutes later. Present Mick. Alright, it's time for the 4th fight. So far we've seen some great fights, but it's time for the 5th fight, this time it's a mixed fight. On this side we have a very talented boy in karate, something that will give strong fringes with his tail, the Class A martial artist, Ajiro Mashirao. The blonde had come out of the tunnel, ready for combat, with a look of determination, waiting for his opponent. Present Mick. And on this side, we have a totally mysterious girl, going unnoticed by everyone like a ghost, she is, Ryuko Yanagi. The red-haired girl had come out of the tunnel, with her look of indifference, her class was once again surprised, since they never realized that she managed to qualify. Both teenagers were staring at each other, but Ryuko maintained her expressionless expression, while Ajiro was in a fighting stance. Midnight. Begin. The two quickly launched into a fight, starting with a light exchange of blows. Ajiro started off having the advantage, as he had more experience in his martial art. Ryuko was also keeping the fight somewhat even, but the problem was Ajiro's tail, which prevented Ryuko from hitting his face. Ryuko launched a kick towards Ajiro's face, which he managed to block, but he quickly grabbed Ryuko's leg and with all his strength, sent the grey-haired girl flying. Ryuko fell on her hands, managing to maintain her balance, and once again launched herself into the attack, just like Ajiro, and once again began an exchange of blows. Present Mick. This is incredible, these two young men are really giving us a great show. Izuku. Of course, after all, she, along with Yui and Shinso, are my disciples. Appearing behind Present Mick and Asawa, leaving them very surprised and scared, since at no time did they feel when he arrived. What Izuku said was heard through the microphone, leaving the entire state speechless, as 3 young men were trained by him. People started saying different things about the 3 young men. On the part of the false heroes, they said that they deserved to be arrested just like their master, thinking that they would be a threat, and also because they wanted to gain recognition for capturing the demon of the fog and his disciples. For this true hero, they said that these boys have great talent, since it is not for nothing that they were recognized by the strongest vigilante. In the field. We can see how Ryuko and Ajiro had some bruises and were a little short of breath. Ajiro launched an attack again, but Ryuko stood there without moving, making him think she had already given up. Ajiro had launched an attack with his tail, doing a spin in the air. Ryuko had dodged the attack, but when Ajiro turned around to see her, he realized that she was no longer there. He started looking for her all over the arena, as well as the stadium, thinking that she had left, but to everyone's surprise, a hand that appeared from under the ground had taken Ajiro's leg. Ryuko. Earth style. Jutsu head decapitation. Ajiro had been pulled to the ground, leaving Ajiro buried up to his head. Ryuko had come out on the side, very tired, but with a smile on her face. Ajiro tried to free himself, but he couldn't move at all. Ryuko. Don't even try, you're buried from your foot to your arms, even your tail can't do anything now. Midnight. Ajiro-kun, can you continue? Ajiro had only closed his eyes in frustration, but then he let out a sigh of resignation. Ajiro. Laughing at me. Midnight. Very well, in that case, Yanagi-chan is my winner. The cries of applause were not long in coming. Ryuko had freed Ajiro from the trap and only gave him her hand as a form of respect for the fight. Yanagi turned around and started walking towards the exit tunnel. Flashback. Ryuko Yanagi. She is a very quiet and somewhat shy girl, she is one of those girls who never cared about her appearance and had the habit of having her hands in a somewhat strange position, looking almost like a zombie, something that affected her a lot in her childhood, as several people made fun of her for her emo and pale appearance, but that did not prevent her from getting into the UA, but in the same way she wanted to be strong for herself. We can see Ryuko in a place in the academy forest, levitating some stones with weapons that were there. Ryuko. Damn, I can't, I'll never be able to advance in the festival like this. You seem to be trying really hard. Ryuko could see Izuku on top of a tree, who was upside down. Izuku. Holy Yanagi. Ryuko. Sensei, what are you doing here? Izuku. Well, I came to see how your training is going. Ryuko. Well, bad, I haven't made any progress. Izuku. Well, I wouldn't say that, but I see that you are very good with the land, right? Ryuko. You could say yes, because of the question. Izuku. You are not interested in me teaching you some earth techniques, you will even be able to master your quirk in a better way, I have some ideas that hate to work. Ryuko. Are you serious? Izuku. Of course, just because you're weak doesn't mean you are. Ryuko had a sparkle in her eyes when she heard the words Izuku said to her. The green-haired man turned around and started to leave. Izuku. Tomorrow after school at the Gamma field. Ryuko. Yes. End of the flashback. Ryuko's thoughts. Thank you very much, sensei. I promise not to disappoint you. I will show you that your teachings are very valuable. He clenched his fist against his chest and left the place. Afterwards, the fights continued along their same course, but Bakugo and Uraraka's fight wasn't as brutal as in the anime, since Bakugo now knows how to restrain himself and not be brutal with his opponents. Right now, we're in the second phase of the fight rounds, and the next fight would be between Marumi Midoriya and Shoto Todoroki. Both young men had been called to go to the stadium. With Marumi. We can see the green-haired girl walking toward the exit tunnel, but she ran into the number 2 hero, Endeavor. Marumi. Endeavor. The hero said as he looked at the Marumi, with a serious look, but with a small smile. Endeavor. Oh, it's you. Marumi. What are you doing here? Endeavor. As I can see, you created great wind pressures with just a snap of your fingers, you truly have incredible power. Marumi. Well, thank you, but I have to go. Endeavor. I want to make you a proposal. Marumi. What? Endeavor. I want you to marry Shoto, so I can obtain our strengths, which could surpass Almight. Marumi. Perp, what are you saying? Endeavor. I want you to marry Shoto, because I'm sure you can't count on him in the fight. Izuku. I don't believe that. Todoroki turned around to see who it was, but was pushed against the wall, having the edge of a sword at his neck. Marumi. Brother. Izuku was carrying Kubikirabacho, but he didn't have his white mask, revealing his green eyes, but half of his face was covered by the bandages he used as a mask. Endeavor. Demon of the Mist. Izuku. Marumi, go to your fight, they are waiting for you. Marumi. Yes, but. Izuku. Don't worry about me, I'm just going to have a little conversation with Endeavor. Marumi. Please take care. Izuku. So it will be. The younger green-haired girl ran off towards the combat arena, leaving the hero and the guard alone in said room. Izuku. What are you planning? Endeavor. The hero quickly removed the sword from his neck and launched a blast of fire at Izuku, who had dodged it without any problem. Izuku and Endeavor were staring at each other intensely, their gazes filled with mutual hatred. Endeavor was upset to hear that Izuku had interrupted his marriage plan, but Izuku was very upset since that damn Enji wanted his sister to marry Shoto, but he has nothing against the young Todoroki, since he has nothing to do with the actions of the wretch he has as a father. Izuku. Listen, and listen to me carefully, Enji Todoroki. I'm not going to allow my sister to be your breeding machine, because first, you'll have to outweigh me. Chapter 18. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 18. We are at the first year UA Academy Sports Festival, currently in the fighting phase and in the second round, starting with Marumi Midoriya versus Shoto Todoroki, the sister of the most wanted vigilante of all, but of course no one knew that, the only ones being the students and a few heroes, against the son of the number 2 hero. But what no one knew was that inside the stadium there were two people in a very tense situation. We can see inside one of the corridors a green-haired man with a sword in his hand and also a red-haired man surrounded by fire, who were looking at each other in a very fierce way of mutual hatred, and why is that? Well, what happens is that Endeavor told Marumi to marry Shoto, just so that she would have strong grandchildren who would surpass All Might, but Izuku, like every older brother, opposed that and defended Marumi from Todoroki, confronting him and telling him that he would not allow that to happen. Izuku. Listen carefully, Enji, because I'm not going to repeat it again, my sister will not be your breeding machine, and if you even think about coming back, get close to her, I swear to God that I will make everyone see what the number 2 hero really is, of course, if you deserve to at least continue calling yourself a hero. Taking a large orange envelope from the sleeve of his black cape. Endeavor looked at the envelope in confusion, but Izuku just made a mocking gesture under the bandages covering it. Izuku. In this envelope is all the information you gave your family, their emotional and psychological states, and how you treat all the people who supposedly admire you, making quotation marks with their fingers, and I doubt you want this information to go to some source and be spread out there, and that your career as a hero would be ruined. At all times Izuku said it in a mocking tone, under the attentive gaze of hatred from the fire hero. Before Endeavor could do anything, a blonde had arrived at the scene. Ryuko had seen Endeavor completely angry that even his flames had increased in size, but seeing that Izuku was with Kubikirabacho nailed to one side of him, but having in his hands an envelope with some papers inside it. Ryuko. Love, what's going on? He didn't care about the fire hero's look of surprise, since in the month he knew Izuku, he showed him what Endeavor really is, and that made him lose all the respect he had for Todoroki. Izuku. Don't worry honey, I just had a little conversation with Endeavor, which just ended, let's go. Taking his sword and putting it behind his back he approached his wife by the hand and began to walk beside her. Endeavor. Stop, there are both. Both had stopped their walk to look at Todoroki's face. Ryuko. Que pasa Endeavor? Izuku. Speak fast Enji. Endeavor. How is it possible that you are next to a murderer like him? You should be ashamed of yourself as the heroine that you are. Ryuko. Ashamed of being with him? The one who should feel ashamed is you, look at mistreating your wife in such a way, to the point of taking her to a psychiatric center, looking at your youngest son as a simple weapon, and ignoring the rest of your own blood, that even one of them has died, and you know that, yes, Izuku is a murderer, but at least he is a good husband and father, someone who knows how to give love to a family, because you, I doubt you know what that is. The dragon heroine had released everything she had inside towards Endeavor, not only leaving the aforementioned surprised, but also Izuku, since he never saw that side of her, and never wanted to see it if one day she got angry with him. Ryuko had walked again until she reached Izuku's side, taking his hand so he could follow her. In the field. We can see how the fight between Marumi and Shoto had not lasted since it started a short time ago, with Shoto throwing a large amount of ice towards the green-haired girl, who had responded with some flames of fire, since she still did not have enough mastery of One for All to use it at that time, since she had every chance of breaking her bones if she used it against the bicolor's ice. Marumi had fired a fireball, which was countered with a pillar of ice by Shoto, which had disintegrated the fireball, but the ice had still continued to advance against the green-haired girl, who had no choice but to use part of One for All on her fingers. But Izuku. We can see how Izuku and Ryuko were in a hallway near the private room in which Eri was watching her aunts fight. Izuku. Have you calmed down yet? Putting her hand on the blonde's shoulder, who was holding her face, which was completely red with embarrassment since her partner saw her like that, since she had never been this angry in her life. Ryuko. I can't believe I screamed like that. Izuku. You have nothing to be ashamed of, you told the whole truth about that wretch, and what's more. He joined hands with Ryuko's, who was surprised by this, and looked into his beloved's eyes. Izuku. Thanks for saying that about me. Ryuko had remembered everything he said at that moment, making her blush increase, making her head steam as well. Izuku. I'm glad to know that you think that about me. Ryuko. Of course, except for my parents and Mirko, you are the only man who has treated me with love, and I could see that you love me for who I am. Izuku. Of course. Hugging the dragon, who had her face on the green-haired man's chest. Izuku. Even though it's a bit strange given our ages, you're the woman I've been looking for all this time. Ryuko was happy to hear that, raising her head to lower the bandages that covered Izuku's face to plant a kiss full of love on his lips, which was reciprocated by the green-haired man, taking her by the waist. The kiss had lasted a full minute, during which the two had no intention of separating, but had to do so due to a small tremor that could be felt throughout the place. Ryuko. What was that? Izuku. I don't know, let's see. Entering the room with the blonde, seeing on the screen that Shoto had created a large iceberg, but it had been destroyed by Marumi who had used One for All, but revealing that he now had 3 broken fingers, since before he had to do the same thing 2 more times. Izuku. But what do you think that girl is doing? Ryuko. This is bad, if he continues like this, he won't be able to use his hand anymore. Izuku. I can cure that, but I can't believe it's gotten to that point. In the field. The fight between the two young men was still ongoing, but Shoto had half of his body frozen and was on the verge of freezing completely if he didn't use his fire side. Marumi. Todoroki-kun, stop holding on to that stupid grudge. If you don't use your fire side, you'll get hypothermia. Shoto. And no, I won't use my father's power. The green-haired girl went against Todoroki, who also went against her, being face to face, but Marumi ducked to dodge a blow from Shoto, but concentrated 8% of the OFA in her fist. Marumi. That's your power, not his. Connecting the blow to Todoroki's stomach, causing him to back away a few meters. Shoto began to remember everything that happened to him in his past with his family, with his mother, and from the ear of his father, through whom he was born. The rest had been as in the original story until both teenagers had released large amounts of wind and fire, causing the entire stadium to feel it. Izuku had arrived where Asawa and present Mick were, taking the microphone from the blonde. Izuku. Midnight, cements quickly stop them, if they continue like this, both of them will end very badly. The heroes and those present were surprised to hear that from the guard, but someone would speak through the microphone. Isawa. Do it quickly, what are you waiting for? The two aforementioned heroes had reacted, with Midnight tearing off a part of her suit to expose her gas, but it had been useless, since Shoto's fire had made the gas move away. Cementos had placed his hands on the ground, proceeding to create multiple barriers between them, but it had been useless, since the walls had been destroyed by the two young men who had launched an attack, being inches away from colliding. At that moment a huge explosion had been felt throughout the place, but several pieces of debris had been scattered everywhere. The heroes of the place were about to act to protect the civilians, but quickly a large amount of shurikens and kunes had been directed towards the rubble that was in the air, but they apparently had labels, but they had quickly exploded, but also a large wall of water was put in front of everyone so that the explosion did not reach the civilians, the responsible ones being the Izuku clones, which were placed on the railings, but in the student area. Those who had reacted had been three young people, being Shinso, Yui and Ryuko. Shinso had fired air bullets, Yui had gathered chakra in her fists, and Ryuko had made a rock fist, and the three had managed to prevent the other students from being hurt, surprising everyone. But in the field it could be seen that Marumi and Shoto were surprised to see the same person in front of them, this being Izuku, who had managed to stop the two attacks from both young men. Both heroes, civilians and students were surprised to see how Izuku managed to stop everything that happened. Marumi. Her brother. Shoto. Midoriya-san, why? Seeing that the older green-haired man's arms were in different shapes, with one burned from stopping Shoto's attack and the other apparently somewhat red from stopping Marumi's attack. Everyone was speechless at the sight before their eyes, he had managed to stop the two strongest attacks. Izuku had pulled his hands away from the two, who had fallen to the ground in astonishment, but Marumi was more so because of the pain he felt in his arm and the fingers of both hands. Izuku. Hey Midnight, the fight is over, Shoto is the winner. Marumi. But brother. Izuku. Look at your hands, Marumi. The green-haired girl had fixed her gaze on her arms, seeing that all of her fingers were broken, but her right arm was the one that was most injured, swearing that it would leave a scar. Midnight. Don't contradict him Midoriya, he's right, even if you had won those wounds couldn't be healed in time for the next fight. Marumi only limited herself to saying yes with heaviness, due to the tiredness she felt from using one for all, and due to the great pain her body could be in. Midnight. The winner is Todoroki. The stadium had let out great shouts of euphoria for the bicolor, which was still surprised, since its best attack had been stopped by Izuku with great ease. With ink. We can see how the green-haired girl breathed a big sigh of relief. Inko. Thank you Izuku for taking care of your sister. Masaru. Those marks on his hands are not normal, especially the one on his right arm, that will leave a scar. Mitsuki. Because Katsuki is not like that. At the stadium. We can see Izuku now carrying a tired Marumi, who was somewhat embarrassed, as everyone was watching them. Izuku. I'm so proud of you. Marumi could hear what her brother said, and just smiled at the compliment she received. Change of scene. Now we find ourselves in the stadium's infirmary, where we could see Marumi being scolded by Recovery Girl for using her quirk in a very irresponsible way. Izuku. Well Recovery Girl, I'll leave it to you, I have to go somewhere else. Recovery Girl. It's okay, and thank you for helping me heal her. Izuku. Get well soon sister, later we will talk about special training so you can improve at it. Marumi. Thanks brother, greetings to Eri. Izuku. Bae. They left the infirmary, leaving both women behind. Recovery Girl. Your brother really cares about you. Marumi. Yes, I know. I'm surprised at how strong he is. I wonder what kind of training he did to be equal to the top guys. Recovery Girl. Don't even think about doing that, I'm not going to be your patient 24/7. Creator's note. Just so you know, Marumi and the rest who saw Izuku's past only saw a snippet of Izuku's arduous training in case you're wondering, end of note. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired boy walking through the halls of the large stadium, thinking about how he could help his sister by using that power, but along the way, he ran into his two students, who were on their way to the field. Ryuko. Midoriya-sensei. Izuku. Hey girls, I know your fight is next, good luck to both of you. Yui Ryuko. Thank you sensei. Izuku. Well, go there and show me the results of your training. Girls. Yes. The two went their separate ways to the countryside, leaving an Izuku who followed their walk to go to his wife and daughter, but unfortunately someone blocked his path, being again Endeavor. Izuku was already fed up with meeting Endeavor, as he didn't want to see him even in paint. Izuku. You better get out of the way Enji, you don't want to make me angry. Endeavor. Ha, like I care, I came to talk to you about something. Izuku. Let me guess, is it about that stupid marriage proposal? Endeavor. What are you eating that you guess? Izuku. You lose. Passing by the hero to continue on his way. Endeavor. How about a bet, you and I have a fight, the winner asks the loser for whatever he wants. Izuku had stopped in his tracks, turning his head slightly to look into Enji's eyes. Endeavor. If I win the fight, your sister will marry Shoto. Izuku. What if I win? Endeavor. I don't know, what do you want in return? Izuku. Very well then. Apunto-kan samahata Enji. If I win, I want you to divorce your wife, who will have full custody of your children and 50% of all your money. Added surprised Enji, who didn't know how to respond. Izuku. I don't care about your dirty money Enji, but at least I'll be doing Shoto a favor and be grateful that I'm not threatening to reveal all the atrocities you did to them, and… What do you say? Do you accept? Chapter 19. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 19. As we haven't seen before, the UA Sports Festival was still in progress, currently in the final phase of the preliminaries, with the Yui vs Ryuko fight taking place, their fight to advance to the semifinals. Both girls were now on the fighting platform, ready to fight, but in another place in the stadium, you could see how the number 2 hero Endeavor was in front of the fog demon, who was with his Samahata sword pointing at the fire hero, who was still with an expression of astonishment, since both had told him about a bet, with Endeavor saying that if he wins, Marumi would marry Shoto, since he only wanted strong grandchildren, but he was completely surprised, since Izuku asked him that if he was victorious in the fight between them, Rei would divorce him, completely losing custody of his children, and that 50% of his money will be hers. At the moment, we can see how Midnight was about to start the fight between the two girls. Yui. Don't think I'm going to let you win. Heading into a fighting stance. Ryuko. I say the same, just because you're my friend doesn't mean I'm going to lose. Betting just like her friend. Midnight. Begin. Both girls had launched into the attack, starting with a clash of fists that had been surrounded by chakra. With Izuku. We can still see how Izuku was with his sword pointed at Enji, who still didn't know how to respond. Izuku. What do you say Enji, do you accept or do you withdraw? Iridi had not yet given any answer, as he was still in shock. Izuku. Jum, I knew it, you're just a coward, goodbye Enji. Turning around to start walking, having his sword on his shoulders. At that moment the hero had returned in astonishment and could see how Izuku was walking to leave the place. Endeavor. Hey wait. The green-haired man stopped to look the hero in the eyes. Endeavor. I accept the duel. Izuku. And how do I know you won't lie to me when this is all over? Endeavor. I'm not lying, I'm a man of my word. Izuku. Well, after the student fights are over, we'll be the ones fighting, does that sound okay to you? Endeavor. Very well, now I can humiliate you in front of everyone. Izuku. If you say what you want, you better not run. The green-haired man continued his walk, but this time he had a smile under his bandages, leaving Endeavor still angry, who was annoyed by the last thing Izuku said. In the field. We can see how Yui was cornering Ryuko with a barrage of blows at high speeds, but Ryuko was covering herself with her rock-covered arms. Present Mick. This is incredible, the young Kodai completely cornered the young Yanagi, now what can she do against that, will it be her end? Ryuko's thoughts. Never that. She still endured her friend's blows, but at that moment she could notice her legs that were defenseless, being the perfect moment to sweep her, making Yui lose her balance, being the perfect moment for Ryuko to give her a strong kick in her back, which made her fly a few meters to the ground. Both Ryuko and Yui would start making hand seals. Yui. Fire style, Phoenix Flower Jutsu. Flames of fire went against the gray-haired girl. Ryuko. Earth style Great Earth Wall. The dome of earth had completely covered Ryuko, who had received the fire attack. When Yui put her feet back on the ground, she could see how the earth dome completely disintegrated, seeing an unharmed Ryuko. The black-haired girl went against her friend, who imitated her action. With Marumi. We can see how the green-haired girl had arrived at the stands where her friends were. Lita. Midoriya-chan. Uraraka. How are you? Marumi. I'm fine, luckily I didn't get any broken fingers or a scolding from my brother. Jiru. Well that's good, look at hurting your whole hand like that. Momo. Your brother really cares about you, look at him stopping that fight like that. Marumi. Even I am very surprised by that. Bakugo. You better not do that again, you saw how angry Izuku got with you. Marumi. It's true, I won't make him angry, it's scary when he does that. Back in the field. We can see how Ryuko had done a great Jutsu combo to Yui, finally with a blow to her stomach with her rock fists, causing Yui to spit some blood from her mouth. When Yui grabbed the pit of her stomach in pain, Ryuko had taken the opportunity to go against her and began to gather chakra in her leg to hit Yui's face when the gray-haired girl was close to kicking, but Yui quickly managed to grab Ryuko's leg, stopping the kick, and with all of it she began to spin, managing to make Ryuko spin in the air. The internal danger freed herself from the grip, but it had been useless since Yui with all her strength threw her friend out of the platform, but while she was in the air, she launched a flame of fire towards Ryuko, causing her to crash against the wall, leaving her stamped against the wall, but also made the wall have some holes from the fire attack. Midnight. Yanagi-san is out of the arena, the winner is Kadai. Everyone started applauding the brunette's victory, but the aforementioned woman started to head towards her friend, who was looking down. The brunette had stood in front of her friend, who fixed her gaze on her, meeting her gaze with hers. Yui. It was a good fight, Ryuko. Raising her hand. Ryuko only showed a slight smile, accepting the hand and giving the black-haired girl a shake with a smile. Once again the stadium exploded with shouts of excitement at the great spirit of both girls. But Izuku. We can see how he was with Ryukyu and Eri, the three of them being very happy for them. Ryukyu. You taught those three very well. Izuku. And I'm proud of that. When this is over, I'm going to have you accompany me on patrol. Eri. Daddy, one day you teach me how to be a ninja. Doing a handstand, they brought a smile to their parents' faces. Izuku. Of course, daughter, when you turn 12, I will teach you everything I know. You were. Yes. Raising arms in joy. Izuku. I'm flying now, love. Ryukyu. And Vaz. Izuku. I'm going to congratulate my students for their fight, don't worry, I won't be long, do you want something to eat? Ryukyu. One bun please. Eri. I have a caramel apple. Izuku. Very well, I'm flying now. Closing the door behind him and disappearing in a trail of smoke. But Yui and Ryuko. Both of the aforementioned were in the stadium's infirmary, both with bandages on their bodies due to the severe blows they received. Recovery girl. Wow, you two really showed off, look how you turned out, but hey, at least it's not as serious as Midoriya and Todoroki. At that moment Izuku had appeared in a trail of smoke, scaring the poor old woman. Recovery girl. What's wrong with you? You almost scared me to death, hitting Izuku's leg with his cane, who was laughing. Izuku. Sorry about that, it was unintentional. Yui Ryuko. Midoriya-sensei. Izuku. Hey girls, good fight, you really surprised me. Ryuko. Thanks for that. Izuku. Don't feel bad, Ryuko, this doesn't have to get you down, you've caught a lot of attention from several heroes, surely many will want you in their agencies, and you too Yui, out of the three of you were able to reach the semifinals, I see that your growth has been too much. They both became happy upon hearing those words, unable to shed tears of happiness. Izuku. Well, we have 30 minutes to rest, but better. The green-haired man placed his hands on the heads of his students and with the help of Samehada, he began to pass chakra to them when their wounds and returning their energies to fight. Izuku. Done, they're cured now. Recovery girl. That easy? Izuku. Well yes. Yui Ryuko. Thank you sensei. Izuku. Well, go with the others, especially you Yui, remember it's the semi-final. Yui. Of course, I'll give it my all. Izuku. Good luck. The green-haired man had disappeared in a trail of smoke, returning to his family. Recovery girl. One day, that kid is going to give me a heart attack for disappearing and reappearing like that. Ryuko. I asked if she could teach us that, it seems to be very beneficial. Yui. You're right. Recovery girl. Very good, you two, go back outside, especially your girl, remember that you still have one more fight to finish. Yui. Yes, I know, come on Ryuko. The aforementioned woman listened to her friend and the two of them left the place. With Izuku. We can see how the aforementioned had arrived at the room with the snacks that his wife and daughter had asked for. When Izuku entered the room, he could see how both of them were playing with each other. Ryukyu. Hello love. Eri. Dad. Going towards her father, she was caught in a hug from the green-haired man. Izuku. Mira Eri. Placing the caramel apple in front of her, she became happy with stars in her eyes and gave her father a hug. Eri, thanks dad. Starting to eat the apple with a smile. Ryukyu. Hey, I want attention too. Pretending to be angry. Izuku had left his daughter on the couch to go to Ryukyu, giving her a hug and putting the bun in front of her, showing a smile, and when she tried to take a bite, Izuku caught Ryukyu with a kiss, which she accepted with a kiss. Ryukyu. She's very sweet. Izuku. The bun are my kisses. Ryukyu. You are always sweet to me. Kissing the green-haired boy, having one of his arms behind his neck. They both broke away from the kiss and went to the couch. Eri. Dad. Izuku. It's a dime. Eri. When can I have siblings? Ryukyu. Very soon Eri, are you okay with a sister or both? Eri. Both of them. Izuku. Don't go complaining later, because I'm not going to hold back. The blonde, upon hearing that, had turned red as a tomato, eating her bun to calm down, while Izuku had his arm on her hip. In the field. We can see right now how Lita and Shoto were face to face, ready for their fight. Present Mick. Alright ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the semi-final fight. Here's young Lita against young Todoroki, let's see who makes it to the finals. Midnight. Begin. The fight between Lita and Shoto would be like in the original story, giving Shoto the victory. Present Mick. Very well, it's time for the penultimate fight. This time it's the turn of a very talented young woman who has stood out a lot today, and one of the students of the Fog Demon, the only one who managed to reach this phase, she is Yui Kadai. The black-haired woman had come out of the tunnel, still with her expressionless look. Present Mick. And on this side we have a young man with a great fighting spirit, and with his explosions, he managed to destroy everything that stood in front of him. He is Kitsuki Bakugo. The Policioniso had come out of the tunnel, with a serious expression at all times. Both young men had come face to face, ready to fight. Midnight. Begin. The first to launch the attack had been Bakugo, who propelled himself with his explosions, while Yui began to run while making hand seals. Bakugo. Don't think I'm going to fall for that. Yui. Fire style, Jutsu Phoenix Flower. The flames of fire against a Bakugo, who had propelled himself with his explosions to the sky, managing to avoid the attack. Yui, seeing this, also rushed to attack Bakugo, who went straight against the black-haired girl, launching a very powerful explosion, which Yui had blocked, leaving everyone worried about it, since the explosion was indeed powerful. But through the smoke the black-haired girl had appeared, who had some parts of her clothes burned, but she concentrated chakra in her fist, and without wasting time, she hit Bakugo full in the face, who had complained of the pain, and was sent flying a few meters back with some blood coming out of his mouth, due to Yui's blow. The little-haired boy had started heading towards Yui again, who had concentrated chakra in her feet, ready to receive the little-haired boy. Bakugo was only inches away from hitting Yui, who had quickly turned around to kick with concentrated chakra, but Bakugo managed to use an explosion at the last moment to dodge the attack, and quickly grabbed Yui by the collar of her shirt, managing to turn her around with force, and with an explosion to send her near the edge of the platform. But Yui was a little tired to continue, since concentrating chakra and using that jutsu was exhausting, and they were not yet used to using fire jutsus. Yui. Mirindo. That had left the entire stadium in complete shock, even Bakugo stopped in the air, but causing him to fall face down from the shock. Midnight. What? Yui. I give up, I'm too tired to continue. The black-haired girl just bowed to Bakugo, who was in shock, and started walking towards the exit, leaving everyone still in shock. But Izuku. We can see how he was laughing as mentioned, leaving his wife and daughter confused. Ryukyu. What are you laughing at? Izuku. Out of the whole stadium, don't you see how it is? Haha. Ryukyu. How could she give up, she could still go on. Izuku. No, she was already tired, she still doesn't know how to concentrate chakra very well, and also how to use fire techniques, since that's the only one she knows how to do. Ryukyu. Well, she's right about that, but now there's only the final left, she asked me who would win. Izuku. Let's see that now. After Yui had left the entire stadium in shock, Bakugo's last fight against Shoto had passed, with Bakugo winning, since Shoto still didn't know how to use his fire side at all times. The medal ceremony had been held as in the original story, but instead of Tokoyami, it was Yui who was in third place. Present Mick. Alright, gentlemen, before you go, right now we're going to see a real fight between two greats, but this doesn't involve the students, but rather a top hero. Everyone upon hearing that was surprised by it, a top hero was going to fight, but against whom? And who will it be? Those were the questions that everyone was asking themselves, even the students were surprised by that, since they knew nothing about it. Present Mick. Is everyone ready to watch this fight? The entire stadium screamed with excitement, as seeing a top hero fight was something no one would want to miss. Present Mick. Alright, it's time for the best heroes of all, being recognized by many, and being below Almight, the almighty hero of flames, Endeavor. The aforementioned had come out to be on the platform, being received by many with joy, but now his question was, who is going to fight against him? At that moment a dense fog had appeared all over the place, leaving everyone very confused by it, but the students were able to recognize it, being very surprised by it, especially four young fours. Present Mick. He always hides in the dense fog that accompanies him at all times, takes care of and protects the weak, uncovering the corruption of several heroes who would not deserve that title, and also equaling the top heroes, being able to defeat a couple of them. On the platform a masked green-haired man had appeared, who had taken off his black cape with red clouds, holding his sword a large one, wearing a black ninja suit with a sleeveless shirt and pants of the same color, and with leg and arm warmers of light blue with black lines. Present Mick. The most beloved vigilante of all, the demon of the fog. Chapter 20. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 20. We found ourselves in a huge stadium, in which there were thousands of people and professional heroes, who had come to see the new generations of freshmen, being impressed by the skills that promised this year, especially the boys who were personally trained by the vigilante swordsman, who was responsible for showing the corruption and killing several heroes and villains. But when the sports festival had concluded with the awards, the hero present Mick had announced that there would be a fight that would leave everyone with their jaws on the floor, since the number 2 fire hero, Endeavor, would be shown on the field. But what surprised everyone the most was that he appeared in front of the fire hero. He was the best vigilante, but for everyone he was a real hero, the demon of the fog. Yes, it was the same one that was on the battlefield, but only one thought was that they all shared. This will be a battle worth watching. At the moment, we can see how both contenders were face to face, dazzling an atmosphere full of their murderous instincts, making even some spectators and professional heroes succumb to it, making it even impossible for them to breathe. But some students had fainted because of it, but they were obviously the weakest, like Kaminari and Mineta. Present Mick. Very well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see right now, the vigilante swordsman, better known as the demon of the mist, and the number 2 hero Endeavor are on the platform, since our director Nezu wanted to make a demonstration of power, being able to demonstrate why the demon of the mist is a sensei here, and why he is known for defeating top heroes, and what better way to demonstrate than with the second strongest hero of all. But the students. We can see how everyone was still in shock, since they couldn't believe that those 2 monsters were going to fight. Bakugo. Now this is a fight worth watching. Kirishima. Bakugo is right, at least let's see Midoriya-sensei in action, let's see how strong he really is. Mina. But he's facing number 2, who wants to make a bet, 8,000 to Endeavor. Toru. 9,000 to Midoriya-sensei. Shoto. 30,000 to Sensei. Todoroki's bet had everyone staring at him in surprise. Shoto. What's going on? Aoi Rozu. Aren't you going to bet on your father? Shoto. No, I bet on Sensei. But the Ryuko. We can see that the aforementioned was surprised to see her beloved on the battlefield, since she knew nothing about the bet they made, while Leiri was just with stars in her eyes, since she could see her father fight. Leiri. Is daddy going to fight? Ryuko. That's what it looks like, daughter. Ryuko's thoughts. Now that you're into it, honey. Watching the screen with some concern, but she didn't doubt Izuku's ability, but rather how brutal Endeavor can be in a fight, and she doesn't want to see her beloved hurt. In the field. Present Mick. Alright, the fight starts in 3, 2, 1, yay. The first to launch was Endeavor, who propelled himself with his fire, being of great speed, his action being imitated by Izuku, who also launched himself at great speed. Both contenders had collided their fists, forming a powerful air wave, making everyone feel it. Both enemies would begin to struggle, one wanting to demonstrate strength to the other. Endeavor would try to burn Izuku with the fire on his forearm, but the aforementioned had gathered the water element, preventing the fire from burning him. Both elements had created a vapor, causing everyone to start to wonder why that was happening. At that moment both enemies had separated, with Izuku throwing a kick to his face, but the Redeed managed to block the attack. But what nobody expected is that another Izuku had appeared behind Endeavor, and the one who had thrown the kick had disappeared in a trail of smoke, and the green-haired man punched him in his jaw, causing him to fly a few inches into the air, but quickly gave him a spinning kick, causing him to fly a few meters back. Endeavor managed to compose himself and wipe the blood from the corner of his lips, looking at the damage his opponent managed to do to him. Present Mick. This is amazing, both are really powerful, but now what will these monsters show us? At that moment, Endeavor had launched a powerful blast of fire towards Izuku. The heat of the attack was so powerful that even the spectators could feel it throughout the stadium. Izuku. Water style, water wall. A powerful water attack had formed in front of the fire attack, causing it to evaporate to create a smoke screen. But Izuku's disciples. We can see how the aforementioned were surprised by their sensei's attack. Shinso. Being able to do a water technique of that caliber without having any water source nearby. Yui. Do you need a water source to be a jutsus like that? Shinso. I tried once to do a water technique, but it didn't work out for me. When I asked sensei why, he told me that I need a strong water technique, but he doesn't need it since his chakra levels are too high for that without the need for a nearby source. Ryuko. Well, it seems that in the elements of power, Sensei has the advantage over Endeavor, but what remains to be seen is how strong they are physically. In the field. We can see how the surrounding water had dissipated, allowing him to escape Todoroki's attack unscathed. He then proceeded to make hand seals. Izuku. Fire style, Jutsu Phoenix Flower. Firing multiple fireballs that went towards Endeavor, who had thrown a fireball with his fists, but 2 fireballs managed to hit him in the chest and leg. Endeavor had seen where he had been attacked and could see that he had a burn on his chest and leg. Izuku. What's wrong, Enji, did my fire burn you? In a mocking tone, making the aforementioned look at him with hatred. Present Mick. This is incredible, Endeavor, has it been burned? The spectators were shocked by this, the fire hero had been burned. Izuku. Well, apparently, my fire is stronger than yours, I learned that from a good friend. Endeavor. Damn brat. Launching himself with everything towards Izuku, who lowered the bandages on his face a little, revealing his sharp teeth. When Endeavor stood in front of Izuku, but when he punched him with his hand surrounded by fire, Izuku received it full in his face, lifting him in the air, bringing a smile to Endeavor and some heroes who were on his side. But those smiles had quickly disappeared, as Izuku had disappeared in a small explosion of water. Without Endeavor expecting it, Izuku had appeared behind him, but when he tried to hit him, he received a kick in his stomach from Izuku, causing him to fall a few meters back, falling to the ground abruptly. Izuku. Water clone, that's the good thing about leaving some puddles around. Endeavor had immediately stood up, being very upset that he was being humiliated. At that moment Endeavor had propelled itself into the sky, being seen by everyone who had to raise their heads to see him. Izuku. So you want aerial combat? No, fine, here I go. The green-haired boy had started some hand seals very quickly and then placed his hand on the ground, which caused the stone where he was standing to rise with the wind and quickly go straight towards where the flaming hero was. Present Mick. This is incredible, this has now turned into an air battle. Everyone could see how Endeavor was firing multiple bursts of fire, but Izuku was dodging them without any problem. At that moment he had put his hands in his ninja belt pockets, taking out 2 shurikens, and began to spin them masterfully until he began to put wind on them, increasing their sharpness, managing to make their range increase. At that he had thrown both shurikens, which began to chase Endeavor, which began to fly at full speed to avoid being reached by the shurikens. But without him or anyone expecting it, another Izuku had appeared in front of Endeavor. Jutsu Dragon Flame Fire Style. The powerful flame of fire in the shape of a dragon's head went against the hero, who had managed to stop in time, but when he looked behind him, he could see that the shurikens were getting closer and he only had to fly higher, causing the fire to collide with the shurikens, causing them to be charred, but the fire against a wall, managing to even make the stadium tremble for a moment. Endeavor could see above him Izuku, who launched himself against him with the sword Shibuki in his hands, launching a powerful slash with his sword, forming a great explosion in the sky, but Endeavor had gone fully against the field, forming a crater in it, while Izuku was in the sky with his sword until he changed swords, now being Samehada, with which he went fully against the hero, who only moved to one side with an impulse of fire, while Izuku had against the crater where Endeavor was, increasing the size. At that moment Endeavor had launched a flame of fire, Izuku, who only lifted Samehada, and with it a great cut, managing to cut the fire attack, leaving everyone impressed by that, he cut Endeavor's attack without problems. At that moment the handle of the sword hit the green-haired man's head. Izuku. Oh sorry, did you get burned? At that moment, Endeavor once again went against Izuku, who noticed this and quickly increased the size of his fist, colliding with Endeavor's. Enji. Miserable dwarf. Izuku. What's wrong, Enji? Did I make you angry? Hahaha. At that moment Izuku quickly raised his sword, which had collided with Enji's fist. Endeavor. Do you really think a dull sword will finish me off? Izuku. Samehada doesn't cut, it tears. At that moment a large wound had formed on the hero's forearm, from which a lot of blood had flowed, leaving everyone surprised, but they were even more surprised when they saw the mouth of the sword. Izuku. Samehada says that his chakra has a bad taste. Endeavor. Unhappy bastard. Izuku. Haha, do you think it has to affect me? I've been told worse things during my time working, several heroes who do nothing but use the title of hero to fulfill their desires of greed, money, women and fame, all the heroes I killed had that in common. Everyone was paying attention to what the green-haired man was saying, but some heroes had become nervous at those words. Izuku. Heroes are supposed to help and protect the weakest, but too bad there aren't many heroes who have the same thought. Those are the ones who deserve the title of heroes and carry true justice regardless of the risk, but during my days of patrol, the heroes I saw did not have those qualities that I was looking for. They even tried to give me millions, as long as I let them live, but no, I would never lower myself to receive dirty money. I even showed the corruption they did in the shadows, something that you have never achieved, so answer me something, Endeavor, who is the bastard? Me? Someone who showed, helped and protected the weakest regardless of who he was, who risked his life for the people, or heroes who would never do the things I did, while they rejoice in money, while innocent people die out there, come on say it, who is the bastard? The entire stadium hadn't said anything about it, everything Izuku said was true, all the heroes he had killed had one business or another with villains, and they didn't even care about the lives of some innocents who had died because of their cowardice. Shut up, trash. You have no right to say that. You're just a bastard pretending to be a hero. Those were the cries that some heroes had begun to shout, some had even thrown themselves into the arena. Izuku? What's up heroes? Did I touch a nerve? Hero? Shut up, you're under arrest. Izuku? And why are they arresting me, for telling the truth? At that moment 8 heroes went against Izuku, who only lowered his head a little, but when he raised it again, everyone had froze, since behind Izuku, a kind of black and purple smoke had begun to form, and everyone could see that it was the face of a demon. Izuku? Hahaha, so, you want to play like this, fine. Kurigakur no Jutsu. A dense fog had appeared in the area, making vision impossible. At that moment a small movement of the earth had been felt, and then screams of pain would begin to be heard from the heroes who were attacking Izuku. Endeavor had fired a powerful flare of fire to disperse the fog, now revealing that all the heroes were trapped with a metal thread, and in the center of all of them, you could see an Izuku, who was holding the Nabari sword. Izuku? Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, let me show you the truth, which these heroes have never shown, please pay attention to the screens. Everyone, still horrified, would heed what Izuku said, and at that moment, many photos would begin to be shown, revealing that they were trafficking drugs, people and weapons, accompanied by some videos that showed the truth. Izuku? Tell me, gentlemen, are these perhaps the actions of heroes? Are these the people we need to protect us? No, we don't want those heroes, they don't deserve to be called that. Those screams would be from everyone in the stadium. Izuku? Go ahead, take it out all you want. The green-haired man had moved from the spot, leaving the heroes still tied with their metallic thread, standing in front of Endeavor, who was very upset. People would start throwing multiple things at the tied-up heroes, bottles, food, stones and other things. Some heroes tried to calm the people down, while others didn't want to intervene, afraid that Izuku would do the same to them and expose them. Izuku had made a movement with his sword, causing the thread to untie the heroes, and with a wind technique he sent them flying towards the stands, but no one would help them, leaving them there very injured. Endeavor and Izuku continued their fight, currently in a struggle. Endeavor? You're garbage. Izuku? Are you comparing me to you? Izuku had made a small jump into the air, managing to connect a kick to the hero's face, which had begun to bleed, and had quickly taken Izuku with all his strength, and quickly carried him to the sky with all his strength. Izuku? Gosh, you really want to kill me. Endeavor? Without you, no one will stop my plans. When both had reached a point where the people in the stadium would not be harmed, an immense heat began to be felt throughout the place. Endeavor? Prominence burn. A powerful wave of fire had been felt throughout the stadium, even far below them, but worrying the green-haired man's family. Urumi? Izuku? Ryuko? Love? Iri? Dad? Inko? Son? When the shockwave had ended, 2 people could be seen falling from the sky, one of them being completely charred and the other being Endeavor completely exhausted from using his best attack. Endeavor? Ha, what's going on? Can't you go on anymore? Ha. Everyone thought he had died, making his closest acquaintances think the worst, but at that moment Izuku had exploded in a trail of smoke, with a log in his place. A log. Endeavor? But where is he? Started looking for him everywhere like everyone else. At that moment, a tremor would be felt throughout the place, but coming from underneath the ring, which even began to crack. Water style, super bomb water shark. It was Izuku's shout, and from under the quadrilateral a huge shark had come out of the water, which took Endeavor straight into the sky, while Izuku was inside the shark. At that moment a clone of Izuku appeared, which was falling towards where the shark was. Water style, water dragon. The water dragon had gone head-on against the water shark. Both attacks had collided with each other, forming a powerful water collision, but when both attacks had exploded, they had formed a small rain all over the area, even forming a rainbow. At that moment, a completely unconscious Endeavor had fallen from the sky, and in front of the hero's unconscious body, and Izuku had landed, who was panting, since he had used his best attacks to end the fight. Everything was silent, no one could believe it, Endeavor, the rival and 2 more had lost. At that moment, the vast majority of the stadium exploded with emotion, including the students. Present Mick. The winner, the fog demon, is the victor. At that moment Izuku had turned around to start walking towards the exit, still being victorious by everyone, while his cloak had gone towards him, and he quickly put it on, since his striped shirt had been torn. But the students. Urumi. My brother won against Endeavor. Bakugo. What a fight, that's power. Shinso. Wow, that was amazing. Yui. You can say that. Ryuko. We have to train more if we want to be like him. While everyone was talking about the fight, we can see how our green-haired boy was walking through the corridors of the stadium until his phone rang. Izuku. Hello. Call. Hello, what a fight, huh? Izuku. And what did you think? It was a great show for me, thank you. Izuku. It was nothing, after everything you said, it's the least I can do, even though I still wanted to hit him. Ha, well, thanks for everything you've done for my family. Izuku. It's nothing, but how are you over there? Well, as I was able to investigate, they are trying to recruit people, but I don't know if I will be able to get in, but I will try to make them notice me to get in. Izuku. Remember well, the league has to disappear, don't let me down. Don't worry, trust me, I'll keep you informed of everything. Izuku. Well, we'll talk later, Tuya. Hanging up the call and showing a smile. Chapter 21. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 21. After Izuku hung up the call, he just walked towards the observation room and was greeted by a hug from his daughter. Iri. Dad. Throwing herself into the green-haired boy's arms, he accepted his daughter's hug, while Ryuko looked at him with some concern, anger and happiness. Iri. Dad, you were amazing when you made that giant shark. Izuku. Haha, of course Iri, your father has always been very strong. Iri. When I grow up, I want to be like your dad. Izuku. Really? Well, I'm going to train you to be someone like me. Iri. By the way, Dad, Mom worried more about you. Pointing at Ryuko, who turned red because her adopted daughter ratted her out. Izuku. Uo, how nice of you. In a mocking tone, but Ryuko quickly stood up and hit her on the head, causing her to have a somewhat comical bump, but luckily Iri was taken by Ryuko and put her down. Ryuko had also quickly hugged the green-haired man, but with her face hidden in the aforementioned man's torso. Ryuko. You're an idiot, you scared me like that, I thought you were burned. Izuku had reciprocated the hug. Izuku. I'm sorry I scared you, I didn't mean to worry you. Pulling back a little to look into her eyes. You know, I have a surprise for you, and I think you might like it. Giving him a smile with her eyes, but Ryuko with one of her hands took Izuku's bandages, lowering them and then giving him a tender kiss, something that Izuku reciprocated, but they separated to look into each other's eyes. Ryuko. Izuku, I'm upset with you now, so I hope you make up for it. Izuku just approached the woman's ear to whisper. Don't worry, you like how I'm going to make it up to you, and gave her a kiss on her cheek, leaving Ryuko very red that even smoke came out of her ears. Izuku. Well, let's go now, I have a surprise for the two of you, and I assure you that you will like it. The two just nodded in affirmation, but they had to wait a moment for the people in the stadium to leave, and Izuku took the opportunity to tell his sister that he wants to talk to her later about her quirk, something that had made the green-haired girl tense up and sweat cold because of it, since she didn't know whether to tell her brother the truth, so she would talk to Almight first. Once everyone had left the state, both Izuku and Ryuko had withdrawn from the room in their civilian clothes so as not to attract attention. First of all, Izuku had taken his little family out to eat, but it hadn't been anything fancy, since they went to eat hamburgers, since Izuku asked Yuri for her opinion, which asked to eat hamburgers, especially for the happy capital and its toy, something that only made the blonde and the green-haired boy so happy. Ryuko. Hey Izuku, why are we in this area? Your house isn't around here. Izuku. Well, I had the idea of going for a walk for a while, it's good so that Yuri can go out, it's not good for her to stay at home all the time. Ryuko. You're right about that. Besides, it's good for us, getting away from work for a bit is relaxing, and especially for you. Tomorrow you'll be the center of everyone's attention. Izuku. Yes, and even if I don't want to, I have to endure being on the news for a while. Ryuko. After all, you never liked being the center of attention, of course, you were always a vigilante. Izuku. Good point. Ryuko. By the way, could you explain to me the cause of the fight? He said, changing to a serious tone, making Izuku tense up from the look on his dragon's face. Izuku. Well, I'll tell you, but how about we talk about it at home, you know. Pointing with her gaze at Iri, who was holding a princess doll while eating her hamburger and playing, not paying attention to her parents' conversation. Ryuko. You're right, let's get this over with, besides today was a great day. Izuku. Yes, today was a great day, we deserve to rest. While the new Midoriya family was quietly eating their lunch, in another part of the city was, to be more specific, in a hospital, but in one of all the rooms, you could see the fire hero Endeavor, who was in a bed with a gown, since he had been taken due to the fight he had against Izuku, since inside it had been filled with a lot of water by Izuku's attack, causing him to be taken urgently. While the fire hero was recovering, the window of his room had opened, and when he turned his gaze, he had found Izuku in his ninja suit. Enji just got angry when he saw him, but Izuku didn't care and just started approaching, holding some papers in his hand. Enji. What the hell do you want? Izuku. Well, I came so you can fulfill your bet. Showing the papers, the redeed could see that there was King's signature. Endeavor. Dead before signing. Izuku. Well, then, you prefer that I divulge all the evidence. He said it in a mocking tone, making the hero even angrier, knowing that he was cornered, losing his perfect creation, or losing his hero career. Enji. Do you have a pen? He said, already resigned, since he knew that no matter how he looked at it, he would still lose. At that, Izuku had taken out a pen from under his arm warmer and handed it to Enji, who, still frowning, signed. Once the papers had Enji's signature, he put them in a small suitcase. Enji. Listened, you'll pay me when you least expected. Izuku. Yes, whatever you say, see you. He said this as he left the room through the window and began jumping from building to building. What Enji didn't know was that Izuku was a shadow clone, which had disappeared with one of his blows, but being in the state he was in, he couldn't. With Izuku. We can see Ryuko and Eri outside the food place, waiting for Izuku, who was paying for the food. With Izuku. The aforementioned was in the bathroom of the establishment, doing his business, but in his mind came the memories of some clones that he had made. Izuku. Alright, it's time to go. He said as he washed his hands and left the place, not before leaving the money with some tip for the food and service. Once he arrived with his wife and daughter, he could see how the little girl was playing with her new princess doll, being watched by a smiling Ryuko. Izuku. Well, time to go home. Ryuko. Mi paris bien. Eri, yes dad. The little girl had held onto her mother's leg, while the aforementioned held the green-haired man's hand, and with a hand sign they had disappeared in a trail of smoke. Elsewhere something was also happening, to be more specific in a hospital, where you could see a beautiful white-haired woman who was in her hospital room, but she was not alone, but you could also see 3 people, these being her children, who were Fayumi, her eldest daughter, a white-haired girl with small red locks, Natsuo her second son, a white-haired boy, and finally Shoto, who had just arrived, since after a long time he wanted to see his mother. But he never expected to see his brothers there. Shoto. What are you doing here? Fayumi. Hello Shoto. Natsuo. What a surprise to see you here. Shoto. Let's just say someone opened my eyes, but what's the meeting about? I thought you guys had things you did. Natsuo. My classes were cancelled due to the sports festival. Fayumi. Same with my classes, but mom had called us, she said it was something important. Ray. Well kids, I was going to call Shoto anyway, but I see that it won't be necessary. Natsuo. Is something wrong, mom? Ray. It's okay, in fact it's a good thing, and I'm sure you love it. Before anyone could laugh or say anything, the window would be knocked and everyone could see that it was the fog demon, which surprised and scared them, since it was not common to see him around there. Shoto. Midoriya-sensei. Izuku. Oh sorry, am I interrupting something? Ray. No, I was just about to tell you that. Natsuo. Tell us what? The green-haired boy had extended the papers that Shoto had received, who approached his brothers to read. Izuku. Congratulations Rei Himura, you are legally divorced from Enji Todoroki. Upon hearing this, the 3 children were shocked to hear such news. Fayumi. Mom, how did you separate from dad? Still reeling from the revelation. Rei. That's right, your father and I are officially separated. Natsuo Shoto. See. Jumping for joy and dancing together, making his mother and Izuku sweat. Izuku. Well, but it didn't turn out to be rosy, since as the contract says, you will have to spend at least a whole week with your father every month, since he also has the right to see you, but you have to see that. Ray. Thank you very much for your help. Izuku. You're welcome. Shoto. But how? Izuku. Let's just say that a friend of mine told me everything you guys were going through, but that will be in due time, so I'll let you enjoy this moment. Natsuo. Thank you very much. Izuku. See you. Disappearing in a trail of smoke, leaving behind a family happy to be free. With Izuku. We can see the entire family of the swordsman demon, which had appeared in a departmental area, leaving the women surprised. Ryuko. Why esto? Izuku. Well, our new apartment. Eri. Are we going to live here? Izuku. That's right, Eri, what do you think? Eri. That's great, I want to go in now. Ryuko. But when? Izuku. A few days before the sports festival started, and while we were there, I had some clones bring our things here. He said this while showing her a smile with his sharp teeth, holding Eri in his hands, who also smiled. Ryuko couldn't take it anymore and joined the family hug, being very happy for this moment. Ryuko. Thank you, love. Izuku. You're welcome, but how about we go? Eri. Yes, let's go now. The three of them did not hesitate and went inside the building until they reached the 8th floor, third door. When Izuku opened the door, he revealed a large room with tables and furniture included and also a balcony that gave a beautiful view. Eri started running all over the place, exploring every corner of her new home. Izuku. What do you think? Eri. It's amazing, Dad. The blonde approached Izuku to hug him and kiss him, something that he reciprocated, taking her by the waist while she took him behind the neck. When they separated, they placed their foreheads together, but Izuku had placed one of his hands on the blonde's cheek, whispering so she could hear him. Izuku. Tonight we're going to break in the new bed, so get ready, little dragon. Kissing her cheek and then going to show his daughter the entire apartment, leaving behind him a Ryuko steaming from her ears, looking like a tomato because she was so blushed for having heard that, but she also began to imagine everything that awaits her when night falls. Once Izuku had shown the entire apartment, the bathroom, he knew her and each one's respective rooms, Eri's room being surrounded by stuffed animals and princesses, accompanied by a television on the wall. Izuku and Ryuko's room had a king-size bed, a large wardrobe on the wall, and a TV on the wall. When night had come, Eri had put on her dragon pajamas, resembling the dragon form of her mother, and proceeded to sleep very peacefully in her new bed, being watched by her parents from the doorway. Ryuko. Apparently she likes her new bed. Izuku. Well yes, it wasn't good for them to continue living there either. Ryuko. I'm glad to know that. The blonde proceeded to take the green-haired man's hand, who just gave her a smile. Ryuko. Go to the room, I have to go to the bathroom first, go get ready. Giving him a short but lustful kiss. Izuku didn't say anything and just returned the kiss and then went to the room. Change of scene. Now we can see the green-haired man in his bed, naked, waiting for his beautiful wife, but checking his phone, seeing that they were repeating some scenes from the fight. Izuku. Not even a day has passed and I'm already on the news, I just hope this passes quickly. At that moment the door had been opened by a very beautiful dragon woman who was dressed in transparent black lingerie, even showing under her clothes. Ryuko. Do you like what you see? Beginning to crawl in a very provocative way, letting their proportions stand out, being very close, being able to feel their breathing, but getting lost in the other's eyes. Izuku. In my eyes you will always be the most beautiful of all, Ryuko-chan. Giving her a kiss with much love, but separating to see each other once more. Ryuko. Swordsman, show what you can do with that sword. Izuku. I'll show you everything I can do. Kissing once more, but each time losing themselves more in passion. Ryuko. Come on love, make me yours. They had both covered themselves with the sheets while they continued kissing and touching each other, losing themselves in absolute passion. The rest of the night there had been multiple moans and knocks in the room, but if it weren't for Izuku putting silent seals, the entire building wouldn't have been able to sleep right now. Chapter 22. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 22. We are in a departmental area of Masatasu City, where some professional heroes and normal people lived, but we focused on one department in particular. There we can see how the sun's rays were just entering all areas of the apartment, but we focused on a specific room in the house. In the room you could see how there was a bed in the center, but on the floor you could find clothes, both men's and women's. In the bed you could see how there were two people, these being a green-haired man and a blonde-haired woman, both were completely naked while hugging each other, both with a smile. At that moment, some rays of sunlight had hit the green-haired boy's eyes. Izuku's thoughts. Damn son, if it weren't for you being so far away, I'd throw my water shark right now. Izuku had already gotten used to the light that hit his eyes to see clearly around him, and meeting his Ryukyu dragon wife, who had a smile on her beautiful face, but when he looked under the sheets, he found himself with the beautiful sight of the blonde's naked body, and remembered the intense night they had last night. Izuku's thoughts. Wow, what an amazing night, I really love it. Gently stroking Ryuko's hair, she had unconsciously smiled. Izuku had carefully gotten out of bed and dressed in his black ninja outfit and left the room, leaving his wife still sleeping in the bed. Izuku had gone to the kitchen, but not before looking at his house clock, it being 9 in the morning, since it was Sunday and they had the day off. Izuku. Well, it's still early, it gives me time to make breakfast. The green-haired man had cracked his fingers and proceeded to search the refrigerator to make something special for his daughter and wife. Half an hour later. We can see how the Ryukyu began to wake up, but when she put her hand next to the bed and not feeling anything, she suddenly opened her eyes and was surprised not to find her beloved and began to process and observe everything around her and remembered that they are now living together in an apartment and that they had had a night of crazy fun, something that fascinated her. Ryuko's thoughts. Oh my god, I got carried away, how could I say that? Covering her face in shame. Although I don't regret it at all, it was amazing. The blonde let out a deep sigh and proceeded to stretch. Well, I better get up now, although well, even though it's Sunday, I can't stay in bed all day, it's not good for my body. Ryuko, even though she was naked, proceeded to look for something inside the closet and only put on her underwear and a white robe that she had and some pink slippers. The blonde had left the room and proceeded to walk down the hall to go to the living room, but passing by the side of Erie's room, who was still sleeping in her dragon pajamas but was hugging a stuffed teddy bear that was next to her. That scene had given her a tenderness, but closing the door to let her little girl sleep. Before he could take another step, his nose had managed to detect the scent of something delicious and instinctively he began to search for the person responsible for the aroma. The blonde had arrived at her kitchen, finding the green-haired man making some pancakes. Izuku. Good morning Ryuko. Ryuko. Good morning love, what are you doing? Izuku. Some pancakes with some coffee and a spleen of milk for Eri. He said while still cooking the pancakes, unaware that the blonde started approaching from behind. Izuku quickly made the pancakes go onto a plate and in a quick turn that took Ryuko by surprise, he brought her closer to him and took her by the waist to be face to face. Izuku. And tell me, ready for breakfast? She said flirtatiously, looking at Ryuko who was red from Izuku's sudden act but putting her arms around Izuku's neck. Ryuko. I think I'll start with dessert first. She said seductively, looking into Izuku's eyes with desire. The two had given each other a kiss full of love, feeling the taste of both behind that kiss. Izuku let himself go and took Ryuko by the legs to put her on the table, deepening the kiss between them. Ryuko let herself go and seductively bit Izuku's lower lip, drawing some blood and then sucking it. When he broke away from the kiss, Izuku only saw Ryuko with a mocking smile, while with her tongue, she took some of the blood that was on her lips. Izuku. Ah, so that's how you want to play, huh? Ryuko. Do you want revenge, dear? Izuku. Well yes, love. Ryuko. And how about it? She couldn't finish because Izuku started kissing her neck very intensely, something that made Ryuko moan because of it, but it didn't last too long because Izuku pulled away, leaving a mark on her neck. Izuku. Ready, there is my revenge. Ryuko. Idiot, now I'm going to write it down at work. Izuku. That's to make it clear to everyone that you already have someone. Ryuko. Are you afraid that someone will see me? Izuku. Of course, look at you, you're beautiful, everyone would fall for you. Ryuko. You're right, but all this is only yours. Before they could both kiss again, they heard footsteps coming down the hall, causing them to pull away. The sleepy little girl had come out of the hallway, rubbing her eyes. Eri. Good morning mom, good morning dad. Izuku. Good morning princess. Ryuko. How did you sleep, little one? Eri. Very good, the bed is very comfortable. Ryuko. I'm glad to hear that, but you better go and brush your teeth for breakfast while you, dad, and I set the table. Eri. It's okay, mom. He said as he headed to the bathroom, leaving the couple alone, who breathed a huge sigh of relief. Izuku. That was close. Ryuko. Yes, we have to be careful. Izuku. Well, let's set the table now, before we want to do it out of heat. Ryuko. Very good. To approach her to give her one last kiss and proceeded to set the table. Meanwhile with Marumi. We can see that the aforementioned was at the table in her house with her mother, having breakfast, but what was happening was that Marumi had one arm in a cast and with the other she was trying to eat a fried egg. Inko. Daughter, don't try too hard, you're not recovered yet. Marumi. Don't worry, mom, I still have more to do. Inko. I'm surprised you're like that with your arm, but if your brother saw you, you'd be quite right. Marumi. Don't even remind me, Izuku was really upset that day and it was scary. Inko. It's normal for him to be like this, after all, he's your brother and he cares about you. Marumi. You're right, but I wonder if I could be trained. At that moment the house phone had rang and Inko went to answer the call. Inko. Hello, who is it? Izuku. Hello mom, good morning. Inko. Oh son, good morning, what's up? Izuku. Can't I greet my family in the morning? Inko. Of course you can, tell me how it is. Izuku. We're fine here, we've already finished breakfast and I wanted to know if you want to come with us to an amusement park, you know, spend some time as a family. Inko. Really? Of course we'll go. Izuku. Very well, see you at noon at the station. Inko. Okay, see you. Hanging up. Marumi. What happened, mom? Inko. Your brother invited us to the amusement park to spend some time with the family. Marumi. Really? I hope little Eri is here. Inko. Of course she'll go, she's my granddaughter, come on, finish your breakfast so you can get ready. Marumi. It's okay. But Izuku. He had hung up the phone while washing the dishes, and in the living room, Ryuko was on the couch with Eri, watching television together. Ryuko. And what did they say, love? Izuku. They accepted. Eri. So are we going to the amusement park? Izuku. That's right, Eri, we'll go. We were. Long live. Starting to save the day in front of his mother, something that made him laugh. Izuku's thoughts. It's also perfect for talking to Marumi about that other quirk he has. He thought that, he already remembered when his sister fought against Todoroki at the sports festival. Change of scene. It was now 1 in the afternoon, and we can see an Izuku dressed casually in black clothes and blue pants and a black mask covering half of his face. Ryuko was dressed in a brown jacket and underneath a white short-sleeved shirt, black pants with brown boots. Eri was wearing a little red dress with boots of the same color. The 3 of them were in a part of the train station, waiting for the 2 Midoriyas. Eri. Dad, where is Grandma? Looking around. Izuku. They're already coming, Eri, be patient. Izuku Nai. A voice that was familiar to the 3 of them shouted, and in the distance they could see the 2 Midoriyas who were casually looking at them. Inko. We're sorry for the delay. Ryuko. Don't worry, we just came. Eri. Grandmother, aunt. The little girl went to hug the aforementioned legs. Izuku. Are you ready? The others just nodded and Izuku quickly took them and they disappeared in a trail of smoke. Change of scene. Now everyone had appeared near the entrance of the amusement park. Izuku. Okay, we're here. They had all turned around to see the park entrance. Marumi. You have to teach me how to do that so I can save the bus. Izuku. You'd better save money if you walked, that way you'd also get some exercise. Ryuko and Inko had laughed at that, but Eri had run off to look closer at the park entrance. Marumi had run off to accompany the little girl, being seen by both women and the green-haired man. Izuku. Well, let's go, I'll pay for everything for today. Inko. Where do you get money from? Izuku. I have money saved, remember that I've always secretly sent you money before seeing you again. Ryuko. Did you really do that? Izuku. Yes. Inko. Thanks for that. Everyone had already entered the park and proceeded to have a good time with the family, being good moments of laughter and a few somewhat strong ones, and the latter because they went to the House of Terror, and as a joke Izuku left Marumi and Eri alone, and when they left there, Eri was on Marumi's chest, which was trembling the whole time, but to be on good terms with the girl, she always had an expression of joy, while her legs were wobbly. That had made Izuku laugh so much that he grabbed his stomach, but was beaten by both mothers for scaring the daughters. Until dawn, when Izuku and Marumi went to the Ferris wheel. Both brothers were at the top of the wheel, able to watch the sunset. Marumi. It's pretty, do you think, brother? Izuku. That's right, but I want to talk about something else. Marumi. And that would be it. Izuku. About your other quirk. Saying that it made Marumi pale. Izuku. Don't tell me lies, if I don't want to get into your mind, I want to hear it from your own mouth, so speak. Marumi. It's okay. So Marumi began to tell him everything about One for All and its closeness to Almight. Izuku had understood and placed his hand on Marumi's shoulder. Izuku. You don't have to worry, but when the internships come, I'll help you so you can increase your capacity with One for All, since I have some ideas for that. Marumi. Do you really know how you can help me with that? Izuku. Yes. They could not continue because they saw that the wheel had already reached the bottom. Izuku. We will continue this conversation at the UA. He said to stand up and open the door, being followed by Marumi, who was happy, since this would be a good opportunity to spend a lot of time with her brother. Once everyone finished spending time, Izuku had taken them to his house, Izuku with his Ryuko and Eri, and Marumi and Inko with a clone of Izuku, since he said that it was dangerous for them to go alone. Once Izuku arrived home, Izuku had put Eri under his bed, since she was very tired from playing too much and eating too much. Once Izuku and Ryuko were alone, the green-haired boy wanted to take a bath, but was suddenly pushed against the wall by a Ryuko who was completely red, while steam came out of her mouth and nose. Izuku. All love. Ryuko. Tomorrow I'll have to go to my agency for my internship, and I don't think I'll be able to see you for a while, but I'm not going to leave without you giving me a great night. Izuku tried to run away from his horny wife, but before he could leave the hallway, a dragon tail had caught him and dragged him into the room. Inside the room, moans of pleasure and pleasure from 2 people began to be heard. The next day. We can now see Midoriya in his office at the UA, but unfortunately, under the mask he had large dark circles and red eyes, and luckily for him, no one saw him on the way, but he had a pain in his waist, since Ryuko had done too much with the sit-ups last night. The aforementioned had taken the little girl to her grandmother, for only this time that it lasts. Inko obviously gladly accepted her granddaughter since Murumi was also away from home for internships. The eldest Midoriya would be in his office looking at some other students' files. Izuku. Let's see which of these guys could be a great successor. Without him expecting it, the door had been knocked. Izuku. Come in. The door had been opened by 5 students. Izuku. Guys. What do I offer you? Looking at his 3 disciples that he had trained for the sports festival, Shinso, Yui and Ryuko, but they did not come alone, with them were his twin sister and Itsuka Kendo, the president of Class B who came with them. Everyone except Murumi. We want to intern with you please. Chapter 23. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 23. As we left off in the previous chapter, the 5 students stood in front of Izuku, who was at his desk, only to hear that they want to be trained by him, leaving Izuku speechless in shock. At the moment, the situation right now was confusing for Izuku. He expected them to go with professional heroes to do their internships, but he never expected them to come to him and ask them for that. Izuku. Guys, are you sure about what you're saying? All. Yes, please train us during this internship. Izuku. It's fine with me, but I thought you guys would go with pro heroes. Shinso. That was our first choice, but after seeing it in combat against Endeavor, it showed us that we still need a lot of practice. Ryuko. And who better teacher than you? Besides, you were the one who instructed us for the festival, and look how far we've come. Well, just one of the 3 of us, he. Yui. Don't think you'll get rid of us so easily, we still want to improve our techniques, and you're the only one who knows them perfectly. Added surprise not only Izuku, nor also Kendo and Murumi, but the latter never expected those 3, who are the least expressive of those they know. Izuku. Well, I can understand you, and you two pointing at Kendo and Murumi, why do you want to train with me? Murumi. I'm here because you promised me to train my energy accumulation. Izuku. It's true, I had forgotten, it's okay, and you, Kendo. The 4 of them had paid attention to what the orange-haired girl would say, but 2 of them already had an idea of why she was there. Kendo. I'm here because you have what I need, I specialize in martial arts, and you can also make your arms grow completely, so I had the idea that you could help me improve in that, so please help me. The 4 students were surprised by that. It seemed the girl already had the ability to improve, and it wasn't because he was powerful, but because of the great help he could give her. Izuku. Come on, raise your heads. The 5 had done as asked and looked at Izuku, who had a smile under his mask, of course they couldn't see it. Izuku. Very well, starting next time, you 5 will be under my supervision to be able to do your internships. Hearing this they were happy, their requests had been accepted. Izuku. But don't think that I will be kind to you in this time that we have, I will make you overcome your limits, is that clear? All. See sensei. Izuku. Well, go to your classrooms, I have work now, I'll go talk to Nezu about you. Everyone. Okay, excuse me. Leaving Izuku's office, leaving the aforementioned alone, who gave a deep sigh. Izuku. Wow, well now I'm a sensei, and I already have my own disciples, I wonder what those 2 would say if they saw me now. Coming to mind Kisame and Zabuza. Izuku. Well, it would be better to go to Nezu at once to talk about it. Disappearing in a shunson of fire. Nezu. We can see how the white rat was reviewing some papers that had arrived regarding the internships. Nezu. Wow, this time we really got more than last year. Izuku. Really? That's a surprise. Nezu. Yeah. Screaming and falling from his chair, but before he could hit the floor, he was grabbed and sat on top of his desk. Izuku. Good morning director. Nezu. Young Midoriya, don't scare me like that, I'll have an attack one of these days. Izuku. Sorry about that. Nezu. Well, leaving that aside, what do I owe your unexpected visit to my office to? Getting down from his desk and then picking up his chair and sitting back down. Izuku. Well, I came to talk about some students who will be doing internships with me. Nezu. Really? Did he already choose who they will be? Izuku. That's right, there are 5 students, 3 from Class B, 1 from Class A and 1 from General Courses. Nezu. Wow, that's a surprise, come on, tell me who you are so I can search you right now. Izuku. Sun Kendo Itsuka, Yui Kadai, Ibarashi Asaki, Murumi Midoriya y Shinso Itachi. Nezu. Very well, in a few moments I will write a letter to your parents so they don't worry. Izuku. Alright, that's all director, I have to go. Nezu. Espera. Stopping Izuku before disappearing. Izuku. Yes. Nezu. Well, taking advantage of the fact that you are here, the High Command of the Hero Association had called me to inform you that starting tomorrow you will be one of the top heroes. Izuku. Wow, what a surprise, I normally never expect that. Nezu. Well, but they also ask me what his hero name is. Izuku. My hero name. Nezu. Yes, since apparently they think that the Demon of the Mist is not very suitable for the public and it is also too long. Izuku's mind. They really are a pain. Izuku. Well, I think I have one. Flashback. We can see a kind of large field with a small 8-year-old Izuku on the ground, taking breaths, and next to him was the twin sword Hiramakare. Izuku. Damn, just a little more and I'll be able to use it. At that moment someone had arrived at the place. Hey, relax dwarf, don't overexert yourself too much. The green-haired boy had turned around to find Kisame. Izuku. Shut up, old man. Sitting on the grass, Kisame stood next to him. Izuku. Hey, old man. Ceiling. Yes. Izuku. Was there ever someone who could master all the swords? Kisame. Yes, there was only one who had that achievement and he was also the leader of the group. Izuku. Seriously, who was it? What sword did he use? Kisame. Haha, well I'll tell you, his name was Mangetsu Hasuki, his signature sword was the sword you are holding right now. The one who had said that was Zabuza, who had arrived at the place with a bag in hand, which had some food and water for Izuku, leaving a Kisame with a depressive aura around him for being interrupted. Izuku. Was the Hiramakare the sword used by the leader of the 7 swordsmen? Zabuza. That's right. Izuku. And he really was able to master all the swords. Zabuza. Yes, he was known as the reincarnation of the devil, he was someone very powerful, but maybe you can be just like him. Kisame. Zabuza is right, dwarf, you just need to master Hiramakare, Kiba and Shibuki, and you will be the second person to obtain that achievement. Izuku. Yes, just a little more and I'll make it, I'll be like Mangetsu Hasuki. End of the flashback. Izuku. Tell them my name will be Mangetsu Hasuki, the swordsman hero. Nezu. Are you sure about that? Izuku. Yes, it will be in tribute to a former superior who was in my group. Nezu. Okay, I'll inform you about it right now. In a few days, I'll be calling you to inform you and the general public about it. Izuku. Thank you very much director, see you later. Disappeared in a shunsen back in his office. With Marumi. We can see the aforementioned in her classroom with the rest of her classmates, but each one was holding a blackboard and that was because they were choosing their hero names. Marumi's mind. As soon as I arrived, Asawa-sensei told us to choose our hero names and now I don't know which one to use, this was so sudden. Midnight. Well, come forward and introduce your names. Everyone's mind. Do we have to expose it? Each one began to come out to present their name, being very acceptable names, except for Bakugo, who tried to become king of explosions, Todoroki only used his name, and Lita used the name of her older brother, who had retired because he was attacked by the hero killer Stain, leaving him without the ability to walk again. When Marumi took the lead, she revealed her hero name, Fire Lady, something that was well received by everyone, and the same with her training partners. After all the students had left, the 5 had gone with Izuku if he had already decided on their internships. In Izuku's office. We can see the aforementioned looking at the window with a thoughtful look until his door was opened. When he turned around he found the 5 students. Izuku. If you're wondering about your internships, I've already taken care of everything, you'll be under my tutelage. Kendo. Great, we can relax now. Izuku. Oh, by the way, guys. All? Yes. Izuku. Have everything ready tomorrow, your hero outfits, new clothes, and just in case, a few each, is that clear? The 2 girls who were just going to be trained by him had been paralyzed by the things he asked for. The other 3 had sweated a little from nervousness since they are already witnesses of all that. Yui. Excuse me, but are we going camping? Izuku. Something similar, I'll wait for you tomorrow at 7 in the morning at the entrance of the UA. Everyone's mind. We're going to die. Izuku. Alright, see you. Disappearing in a trail of smoke, leaving a few nervous kids there. Shinso. I think we're going to die. Marumi. I agree. But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned outside his mother's house, who had knocked on her door, meeting his mother who opened the door, and in the distance he saw his little girl playing with some toys. Izuku. Hi mom, I came for Eri. Inko. Hi son, sure come in, Eri, look who came. The little girl looked at who it was and ran into her father's arms. Izuku. Hello little one, how did it go with grandma? Eri. It was fun, grandma was teaching me how to make cookies. Izuku. That's great, I hope you cook me some one day, well mom, thanks for taking care of her, but tomorrow I have to go train some internship kids, don't you mind taking care of Eri in that time when I'm not there? Inko. Of course not son, being with Eri is fun, by the way, where is your sister? Izuku's mind. Oh, I forgot about her. Izuku. Don't worry, she's with some friends right now, she'll be back soon. Inko. I see. Izuku. Well, we have to go, say goodbye to Grandma Eri. Eri, goodbye Grandma. Inko. Bye little one, see you tomorrow. Giving the white-haired girl a kiss on the cheek. Izuku. Bye mom, see you. Inko. Goodbye son. The green-haired man had disappeared in a trail of smoke along with his daughter, leaving an Inko, who was waiting for her daughter's arrival. At Izuku's house. We can see the aforementioned now in his living room, taking down his daughter who was in his arms. Izuku. Well Eri, I'll go take a bath and make dinner. Eri. It's okay, Dad. Izuku. Don't open the door to strangers, okay? Eri. Yes, sir. Giving a military salute, making her look very pretty. Izuku. Good girl. He started walking towards his room to get some more comfortable clothes. An hour later. Now we can see an Izuku in the kitchen cooking a delicious curry, while Eri was watching cartoons, but at that moment the door had been opened by a blonde dragon, who gave a big sigh, but quickly felt something that hugged her legs. Eri. Welcome mom. Ryuko. Thank you little one. Returning her daughter's hug, she could smell something delicious cooking. Ryuko. What smells so good? Eri. Dad is making curry. Ryuko. Well, it smells really good. Heading up to go to the kitchen, Eri just went back to watch her cartoons. When Ryuko arrived at the kitchen, seeing an Izuku making the curry. Izuku. Welcome home. Turning around and seeing Ryuko, who came over to hug him. Izuku reciprocated the hug, but then they looked into each other's eyes and kissed lovingly. Ryuko. I never expected to be greeted this way. Izuku. Sometimes life gives you many things, both good and bad, and now I have what I always wanted to have, a beautiful woman as a wife and a beautiful daughter, my mother and sister, what more could I ask for? Ryuko. You're so cute. Izuku. Well, go change, dinner will be ready. Ryuko. Está bien. Heading to his room to change and take a quick shower. After dinner everyone went to sleep, but he was staring at the ceiling of his room while hugging Ryuko, who was asleep. Izuku's mind. Well, I hope they can maintain themselves after training, but will they be good successors? Odd if all 5 of them could be good candidates for his swords. Izuku. Well, I'll see about that tomorrow, I better go to sleep. Closing his eyes to fall into a deep sleep. The next day. At the UA. We can see how there were Shinso, Marumi, Kendo, Yui and Ryuko. Everyone had arrived at 7 o'clock, but Izuku hadn't arrived and they were waiting right there for an hour. Ryuko and Yui had fallen asleep together, using each other's backs to sleep. Shinso also did the same, but using the sleeping bag he had brought. Marumi was struggling not to fall asleep, and Kendo was as still as a statue with her arms crossed, being the only one of them who wasn't sleepy. Izuku. Good morning everyone, ready to start. Appearing above the door with his hand extended in greeting. Kendo Marumi. Sensei arrived late. Complaining to the green-haired boy for being late, causing the other 3 to wake up because of it. Izuku. Oh, there was a black cat in the middle of the road and I went down the long path. Everyone looked at him with a poker face, but Kendo and Marumi looked at him with angry faces for his delay. Izuku. Okay, stop looking at me like that, let's get to the important stuff. You have everything ready, right? They all nodded at that, showing them their things and it was true, they had everything he asked for, clothes, their hero suits and some first aid kits just in case. Izuku. Very well, let's go. Taking everyone and disappearing in a large trail of smoke. Somewhere else far from the city. We can now see how everyone had now appeared in a part of the forest in which there was a small river. The 5 had been surprised by that, so much so that they saw the beauty of the forest. Ryuko. Where are we? Marumi. What a beautiful forest. Izuku. This is where I trained when I was a kid and it's where you guys are going to train right now. At that the brunette raised her hand. Izuku. Yes Yui. Yui. Not to be rude, but are we going to sleep right here? Izuku. Yes, that's why I asked for your sleeping bags. Kendo. Wait, but where are we going to do our business? I'm not going to do it in the forest. Shinso. I agree with what she says, watering a bush is not a problem, but the other thing. Izuku. Hahaha, no, they're not going to do that here, a few meters away there's a house nearby, right there they can store their things and do their business. Ryuko. That's good, I don't want to do anything in the middle of the forest. Izuku. Haha, well, go change right now, your training will start now. All. See Sensei. Chapter 24. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 24. We are in that forest where the demon swordsman had taken the boys he took as temporary disciples for the internships, in which they spent a week and 2 days since they trained, something that was a complete hell for each of them, since all the time Izuku did chakra control exercises, elemental jutsus and taijutsu combats between them or against him, which the latter did not show any mercy, not even with his own sister at all times it was hard. They fell asleep in the middle of the night and got up at 6 in the morning. For them the breaks to eat or take a break were very good to relax to the maximum. He had not yet given them training with their swords, but that saw how good they are with the chakra to see if they are already somewhat prepared to do them. Currently, we can see an Izuku outside the house looking at the dark sky, since it was 2 in the morning, and inside everyone was sleeping peacefully after a relaxing shower. In the house there were a total of 3 rooms, one for all the girls who didn't bother to share, one for Shinso and the last one for him, but right now he couldn't sleep since he had many things to think about. Izuku. Kisame-san, Zabuza-san, it seems I can find good candidates, but that hasn't been fully proven yet. Inside the house we can see how all the girls were in their sleeping bags, but Marumi and Yui had their feet in the air, Marumi with her foot near Kendo's face, and Yui had her butt a few centimeters from Ryuko's face, which was in danger of a fart falling on her face. Izuku. Yui Kadai, a girl with a stern and somewhat cold expression. At first it was somewhat complicated to talk to her, but it wasn't so difficult later. She can be someone strong if she wants to. I could even see at first how she tried hard to break a tree with a kanui that I gave her. She even fell on her head when I tried to teach her how to climb a tree, haha. But she has great potential. She just needs a little push to do it, even if you don't believe me. She has the greatest physical strength of all, but of course, the others are not far behind. She will have to make an effort if she doesn't want to be surpassed, haha. Then we focused on the purple-haired boy who was in his own room, fast asleep. Izuku. Shinso is a somewhat similar boy. He is also somewhat serious and inexpressive from time to time, depending on his quirk. He had some difficulty because others always told him he was a villain, but what he has to stand out is his agility. Believe it or not, he may already be a perfect candidate for Nabari. Well, first of all I will have to find out, and it also depends on how good he will be. Now we focus on Ryuko, seeing that she was still deeply asleep, unaware that Yui's butt was right next to her face. Izuku. Ryuko is a ghostly girl, she also lacks expressions, but from time to time she smiles or shows joy with others. She also needs help, but I already have an idea to do that herself, and I already have the necessary sword, of course, if it is not necessary for her to run the risk of one of her hands falling off. Now we focus on Kendo and Marumi, seeing how the orange-haired girl took the green-haired girl's leg and began to use it as a pillow, something that made Marumi laugh. Izuku. Both Kendo and Marumi can already use chakra, but I haven't seen what their element is yet, although I think Marumi is fire, but Kendo, I think she could be earth or fire, although I'm not very sure about that, but each one can be a great leader. I could feel a great energy of confidence in them and the others. At that moment the green-haired man stood up and began to walk. Izuku's mind. But still, I need to find one more to complete the group. That will be a problem, but I think there's still time for that. Going back into the house and heading to his room, he could hear the snores of the others and a small laugh that he didn't know whose it was. Izuku. Well, tomorrow we'll see what they're capable of. Entering his room so he could fall asleep. The next day. We can see how the sun began to rise throughout the forest. In the house the sun's rays began to illuminate the place and everyone's rooms, but one room was already empty. The first to get up was Shinso, who didn't waste any time getting ready to go to the bathroom, since last time all the girls took too long, and that's why he arrived late and had to do double the exercise. The purple-haired boy had taken a towel and his toothbrush to go to the bathroom, fortunately being the first. Shinso's mind. Now for a leisurely bath, but I still don't understand why women take so long in the bath. Setting his towel aside, he began to take off his clothes and then looked in the mirror and began brushing his teeth. Shinso's mind. I think that's one of the other unanswered questions in the world. But the girls. We can see how everyone was still distributed sleeping, with Ryuko having her face near Yui's butt and the aforementioned with her foot on Marumi's stomach, the green-haired girl with her foot on Kendo's face, and the orange-haired girl drooling on the girl's foot. At that moment, unintentionally, Yui threw a small one that could not be heard, but Ryuko could not only hear it, since she also smelled it completely, and when she opened her eyes she found Yui's butt, and being very upset, she gave her a super kick with all her strength without chakra. Yui had woken up from the shock of that blow, and could only see everything upside down, since she was with her legs in the air and her head on the ground, and the first thing she saw was Ryuko with her foot extended and a frown of annoyance on her face. Yui. Hey Ryuko, what's wrong? Getting up annoyed while rubbing her butt. Ryuko. What do you mean, what? You just farted in my face, that's why I kicked you. Hovering her nose as she looked at her angrily. Yui. Well, I'm sorry, but it's not that I wanted to do it, my butt maybe needed to be emptied. Ryuko. Very funny. At that moment, Kendo and Marumi also woke up and the green-haired girl could feel how wet her foot was and as soon as she fixed her gaze, she could see that it was Kendo's slime. Marumi. Oh no, that's disgusting. Kendo. Oh, sorry, I didn't know your foot was nearby. Marumi. No problem, it's also my fault for moving when I was sleeping. Ryuko. At least you didn't get a fart in your face. Yui. I already said sorry. Ryuko. That's not going to get rid of the smell. The white-haired girl had turned around to get a towel and some workout clothes. Ryuko. I'm going to take a bath. When he left the room, he could see a Shinso eating some breakfast cereal right there. She didn't say anything and just went straight to the bathroom. On the other hand, Shizuno, well, he was holding back his laughter so as not to burst out laughing, since he could hear what was happening inside, and he knew very well that if he laughed, Ryuko would knock him out in an instant if she was sheathed. After about 1 hour, everyone had already changed to go outside in their hero costumes, approaching an izuku who was in the middle of the field meditating in the lotus pose. It should be noted that Shinso has a suit similar to Izuku's, since he was so inspired that he decided to wear one, but it was only the suit and the bandages on his neck. Once they arrived in front of him, Izuku turned around so he could see them. Izuku. Good morning, how did you wake up? Shinso. Well, normal as always. Marumi. This time with a drooling foot. Kendo. With the smell of Marumi's foot. Izuku. And you too. Why does it seem like Ryuko wants to kill Yui? Ryuko. I don't want to talk about that. Yui. Same here. Izuku. Okay. Heading up to stand. Shinso. What are we doing today? Izuku. I have a special training for you three, and for Kendo and Marumi, you will come with me to improve your chakra control. At that moment, 3 clones had appeared on the sides of the green-haired man. Izuku. Each clone will give you the training you will do today, while I will take care of you in your chakra management. All. Yes, sensei. Izuku. Very well, Kendo and Marumi, follow me, you 3 follow each clone. Each one had gone to a different place on the field to train, not knowing that this would be something beyond what they expected. Once everyone was in different areas where they would begin their training. But Izuku and the girls. We can now see that the 3 of them were in an area very far from the others, so they don't have to worry about accidentally hurting one of their friends. Izuku. Well, we're here, so let's get started. Kendo. Which is the first thing we will do? Izuku. Well, you 2 can already control chakra better, but it's still not enough, but it's at a decent level, so let's look at its elements, so you can also better control its flow. Marumi. And how will we do that? Izuku. Well, this will be done by Kendo, since your sister already has an element, which would be fire, in which I can help you with some techniques that I have in my arsenal. At that moment Izuku took a paper out of his pocket and handed it to Kendo, who took it. Izuku. Very well Kendo, put some chakra on the sheet of paper, and once you do, it will depend on what happens to the sheet to know your natural element. Kendo just nodded at that and fixed his gaze on the sheet of paper, and taking a lot of concentration, he put chakra into the sheet. And surprising Izuku and Marumi, the sheet of paper had split into 2 sections that reacted in different ways, one stayed and the other crumbled into dust. Izuku. Wow, that's a surprise. Kendo. What? What was that? Izuku. You have earth and fire elements in Kendo, congratulations, you have the same elements as Marumi and Ryuko. Marumi. Congratulations Kendo-san. Kendo. Thank you. Izuku. Well, now yes, let's start with the basics, Kendo, and you 2 Marumi attack me with everything. Marumi. What? Kendo. Are you sure? Izuku. Well yes, we've done it before, let's go. Kendo mind. We've done it before, but he always beat us up. Marumi's mind. Let's see how much I've improved in combat. Izuku just had his hands in his pockets without any concern. At that moment, Kendo and Marumi launched themselves against him, with Marumi with his fist surrounded by fire and one for all. The first to attack was Kendo throwing a punch with her giant fist. Izuku only gave a small jump that he had given and then pushed himself with the girl's fist to jump higher and give her a light kick on the back to move her away, then he had to block one of Marumi's fists with his foot, being the one surrounded by fire. Marumi used her other fist to hit him in the stomach, but Izuku quickly kneed her in the chin, causing her fist to not connect. At that moment Izuku launched a kick against Kendo, which he barely managed to block with force. Both Kendo and Izuku kicked each other at the same time they received it, but behind Izuku Marumi jumped, who tried to punch him, but the green-haired boy had ducked to dodge it. At that moment Marumi and Izuku began a small close combat, with Izuku blocking and colliding his blows with those of his sister. Izuku had connected an air palm to his sister's chest, causing her to back away. When Izuku fixed his gaze on Kendo, he could see how the orange-haired girl launched herself at him with a kunai in hand and tried to cut her, but the green-haired boy had only stepped back a few meters dodging the girl's attacks until he blocked the orange-haired girl's attack with his 2 hands and made her drop the kunai and quickly grabbed her by the collar of her shirt to give her a light blow to her neck, leaving her unconscious but holding her carefully so as not to hurt her. At that moment Murumi launched herself at Izuku and began to kick him in the face, but they were blocked by Izuku. Izuku's mind. I see, she only uses one for all at one point, that's why she's hurt. Murumi could hardly keep up with her kicking attack as she always had to pass the standing Ofa to someone else. Izuku barely saw the opportunity, grabbed her foot and punched her in the stomach, causing her to lose her breath and fall to the ground. Both girls had fallen to the floor unable to continue, being more Kendo, since she was knocked out by Izuku while Murumi was catching her breath. Izuku. Well, they have improved, but now Murumi, taking advantage of the fact that Kendo is sleeping, let's talk about one for all. Murumi. It's okay, I didn't know how to talk to you about it anyway. Izuku. Well, how much have you managed so far? Murumi. Total handling of 10%. Izuku. Very good, look, surrounding his hand with chakra, right now I'm concentrating a small percentage of chakra in my hand. The green-haired girl just nodded so as not to miss any details. Izuku. What you do is just at a specific point, which makes you limit yourself in a single hit, which also causes you to get hurt, since by concentrating a lot of energy in a single point, you cause an overload, as you have energy gathered in your hand, and you want to shoot an air bullet with your fingers, you make that finger pay the price. Murumi had set her sights on her hand where she had her scar, the cause of her fight with Todoroki. Izuku. Now look. The chakra he had in his hand, little by little, began to pass through his entire hand until it reached his shoulder and then surrounded his entire body. Izuku. You have to make all your energy flow throughout your body, managing to make all your abilities increase, strength, resistance and speed increase if you do it like this. Murumi just nodded at that and stood up to do so. Izuku. Try to use a smaller percentage so you don't explode. Murumi. Haha, how funny. The green-haired girl started using the one for all with 5% as suggested and the rays began to come out. Izuku. Very well, now try to gradually increase the percentage until you reach 8%. Izuku. Very well, now jump and throw a punch. Murumi took a great leap and just as her brother asked, she threw a punch into the air, being able to see how the air went against the trees, knocking them down just like that. When the green-haired girl fell to the ground she turned off the one for all and looked at her brother. Murumi. Did you see that? It was really amazing. Izuku. Very well, I'm glad about that, but now, I want to see something. Murumi. What thing? At that moment Izuku had taken out a scroll from which the Kiba swords came out. Murumi. What are the swords for? Izuku. Catch them. Throwing them towards her, she caught them with some fear. Murumi. And what do you want me to do? Izuku. Put some chakra into the swords and one for all at the same time. The green-haired girl had complied with the request with some confusion and when she used the chakra and the Ofa in each hand, she was surprised to see how one sword was surrounded by lightning and the other by one for all. Izuku. Just as I thought, now you can use lightning and one for all in each sword, it's like they are energy accumulators, well that's more the case with the sword that has one for all. Looking at how the right sword was with green rays. Izuku. Now you can launch combined attacks with both elements, how do you feel? Murumi. I feel like a big tickle runs through my whole body. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. At that moment she deactivated her energy and fell to the ground tired. Murumi. Although it doesn't last too long. Breathing with difficulty. Izuku. Well yes, it's your first time using the sword and that Ofa style, we still have 5 days to continue training, so you can return to the UA. Murumi. Yes, but still, I want to try hard. Izuku. Well said. Shaking his sister's hair. Murumi. Don't do that to me, I'm not a child for you to continue like this. Pouting as she held her sister's hand. At that moment an alarm had sounded, it being Izuku's phone, seeing that it was already noon. Izuku. Well, let's go back, it's time to eat. Izuku had approached Kendo to put some water on his back, causing him to wake up with a scream. Hiya. But Shinso. We can see how the aforementioned was standing, while behind him were wooden figures tied with a thread, since Shinso had caught them with the thread of the Nabari, since that was Shinso's new training, the handling of the Nabari sword. By that time the clone had disappeared, telling Shinso that the training was over, and he began to gather the sword thread to return to the others. With Yui. We can see how the area where the brunette was, the trees were on the ground due to the girl's cuts. In the middle of the place we can see how the girl had a great amount of sweat on her and in her hands, she had the sword Kubikirabacho. Yui's mind. This is really difficult and to think he can make it so easy. Remembering how Izuku used Kubikirabacho as if nothing was happening the whole time. At that moment the clone had disappeared. Yui. Wait, do I have to go back carrying this? Looking at the sword still in her hands. Yui. Damn. Starting to drag the sword along as she was too tired to continue holding it. Yui. This is really cruel. Continuing walking to return home. With Ryuko. We can see in the area of the ghost girl how there were some craters in the area where she was due to the handling of her Kabutoari sword. For the girl it was almost simple at first, but when she started doing it at a faster pace, and on top of that the clone was throwing rocks at her to cut or destroy them, it was worse. At that moment the clone had disappeared. Ryuko. God, finally, I'm tired. At that moment his stomach had also growled. Ryuko. And I'm hungry. The good thing is no one saw me. Starting to walk back toward the house. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned walking next to Kendo and Marumi, but the orange-haired girl had a pout on her face because her back was wet and because she was knocked unconscious. Once everyone had gathered, each one was in a different shape. Ryuko was with some dust and dirt on her and a Kabutoari in her hands, Shinso with some cuts in his clothes from the Nabari thread that was in his hand and the thread in his other hand. When he looked at her, he could see that she was dragging her sword on the ground and was sweating profusely from having one of the heaviest swords. Izuku's mind. Very well, I only need Kendo to try to use one of the two swords that I am missing. But before he could think any further, he saw Yui throw Kubikirabacho aside and let out a deep sigh. Izuku. It seems you had a bad time, Yui. Yui. Don't even tell me, well, I want to eat, I'm hungry. Everyone. Same as us. Izuku. Okay, let's take the afternoon off so you can relax. If you want, you can go to a lake near here. All? Yes. Everyone went inside to grab their things and take a shower, then eat and then relax since they hadn't had a good rest all this time training. Izuku just smiled at that and went in last to make lunch. Meanwhile at the UA. We can see the director right there sorting out some papers he had on his desk about some cases that were happening, but he looked at one that caught his attention since as he knows, Izuku hadn't done any missions with his disciples in all that time and maybe he might like this. Nezu's mind. Maybe this will be something interesting to see, I wonder if it can arrive today. Meanwhile somewhere else, more specifically in a bar. There we can see how Shigaraki, Tamura and Kurogiri, the main culprits of the attack on the Uges on that occasion, were in front of a very peculiar person. Shigaraki. What do you say? Are you interested in joining, Hero Killer, Stain? Time skip, scene change. We can see that it was 4 in the afternoon, and at Izuku's house, we can see how the aforementioned was in the patio outside on a chair, next to him was a Yui asleep on a chair, and in front of him were Kendo, Marumi, Ryuko and Shinso playing volleyball for fun. Yui also wanted to play, but she was so full of food that she ended up falling asleep. Izuku's mind. This is interesting, I never thought this could happen again, much less this house, I would like Ryuko to be here too, now that I wonder, I would like to see her like this. Before he could continue thinking, his cell phone rang, and he quickly answered it when he saw that it was Nezu. Izuku. Hello Nezu-san, what's wrong? Nezu. I'm sorry to interrupt your moment, Midoriya-san, but I need you to go to Hosu immediately. Izuku. May I know why? Nezu. There are 2 good reasons for you to go there. Number 1, so your students can gain experience on the streets, since that's what they're lacking. Izuku. Good point, and the second? Nezu. The hero killer is in Hosu, and I need you to go there. Izuku. Alright, I'm going there. That guy has already committed many hero murders, but while some were corrupt, others were innocent, so I can't just stand still. Nezu. Then. Izuku. Count me in, I'll be right there. Hanging up his call to look at everyone. I quickly hit the table, making everyone look at him, and Yui wake up in shock. Izuku. Listen guys, we have a mission, and apart from today we will patrol in the time we have left in the cities. Kendo. But where are we going to go? Izuku. We're going to Hosu in half an hour, so hurry up, go get your things now. All. Right away. Started going home for their outfits and ninja gear. Izuku's mind. So the hero killer, very soon we will see each other to clash swords, the demon of the mist will find you and defeat you, we will see which of the 2 has the best sword handling. Holding Samehada on his back and showing a smile with his sharp teeth. Chapter 25. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 25. Previously Izuku was in the forest where he used to train when he was just a child with his teachers, and now he is a teacher and was with his now disciples and worthy successors of the swords of his predecessors, but still missing only one for the explosive sword Shibuki. when everyone was already taking a break, but Izuku had received a call from Nezu to give him and his group a special mission so they could take care of and see their new abilities that they obtained in training. But what Izuku didn't tell was that the mission was really to capture the hero killer Stain, who was in Hosu and lately has caused many deaths of heroes lately these days, which is why they already want to stop once and for all. Which is better than defeating a vigilante than another vigilante in secret from the public. At the moment, we can now see how night reigned everywhere and the lights of the buildings decorating the city at night and some people going out was something that was normal. With our protagonist, we can see our favorite green-haired boy in civilian clothes but with a black mask that covered half of his face. Next to him was his sister in civilian clothes too. In the front seats were Ryuko and Kendo, and behind the green-haired boys were Shinso and Yui, but the purple-haired boy was sleeping in his seat while Yui was reading a manga that she had brought so as not to get bored. Izuku, what's wrong, are you nervous? Looking at his sister who was somewhat anxious looking out the window. Murumi. A little, but also somewhat excited, it'll be my first patrol. Waving her arms excitedly. Izuku. And what do you say? Referring to the others who heard him. Kendo. Just as excited, right Ryuko? Ryuko just gave a thumbs up from her seat. Izuku. You guys. Shinso only answered with a snore because he was still asleep. Yui. I'm excited too, I want to see how much he improves these days. Continuing to read his manga. Izuku. Remember, it won't be a simple patrol, you'll have to fight villains, maybe I won't be able to be with you to help you, so I hope you can handle it yourselves, so I want to know, are you sure you can handle this? It was more than obvious how serious that question was, so everyone knew what he was referring to. All? Yes. Shinso had only snored louder as if he was answering. Izuku. I see someone is eager to get started. Referring to Shinso who continued sleeping while being watched by all his companions with a poker face. Yui. This idiot really has a deep sleep. Izuku. Leave it like that, when we get there I'll throw water all over his face. While Izuku and his disciples were on the train arriving at their destination, somewhere else a kind of meeting was happening that wasn't leading to anything. In another city we can see outside a bar how the surrounding area was abandoned, but what we are interested in knowing is the interior of the place. Inside you could see two people on the floor and next to it near the bar, you could see a dark fog in an elegant suit rising while leaning on the bar due to the blood lost from a cut on his chest. On the ground was Tamura Shigaraki, the man responsible for the Uge's attack. He had also received a cut near his cheek and had a knife stuck in his shoulder, the person on top of him being responsible. That person was none other than Stain, the hero killer. Which only happened in just a few minutes because Tamura tried to get Stain to join him and help him finish off the hero society, but Stain obviously didn't follow the same ideal as Tamura, so he decided not to wait for anything else and attacked Tamura to shut him up, in addition to having previously mentioned also killing the demon of the mist, that idiot who cut off his hand that he used as his main mask, and for frustrating his attack against the heroes and Almight. Stain. Shut up already, brat, you and I have different views of the world and don't think we're the same because we're not. I seek to eradicate all false heroes and you just want to destroy everything in your path because you want to. Putting more force on the knife, making Tamura complain of pain. The sky blue-haired boy quickly put his hand on one of Stain's knives and began to damage it. Tamura. You talk too unhappy, all I want is to destroy this whole society. Smiling in a sinister way, making Stain alert and jump back. Tamura. Damn, it's not enough to have a kunai cut on your cheek, now a knife stuck in your shoulder, book. Standing up and touching the shoulder where the knife was stuck. Tamura. Kurajiri, get rid of this idiot, I don't want a partner as crazy as him. Stain. You're right about that, you'd better take me to Hosu Walking Fog, I have things to do there. I'm Skip. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned looking at his phone some news about the previous Stain attacks on Hosu of the heroes he had killed, while the others were doing their own thing. Ryuko and Kendo playing amongst themselves, Shinso still sleeping, Yui continuing to read her manga and Murumi reading the notes that her brother had made for her, some ways to use the Kiba swords and how to manipulate one for all in a better way. Izuku's mind. All of his victims have always been found with multiple cuts on their bodies and massive blood loss in specific body parts. I'll have to be very careful if I'm going to face him, maybe I can do something with him. He thought about what he could do to quickly immobilize or knock out Stain, but he quickly came out of his thoughts since the train had moved abruptly, so much so that the train's light turned off and on quickly and scared the people. The others felt it and became alert, even Shinso woke up suddenly from the scare. Kendo. What's going on? Shinso. Now what? An earthquake. Scared to be woken up like that? Yui. We don't know. Izuku. Pay attention. At that moment the wall of the train had been destroyed by a hero who was sent flying against the sudden force, scaring everyone on the train. Ryuko. A hero. At that moment the door had completely broken, revealing a Nomu. Murumi. On Nomu. Izuku. Behind me. Launching himself against the Nomu while a cloud surrounded him, changing his civilian clothes to his ninja suit, and without wasting time he concentrated wind in his hand and hit him squarely in the stomach, pushing him away a little. Izuku. Guys, secure the hostages and split up and go to the city. Launching himself headlong with Samehada in hand, he flew alongside the Nomu, far from the train. The others, seeing and hearing this, quickly made hand seals and changed from their civilian outfits to their hero outfits. Hendo. Yui and I will take care of the civilians, you three go to the city now. All. Understood. Disappearing at high speed, leaving the aforementioned with the civilians and getting them out of there and then going with them. But Izuku. We can see the aforementioned with Samehada in hand knocking down the Nomu that tried to enter before. Izuku. I better finish quickly, I see you need water. Looking beside him as the city center was on fire. At that moment she went to one side of him, heading directly to a couple who were on the road. Izuku. Don't even think about it. Thrown explosive kunes, hitting the Nomu directly and pushing it towards a wall. Izuku. Fireball water style. Launched his attack on the Nomu and burned it. Izuku. Are you okay? Speaking to the couple who nodded. Izuku. Go to a safe place right now, I have to go there. He started running straight toward the center of town, but he didn't realize that a fire hero had arrived and fixed his gaze on the dead Nomu, then on him. With Murumi. We can see the aforementioned running between the buildings with her companions to go to the center to help. Shinso. Shit, that's ugly. Ryuko. And we don't have anyone who knows how to use water other than sensei. Murumi. At least let's go and help the heroes get the civilians out until someone with a water quirk arrives. The two nodded at that and followed in her direction, but quickly stopped when they heard someone scream. Shinso. That was it. Ryuko. Someone scream. Murumi. Was that it? Damn wretch. That voice from a nearby alley shouted again. Murumi. Lita-san. Jumping straight towards where his friend was. Shinso. Shit, Ryuko, go with her, I'll go downtown. Ryuko. It's okay. They both went their separate ways. With Ida. We can see the blue-haired man on the ground with a sword stuck in his shoulder and a foot on his head. A few moments ago, Lita had arrived at the alley upon hearing the hero killer nearby and tried to defeat him to avenge her brother, but was quickly knocked out by Stain without much effort, demonstrating the great difference that existed between the two. Stain. You really are a stupid kid, you came against me because you want revenge, a hero should never give in to that, no matter what. Look at you now, you're on the ground because you came against me thinking you'd have a chance, and because of that you will die, false hero. Taking his sword ready to stick it into the blue-haired man's head. At that moment a lightning bolt was launched at great speed towards where Stain was, his sword being thrown far away from him. When Stain raised his gaze he saw how a girl went with him with lightning bolts surrounding him completely with swords in their hands and quickly threw a slash with her two swords. Stain quickly took a big leap backwards, dodging the double slash. At that moment, a green-haired woman was seen in a fighting pose with two swords in her hand with blue and green rays on the swords and around her. Lita. Midoriya. He was surprised to see his partner who had arrived at the place at the exact moment when he was going to kill him. Murumi. I'm sorry for the delay, Lita-san, but I never thought I'd arrive on time. At that moment some kunai headed toward Stain, who took out one of his knives and deflected the kunai with his knife. Ryuko had arrived next to Murumi, who stood next to the green-haired girl with a Kabuto-ari in hand and some kunes floating next to her with her quirk. Ryuko. Don't leave like that again, Midoriya. Looking at her entire surroundings, a hero and a wounded student, and nothing more and nothing less than the hero killer Stain in front of her. Ryuko. Oh shit. Stain. What is this, now two girls in hero costumes, playing with swords. This is getting more and more exciting. Taking his sword and smiling with his tongue rolling the edge of his sharp sword, shocking the young women, but holding their swords tightly and looking seriously at Stain, who only smiled, preparing to attack. Lita. Be careful, I get paralyzed after cutting myself, it might be his quirk. Ryuko. Maybe it could be her katana or a liquid in it, more reasons for you not to let Murumi cut you. Murumi. Understood. Murumi's mind. We are at a clear disadvantage, with two people injured it would be very bad, much more if we fight with or without a sword. He has more experience in this art, perhaps the same as my brother. I think I should have brought a professional along the way, but it would be better to take precautions and hope that someone comes. Without anyone noticing, the green-haired girl had taken her cell phone from behind her back and sent a text message about her current location. Murumi's mind. Please, someone see it and come. The first move had been by Ryuko followed by Marumi. Stain seeing that quickly also launched an attack. In the center. We can see how Izuku had arrived at the center, finding everything surrounded by fire. Izuku. This is really shit. Extra hero. Manual, we need more water. Manual. I can't, there's no more water nearby, I need another source. Bonus hero. Shit, there are no hydrants around anymore. Izuku. No need for a hydrant, I'll take care of it. The heroes turned around and saw Izuku. Manual. Manjetsu-san. Izuku quickly began making hand seals and placed his hands on the ground, and whirlpools of water quickly swept over the entire area, almost like a mini tsunami. Bonus hero. We need help here. Screaming to dodge a blow from a giant Nomu while the other heroes surrounded him. Izuku. Manual-san, you can take care of this. There aren't many burning buildings left around. Manual. Leave it to me. Go with them. Starting to control the water that Izuku had brought to put out the buildings. At that moment Izuku fired a powerful gust of wind from his wind towards the Nomu, causing it to fly away. Before he could continue attacking, a kunai with an explosive tag went straight towards the Nomu, hitting his arm and burning it a little. Behind the Nomu, a kind of needle had been stuck into his chest and pierced it, and a metal thread cut it in half. In a jump, Shinso appeared, who attracted Nabari to him and stood next to Izuku and the other heroes. Izuku. Very well Shinso, but where were you? Shinso. I've been evacuating all the civilians from the area, but they're already in a safe place, there's nothing to worry about anymore. Izuku. Alright, now we just have to stop this fool. Hero 3. Here he comes. The Nomu launched an attack against everyone, but before he could do anything, a powerful burst of fire sent him flying towards the wall a few meters back. Hero 4. Who is it? Endeavor. I am a hero. With his hand extended and a serious look. Izuku. Haha, you're just in time, flames. Endeavor. Shut up. Looking around as the fire has already gone out. Endeavor. I see that the situation has calmed down somewhat. Izuku. It seems so, but we don't know if there are more of these phenomena. Referring to the Nomu that stood up. Hero 2. No, there were only 3 of 3, but the others had gone to another part of the city. Izuku. Well now there are only this one and another one left, I already took care of one of them when I came here. Endeavor. In that case I will take care of this Nomu, everyone else go for the last Nomu, we don't know if it has a wounded hero or a civilian. Going head on against the giant Nomu. Izuku. You heard him, let's get out of here, he can take care of it. He started running in one direction and was followed by Shinso and the others, but these two were the fastest. Hero 5. Where do we need to go specifically? Izuku. We have to separate ourselves to find him faster, when you see him do something to get attention and we will go quickly. All. Understood. Everyone had separated into 3 groups, Izuku and Shinso in one and the other 2 in a group of 3 heroes each. Shinso. Midoriya-sensei, where are we going especially? Izuku. Shinso, have you seen your cell phone? Shinso. Yes, it's just Marumi-san who sent her location. Izuku. That could be a clue, Shinso. It's possible that he met the Nomu or the Nomu with someone else, so we shouldn't waste time. However, we don't know if there's anyone there, since that was 20 minutes ago. But we don't lose anything by going to see. Shinso. I understand. With Marumi. We can see the aforementioned struggling to avoid falling to the ground due to a cut she received on one of her legs, using one of the Kiba swords as support, and with the other she was firing her Ofa rays towards Stain. Ryuko was in an exchange of cuts with Stain, who had all the advantage in the fight, but Ryuko could give him more fight so far, but even so, experience and tactics were a factor that she did not count on in the fight. At that moment Stain swung with his sword, but Ryuko had stopped it with the mallet of her sword and quickly tried to cut him with the axe part, but Stain quickly moved away and dodged it, but with a slight cut on his bandages because of it. The assassin kicked the girl square in the jaw, leaving her stunned, but she quickly received a punch in her face, causing blood to flow out with her to the ground, falling near Marumi. Stain had quickly licked Ryuko's blood, leaving her paralyzed on the ground. Marumi was the last one standing, and as best she could, she got into a fighting stance with her only healthy hand, using the rays of the sword and the Ofa. Stain. You two have certainly given me problems, there is no doubt that you are incredible swordsmen, but you still have a long way to go to be at my level, much more so if you barely know how to use the swords of the fog demon. Marumi. My brother gave us his swords because he trusts us to be his successors of his weapons, and even if you say we are not at your level, does not mean that we are going to give up. Firing a beam with all his might from his Ofa, it fused with the sword towards Stain. The assassin instinctively threw himself to the ground, but one of his katanas wasn't so lucky. The light from that attack had been too bright for some nearby to notice, but 2 people in the distance, seeing that, hurried away. Murumi, after firing that attack, had fallen to the ground, completely exhausted from using the Ofa like that, since she wasn't used to using it like that. Stain could see how that attack managed to tear half of her clothes and burn one of her swords, leaving him surprised. Stain. Girls, you two are truly admirable, now that the devil gave you your swords, you are true heroines, so I let you live. Watching as the two of them were on the ground, but completely exhausted but continent. Jikaze. Someone had shouted above everyone, and Stain could see how a giant needle went against him, and he quickly had to do it, but blocked a spinning kick from Shinso who launched an attack. They had both separated to get some distance. Pull Stain. The voice had appeared behind Stain, shaking the aforementioned, but quickly using his sword, he turned around and launched a sword slash, but quickly felt how his sword had collided with a metallic object, and when he looked closely, he could see what it was like to be Izuku, who had a serious look while he used force in the clash. Izuku quickly kicked him with his giant foot, causing him to fly over a building above them. Izuku. Shinso, check everyone's condition and take them out of the alley, the heroes won't be long in coming. Jumping to go against Stain. Shinso went to see how everyone was and began to give some of his chakra to close the wounds they had and clean the blood they had. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned man arriving at the building where he was and with a samahada in hand and launching himself at it and aiming at his head. Stain seeing that quickly moved across the ground and watching as Izuku made a hole in the ground for samahada. Stain, out of pure instinct, kicked and with the heels he had on his shoes, tried to stab the green-haired boy in the shoulder. Stain took out a kunai with his other hand and managed to stop Stain's foot being centimeters away from touching his shoulder. Quickly both had separated and taken their swords, but Izuku had changed samahada for one of the kiba he took from his sister. Quickly they both took their swords and looked at each other seriously, silence reigning. Until a drop of water had fallen to the ground and both quickly went at great speed and connected their swords and began to exert force. They just stared at each other seriously, without saying a word. They quickly distanced themselves and began clashing their swords, even creating gusts of wind around them. Both would begin to attack each other multiple times at high speed, so much so that sparks would fly. Izuku launched a horizontal slash towards Stain, who jumped to dodge the attack and then grabbed Izuku's shirt to aim a slash at Izuku's eyes, who dodged it being cut on his cheek, drawing some blood from it, but quickly launched a slash at a speed that both were forming gusts of air, but Izuku had a kunai and a kiba sword in each hand, while Stain had a sword, since his other knives were destroyed by Ryuko and Murumi, and worse, the blood he had could barely give him only 2 minutes. He needed more to have more time to paralyze him. At that moment, Stain quickly launched an attack against Izuku, but without Izuku seeing it, Stain cut his palm, and when he was somewhat close to him, he threw his own blood in Izuku's face, causing him to lose his vision, but out of pure instinct he threw his kunai, but Stain had taken it when it was stuck in his shoulder. At that moment Izuku received a punch in his stomach and then a kick, and he only put his sword in the middle to avoid Stain's cuts, who took advantage of the opportunity and made some cuts that drew blood. The heroes had arrived at the fighting zone with Endeavor and Kendo, and Yui had also arrived after securing the train hostages. The heroes had called an ambulance due to Murumi, Ryuko, and Native's condition, seeing them so injured. Kendo. We have to help him. Yui. Let's go Kendo. Izuku. Don't interfere. Screaming while covering himself with Stain's cuts. Izuku. This is my fight, I have to solve it, there's still a Nomu out there, don't worry about me and look for it. Continuing to block, he then looked into Stain's eyes, who was smiling. The others, upon hearing this, remembered about the Nomu, so the heroes continued searching for it, but others stayed to care for the wounded and watch the fight, while Endeavor also stayed with the others. At that moment Izuku managed to get Stain away from him to compose himself. Izuku. Fireball fire style. Launching his attack towards Stain, who jumped to dodge it, but burning part of his back and his bandages, which he had to cut off so that the fire would not spread to his neck. Stain saw that Izuku made hand seals again, but Stain quickly licked the kunai he had. Izuku. Water-style draw. He couldn't finish as he was paralyzed by Stain's quirk. Everyone got alarmed when they saw that. Lita. It's her quirk, she licked her blood. Murumu. Brother. Worried to see her brother on the ground. Izuku's mind. Shit, I was careless. Stain. It was a good demo fight, no Mangetsu Hazuki, but now, the time has come to die. Izuku. That's what you think. At that moment Samahada appeared, trying to bite Stain, but the assassin quickly used Samahada's jaw to propel himself, but was cut on his knee by the teeth of the sword. At that moment Samahada launched himself towards his master, and quickly they had both merged. Everyone could see right now a shark man who was bigger than Stain. Stain. How is that possible? You should be paralyzed. Izuku. And I am, but Samehada is using my body to fight. When he fuses with me, he can control me whenever he can, as long as I'm unconscious or not. Stain. Miserable. At that moment the assassin and Izuku launched themselves into the attack again, but now there was a big difference between them. Stain tried to cut Izuku with his kunai, but this time he couldn't do anything, since the kunai had broken upon contact with Midoriya's skin, scaring the assassin because of that. Izuku. I'm so sorry, but you'll need more than that to penetrate my skin. At that moment Izuku gave him a super punch to his face and quickly began to give him a great punch combination at an incredible speed. Stain could only cover himself because of that, but he could feel how every blow he received broke his bones. Even when he tried to cover himself with his sword, he only managed to make it fly into a wall that remained stuck. At that moment, Izuku gave him a super kick to his knee, causing him to lose his balance completely and kneel down. At that moment, Stain could only see how a whirlwind of punches and kicks went against him, and the last thing he could feel was a blow to his neck, and then he fell unconscious on the ground. Everyone now saw how Izuku had defeated Stain and returned to his normal form with Samehada in hand. At the same time the heroes had returned and went for the last Nomu that remained with Shoto, who also came with them, since he had separated from his father to go for the Nomu, since he found him on his way. By that time Izuku had returned with the others, having Stain on top of the unconscious Samehada. Izuku. Well, everything's fine now, the hero killer is defeated, the Nomus are defeated, and the disaster is under control. Shinso. You could say it's a victory. Izuku. That's right, but that left our teammates injured, it's almost a perfect victory. Looking at her students, somewhat hurt but conscious. The heroes went to help Izuku get settled and tie up Stain so he couldn't escape. This was a victory for the heroes. But while they were celebrating their victory in another city, we focused on a specific hero agency. Inside the agency, we saw a woman sitting on the toilet in one of the stalls. Now I'll tell you this. Looking at what he had in his hands. Ryukyu. How do I tell him I'm pregnant? Chapter 26. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 26. After the Nomu attack that happened in Hosu and the arrest of the hero killer Stain, it was a huge blow that made the news all over the world as it became known that the new number 3 hero, Mangetsu Hazuki, was responsible for the arrest of Stain and the great contribution he made in the fire that happened in the middle of the city. At the moment, we are in a large agency of one of the most well-known and strongest heroes of the top, being that of the heroine Ryukyu, in which right now there was no one in the agency, because today the dragon heroine told her that today they had a day off, since she had an important meeting with other heroines and friends that they were from their days at the UA. Inside the dragon heroine's office was the aforementioned, sitting at her desk with a cup of tea, and in front of her were the heroine Mirko, the snake heroine Uwabami, and Midnight. They all had a cup of tea in their hands, while Mirko had a can of beer in his hands. Mirko. Well, Fangs, are you going to tell us why you called us today? Uwabami. Come on Rumi, we have to meet from time to time, not everything needs to be about work. Midnight. By the way, weren't you with a student? Uwabami. Yes, but I told him I was going to a modeling meeting, so he's rested now. Midnight. I see. Rumi's mind. I think young Yaoi Rozu made a mistake in choosing the agency. Drinking his tea while looking at Uwabami. Ryuko. Well, any news you want to share? Midnight. Nothing at the moment, just the academy paperwork. Uwabami. Well now the news is talking about what happened in Hosu. Mirko. It's true, it is said that the demon, who is now called number 3 Mangetsu Hazuki, was the one who defeated Stain. Uwabami. It's true, I'm surprised he rose so quickly, and it was only recently that he was a security guard. Midnight. Well, look at him, first he was a vigilante, then a UA professor, and now the new number 3 hero in the top, that's what you call being lucky, or maybe they already had that planned for him when he started. Mirko. But now that we're talking about him, I heard he now has disciples. Midnight. Despite being very young, he is really very talented. Ryuko's mind. And a very good father and husband. Ryuko. He became very famous. Uwabami. I hope I can meet him, maybe he's handsome. Licking her lips flirtatiously, something that Ryuko didn't take well and sharpened her gaze a little at her friend, but no one noticed that, since the blonde dragon knew how to hide her expressions very well. Midnight. Don't even mention it, in the fight he had against Endeavor, he had a body, ugh. Biting her lip as she remembers seeing the well-worked body and the multiple scars it has. Ryuko's mind. Yeah, keep dreaming, that body is mine and only mine, I already marked it physically and emotionally, both me and him and me. Touching his neck surreptitiously. Mirko. Besides having incredible strength, I would like to fight him once. Highlighting his muscle in his arm. Ryuko. And tell me girls, how is your love life going? When she asked this question, her three friends were surrounded by a depressive aura, except for Mirko. Ryuko. I guess I shouldn't have asked that. With a slight drop of sweat on the back of her neck. Mirko. Well, you know, I don't care about those things, so I just carry on as normal as always. Taking a big sip from his can. Midnight. I still don't have anyone, there wasn't anyone who wanted something serious with me. With enormous sadness, since all the people she was with never wanted a serious relationship with her, just hanging out and having fun. Iwabami. There are already two of us, despite having many men on my radar, none of them catch my attention, and no one wants to be a lifelong partner with me. Squeezing the cup in his hands a little. Ryuko's mind. That's what you get for messing with my man. Mirko. And you Ryuko, if you ask that question, it's because you surely have someone, right? Mirko wasn't stupid at all, she knew well that if she asked that question, it was because she already had someone and wanted to rub it in Iwabami and Midnight's faces. Ryuko. Kuke. Spitting out some of her tea, the blonde and the brunette quickly stood in front of her. Ryuko. Bueno yo. Somewhere else. We can see Izuku's forest cabin, the aforementioned and his students, but with the latter with their backpacks and normal clothes. Izuku. Alright guys, as you know the internship ends tomorrow, but right now you'll be retiring to your homes, since so far, you've improved a lot since the sports festival. Murumi. But, would you really give us your swords? Looking at his waist where he had the swords Kiba, Shinso, Yui and Kendo Tanabari, Kubikirabacho and the Hiramekure on his back and Ryuko with Kabutaari on his waist as well. Izuku. Well yes, after all, I trust that you will be able to use them better than me, plus I have something to tell you about a group where my previous teachers were. Yui. Is she one of the murderous swordsmen who are vigilantes? Everyone's sweat dropped at that, was Yui perhaps a fan of assassin ninjas? Izuku. The murderers are in the past, but that will be when I resolve the last member and sword left. Kendo. What will happen to that last candidate? Izuku. Don't worry, I've already found someone worthy of carrying the sword, so I have to go see him myself. Shinso. Entendimos. Izuku. Well guys, I have to go see him right now, see you guys. Making the peace sign and disappearing in a trail of smoke. Murumi. Well, they want to eat something on the way. All? Yes. Shinso. Un momento. They all looked at the purple-haired boy in surprise. Shinso. Does anyone know where to get out of this forest? Saying that, they all realized that they didn't know how to get out of the forest, since Izuku had only taken them out and carried them with a shunsen and not on foot. All. Izuku sensei. Change of scene. Right now we're in a maximum security prison, where only the most dangerous villains are held. Some are sentenced to life imprisonment, while others are sentenced to death. A trail of smoke appeared in front of the entrance, and the guards at the gate stood on guard and aimed their weapons. From the trail of smoke, Izuku had appeared in his ninja suit, something the guards recognized and lowered their weapons. Guard 1. Hero Mangetsu, what do you want? Izuku. Yesterday I spoke with the mayor of Tartarus to see a prisoner. At that moment, the mayor of Tartarus had left. Mayor. That's true, please let him in. All the guards stepped aside, letting Izuku enter the prison, but with him was the mayor and 2 guards. Mayor. Tell me, young Mangetsu, why do you want to talk to this prisoner? Are you aware of the many crimes you have committed? Izuku. Yes, I am aware of all the evil he has done, but they sent me to redeem him and make him help the heroes or stay here all his life. Mayor. I understand, although I don't like your way of being, I have to admit that your skills are very good as yours. Izuku. That's why I want to talk to him, but in case it doesn't work, we'll just leave it here and that's it. Mayor. But in case you don't want to accept, perhaps a prisoner who could serve you. Izuku. I'll keep that in mind, but first I'd like you to give me some information about her to see if she's capable. Mayor. Don't worry about it. At that moment they had arrived in a room where there was a chair and in the middle there was a glass that divided the room. Mayor. Don't worry, they'll bring it in a few seconds. Retreating from the room, he then picked up his sword and set it aside as he sat down. It only took a few seconds for some guards to arrive on the other side of the room with someone carrying a kind of cart that held a man in a straitjacket. Izuku. Holostain. Looking at the hero killer who was in a straitjacket and locked up and tied up so he couldn't escape. They both just looked at each other seriously, even the guards outside and on camera tensed up from the aura they both gave off. Han Ryuko. Wadee. It was the scream that was heard outside the Dragon Heroine's agency, so much so that the people outside were scared. Inside the agency, being more specific where in Ryukyu's office, we can see the aforementioned, who had a pregnancy test that showed the 2 positive lines, and in front of her were a Midnight and Iwabami with depressive auras on top of them, and a Mirko who was hugging Ryuko with happiness and congratulating her. Mirko. Well done, Fang, you're finally rewarded and on top of that, you won the lottery with someone good. Ryuko. Vamos Rumi basta. With a slight blush of embarrassment. Midnight. Damn. Making little circles on the floor. Iwabami. Why her first and not me? Imitating the action of her black-haired friend with the same depressive aura. Mirko. Tell me, does he know? Ryuko. No, I just realized I was pregnant this week during my internship. Midnight. Well, you have to tell him. Standing in front of her. Iwabami. You're right, you have to tell him, you can't keep that secret forever, it will show sooner or later. Ryuko. You're right, I'll tell them when I get home. Mirko. Come on, Fangs, but in case he doesn't want to take care of it, just tell me where he is, and I'll take care of it. Cracking his fists and flashing a smile, he drew a few drops of sweat from behind their necks. Change of scene. With Izuku. We can see how our green-haired man had left Tartaros with the mayor of the prison. Izuku. I think that talk took longer than I thought. Seeing as it was already night when he came in at noon. Mayor. Do you want me to call you a taxi? Izuku. No need to get upset about it, I can go on foot, it's better for exercising, after all I was sitting for 6 hours. Mayor. As you wish, I'll let you know his response. Izuku. Thank you, see you. Taking a big leap to go directly to the prison lake and start running. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned reach solid ground and begin jumping from building to building. Izuku's mind. I hope you accept my proposal, if not I'll have to see that prisoner they told me about. At that moment his cell phone started ringing. Izuku. Now what? Taking it out of his pocket and seeing that it was Ryuko. Stopping at a building and answering. Izuku. Hello Ryuko-chan, what's wrong? Waiting for a response from his beloved dragon, whom he missed since he started the internship. Ryuko. Hello Izuku-kun, I'm fine, how did it go? With a somewhat happy and nervous tone. Izuku. Well, it went well for me, I was about to go for Eri at once to go home. Ryuko. About that, do you think you can come home first? Still a bit nervous about all this. Izuku. Are you sure? But what about Eri? Don't you want to see her? Somewhat confused by all this, he didn't know what was happening to his partner. Ryuko. No, it's not that, it's just that I want to talk about something important, it's about us. Izuku's mind. Oh no, God no. Izuku. Okay, here I go, I'll arrive in 3 minutes maximum. Ryuko. Okay, I'll wait for you. Hanging up the call and putting away your cell phone. Izuku. Sigh, well, face what's coming. Thinking about the worst thing Ryuko had to say to him, but Izuku knew he would have to face it like a man and mentally prepared himself for the onslaught that was coming. At home. We can see the blonde dragon inside the house who was wearing a black robe and stockings of the same color. She had flown home from her agency and she decided to dress for the occasion, keeping the pregnancy test on the coffee table. Ryuko's mind. Very well, I'm ready, let's go Ryuko Tatsuma, you can do it, he is someone kind, sensible, and I'm sure he will say yes to me. His thoughts had been interrupted when he heard his door being opened and he quickly sat down on the couch. When the door had been opened, Izuku was seen, the Kyuo had his hero costume and the first thing he did was put his sword to one side of the door. When he began to look for his partner, what he saw was the blonde with her somewhat provocative clothing in his eyes. Ryuko. Hello love. In an overly flirtatious way, something that made Izuku blush. Izuku. Ryuko, are you referring to these? With a blush and removing the bandages from her face to make her blush noticeable and smile calmly. Ryuko. No, apart from this, I have something to tell you. Izuku's mind. What a relief, and I was preparing for the worst for nothing. Izuku just approached her to hug her lovingly and carefully and she just put her face in his chest. Ryuko's mind. Is it me, or has she grown a little? Seeing in some detail that Izuku was a little taller. Ryuko. Izuku. Izuku. Yes. Ryuko. Mira la mesa. Continuing to cuddle the green-haired boy's face while little by little his eyes began to fill with tears. Izuku looked at the table and when he picked it up he could see that it was a pregnancy test and it was positive. Izuku. Ryuko-chan, maybe you? Completely shocked to see the pregnancy test and Ryuko just looked up with tears in her eyes and a smile. Ryuko. I'm pregnant, love. We're going to have a baby. Izuku. Am I going to be a dad? With a slight blush and looking at his girlfriend. Ryuko. I'm going to do it, mom. Very happy while hugging them tightly and showing a beautiful smile. Izuku. We're going to be parents. Taking her by the waist with happiness and lifting her up. Izuku. Haha, thanks for this. Unable to resist any longer, he kissed her with great happiness and she gladly reciprocated the kiss of her true love. Chapter 27. The Last Swordsman of the Mist Chapter 27. After Ryuko told Izuku that she was pregnant, they spent a very happy night, Ryuko fantasizing about whether it would be a boy or a girl, and Izuku telling her that he would be the best father he could be. They promised to tell the others in due time, so they decided to tell Inko first when they go for Eri tomorrow, going to sleep while hugging each other. Izuku was also caressing Ryuko's belly, making her believe that her son was feeling it. At the moment, we can see how the sun had slowly risen, illuminating the streets of Japan, making it a beautiful morning for anyone. In one of the apartments we can see how the sun illuminated a room, where we could see how two people were in bed, sleeping as peacefully as possible. The first to wake up was Ryuko, who first saw the face of her beloved green-haired boy with messy hair. When the blonde looked down she could see how the green-haired man's hands were on her waist and the other on her stomach with some care. Ryuko's mind. How cute, he worries about not hurting me. Approaching his beloved's face and giving the green-haired boy a kiss on his cheek, something that caused him to wake up. Izuku. Good morning, love. Returning the kiss on her lips, he moved down a little until he was at her belly and gave her a kiss too. And good morning to you too. Ryuko. The news really touched you. Izuku. Well yes, having a baby is a blessing, and even more so if it's with a person who is special to you. Getting out of bed in only long black pants and shark slippers. Izuku. I'm going to make breakfast, anything special? Ryuko. It could be some waffles with honey. Izuku. Okay, I'll be back in a moment. If you want, you can still sleep. He leaned closer and kissed her before leaving the room. Ryuko just smiled at that and settled into bed with the sheets and tried to comfort herself with sleep again. When Izuku arrived at the kitchen he was taking out the ingredients to make what his beloved dragon had asked for. While at the same time she was making the special breakfast, she was thinking about her future baby, as well as how her mother, sister and daughter would react to all of this, not to mention that they had to be cautious when going out, otherwise all the media would be after him for a long time, bothering them. Izuku's mind. Gosh, I forgot that those reporters are always paying attention to other people's lives. I'll have to be careful. His two masters just came to mind and how he told them about the other swordsman. But before he could think of anything, his cell phone rang. Well, everything was almost ready. Izuku. Hello. Mr. Mangetsu, I am the mayor of Tartaros, I came to inform you about Stain's decision. Izuku. Okay, thanks for calling me, I'll go when I can, right now I'm on an errand. Okay, I'll keep you updated. Have a nice day. Hanging up and going back to making breakfast. Izuku's mind. It's true, I have to go see about that crazy guy if he wants to join my group or spend the rest of his life there. After a while, Izuku had finished making breakfast, which consisted of 2 plates of waffles with honey, strawberries and blackberries, and a few cups of coffee. After a while he went to the room very carefully. When he arrived at the room he found Ryuko awake, wearing a black Izuku shirt, something that obviously highlighted the blonde's chest, while watching television. Izuku. I'm here. Entering and being seen by his dragon, who smiled and drooled when she saw the dish her partner had brought. Ryuko. Thank you love, it's very nice. Izuku. That's true, and what are you watching? Ryuko. The news seems to say about your fight against Stain and about your student's fight at Hosu. Izuku. I see you're talking about me and my debut last night. Ryuko. You've barely entered the official pro hero fold and you've quickly surpassed me at the top. Eating some of the waffles and letting out a high-pitched scream of joy. This is delicious, love. Izuku. Thanks, I did well this time. Taking a sip of her coffee, but when she shifted her gaze to the blonde, she was completely shocked and almost spit out her coffee with a huge blush on her face. And that was because Ryuko was holding a waffle with a fork close to her mouth, but with honey falling near her bust, and when she brought it close to her mouth, she did it in a non-religious way in front of everyone. She caught the waffle in her mouth and began to chew it and proceeded to swallow the food, but with some honey on the corner of her lips and hand. She noticed the green-haired boy was looking at her, so she decided to play a little. In a somewhat sensual way, having honey in her hand, she passed it very slowly towards her mouth, but with her tongue absorbing the honey that combined with her saliva and to finish, she licked her fingers one by one. Izuku's mind. But what a woman. Ryuko. Something's wrong love. Pretending to be innocent in front of the green-haired boy. Izuku. No, nothing's wrong. Izuku's mind. Damn, but to get a taste if you're good, no. The blonde discreetly looked at the sheets of the bed and that was what she thought. Izuku's meat sword was awake. After breakfast and 20 minutes of being in 69, they had gone to Inko's house to get the news of the pregnancy. With Marumi. We can see how the green-haired girl was still in the forest with some plants on top of her, but she was not alone since she was with Kendo, Yui, Shinso and Ryuko. Needless to say, everyone was completely tired, having been in the forest for a whole day and not knowing the exact way out. They only had two options. Wait for Izuku to come for them, because he would obviously notice his sister's absence, and the other was for them to find the way out of the forest themselves. Shinso. How long have we been walking? With some branches on his head, plants, and some dirt on top. Kendo. Exactly 1 day and 9 hours. She was almost the same as her purple-haired friend, but she had more sweat and dirt in her ponytail. Ryuko. How is it possible that Midoriya-sensei has forgotten about us? Well, she was wearing her white outfit, which was no longer white due to the sweat and dirt on it. Yui. When I find him, I'll castrate him. I was so upset that I had some huge dark circles under my eyes. Murumi. Brother, when I find him I'll kill him, of course if we find the way out of this forest. All. Midoriya-sensei. Elsewhere. In a departmental area we can see a woman with hair in the kitchen, cooking some delicious hotcakes with scrambled bones with a cup of milk, and the other was a coffee. At the table you could see a little girl with balk hair, a little horn on her forehead, and red eyes, wearing pink pajamas with apples around them. They were Inko Midoriya and Iri Midoriya. They loved being grandmother and granddaughter, and right now they were about to have breakfast. Iri. Hey grandma, is it almost ready? Inko. Not yet dear, wait a bit and it will be ready. Iri. Okay, hey grandma. Inko. What's up, little apple? Iri. When will my parents come for me? Inko. They must be busy right now, even though the internship is over, they'll surely come for you soon. Iri. Okay. Smiling as she sat down on the couch and started watching her cartoons. After they both ate, they spent some time as granddaughter and grandmother, playing with Legos or painting in their coloring book. Inko's mind. I wonder where Murumi is she with her brother? At that moment the door of the house had been knocked. Inko. I'm going. Getting up to go to the door and opening it. Izuku. Hello mom. Ryuko. Hello, mother-in-law. Hearing her parents' voices, the girl didn't hesitate to run to the door and throw herself at her parents, being caught by Izuku even before she could hug Ryuko. Iri. Mom, Dad, I missed you so much. Izuku. Hey princess, how have you been these days? Iri. I had a lot of fun, grandma is very funny. Inko. Come on, come in, it will be more comfortable to talk instead of being here. They had all entered the house, Iri on her grandmother's lap, while the couple was on the other sofa, holding hands and smiling. Inko. And tell me, how did these days go for you? Izuku. Well, something hard and relaxing. Ryuko. I went through something similar too, just with some minor problems. Inko. So what happened to you? Ryuko. Well, it's hard to say, but it's a gift for everyone. Izuku. By the way, where is Murumi? Has she left? Inko. What? But she hasn't come since yesterday. I thought she was with you. Surprised and worried that her youngest daughter wasn't with her brother. Izuku. Ah, I remembered where it is. I'll be right back. Disappearing in a trail of smoke, he managed to avoid the frying pan his mother wanted to throw at him. With Murumi. We can see the group of all the teenagers in a kind of mini-camp because they were already too tired from walking in the forest. At that moment a trail of smoke had appeared behind them, and when they all turned around they found a somewhat embarrassed Izuku scratching his cheek in sadness. Izuku. Hello Kai. I can't finish since all of his boys launched themselves at him with so much anger that could be seen on their faces and blows. The angriest of all this were Yui and Kendo, because Yui was carrying the heavier sword, and Kendo didn't know how to carry the sword better. After everyone had beaten the green-haired boy, the latter had finally taken them out of the forest and each of them to their homes, obviously apologizing for the delay in bringing them to their parents, but luckily they believed his excuse that this was the last test. When Izuku and Murumi had arrived home, Izuku obviously couldn't escape a blow from his mother and a scolding from his wife for having forgotten his own sister in the forest. They had to wait for the green-haired girl to take a bath, and after a good change of clothes, she went to the living room where everyone was, eating a piece of toast and a glass of milk, which was more than enough for her. Izuku. Well, now that we're here, Ryuko and I want to give you some important news. Taking Ryuko's hand, which he also squeezed gently while smiling with a huge blush on his cheeks. Murumi. And what would it be? Are they going to have their wedding? Izuku. No, not yet. Iri. Are we going to Disneyland? Ryuko. No dear, that will be next year. Inko. Tell us what it is. Ryuko. I'm pregnant, I'm going to have a baby. Silence was what was present in the room. Murumi dropped her toast on the floor, Iri remained completely still, and Inko remained with her eyes wide open, they would even swear that her beads almost fell out. 5 minutes, that short period of time was too much for Izuku and Ryuko, as they thought that was not good at all. Inko. Congratulations to both of you, I'm very happy. hugging Ryuko happily, who was surprised by this. Murumi. Yes, I'm going to be an aunt. Standing up with her arms in the air. Eri. What does that mean? Izuku. That you're going to have a little brother Eri. Eri. Yes. Everyone in the Midoriya house had taken the news about Ryuko's pregnancy very well. Elsewhere, things were going seriously and were not favorable for the future. In a kind of laboratory full of capsules with bodies inside. Tell me, doctor, do you have a new Nomu to face that ninja? Doctor? Yes sir, thanks to that fight at the Uges, I was able to collect some of the Mangetsu hero's blood, which is why I've had in mind to make a kind of Nomu that is equal to or better than him, not to mention that I've also been able to get a small part of his cape. So a Nomu that is equal or better than him, but how can he be so sure that he will have his abilities? Doctor? That will be resolved since I have managed to obtain videos where he appears fighting, although some are few in his time as a vigilante. The current one I have is about his fight against Endeavor and Stain, maybe that could be of great use to me. Very well doctor, I expect results soon. Cutting off communication, while in a capsule a new Nomu that had sharp teeth could be seen with only the abdomen part done. Chapter 28. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 28. After the Midoriya family informed them about Ryuko's pregnancy, and they took it well because of the new member of the family that was on the way. Ryuko now had to take care of herself and not overexert herself so that her baby wouldn't have any problems. Izuku and Ryuko, after having spent a good time with the Midoriyas, had returned home with Eri because it was already very late. In the few days they had until the internship ended, Izuku and Ryuko had to agree on activities that wouldn't require her to put herself in constant danger. In addition, they agreed that Eri would go to school, since now that they would be busier, they wouldn't be able to help their daughter with her classes at home, and also that it was better for her to go to school so that she could have friends and open up more to the world. Izuku in these few days before going back to his jobs, the Midoriya took advantage of every second to be as affectionate as possible with Ryuko and to talk about the future plans he could make for his baby. Ryuko was very happy because Izuku was putting a lot of effort into her safety and that of her baby, realizing that he was the best man she could have by her side. After finishing the days, Izuku had taken Ryuko to his agency very early and taking Eri to Inko's house to then tell her that next week classes would start, also saying that he gave her some money so she could do the shopping, both for her and Eri's supplies. Something that Inko gladly accepted since she could see how responsible her son became by having a daughter and a baby on the way. At the UA. We can see how the first to arrive was Nezu, who had come in his car and was about to get in, but at that moment a trail of smoke appeared behind him, revealing Izuku, who had also arrived. Izuku, good morning Principal Nezu. Nezu. Good morning Midoriya-san, I see that you are always the first of the teachers to arrive. Izuku. Well, after a week of training with my students, I have to make a good impression. Nezu. Well said, well now that you are here, I tell you now that at noon we will have an important meeting about a test for all students. Izuku. Okay, I'll be the first to arrive. Nezu. I'm glad to hear that, well, it's time to start classes, let's go. Izuku. Yes. Both had entered the academy to go to their respective offices and begin doing their normal work as usual while they waited for the rest of the teachers and the arrival of the students to return to their usual routine. With Ryuko. We can see the blonde inside her office doing some paperwork, taking advantage of the early hour to get everything done before going on patrol. Ryuko. I hope today is a peaceful day. At that moment, a very restless and inquisitive girl came to mind. Ryuko. Oh, I forgot about Najire. I hope she doesn't find out, otherwise I'll be more stressed than anyone else. She completely forgot that her student was someone very imperative, even from time to time she managed to get so upset that she had to contain herself so as not to explode, besides that she loved her like an older sister. Time skip. At the UA, everything had gone smoothly, well almost. When the first-year students returned to their classrooms, they had to be given a lecture on the importance of their internship and the path they have to take to become great heroes. Obviously some were attentive to feel inspired by everything, but some took advantage of the opportunity to fall asleep in the middle of the sermon, especially the group who went to internships with Izuku, obviously during his days in the forest. In addition, Class B had welcomed Shinso, thanks to his great performance at the sports festival and on Izuku's recommendation. 3 of her teammates were happy for her arrival, while Murumi was alone in her classroom, but still part of the team. Class A had been instructed by Almight for rescue training, the same as in the original story. Class B had been taught by Vlad King and Izuku, who had gone to a very different training camp. This was a field where it was free range, where the grass was, but in the middle of it all where there was a large lake along with some pieces of bamboo. Izuku. Well guys, today you are going to show the results of your internships in this exercise. Monoma. And how will we do this exercise? Lad King. Well, here you'll have to race, you'll have to jump or run on the water and reach the bell, whoever succeeds will have to take a colored stick and return to where you started. Class B. Yes, senseis. Izuku. Okay, first 5 volunteers to the front please. At that moment the first to cross the finish line were Yui, Kendo, Satsuna, Tageru and Tetsu. Izuku. Ready. Go. Firing a blank. The 5 boys didn't waste any time and ran, with Satsuna and Kendo being the first in places, followed by Yui, Tageru and Tetsu, the latter of whom couldn't keep up as he was the fastest among the 5 who were there. Satsuna had split into parts to start flying to go as fast as possible and have an advantage, but was followed by Kendo, who was jumping between the trunks, with Yui on her heels. Satsuna. Sorry, President, but I'll be the one who wins. He walks up to the bell, grabs his blue stick and starts walking back. Kendo quickly rang the bell and took his orange stick. Yui and her 2 friends had arrived to have their colored sticks, one being black, green and silver. Satsuna and Kendo were competing to get first place, but at that moment the green-haired girl could feel parts of herself falling into the water. Satsuna. What's going on? Looking behind her and watching Yui jumping between Satsuna's divided parts. Satsuna. Yui, you will be a she couldn't finish because Kendo had used her face to propel herself, causing the green-haired girl to fall completely into the water this time. Before she could run again, she could feel Yui step on her head again, and before she could turn back, Tageru and Tetsu did the same. The winner had been Yui in the end, as she managed to switch to Kendo when she was close to the finish line. Satsuna had arrived last, having thrown everything away, but she was soaked and upset with her friends for stepping on her and using her as a trampoline. The next race was between Shinso, Ryuko, Kanoko, Rin and Kasei. Izuku. Ready. Let's start. The first to take the lead were Ryuko, followed by Shinso and Kasei. Ryuko and Shinso were standing out as they had an incredible ability to have such good balance. Kasei wasn't jumping as he was literally creating his own path with his quirk, while Kanoko and Rin, barely able to use chakra, managed to walk barely on top of the water. The first to arrive was Ryuko, taking her white staff, followed by Shinso who handed her a purple staff. Ryuko. Sorry, Shinso, but you won't beat me. She makes some hand seals and then throws a stone that hits Shinso, causing him to fall into the water. Shinso. You are one. Being stepped on by Rin, but then he recovered to run as fast as possible. Then the winners were Ryuko with the first place, Rin with the second, Shinso with the third and Kasei with the fourth and the last Kanoko. After all this, it was time for lunch, in addition to the meeting that Nezu said. But the teachers. We can see how all the teachers were sitting at a table with some papers. Nezu. Well, first of all, the reason for the meeting is mainly about the final semester exam. Present Mick. What's up with that? Nezu. What I mean is, we need to make a change to the exam, since I have the idea of making the students fight against us. That'd surprise the director's proposal to change the exam. Izuku. It doesn't sound like a bad idea, it's perfect so they can have a practical level. Sniper. I agree with him, currently villain attacks have increased, and I highly doubt that robot fights will give a better result. Midnight. Are you sure we can do it? Cement. That sounds like a reasonable idea, after all, this would further its development. Nezu. I'm glad to know that everyone agrees with the idea, very well, then while we apply the written exams, we will make the selections about which teachers the students will fight against. After that, the meeting was over, causing all the teachers to leave the room. From here we will do a long time skip since all the students would start taking their written exams, which was something hard for everyone, and this was just the tip of the iceberg. With Izuku there were also written exams, these being where you had to do in danger situations. Until the most awaited day arrived. With Izuku and Ryuko. We can see the couple with their cell phones, pointing their cameras ready to take photos. Izuku Ryuko. Smile Princess. The person they were both taking pictures of was Eri, who was wearing her school uniform and wearing a red apple-shaped backpack, standing next to the entrance of her elementary school. That was the most important day for both Eri and her parents. After the little photo session they gave Eri, the little girl had started her classes, but she left her parents with some beautiful photos of their little girl's first day of school. Promising to make a photo album to have fond memories of their children. The UA exams were still ongoing, with 2 more weeks left until they ended. Another time skip XD. Now the most anticipated day for the UA students had arrived. With Marumi. We can see the poor green-haired girl steaming from her head because of all the stress and problems she had during the exams. Marumi wasn't the only one, since Momo, Lita, Bakugo and Todoroki were the same as her, since Izuku and Asawa's exams together were the ones that gave her the most headaches. Bakugo. Shine exams. Hiroshima. We already lost Boku bro. Saito. Is there anything worse than this? At that moment the door had been opened, revealing himself there with Asawa and Izuku. Izuku Asawa. Alright everyone, go get your hero costumes in the center with Class B, it's time for the physical exam. Closing the door tightly, he then started walking, but with a smile as he heard everyone's confused cries. Izuku. Hahaha, I always wanted to do that. Asawa. I told you it was going to be fun. Change of scene. We can now see all the students from Class A and B with their hero assignments in front of all their teachers. Nezu had explained to them what the practical exam was about, taking away the illusions of those of Class B, because they thought that was what the exam would be about, since Kendo had obtained information about that, and putting Kaminari and Mina blank for that. The student duos had been chosen. Marumi and Bakugo would fight against All Might, but not alone, leaving that duo out of fear of fighting the symbol of peace. Ryuko and Yui, who were on the team together, were the last ones without a teacher to fight with. Yui. Wait, and us. At that moment, hands were placed on the shoulders of the two girls. Ryuko. Oh, that's great, who is it? The two of them turned pale when they saw who their opponent would be. Izuku. His opponent will be me. Chapter 29. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 29. Just as we left off in the previous chapter, the practical exam had begun, and each pair of students were making their strategies to escape or neutralize their respective teachers who were assigned to them as opponents. Well, that wasn't the case for a girl duo. They were Ryuko and Yui, who were in a corner of the room in the fetal position, with slight tremors, being comforted by their companions. Kendo. Come on girls, calm down, it's not that bad. Yui. It's not that big a deal, you know what Midoriya-sensei is capable of. Ryuko. If we could barely touch him during training, imagine now in a fight. Marumi. At least you guys are luckier than us, me and Bakugo had to face All Might. Kendo. That's one point. Ryuko. Marumi-san, you must know a minimal weakness of your brother, please tell us. Taking the green-haired girl by the shoulders and starting to shake her from side to side. While they were talking, Izuku was with the rest of the teachers watching some who were already participating. On one side of the room were Izuku and All Might talking about that topic. Izuku. So this is going to hold us back. Looking at the bracelets on his hands and legs. All Might. That's right, they are somewhat heavy. Izuku. That's true, but leaving that topic aside, about Marumi. All Might. It's true, how is your handling of that going? Izuku. Well, so far he has good handling, he has 13%, but he can reach 21% by using the swords I gave him. All Might. I don't want to be impertinent, but are you sure nothing will happen to him if you use those swords? Izuku. Don't worry, with the Kiba it will help him distribute his energy evenly throughout his body, he just needs stronger physical training to be able to increase that percentage. All Might. I think that last one won't be a problem, the good thing is that now he won't break his fingers or his hand he. Izuku. She knows about that, I already know what to do with it. All Might. By the way young man, congratulations on the baby. Izuku. Let me guess, Marumi told you, right? All Might. Yes, and how are you feeling about the news, young man? You know you have to be careful and it's a big responsibility. Izuku. I know alright, it's something that makes me very happy, it's something that I have to take calmly, so I have to be attentive now to my baby and Ryuko. All Might. I'm glad to know how you're taking everything with great responsibility. Izuku. I just ask you first not to be so rude to Bakugo and Marumi, I know they are strong, but you don't have to be too abusive, especially with Bakugo, if it's about his pride. All Might. I will take it into account, young man. Lad King. Taking advantage of the fact that you're talking about this, I hope you're not so rude to my students. Referring to Yui and Ryuko. Izuku. Don't worry Vlad, I know the level my students have, I know what force I should use against them. Lad King. I hope so. Izuku. Just wait, my fight is the penultimate one. All Might. And mine is the last. Mind of both. I want to see their breakthrough. The rest of the fights will continue to happen, as in the order of Class A, only here Izuku would not fight against anyone, since the couples were already made, in addition to having All Might with a list of Class A was already enough, since if both were in the same class list, it would be very abusive on his part. When I finished Class A, until the fight between All Might and Marumi and Bakugo. The fight would be somewhat tough even for All Might himself, since the hero Mangetsu's sister had the great idea of using one for all, to the maximum extent she could with the swords, and with help they managed to put the restrained hero in serious trouble. They even almost took his handcuffs once, but they didn't succeed because everything got serious, and they had no choice but to flee, something they almost successfully managed in the end. The fights of Class B also passed normally like those of Class A, but most of them did manage to pass, and others with difficulty, only missing 2 fights, those being Yui and Ryuko against Izuku, and the last one of Kendo and Tetsutetsu vs Vlad King. Change of scene. In a field that was a complete forest was Izuku, who was in the middle of the forest, since it was finally his turn to fight. Izuku's mind. I hope they have something in mind to fight me and not throw themselves into something stupid like Bakugo. At that moment he could hear footsteps starting to approach him. Izuku. Ryuko, I don't know what you have in mind, but I hope it's something intelligent. Coming out of hiding while taking a great leap with Kabuto-ari in his hands. Izuku had to move aside to dodge a blow from the dull sword's hammer that hit his pupil. The attack had made a hole where Izuku dodged the attack. Izuku. You don't have to rush into an attack without any idea. Ryuko said nothing and launched a roundhouse kick with her chakra. But Izuku using the frame of a normal sword since he did not plan to use Samehada against them at Nezu's request. Izuku using his foot gave a light kick that pushed Ryuko, who in response to that quickly made some hand seals and a stone pillar shot towards him. Izuku didn't move from his place, but a number of cuts destroyed the rock pillar, revealing to Izuku that he had one hand on the handle of the sword, which was still in the sheath. Izuku. I hope you're not the distraction Ryuko, is Yui going to the exit while you fight me? At that moment he had to bend down and draw some sword from its sheath to stop Kubikirabacho and Kabuto-ari. Since Yui had attacked behind Izuku, thinking that the plan she had in mind could work. Izuku. Not bad. Kicking Yui in the face and punching Ryuko in the stomach with his wind chakra. Both girls had been sent flying a few steps back by the blow they received from the green-haired man. Izuku. You have 2 options here, you can fight me if you want and try to arrest me, or you can also leave here towards the exit, where a clone of mine will be waiting for you, who has a quarter of my power. Just saying that left a moment of silence between the three, Izuku with one hand near his sword. Yui and Ryuko were still in a combat stance with their swords in hand, having a short period of time to think of a plan and see what option was viable. Yui. Ryuko. Calling the attention of the aforementioned while Izuku remained in the same attack position without moving from his place. Yui. Go to the exit right now, I'll take care of him. Ryuko. But why? Izuku. Yes Yui, why? Yui. At least we know there's a clone weaker than him, but we know that you'll walk there calmly as if nothing happened and intervene in the fight. The most reliable thing is for one of us to stay and confront him. Izuku. You discovered everything in a few seconds, it really impressed me Rule. Ryuko. In that case. Striking the ground with all her might with the hammer, the earth beneath them cracking and forming a slight tremor. At that moment, flames of fire shot out from above him. Izuku had fallen into the crack, while the flames also impacted against him. Ryuko. I trust you, Yui. Starting to run toward the exit, Yui continued to gaze at Izuku in the crater. Yui. Don't worry, I'll do it well. Izuku. I hope so, Yui. Appearing in front of her with his sword, causing sparks to fly around. Izuku. We see how much you have improved with the sword I gave you. Yui. Well, now you'll see. They had both separated to clash their swords again. With Ryuko. We can see the aforementioned running at full speed towards the exit, feeling how behind her an explosion formed with some fire around it. She knew that Yui was more skilled and that now Izuku was holding back with his power, he could have a chance against the clone that was waiting for him. Putting more strength into the grip he had on his sword the closer he was to the exit and seeing in the distance how right there was Izuku's clone. Ryuko. Now it's my turn. Jumping to attack with the finished part. With you. We can see how the aforementioned was strongly in an exchange of sword clashes with Izuku, using the weight of Kubikirabacho to her advantage, since Izuku used the weights that contained her power. Besides, she knew that the sword her master possessed was not powerful enough to withstand a sword with Kubikirabacho, so she knew she had to end this as quickly as possible. Izuku. I'm surprised you can use Kubikirabacho Yui better, if I had to give you a number from 1 to 10, it would be a 6. Yui. Thank you, I had to train a lot to get used to the weight. Izuku quickly used the sword to lower the blade a little further until it reached near the handle of the sword. And using his strength he made the weight of the sword make the girl fall back, but made her sword fall to the ground. Yui quickly made hand seals. Yui. Fire style great fireball. Throwing a powerful, large fireball that surrounded Izuku and part of the trees where they were. Yui knew that wouldn't be enough and taking a big leap into the sky, she pulled out 6 kunes with explosive tags. Quickly when she threw them they embedded themselves in the ground and exploded, forming a trail of smoke while the brunette fell near a tree that was there. She was breathing somewhat labored from fighting for a long time. Yui. I hope that was enough. Izuku. Water style, great water dragon. From where the dust trail was, a water dragon shot out and went against Yui, who tried to use her sword to reduce the damage, but was pushed back several meters with several trees behind her. Izuku had left the crater where Yui's attack had formed, with some dust on top of him and some fire on top of him, but he quickly put it out. Izuku. That was a good attack, Yui, it did manage to hurt me, but you know very well that your fire can't beat my water. Jumping from tree to where Yui had fallen, he found the aforementioned woman who was barely getting up as best she could. Izuku. Don't overexert yourself, Yui. You put up a good fight, plus your great strategy. He lightly hit Yui in the stomach with the handle of the Kubikirabacho, knocking her unconscious and preventing her from falling to the ground before gently setting her down. Izuku. Well, only Ryuko is missing. At that moment I jumped to go to the exit, leaving an unconscious Yui on the ground with Kubikirabacho next to her. With Ryuko. We can see the white-haired girl in a very worn-out state since she has been fighting for a long time against Izuku's clone, which was also not in good condition because it was a water clone, which is why it lasted longer since Ryuko thought that with one hit she could finish it off. Ryuko knew that with 3 hits she could finish off the clone quickly so she could get through. Ryuko's mind. If I don't finish this, he'll come and we'll fail. The clone lunged at her with his sword, forming a clash with the axe part. Ryuko, using chakra in her hands, managed to increase her grip a little and use her free hand to use the hammer on top of the axe to make the clone lose his sword. Ryuko. It's over. But at that moment the clone had taken out a kunai to throw the one against her that she had blocked. But quickly the clone began to approach her to start using Taijutsu, something that Ryuko could handle well. Ryuko. Enough. Hitting the ground to create a small tremor and open the earth beneath them. This caused the clone to use chakra to keep his balance, but was taken advantage of by Ryuko, who threw kunais with paper bombs. The clone quickly made hand seals to create an earth dome and evade the attack that exploded. Ryuko quickly jumped up and went towards the exit that was there, but… Izuku. No TSN fast, Ryuko. In front of her had appeared Izuku, who kicked her in the stomach that made her step back and fall on a rock that was nearby. The clone had disappeared after Izuku had arrived, who was in front of Ryuko. Izuku. You didn't do anything wrong, Ryuko, but I think you already know what will happen, right? Ryuko. No, not yet. Standing up to go against Izuku, but doing something very reckless in Izuku's eyes. Ryuko had thrown her sword at her, something that Izuku took with his sword by the thread that was between the axe and the hammer. Izuku. Ryuko Yanagi, what are you supposed to do with Kabuto-ari? He was angry and yelled at his student for such a senseless act. At that moment he realized that there were paper bombs on the sword. Izuku. Shit. Exploding with the sword he had, but luckily it wasn't anything serious. Ryuko, seeing that, quickly took out another pair of explosive kunais, throwing them at Izuku, who had come out with the 2 swords in his hands. Izuku. It was very clever. Seeing how the explosive kunais had appeared behind him. Izuku. Ground wall of earth style. A wall appeared in front of him to withstand the blast, but nothing happened. Izuku's mind. They didn't detonate. Ryuko and Yui's team approved. At that moment Izuku broke through the earth wall to see Ryuko, who had crossed the starting line. Izuku. Ha, that girl is good. Ryuko. I did it on instinct, I never thought it would work. I fell to the ground from exhaustion from fighting and excitement. Chapter 30. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 30. The practical exam for classes A and B had ended and most of everyone had passed, only 5 students from class A and 1 from class B, but leaving most of everyone surprised since All Might and Mangetsu had lost against their students, obviously because they were holding back, but for both parties, it was due to intelligence. Against All Might it was thanks to Marumi, and against Izuku, thanks to the cunning of both girls for deceiving the green-haired boy with a fake paper bomb, something he hasn't taught them yet. Although that was thanks to Ryuko, who made the fake paper bomb, and Yui, who had the idea of how to use it. After that, obviously a lot of it had to go to the infirmary, especially Marumi and Yui. Obviously the green-haired boy and the blonde boy got a lecture from Recovery Girl for hurting the girls in that way. Izuku obviously had to help a little in her recovery, as he didn't want to face his mother's fury for not taking good care of his sister. At the moment, we can see Midoriya in Principal Nezu's office along with All Might, Vlad King and Asawa looking at the results of the students in both classes. Nezu. Don't you think everyone has improved that much? Their results are incredible. Asawa. You're right, director. Even Mineta and Toru managed to change their physical results. They were the lowest and now they're at a more decent level. Although they're still last, the change is noticeable. Vlad King. You're right, Asawa, my students Yui and Ryuko have improved a lot. They weren't that good at physical things, but now they are so high among everyone. All Might. Good point, the young Shinso is only a few days old in class B and his stats are incredible. Nezu. and I think we have to thank the young man who is with us for that." Referring to Izuku, who couldn't help but laugh at that while scratching the back of his neck upon receiving the applause of the 4 adults. Izuku. You're welcome, it's not that bad. Almight. Come on Midoriya, it's the truth, because of your training the students are having an incredible result. Lad King. Well, although not everyone was able to pass, it goes without saying that everyone has improved. Asawa. Well, the best thing will be to see how they do at camp, it will be a good experience. Izuku. I've already thought of something for them, well, see you later, I have something important to see. Trailing smoke, he disappeared from the scene, leaving the adults alone in the office. Ryuko. We can see the aforementioned in her office, receiving some papers after a long day of patrol, although it was obviously something very difficult for her for various reasons. She was not like Rumi, for she was not as impulsive as her friend. She knew she was pregnant, even though she was only 2 weeks along, she couldn't risk anything bad happening to her baby, Izuku wouldn't forgive her, after all, he likes the idea of being a father, she couldn't do that to him. She had in mind to take a break from her heroine career for a while, because for her right now it was about supporting her future baby. Ryukyu's mind. I think it will be best to be away for a while, after all, it will be for the best, there are only a few months left until they declare the new top heroes, I hope they take me out so I can take the weight off my shoulders. Being a top heroine, it was normal for a lot of attention to be on her, but now being in this situation, it was obvious that she didn't want to have too many people on her, since many wouldn't accept her relationship and others would just say ugly things to her. At that moment he could see on his cell phone that he received a photo, being of Izuku. When he unlocked his cell phone he could see that Izuku was seen with Eri at his house, making dinner, which would be a chocolate cake with some cups of coffee with milk. She smiled when she saw that it was Eri who took the photo, since Izuku had his back turned making the cake. That made the blonde laugh a little at her daughter's joke, but another message quickly arrived, this time from Izuku. Love, do you want me to come for you? She thought for a moment about whether she should answer, since she was now alone in the building. Everyone else had left, so since it was Friday they could leave early, but for some they had to go home with work. Ryukyu accepted and sent the message that yes. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned making the cake he had planned to make, but at that moment he received a message from his beloved, seeing that she accepted that he go for her. He had smiled a little at that and quickly made a seal to bring out a clone to take care of Eri and disappear to go for his loving dragon. Ryukyu. We can see the aforementioned looking at the phone as she no longer received an answer, but she could quickly see how a trail of smoke had appeared in front of her, scaring her a little because of that. Izuku. Hello dear. Ryuko. Amor. Getting up from his chair to hug the green-haired man and give him a light kiss, because since it was work time, he couldn't help but miss the warmth and sensation of his beloved's lips. Izuku. How was your day? Hugging her waist and lightly caressing the blonde's belly. Ryuko. Well, as always, the patrol was a bit tough today and the damn paperwork. Hugging her green-haired girl's neck while smiling at the caresses Izuku made on her belly. Izuku. It's not for nothing love, but I'm worried that something bad might happen to you, and you know very well that I don't doubt your abilities. Ryuko. I was just thinking about that, I had in mind to be away for a while my pregnancy lasts. Izuku. Okay, but what about your agency, are you sure it will be okay? Ryuko. Yes, I know who can maintain the agency in my absence, but I won't say the reasons for my retirement until I'm well into my pregnancy I won't be coming. Izuku. Okay, I'm glad to know you're aware of this, but I'm only doing it because I'm worried about you. Ryuko. I know very well that you are, and that's why I love you. Kissing him again with more intensity since she made Izuku touch her butt. They only lasted like that for about 2 minutes before separating. Izuku. Well, it's time to go. Ryuko. Wait, I have to set up the security system. He went to his desk to enter a code into his laptop, which enabled the security system throughout the building. Izuku. What a great security system you have. Watching the cameras and alarms go off. Izuku. Although I doubt anyone would be foolish enough to come and rob a top heroine's agency. Ryuko. You're right about that, but you always have to be cautious, you never know. Izuku. Ox Point. They then disappeared in a trail of smoke to go home. In another part of the city. We can see in an abandoned area near the forest how part of the area was somewhat burned and on the ground with marks of explosions. In the trees you could see how there were a few knives and shurikens stuck. But in the middle of all that disaster, no one could be seen other than the hero killer Stain, who was too tired because in his hands he had the explosive sword Shibuki, but with a lot of dust on him and some burns on his hands. The latest member of the new swordsmen of the fog. Izuku had made sure that he could have parole under the supervision of Mangetsu in case he wanted to escape. Stain knew he didn't want to stay in Tartarus forever, so this was a perfect opportunity for him to do the right thing. Izuku had left Stain for training so he could use Shibuki and return to combat. Stain. I thought this was just a joke, but I see it's not. This sword is more difficult to handle, and that's even though in life I've handled several types of cutting weapons. I never thought there were swords as rare and strong as these. Looking at his hands with slight burns and bandages on them. Stain. Next time I'll be the one who wins Mangetsu. I don't intend to dwell on that defeat of Hosu. Getting back on his feet and continuing his training to master the sword. Change of scene. Night had finally fallen all over Japan, some spending hours with family and friends, others doing their hero work at this hour. But now we focus on a hidden laboratory, full of capsules where you could see how it was filled with a purple liquid with incomplete nomus. But a short man was making some notes in a notebook he was holding, as his project was almost complete. Doctor. The Megalodon project is almost finished. Even a few days ago he tested it against other Nomus, and he is too skillful. He has a speed and strength that could match or even surpass the Nomu of the Uge's attack, and his mastery of the scribe is incredible. His level of control of quirks that were implanted in him are of a decent level, but the one he handles best is the lightning quirk, since he was not able to match the mastery of the water quirk like him. Finishing writing to see the Nomu that was in a special capsule, being surrounded by a yellow liquid. Doctor. The Megalodon project will surpass the original version. After all, use the best of the best so you can face the Mangetsu hero. The Nomu was dressed in a black kimono with a blue ribbon around his waist and underneath a complete black ninja suit with white bandages, but having under his feet a sword with a black sheath with yellow lines. Teeth as sharp as knives and blue eyes with black pupils. Doctor. You will be the one who will defeat that wretch so that he will not interfere again in the path of the master. Chapter 31. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 31. We met at the UA Academy, which was beginning a new stage. And it was that the first semester finally ended. And right now they were about to go to the training camp for the first year classes of the hero course. With Marumi. We can see how the green-haired girl, like the rest of her class and Class B, were listening to some words from their senseis before going to the buses. But what the green-haired girl was wondering was where her brother was, since she hadn't seen him when she arrived at the academy. Marumi's mind. Where is Izuku Nai? Asawa. Well, that's all, we'll be leaving in a few moments. Making them break ranks and start talking to each other and then leave. Uraraka. Marumi-chan, we can finally do the training in the forest. Marumi. It's true Chako-chan, I'm excited. While they were talking, Asawa was answering a call. Asawa. Hola. Phone. Hello Asawa, I'm Izuku. Asawa. Midoriya, what happened, where are you? Izuku. It's to tell you that I'm going to be a little late to camp. Asawa. Why? Did something happen? Izuku. Let's just say I'm at a crucial moment now, something difficult, but it's nothing I can handle. Asawa. It's okay, we'll handle this, just don't delay, remember that we're training these kids, and especially the ones you chose, they need guidance because of those weapons you gave them. Izuku. Yes, I know, don't worry about it, just tell them not to use them while I'm gone. Asawa. Okay, we'll talk later. Izuku. Take care. Cutting the call to go to Vlad. Vlad King. What happened? Asawa. It seems we have to go ahead, Midoriya is in a situation that won't let him come. Vlad King. It's okay, it's understandable, he must be doing something important. Asawa. Class leaders, get everyone on your buses, we're leaving now. Pendolita. Yes, sensei. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired man in his apartment, sitting in one of his armchairs in front of the television. Iri had obviously gone to school, Inko had gone to Mitsuki's house to hang out. Izuku. Ryuko. He was now having a beautiful view and feeling great satisfaction. Why's that? Simple, Ryuko was giving him a blowjob with her breasts. Knowing that they can't make love properly because of the pregnancy doesn't stop them from playing games like this one. Ryuko. Come on love, let it out. They were both so caught up in their own time that they forgot about their own things. Like Izuku, who barely remembered that he had to go to the camp with the others, and Ryuko, who had to go to her agency. But they left it in the background and second with this. Izuku. Let's go. Ending up squarely on the blonde's face and chest. Izuku was breathing heavily while Ryuko was taking what was still on top of her breasts and face. Izuku. That was incredible, Ryuko-chan. Ryuko. And who said it's over? Lay on your back and lift the back of your dress, revealing your butt. Even though you're pregnant, it doesn't stop us from doing it through this hole. Izuku's mind. Bug camp, this is better. On the buses. We can see how everyone had arrived at a specific point near a cliff. Everyone had gotten off the bus somewhat confused since that place was not for them to rest. Haminari. Is it good to stop at this place? Setsuna. Who knows, but I can't see anything from here. At that moment, a car had appeared, from which the heroines of the Wild Pussycats group, the cat team specialized in mountainous areas, had emerged. And Marumi, with her fanaticism, talked about them until she mentioned their age, which angered Pixie Bob, who grabbed her face. Pixie Bob. Tempted 18 heart girl. Marumi, yes ma'am. Amanari Tetsu Kirishima Wace. Kamiito. Mandalay. Well guys, as you know, your camp will be under our responsibility. Mina. Excuse me, but where is the camp? Mandalay. As you can see, our camp is over there. Pointing out a part of the forest where the Pussycat area could be seen. Mandalay. As you can see, all this land is ours. Uraraka. Wait, then why did we stop here? Gabara. Don't you have a feeling that something very bad is going to happen? Mandalay. It's now 9:30. Mina. Everyone on the bus, quick. Zero. Run. Everyone tried to get back to the buses quickly, but it was in vain, because Pixie Bob stood in front of everyone and using his Quirk, made everyone fall off the cliff. Well, some who managed to master the chakra in their feet to cushion their fall. Pinocchio. Oh, it hurt. Rubbing his butt for not landing well. Kirishima. Is everyone okay? Buzo. I'm fine, but please help me get down from here. The boy was hanging by a branch from his pants. Shinso had thrown a kunai he had in his pocket and cut the branch that was hanging him, but with the consequence that it made Juzo fall on his face. Buzo, thanks Shinso. He gave a thumbs up as he composed himself. Setsuna. Where are we? Mandalay. The camp road is straight here, but the forest is full of rock beasts. Marumi. Rock beasts. Mineta couldn't hear anything as he went into the woods so he could go to the bathroom without anyone seeing him. But then a giant rock monster appeared in front of Mineta, who was so scared that he ended up shitting himself on top of his pants. But before he was crushed, Marumi using one for all managed to save his partner. Bakugo and Lita launched an attack with Marumi at the same time and destroyed the monster. Mandalay. Those who can't arrive before 12 will not eat, they are free to use their quirks as they wish to get there. Lita. Okay, let's go Class A. Hendo. We also Class B. All? Yes. After that, all the students started fighting all of Pixie Bob's land monsters. Unaware that a child was frowning at them all. But he had to go with the Pussycats and Asawa to the camp to wait for the students to arrive. But the students. We can see how everyone was destroying each of Pixie Bob's land monsters, but some with great difficulty. One of those was Shinso, since he only had kunes and shurikens, so he couldn't do much due to the lack of his bandages. On one side he had a small scroll where he kept Nabari, and he had in mind to take it out to finish everything faster. But. Hendo. Don't do it Shinso, remember what Asawa-sensei told us, we can't use our swords yet. Hitting a monster's face so hard that its head exploded. Ryuko. She's right, remember what Midoriya-sensei told us, we can't depend on our always. Shinso. Thanks for reminding me, but I realized that right now, I couldn't use any of her techniques. Returning to fight with a kunai that increased its edge with chakra. Marumi was also getting some action, thanks to the fact that she managed to increase the percentage and a way to concentrate the energy within her. Everyone was like that until they had a good time hours. Until sunset. The two members of the Pussycats and Asawa were in front waiting for everyone to arrive. But at that moment a trail of smoke had appeared next to them. Scaring the heroines, but Asawa and Vlad King remained calm, as they already knew who it was. It was Izuku who had appeared in front of everyone with his hand raised. Izuku. Hello, how are you? Sorry for the delay. Mandalay. The Manjetsu hero had already scared me. Pixie Bob. Why are you late, handsome? Izuku. First, I have a girlfriend, second, I was on an important mission that needed me, that's why I was late. Breaking the blonde cat's illusions and making everyone understand her delay. Izuku. Where are the students? Asawa. They are coming here through the forest. Izuku. How long have you been like this? Mandalay. About 8 hours. Izuku. Wow, I hope they're still alive. Pixie Bob. There they are. The heroes could see how everyone was completely destroyed. Izuku. Hey guys, looks like a garbage truck ran over you. Marumi. Funny little brother. Falling to the floor exhausted. Bakugo. Since when are you here? Izuku. I just got here, but I see you guys had a terrible time. Sato. How bad you are, sensei, we are suffering through all this and you act as if nothing could arrive, how bad. Tetsu. I'm dying. Kirishima. We're hungry. Izuku. It seems that it was fatal for them. Lad King. Hey Manjetsu, we need to talk, can you come? Izuku. Yes, I'm coming, good luck guys, don't go and die. Hearing that, Yui tried to throw a rock at him with the intention of crushing him, but she was so tired that she couldn't. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired boy with Lad King and Asawa in a room where the three of them will sleep. Izuku. What did you want to talk about? Lad King. What kind of mission were you doing to Miss Asawa? It must have been something important, right? Is it the League again? Izuku's mind. It's a good thing I got that call from Tuya before coming here, otherwise I'd be in trouble right now. Izuku. Well, it's about my spy who is in the League. I have information that benefits us. Asawa. What kind of information is it? Izuku. That the League plans to attack the camp and kidnap Bakugo. Time skip. In the League of Villains bar, we can see how they now had more members, and one of those members was Tuya Todoroki, who used the alias of Dabi as a villain to pass among them. Dabi? Are you sure that supposed Nomu clone can handle him? He had managed to find out that right now they had a special Nomu in their ranks, which was like a clone of the hero Mangetsu, but the bad thing was that he still couldn't pass on the information of this to Izuku. Tamura. Of course it will work against him, the doctor told me that he is even stronger than the Nomu with which we attack the Uges, with this we will finish off that camp, and even more so with that giant on our side. Looking to the side of the bar at a muscular blonde man who was drinking a pitcher of beer. Tuya's mind. If he's right in everything he said, this will be a very strong blow, I have to tell Izuku about this as quickly as possible before it's too late. Chapter 32. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 32. It had only been one day since they had arrived at the camp, and all the students could only describe it with one word. The hell. Well, right now everyone was having a very hard training. Some were using their quirk to the limit, even to the point of causing them indescribable pain. Murumi was now next to Shinso, Ryuko and Yui. They all had their swords in hand, and in front of them was Izuku, who was holding Samehada. The training had started at 6 in the morning, and it was 10 in the morning, without stopping at all in their practice training. Izuku. Come on, don't stop, there are only 30 minutes left. Shinso. Very easy for you to say, right? Ryuko. We were woken up by a blaring alarm. Izuku. Come on, I don't want any complaints, or do you want to train with Tiger with Kendo? Everyone tensed up upon hearing that, since her orange-haired companion had also complained, which didn't work, since she won by going with Tiger, who was torturing the poor girl, since he had given her a weight vest with 80 kilos and forced her to do hand-to-hand combat, being very heavy for anyone. Izuku's training being like a paradise. Yui. Let's keep going. I'm not tired yet. With a slight fear and not wanting to go like their president. Murumi. Yes, let's continue, we still can. Izuku. I thought so, well let's continue. Ryuko, you have to improve your reaction speed and agility, sometimes you leave small openings in your defense. Ryuko. Yes, sir. Izuku. Yui, I'm going to load you with some weights, since I see that you lack more strength to carry your sword, so I have a special training plan for you. Yui. It's okay, I'm already more tired of carrying her than training. Izuku. Shinso, you still have problems with the threads, last time you tied yourself, so you will train in an enclosed space. Shinso. Okay, last time I tied my feet. Izuku. To Murumi, I will also teach you how to use your lightning in your body and swords. Murumi. My control has improved a lot, but without using it on my body, it is somewhat difficult when fighting. Izuku. How much can you use now? Murumi. Well, with swords I can use 26% and without swords I have 18%. Izuku. Well, I think I have something for you. Well, let's not waste time. Making shadow clones for each of them. Each of them will leave with a clone to help them in their areas of need improvement. Murumi will come with me. All. It's okay. In the distance you could see a Kendo, who was sweating like a cooked pig. Kendo mind. Metal note, not to dwell on Midoriya-sensei's awakening methods again. But she couldn't continue thinking about it as a shadow fell over her, and when she looked up she went blank when she saw Tiger, who was surrounded by a purple aura that made him look even more intimidating. Tiger. Hey girl, why are you stopping? Where's your plus ultra? Come on, there's still a long way to go. Kendo. Yes, sir. Needless to say, it wasn't until 1 PM that they had a brief lunch break, only having an hour at most to rest and return to their hell. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired boy with his sister, who had the Kiba swords. Izuku. Let's see sister, use the Ofa with the Kiba. Murumi just nodded and did as requested, being surrounded by the green rays and also their swords. Izuku. Let's see how much you've improved, let's have a light confrontation, okay? Murumi. Very well. Getting into a fighting stance. Izuku. Don't hold back. The green-haired girl just nodded and wasted no time launching herself at her brother. The attack had been a slash by his sword, which was blocked by Samehada. Izuku. if you're going to suddenly charge at your enemy like that, at least have a plan in mind. He threw a kick that hit her stomach, causing her to separate from him. Before he could do anything, he moved to the side, barely able to dodge his brother's attack with his living sword. Izuku. Wind palm style. He launched his wind attack at his sister, who was thrown back several meters and even reached the lake near the camp. Marumi quickly recovered and using her fire, she launched a small flame towards where her brother was coming from. When Izuku had arrived at the place, he found the fire heading towards him and using Samehada he cut off the fire. When the fire had dissipated, the handle holding the skull hit his head. Izuku. Oh sorry, did I burn it? Marumi. Don't get distracted in combat. Using Ofa to appear in front of him and ready to use her swords to cut him down. Izuku quickly threw Samehada into the sky and ducked to avoid his sister's attack. Marumi, seeing this, quickly used the Ofa on her fingers and launched a powerful air bullet which managed to make her brother stay on the ground and form a crater. At that, Marumi tried to give a spinning kick covered in Ofa, connecting the blow to the back fully, increasing the size of the crater. The girl had smiled at that, but that smile had disappeared when she saw her brother disappear in a trail of smoke. Izuku. It's not good to leave your enemy behind you for too long. Marumi quickly turned around with her swords, but Izuku had kicked her knee and with his hand pushed her, causing her to fall to the ground. The green-haired man kicked her in the stomach to send her into the lake and quickly used the chakra in his feet to walk over her. Izuku jumped and did the same and stood in front of her with Samehada in his hands. Izuku. Water style, large water vortex. The powerful vortex of water surged against Marumi, who was subdued by the attack and unable to do anything but enter the water. Luckily the water wasn't deep enough for anyone to drown. Marumi. Fire style, large fireball. A powerful fireball was launched at Izuku, who simply made a hand seal and walls of water formed to cover him. Before Izuku could do anything, he had to cover himself with his sword because of the Marumi slash. The two would begin to struggle in the lake, causing the water around them to begin to get out of control, except where they were standing. Before Marumi could use a jutsu, another Izuku had appeared behind her and lightly hit her on the neck, knocking her unconscious. Her lightning around her and her sword scattered, but before she fell, Izuku carefully held her, and the clone took the swords. Izuku. You've improved a lot, sister, I congratulate you. I'm sure if you keep going like this you'll surpass me. Change of scene. Now we can see Izuku with Asawa and Vlad King after having left Marumi in a bed to rest for a while after fainting. In addition to having a very important topic. Izuku. I already received a message from my informant. Vlad King. Come on, tell us, what does he say? Izuku. Here it is, it's a voice message. Izuku, I don't have much time, I'll just tell you that the day after tomorrow night they're going to attack, but it's not a simple group, this time they have a special Nomu to fight you, I can't say ba anymore. That message was from Tuya, who only told him when they would attack and about a new Nomu to fight especially against him. Vlad King. That's all. Izuku. Unfortunately yes. Asawa. Well, we already know when they will attack, we have to warn the pussycats and boys. Izuku. We have to tell them to act like nothing's happening so we can catch them as soon as possible. Vlad King. Very well, we will discuss this tonight, it would be better to continue training. Asawa. You're right, let's go. Izuku. Go ahead, I have to make a call right now, I'll try to talk to him if I can be clear. The two senseis nodded and left the place, leaving Izuku alone in the place since he was not going to tell anyone since he had one more message about Dabi. Be careful, A-class Aoyama is a spy of Tamura. But that last bit, Izuku knew he had to do something about that boy, but now he was going to make a very important call. Izuku. Our. Ryuko. Hello love, how are you? I'm Skip. By nightfall the training had ended. The students could finally make their curry and the immense stress of hellish training disappeared. Also for those who trained for Izuku's clones it was a relief. But no one noticed that Izuku had run away so he could talk sweetly, but also telling him to make sure about the Aoyama family from the message and to interrogate them. Marumi woke up and went to take a shower to eat, but went to look for Koda to give him a plate of curry at Mandalay's request. And realizing the reason for the hatred towards heroes because of the death of their parents. Asawa and Vlad King were going to tell them about the pussycats attack that was coming, while Izuku was in charge of telling the boys about it, which he did, but except for the French boy from Class A, since he asked them to be as discreet as possible. Since that information was only available to him, he only told Yui, Ryuko and Shinso. Since they were the quietest and most serious of the students. At the same time, he began to develop a strategy to contain and capture the league and try to do everything possible to ensure that Tuya was not locked up for too long. The next day. Training had started again and everyone was in their workouts that would make anyone faint just by looking. Hendo this time was able to train with the others and the sword. Murumi. Hey brother, what will happen to the other teachers? Aren't they coming? Izuku. It's impossible for them to get there. Asawa. Because Almight is the main target of the villains, we thought it would be dangerous, so just us will be more than enough, and since we have the number 3 of the top with us, we can be more relaxed. Izuku. Hey Eraser, thank you for your compliment, so good. Asawa. I was being sarcastic. Pixie Bob. Nico. Well guys, tonight we'll do a test of courage between both classes after training so you can have fun, it's to motivate you to the maximum. Jiru. I had forgotten about that. Hendo. It will be something to release stress. Ragdoll. Okay guys, give us your all so we can play. All? Yes. The training had gone on like yesterday, everything just as hard so that they would be left as if they were the living dead. And then they proceeded to make dinner. Behind the mountain. We can see Tui along with all the members of the league and the new Nomu preparing for the attack since it wasn't long before nightfall. Abi. Well, you already know your positions and what to do, right? Of course boss, do you think I'm stupid? Come on Dabi-kun, you don't have to worry, I know what to do. Just tell me when to go, I can't resist. Abi. Remember, you can kill as many people as you want, but you have to prioritize the target. By the way, what do we do with that Nomu? Just like Shigaraki said, only you can tell him when to stop. Abi. You don't have to worry about that, I know very well where I'm going to send that Nomu, well, let's get into position now. All its members went around the forest, unaware of the surprise that awaited each of them. Leaving Dabi with his split personality partner and his special Nomu. To his mind. I hope everything goes well. Turning around to go to his attack position with his split personality partner and the special Nomu. But the students. Everyone was making their teams to take the test of courage, while those in Class B were making their preparations and were alert to any suspicious movement around them. But Izuku. This one was with Tiger and Pixie Bob watching the students to take their turn and hearing some screams from those who had already entered. Izuku's mind. I hope it's all true, if not I swear to God I'll make Enjo and Rei come back to ya. Murumi. What is that? Izuku. What? Everyone could now see how the entire forest was surrounded by blue fire and purple smoke. Pixie. But what? Being surrounded by a red aura and drawn in one direction. Izuku quickly grabbed her tightly towards her and threw her behind her, watching as in front of everyone was a duo of a man with some kind of pillar in his hands and a reptilian man with a giant sword. Tiger. Who the hell are you guys? Lita. Careful Midoriya-san. Turning around, Izuku used a kunai to cover a sword slash, but was sent flying many meters back towards some trees that he was able to hold onto with his chakra. Everyone was surprised when they saw who it was, because it was a kind of Nomu with a black kimono, having a kinship with Izuku, but with its skin, eyes and brain exposed, leaving a big difference. Nomu. Hello Manjetsu-san, nice to meet you, I'm the one who cut off your head. Izuku. Let's see if you can keep that fake promise. Wielding Samehada and his Nomu self taking his sword and being surrounded by blue lightning and Izuku of his chakra. And on the other side of the forest, several fights were about to take place at the same time. Shinso and Yui were in front of a boy with a green mask who was releasing the gas around him. Ryuko and Kendo in front of a man in a black straitjacket. Murumi headed towards the mountain to help Kota who was not alone. Uraraka and Tsuyu against a blonde-haired girl with a knife in her hands. But without knowing that someone who brought Izuku was on the mountain, heading towards where the boy was with the masked man, without Kota or that guy noticing his predictions. Izuku's mind. Time to dance. Chapter 33. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 33. The Pussycats camp is under attack from the entire League of Villains. But apart from them, Izuku who was with the Pussycats had in front of them a duo of a reptilian man with the same clothing as Stain and a huge sword bandaged on his back and next to him a red-haired man with a pillar in his hands with a big smile. But apart from them they had at their side a kind of Nomu clone of Izuku who had a sword on his back and was wearing a black kimono and a bit of his brain exposed. The green-haired man had placed his hand on the handle of the Samehada, ready to attack if the situation required it. Nomu. As soon as I'm done with you, I'll finish off that girl and your stupid sister, will I pay your mother a visit or better yet, go with that cheap bitch. Being a clone, he has some memories from where the blood was taken, only having memories of his relationship, but not of the pregnancy. Just hearing those words was more than enough to anger the green-haired swordsman. Being surrounded by lightning chakra to go at full speed against the Nomu and causing both to clash their swords, being Izuku who used more force to push him and send him far away towards the forest. Leaving a path with some electric touches, leaving behind the three members of the Pussycats against the villains. With Izuku, we can see how Midoriya had pushed the Nomu back with his sword a few meters. Now both of them were a few meters away, with Izuku having a look full of hatred, while the Nomu had a maniacal smile. Izuku, don't think you'll come out alive after this stupid battle, he'll kill you in a worse way than I was taught. Nomu. Hahaha, I hope you keep those words once I chop you up. Being surrounded by lightning, at the same time Izuku was surrounded by an aura of chakra with Samehada, revealing some light scales. Izuku's mind. Samehada, today you can eat our enemy without harm. Hearing that, his back moved a little with happiness for the food he was about to try. Izuku. Kurigaku no Jutsu. A huge fog appeared in the place, from which the clash of swords quickly began to be heard. With Kendo and Ryuko, we can see how both girls were jumping between the trees in the area while they were cut by their enemies' knives. Moonfish, condemned to death, extremely dangerous, a very dangerous cannibal and the guilt of his sentence. Kendo. Damn, this is harder than I thought. Ryuko. Try to mold the chakra into your sword and hands, like Sensei said. Dodging another blade and chopping another with the axe, he jumped to lean against a tree. Kendo had a Hiramekure in his right hand and a chakra-filled kunai in the other. Because the sword used a lot of chakra, it is possible that she is vulnerable. Ryuko. Earth wall style. Creating a wall of earth that managed to stop a shower of moonfish knives. Kendo took out a pair of explosive kunais and threw them at moonfish to take some of its balance off. Hanyui Shinso. We can see the duo walking very calmly, dragging Mustard, who was unconscious and had a huge bruise with a punch mark on his cheek. Shinso. Don't you think you went too far? Watching as the black-haired woman was wearing a black vest that covered her entire torso, but with a grimace full of hatred because the villain had shot her. But that wasn't the problem, since it was normal to take damage during fights, but when she dodged the bullets, she had torn part of her blouse on her chest, even scratching part of her bra, which embarrassed and angered the girl. Shinso, having already recognized his friend and companion, had turned around and walked away a little from the place. Leaving poor Mustard to his fate, the brunette, very angry and without knowing where her strength came from, handled Kubikirabacho with great ease as if she were a stick, evading and blocking all the bullets from Mustard's gun. And gathering all his chakra into his fist and cutting the villain's weapon, he gave him a huge punch across his face, shattering his mask and leaving the mark of his fist on the boy's face. Shinso, seeing that, knew that he would never, ever, make his partner angry. Yui. No, and if someone asks why he is like this, we will just say that it was necessary because his quirk was too dangerous. With a lot of anger in his words as he continued walking. Shinso's mind. I'd better shut up before I end up like him. Shinso. Well, you go and help the others, I'll take care of this guy. At that moment, an explosion could be heard on the mountain and some trees fell on one side of the forest where they were. Yui. I'll go there, you go to the mountain. Shinso. Very good. Yui had taken a big leap to go towards the forest area, while Shinso used some of his metal thread to tie Mustard against a tree and go towards the mountain. With Marumi. We can see how the girl was somewhat injured due to the fight she was carrying out against Muscular, a very powerful and dangerous villain, even with the Kiba sword she had many complications. The muscular man in front of her had a big maniacal grin, because for a while now, he had been shouting out all the ways he could kill her. Muscular. I'm going to explode your brat's head. Taking a big leap to leave with the girl with all his muscle tissue surrounding him completely. Marumi had quickly surrounded herself with all of One for All's lightning bolts with her katanas, waiting for the attack to block it. But just at that moment someone stood between them and an explosion occurred, which made Muscular fall to the ground as he retreated. Muscular. What the buck? Marumi. You are. Stain. I arrived on time, I almost didn't make it. The hero killer had arrived to assist in the fight. Marumi. How is that? Stain. Your brother was the one who brought me here, I'm on his side, I hope you show me to be a true hero like your brother. Muscular. Hahaha, this is great, I've wanted to fight you for a long time, Stain. Stain. I don't care about that, but right now you will be my new victim, after all I know you very well, Muscular. Muscular. Haha, well you should already know what will happen to you as soon as I get my hands on you. Stain. Hey girl, can you keep fighting? Taking Shibuki to stand guard, Marumi stood by his side with a look full of determination. Marumi. Of course. Increase the number of rays and the percentage of the OFA. Stain. Let's go. Launching himself to begin the triple battle, he was observed by the small Koda who was hiding behind the rocks. With Izuku. We can see the aforementioned having a very close fencing battle against the Nomu. Izuku. Maybe you're a clone of me, but you are not as strong as me. Separating to make hand stamps. Izuku. Fireball fire style. throwing a fireball towards the Nomu, which quickly used its sword, which was surrounded by a water quirk to cut the fireball, causing the fire to go behind it to form a large explosion. Nomu. Is that all you have? I feel sorry for you. Izuku. What are you talking about? I'm just getting started. Going against him with Samehada in hand and a kunai in the other. Both of them launched themselves again to begin an exchange of swords, causing the spark to fly. But in a quick movement, Izuku had managed to put the kunai on the Nomu's arm, which pierced his palm and moved away with a strong kick from the green-haired man. Izuku quickly used a finger seal to make the kunai explode all over his hand. Izuku. Wind bullets wind style. Firing wind bullets that collided with the Nomu's chest, destroying half of its black kimono. Izuku. Earth dragon ground style. Creating a light clay dragon next to him that shot some clay bullets. Izuku. Fire style, Jutsu phoenix flower. Combining both jutsus to create fire bullets which hit the Nomu, who was screaming in pain. It took a few seconds for the screams to stop. Izuku. Termina 2 to Trito Nomu. By then the fire had moved away, revealing how the Nomu only had a bit of his pants that had been burned along with his entire kimono. Nomu. Let's see what you think of this, Great Thunder Phoenix. Playing his palms to launch a quick lightning bolt in the shape of a phoenix towards the green-haired man. Izuku. Wind style grand break. Both attacks had collided with each other, causing the area around them to be almost destroyed, now leaving a field full of earth with slight pillars of rock, being an open field. Izuku. Water gun water style. Nomu. Water bullet. Both fired the same technique of the same element, but Izuku's bullet had pierced the Nomu's bullet, passing through the middle of it, making the Nomu's technique disappear, which received the attack on its chest. Leaving a slight hole visible because of it, but it had quickly regenerated. Nomu. I'm not done yet. Izuku. Well, come here. They attacked again, only the Nomu tore off his arm to surround him with lightning and fire. The two of them again began a great exchange of sword clashes at high speed that resonated throughout the place, even making it look as if fireworks were present. All of this was seen by everyone. Abi, who was with Lad King and Asawa, saw everything from afar, while on the ground was his unconscious partner twice. Shinso, who had arrived to find a wounded Marumi along with Stain, who was slightly injured but with a lot of blood coming out of his head. Managing to arrive to stop Muscular so he could let both of them deliver the final blow to the villain and leave him slammed against the mountain wall with minor burns from the explosions. Yui, Kendo and Ryuko had managed to defeat Moonfish thanks to Yui managing to give him a big cut on his back and with Ryuko's support to cut off parts of his teeth and with Kendo to give him the finishing blow with her big fist to leave him on the ground. Bakugo and Shoto barely managed to help their partner Tokoyami in time so that he wouldn't lose control because of his quirk. The Pussycats had managed to neutralize the villain duo. But someone in his group could not have the same luck. Everyone present at the place could see how the Nomu and Izuku were fighting with everything they had, although Izuku was not going all out in his attacks because he knew that it was possible that someone was there and he did not want to risk it. But Izuku wasn't so lucky as he received a large cut on his right shoulder and then on his forehead, saving him from being one-eyed while the cut returned, separating the Nomu's hand and then one of the cheap clone's eyes. Which made him shudder in pain, as Samehada had managed to eat part of his brain. In addition to having more energy from his Nomu clone, the sword had more power, which gave Izuku more advantage in the fight by having more energy to not get tired. Samehada had quickly grabbed his enemy by the neck to bite him and tear off a large piece of cardboard and then receive a combo of Jutsu blows to send him flying. Izuku. Jutsu fire style dragon flame. Launching a great fire dragon from his mouth against the Nomu, who could only watch as the attack was directed at him to kill him. But before he could do anything, a portal had appeared in front of him to absolve the attack and send him away. Nomu. Kurogiri. Kurogiri. Time is up, none of the objectives were achieved, but All for One doesn't plan on losing you as you are his best weapon so far. Izuku quickly threw an explosive kunai, which exploded just as the Nomu entered the portal, managing to place a tracker on it without it noticing. At the same time, in some places they had gathered to leave. No student had been kidnapped, but a member of the Pussycats had, since a lot of blood had been found where she was, assuming the worst, but knowing that she was alive. Abi had stayed with them, as Kurogiri thought they had captured him, taking only twice to leave. With Dabi, who was Izuku's informant, they knew that the fall of the League was already near. But they also had to explain why Stain was with them, which they would talk about later, since they had to take most of the students who were affected by the mustard smoke to the hospital. This could be considered a great victory for the heroes and swordsmen. Chapter 34. The last swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 34. The week. A week had passed since the attack on the wild Pussycats camp. Where the League of Villains had attacked the camp with all the students. Which in the end didn't work, since thanks to the teachers and students, they held back the villains, and at Izuku's request, Stain hadn't been mentioned and had gone far away. Izuku had kindly lent him his training house, and at Stain's request, he would only stay for a while until he gets a new secret lair, since although the place is very peaceful, he cannot stay there, since he wanted to continue looking for his victims to enforce his justice against villains and false heroes. 4 villains of the League had been captured, those being Dabi, Mustard, Moonfish and Muscular, who had been left out of combat by the teachers and students. The Midoriyas could be said to have been the ones with the most physical damage, since Murumi had lost a lot of blood due to a strong blow to his head from a muscle and to some parts of his index fingers, luckily the latter was not so serious. Izuku on the other hand took a little more damage, but it wasn't almost noticeable thanks to Samehada, it was just a lot of fatigue from the fight he had with his cheap bad copy. He just needed a good rest, but if he hadn't been at camp with students around, he could have ended the fight faster, but he knew his copy didn't fight at all either. The students who were affected by the gas were taken to hospitals. The only loss the heroes had on their side was the kidnapping of Ragdoll, but everyone knew that this was not going to stay like this. At the moment, we can see Izuku being at the UA Academy with the other teachers and Principal Nezu in a meeting to talk about their next move to end all of this. Nezu. Well, what do we have on the suspects who are locked up? Almight. Well, the only thing we know is that now almost no one wants to talk, Muscular is unconscious, Mustard says he won't reveal anything, and Moonfish only says nonsense. Nezu. And what about that one called Dabi? Present Mick. Well, as we know, he says he won't reveal anything unless a certain person comes to see him. Izuku. He means me. Almight. What? Izuku. He is my informant who was infiltrated in the League and gave me information about everything, it was after the festival that he managed to get in. Nezu. So you mean, everything we want to know about the League, you can tell us until you leave. Izuku. That's right, but he only asked me as a condition that his pain not be that much. Nezu. That will depend on how good the information we want is. Izuku. Well, who am I going to go with? Almight. I'll go with you. Asawa. And me. Izuku. Well, let's not waste time and go now. Taking the two by the shoulder. Izuku. We're back, Director. Nezu. Well, we'll take care of the team of heroes that will be formed to carry out the mission to rescue the Ragdoll heroine. The green-haired man nodded and quickly a trail of smoke surrounded the 3 of them as they headed to the police station. At the police station, we can see Dabi in an interrogation room who was sitting on a chair with a table inside the room, reading a newspaper, only revealing a tempered glass, on the other side of which was a group of police officers with Detective Tsukauchi. At that moment a trail of smoke had appeared, revealing Izuku and the heroes with him. Tsukauchi. Wow, they came fast. Almight. What do we have, Tsukauchi? Tsukauchi. Nothing so far, he's just been keeping quiet for the time being. Izuku. Let me in, he's my spy. Tsukauchi. What? Asawa. Let him do it, he knows what he's doing, and it's true. That guy made it clear to us that it was true before we subdued him. Tsukauchi. Well, as long as you 3 are with him inside, I have nothing to fear, come in. Opening the door to the room to reveal how Dabi himself had taken his gaze off the newspaper and seen the heroes, showing them a smile. Izuku. Dabi, or do you want me to call you Tuya? Dabi. You can call me whatever you want, after all we are on friendly terms. Almight. Now Dabi speaks, what do you know about the League? Dabi. What I can tell you is that simple, I know all of its members and the location of its base, which was in the city of Kamino. Asawa. Why did they attack the camp? Dabi. The attack was just a simple distraction, the League's objective was to capture the students named Bakugo and Midoriya because they said they have potential. Izuku. How unfortunate. Almight. And the Nomu that was with you? Dabi. That is a creation of a doctor who works for the League, as he said, that Nomu is made from the blood samples that he managed to obtain from you since your fight in the Uges, and counting the elemental quirks equal to yours, and with the mastery of some ancient sword masters. Izuku. That's why his sword mastery was very good. Asawa. Do you know where that guy is? Dabi. No, that doctor just stays hidden and looks stupid, no one in the League knows what he looks like or where he is, but I know where there is a Nomus lab, it's the same city, but in an abandoned warehouse, it's possible they took heroin there, after all, her quirk is very good, it's more than obvious that they're going to want her for something. Izuku. Makes sense, his quirk is really useful. Almight. You will guide us towards them. Dabi. I will do it with pleasure, after all I owe a lot to Mangetsu for helping me. Izuku. We'll talk about that later, for now let's regroup with the others, and then I'll come for you. Getting up from the chair with the other 2 to leave. Dabi. Hey, do you think you can go see it with the others? Izuku. Yes, after everything is over I'll take you with them. Leaving the room with the others. Almight had told Tsukauchi to keep him protected at all costs, as it was possible that someone might want to kill him on suspicion of having revealed the League's plans. Asawa. Do you plan to keep that promise of his? Izuku. Yes, after all I helped him, he helped me with everything now, it's time for me to give him a good reward. Asawa. Well, it doesn't matter, if it's under your responsibility I have nothing to fear, just don't get into trouble, okay? Izuku. I'll try. After that, everyone had gone to the academy to inform Nezu about how things went with Dabi. Izuku then left Ua, waiting for night to fall to carry out the operation. His first stop would be to go to the hospital where his sister was. In the hospital. We can see how the green-haired girl was in a room in her hospital bed, with bandages surrounding her arms, due to the fight and the one for all. Izuku. I see you had a terrible time, right? Murumi. Brother. Looking at the older green-haired man at the window, who was sitting there as if nothing had happened. Izuku. What's up? Murumi. Here, as you can see, I have to stay for 3 more days. Izuku. Well, at least you're not in danger of losing the mobility of your arms. Murumi. It's true, thanks to the Kiba swords nothing worse happened. Izuku. Although I think mom won't be happy to see you like this, right? Murumi. Yes, I remember that she came crying and hugged me, being happy that nothing bad had happened to me. Izuku. I can already imagine the tsunami of tears that made her here. Murumi. Hey, by the way. Izuku. Tell me. Murumi. What was Stain doing at the camp? But that said, the older green-haired man was left speechless, he didn't know how to say it. Izuku. I'll tell you, but don't tell anyone, okay? Murumi. You have my word. Izuku. Well, what happens is that I made a deal with Stain, because his great mastery of the sword was splendid, it would be a great waste to lose it, so we came to an agreement and it was that if he joined me, he would be free, but of course, he will be able to fulfill his justice under my watch, and I allowed him by giving him my explosive sword as a vote of confidence. Murumi. I see, well, as I could see it is clear that he is on our side, since if it were otherwise, he would have killed me and Shinso. Izuku. Good little sister, right now I have to go see someone else, I promise to come see you soon. Murumi. Good luck, say hi to Ryuko-san for me. Izuku's mind. I wonder how Ryuko is doing with the pregnancy these days, she'll surely hit me for not going to see her or call her. With Ryuko. We can see the aforementioned eating a chocolate cake by herself, as she had been craving it for a few moments. I see the cravings have already taken over you. She turned around to find the green-haired man with his arms crossed and a mocking smile. Ryuko. No and it's not my fault, her sweet smell was what called me. Izuku. It doesn't matter, chubby or not, I love you. Ryuko stood up to approach him, making him think she was going to hug him, but it was another story and she received a punch in her stomach from Ryuko, who was pouting at him for calling her chubby. But then she gave him a hug, making the green-haired man's face between her breasts. Ryuko. First, for calling me chubby and second, because she misses you. I already heard what happened. Izuku. I'm glad you took it well. Ryuko. But I hope you don't get into trouble again, remember that me, Eri and our baby want you alive. Izuku. Of course, love, I'm aware of that. Giving her a kiss that she gladly accepted and they went to the table. Luckily, Izuku managed to get a slice of cake because before when they had an apple pie, Ryuko almost threw it out the window to take a slice. Izuku. I have to go to an operation in Kamino tonight. Ryuko. Really? Izuku. Yes, I wanted to let you know that this is the Nomus factory. Ryuko. I guess it could be dangerous, I highly doubt your boss is going to stay quiet about that. Izuku. That's right, I just want to tell you that I'm going to send my boys to protect you, my mother and Eri will also come so you're not alone. Ryuko. Do you really need to go? Looking down at her hands, which were clutching the tablecloth. Izuku. I have to go, the informant won't take them if I'm not with them. The blonde had taken the green-haired man's hands, who was surprised, and when he saw the blonde's look he was speechless. Well, she had some slight tears on her face with a look of sadness, something he had never seen in her. Ryuko. Please, I don't want you to go, what if you don't come back, I know it's a hero's job, but I can finally have a family with a good man, I'm afraid Momo that. He couldn't finish as a soft and gentle kiss had taken over his lips and with his cheek being gently caressed by Izuku. Ryuko did not hesitate to reciprocate the gesture of love, there was no lust but love, the love that they both felt for each other. When they separated from the kiss, they both looked into each other's eyes, Izuku wiped his eyes that were full of tears. Izuku. I don't think I'll die so easily, I have a lot of things to do, like meeting my son, seeing Eri believe, seeing my sister graduate, and also spending more intimate time with my wife. Whispering that last thing in the blonde's ear, she blushed a little at that. Ryuko. You sure know how to cheer me up. Izuku. What can I say, I couldn't care less about fear. Again they both kissed, with her arms around his neck and him with his hands around her waist. Time skip, same day, same night. All the heroes and police officers were ready to carry out the plan. Izuku had left his mother and daughter with his wife in his apartment under the protection of his students, led by Stain. Luckily, Murumi would still be in the hospital, far from danger. Abi was taken with Izuku and Asawa so that they could clearly know the location of the League's hideout and the Nomus lab. But the League. Tamura. How is it possible that you couldn't kill? Shouting in anger at the Nomu who was sitting there very quietly drinking some beer. Nomu. Well, what did you want? That guy was very good. If you want me to kill him, don't worry, I'll do it next time. Tamura. Well, whatever, now we have to do something with the rest of the idiots who were captured. Toga. Do you think they're going to talk? Mr. Compers. I doubt it very much, they may lack manners, but they know like villains that they can never let each other go, especially if we are such a large group. Twice. Well, what do we do now, boss? I'm getting bored now. Tamura. We just have to wait for orders from the master for our next move. Toga. Too bad I could only get a little of Ichako-chan's blood, maybe that way we would have more of an advantage. At that moment, while everyone was watching the news, the interview with Director Nezu was taking place. He was accompanied by Vlad King and Midnight, giving them the answers to the attacks they received at the Udges and at the camp. Which made the villains distracted, not knowing what was about to happen. But. Excuse me, your pizzas have arrived. A delivery man's voice came from behind the door, leaving everyone confused. Until. Smash. A symbol of peace had broken the wall with a strong punch, entering with other heroes. Almight. There is nothing to fear, because we are here. Kamui Woods quickly using his branches, managed to capture everyone, even Tamura who tried to use his deterioration against the branches, it didn't work because of a strong kick from Gran Torino, mentor of All Might. Around the bar at the same time, there were a large number of police officers with other heroes, including Endeavor. At the same time in the other area of the city, heroes who were being led by Izuku, Dabi, and Best Jeanist, who were along with other heroes and police officers. Thanks to Mount Lady, they destroyed the upper part of the storage, capturing and holding several Nomus. In addition to managing to get his hands on the ragdoll, he is in a state of total shock. Izuku. Well, you were right, most of the Nomus here are heroes or civilians with very extraordinary quirks. Tiger. But ragdoll, he doesn't answer me. Dabi. Must be he was in a state of shock from having his quirk extracted. Izuku. First of all, let's see if we can find more that haven't transformed into Nomus. Police. Yes, sir. It's a real shame, she had a wonderful quirk, but it was a complete waste on her. At that moment Best Jeanist had caught that subject who was in the shadows. Mount Lady. Wait, Best Jeanist, what if he's a civilian? Izuku. Don't be so naive, Mount Lady, even if he's a civilian, we can't let our guard down so easily. Best Jeanist. He's right, you should learn a little from him. At that moment, an enormous air pressure came against them, breaking all of Best Jeanist's threads. Izuku quickly put his hands to the ground to create a huge wall of earth to protect everyone from the attack. But destroying the entire warehouse to leave the place completely destroyed, but luckily Izuku's earth wall managed to resist the attack. Izuku. It's lucky he uses a lot of chakra, otherwise no one would count. I see that the rumors about you were true, Manjetsu, or should I say, Demon of the Mist. Izuku. Let's see if you live up to your reputation, all for one. Chapter 35. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 35. In the city of Kamino a somewhat complicated situation was happening. The north and south parts of the city were going through very difficult scenarios. All Might along with several heroes and police officers were trying to hold back a large number of Nomus that appeared once the League of Villains had disappeared through a silver mud. And elsewhere, where the Nomus laboratory was located, the heroes and police were attacked by surprise by the leader of the Villain League. The number one villain, All for One. He launched a powerful wind attack towards the heroes, but thanks to Izuku who created a huge stone wall that withstood the attack. But now, Izuku along with Best Jeanist and Gang Orca were fighting against All for One, having several complications, while the other heroes did everything possible to get the few civilians who were in the area out. At the moment. Fire style, Jutsu Fexi Flower. Izuku fired a fire bullet from his mouth towards the villain in an elegant suit, who had created a wind shield that surpassed the fire attack and was dodged by the green-haired man who was flying on top of a rock. Best Jeanist was trying to make his threads reach towards Afo, which was difficult since they were easily destroyed by him. Bang Orca was throwing rocks and sonic waves towards Afo. The three were having a somewhat close battle with the symbol of evil, but he had no problem against Best Jeanist, the only ones giving him problems were Gang Orca and Izuku. At the same time, 4 clones of Izuku appeared in the sky, which threw several shurikens and kunai surrounded by chakra, while the original and along with 2 other clones, made hand seals. The 2 quickly launched 2 Jutsu styles of fire and wind, forming a powerful tornado, while Izuku launches a powerful water dragon. Afo managed to disperse all the weapons that were launched from the sky, but when he tried to repel the elemental attacks they were the most difficult, he barely managed to endure. Because when he managed to get away mid-attack, he showed how part of his suit and his right arm were burned and scratched. Before being able to continue with a combined attack again, All For One launched a powerful air cannon throughout the area, which caused all the clones to disappear, but also managed to hit Best Jeanist, who was quite injured by that attack, while Gang Orca flew towards a building. Izuku managed to endure that with great difficulty, since it was thanks to the chakra he put into his feet. But before she could do anything, she could feel someone give her a strong kick in her back, which made her careless and Afo took advantage of that to grab him from his torso with her black threads and give him a strong electric shock. Izuku had let out a cry of pain at that, but quickly covered himself in smoke to switch places with a rock to appear far away. When he turned around, he could see his Nomu clone there with the rest of the League of Villains. Izuku. A treacherous attack, I couldn't expect anything less than a group of cowards. Nomu. This time I'll finish you off. Izuku. Are you serious? I wasn't even fighting seriously that time. Tamura. Master. All For One. I see you failed again, Tamura Shigaraki, but you don't have to worry, try again until you succeed and. He couldn't finish because Izuku had thrown a huge fire shuriken. The Nomu quickly got in the middle of the attack to launch a powerful blast of water, which caused both attacks to collide with each other to form a huge smoke screen around them. Izuku took advantage of that and quickly threw multiple shurikens. The Nomu quickly drew his sword and deflected all the shurikens and began to go towards where Izuku was. The aforementioned did the same with Samehada in hand. All For One was about to join the fight to finish off Izuku, but quickly had to block a very powerful blow from Almight that had arrived at the scene. Almight. Make you return everything, All For One. All For One. Are you planning to kill me again? Almight. Both had formed a huge smokescreen that made the League move a few meters away. Tamura. What are you waiting for, let's help Sensei kill Almight. Not so fast, they'll fight us first. Everyone had turned around to find Gang Orca, Tiger and Best Jeanist who had recovered from the attack, luckily it wasn't as serious as he thought. But Izuku and the Nomu. They had both clashed their swords to struggle, looking at each other with mutual hatred in the eyes. Before Izuku could do a genjutsu, the Nomu was faster and put electricity into a strong kick that hit him in the stomach, followed by a punch to his face, sending him a few meters back. The Nomu had gathered lightning in his sword and then launched the electricity in the shape of a cobra. Izuku. Fire Dragon Fire style. Launching a huge fire dragon from his mouth, both attacks colliding, forming a huge smokescreen around the area. Izuku. Water Gun Water style. Firing several water bullets, the Nomu tried to catch the bullets with his sword, which was almost useful, but when he blocked the 5th bullet, his sword had broken. Izuku wasted no time and launched a large fireball, which the Nomu decided to dodge underground. But the fireball had accidentally hit the League of Villains, who were stunned by this, leaving Mr. Compress and Toga out of combat. All Might had launched a powerful wind blast, but All For One managed to deflect the attack, which was taken advantage of by Izuku to throw an explosive kunai towards where the attack came from, which formed a large explosion, which hit the Nomu, which flew a few meters away, with its new black kimono destroyed. Izuku using the shark sword, gave a great slash with the teeth of Samehada, which had managed to take one of the Nomu's arms to tear it off strongly. The Nomu had taken advantage of that moment to stab Izuku in the arm with a knife. Izuku. Miserable. Taking out a kunai with an explosive tag and stabbing him in the neck and jumping back. The kunai had exploded to reveal the Nomu with half of its body exposed, but Izuku had quickly jumped into the sky to make hand seals and launch a large jet of water in the surroundings. Izuku. Water style, big collision of waves. A huge dome of water formed over the entire surrounding area, which was noticed by everyone in the area. The League of Villains had been completely neutralized by the heroes, leaving only the Nomu and All For One as the last. But Izuku was already fed up with all this and took out the Kiba swords from a scroll. Something that even surprised Marumi, who was watching from home. Izuku's mind. I knew this would help me, I hope Marumi doesn't get mad that I take them. The green-haired man had leaped into the sky, while the Nomu regenerated his forbidden limb as quickly as possible. Izuku. Lightning style, Great Lightning Gate. 2 large lightning bolts struck the large dome of water, which was surrounded by lightning, and a great cry of pain was heard from the Nomu. Izuku. This is just to make sure. The Nomu being electrocuted could feel all the water around him building up. Nomu. New. Izuku. Water style, super water shark bomb. A huge shark had taken the Nomu to the sky and then exploded in the sky completely along with the lightning, causing a huge ball of light that surrounded the place like a small sun and small drops of water around it. There was no trace left of the Nomu, it had been completely eliminated. When he turned around he had found All For One, who was levitating in the sky. Izuku. Now you're next. All For One. Jum. All Might had also joined the scene, somewhat injured, but better off than Izuku. Well, the green-haired man had many cuts and bruises, but without anyone noticing, under his mask, he was somewhat tired from using his best technique against the Nomu. All For One. I hope the boy is more resistant than your teacher, All Might. All Might. Damn. Izuku and he launched themselves at Afo, the green-haired man making hand seals. Izuku. Water Dragon water style. A huge water dragon charged at Afo, who was blocking an All Might blow, but he quickly extended his hand to launch a powerful air cannon, causing the water to expand in all directions. Izuku quickly appeared in front of him to punch him in the face with fire surrounding him. All Might also punched him in the stomach. The villain had moved away several meters until he crashed into some rubble, but Izuku had created a clone, and they made hand seals. Both of them had fired a combination of fire and wind, forming a huge fire tornado. The heroes nearby had managed to get the few civilians out and take away the unconscious villains they had defeated. Dang Orca. This is too much, even for us. Genist. It doesn't matter, we have to go help them, but first we make sure to leave these ones. Dang Orca. You're right. Back in the fight. Izuku quickly gave him a strong knee to his face, which he barely resisted, but he grabbed the green-haired man's leg and then gave him a strong electric shock. All Might helping him gave a strong blow to Afo, but then the villain gave him a burst of fire cannon that they both dodged. Izuku's mind. It's harder than I thought. Feeling her leg which had minor burns, even her hair had been singed. At that moment Izuku had gathered wind chakra in his hand to fire it at Afo, who responded with an air cannon. Making both attacks form mini tornado that destroyed the surrounding area. All Might had taken advantage of that to launch himself into the air and also fire a gust of wind, hitting foe in the face to destroy what little remained of his mask. But not being able to react in time because he had received a huge cut on his chest from Izuku, who used one of the kiba to make a huge cut on his abdomen. Afo was going to fire his attack, but was prevented by an almighty punch that hit him on the head. Izuku also gave him a strong kick to his face, and All Might also gave him his stomach, followed by a hammer blow from Izuku. Afo. Enough. Making a huge storm that moved the two away by a few meters, but Izuku had been taken by some black threads and brought towards where Afo was, who had quickly cut him with a knife where his fingers were. The villain had cut out Izuku's left eye, who had screamed for that very reason, but Samehada quickly sank his fangs into Afo's arm and absorbed his energy. All Might quickly appeared and gave him a strong blow that knocked Afo down and sent him far away. All Might. Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. Don't worry, I'm fine, it's nothing serious, I just need one eye to fight. Surrounding the area where his eye was no longer with smoke, he managed to heal the wound, but not to remove the blood. Izuku's mind. Now I'm screwed. All Might. Sorry Midoriya Shonen. Izuku. Don't worry, this usually happens in this kind of thing, but it will end him. All Might. You're right, but. Izuku. I know it's wrong to do this, but it's necessary to kill him, he's a danger to everyone. All Might. I know, but you know that I can't do it, even if I want to do it, my strength won't let me. Izuku. That's what I'm here for, I need to find the time, do you think you can help me with that? All Might. Sure, here it comes. The villain had returned to combat to launch a huge air cannon, being blocked by a huge earth wall that protected the two. Izuku. Let's go. The three of them launched an attack, starting with a huge clash of blows that formed a wind wave. Izuku had quickly used Samehada to tear Afo's arm, but he cut him where the Nomu had previously stabbed him with the knife. All Might punched him in the stomach to push him away, but Izuku quickly slashed Afo's ankle, followed by throwing two explosive kunes at him, followed by a water shark that he shot. Followed by All the Might that launched a gust of wind that sent Afo flying. All Might launched himself against Afo again with too much force in his fist in the stomach. All For One. Do you want to leave me with the same wound that I left you? At that moment Afo nailed his hand into his wound, causing All Might to spit out a lot of blood, but Afo could see how Izuku, who had fused with Samehada with the kiba sword surrounded by lightning. Izuku. Time to die Afo. All For One. That's what you think. At that moment a black thread had been stuck through his jaw and another one had gone through his right leg. This had been seen by everyone, who were scared to see their heroes losing, even shouting to encourage them. Ryuko, who was watching everything from her house, shed a few tears while covering her mouth in fear. Inko was the same for her son. His students were scared and worried, even more so for his older brother. Stain, who hadn't gone at Izuku's request, was watching everything through a television in the training house and clenched his fists. Stain. Come on, don't die, damn it, keep going. People were shouting to cheer everywhere. Almight had screamed to continue pushing Afo, which Izuku imitated by giving a big cut with his swords to Afo's neck, who screamed in pain, but struggled to bear it. All for one. Both of them are going to die at my hands. Izuku. That won't happen. Almight. We will fight until our breath. Izuku. Go further. Managing to put more force to begin to slowly cut Afo's neck. Almight. Of your limits. Driving his fist completely into Afo's stomach. All for one. Asperine. Izuku Almight. Plus ultra. But that scream, Izuku managed to cut off All for One's head, and All Might sent his body flying with a huge hole from his fist. The three had fallen to the ground abruptly with a huge pool of blood that bathed it. Izuku had fallen to the ground with Samehada and Kiba too. All Might, he could barely stand, not to mention that he had one of his hands covering his wound. The crowd was silent as they watched the head of the now deceased number 1 villain fall to the ground. All Might and Izuku looked at each other for a few moments before giving each other a thumbs up with a huge smile. Chapter 36. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 36. It had been 3 days since the great battle that happened with the number 3 hero and won against the symbol of evil and the death of the latter. In which the streets of all of Japan were in complete chaos. For Almight, who awoke first, had declared his retirement as a hero and symbol of peace. Which made the villains come out of their hiding places and go wreak havoc, plus there was another big incident. And it was about who would be the new number 1 of the top, being the one arranged between civilians and heroes. Since both were not only very popular, but also very powerful and good candidates. One, having many years of experience as a top hero, despite having a completely different attitude, knew he could have more confidence. And the other, well, by having an honest, noble attitude and a determination like that of the American hero. He was still very young, but had a great sense of leadership and that same feeling of security when All Might was present. Although despite some protests from some people, the one who got the position was Endeavor, since Izuku still had a long way to go, but giving him the number 2 position, only until he arrives in a few years to see if he still manages to deserve the position. Obviously Ryuko, who was pregnant, worried to such an extent for Midoriya, but she was somewhat calm upon hearing that he was stable, only that he had to wake up, but she was sad upon hearing that they could not save his left eye, that he lost in the fight against Afo. His students, classmates, and family members were also worried about him because after losing an eye and nearly dying from internal and external injuries, in addition to massive blood loss, it was a matter of worrying about him or dying of a heart attack. The only thing the green-haired man would need to do is react to everything that's happening when he wakes up. Which wouldn't take too long. Since on the 3rd day he had woken up, clearly in immense pain throughout his body, in addition to realizing that his eye was missing when he put his hand in the place where it should be. Which he took well, since he knew that sooner or later he would lose him. After all, the fight against his Nomu clone had weakened him enough to keep up with Afo. But when he received a visit from his wife and daughter, let's just say he didn't escape the wrath of an angry blonde dragon. Due to the great imprudence he committed at that time, not even the doctors or nurses dared to intervene and help the poor green-haired boy. Luckily for her, Ryuko calmed down as Eri got in the way. Explaining everything that happened while he was sleeping, being surprised by everything, but caring little about the position he now has as a top hero. But after that he received the news that he would have to go to the agency of the president of the Hero Association. Since he had to talk about a very important topic, even though he was recovering from his last fight. Which in the end I agreed to go to, but if the topic is not of interest to him, it won't help at all. Something that was well taken by the agents of the association, since they knew that he was almost forcing him to go to a battlefield after defeating a big shot like Afo. At the moment. The green-haired man was now at home, very calmly looking out the window. He was now with Ryuko, who was in her year in Eri at her grandmother's house. Izuku's mind. I hope it's a topic of utmost importance to call me. At that moment Ryuko had arrived, and now her belly was a little more noticeable. Ryuko. What's wrong, love? You've been very thoughtful lately. Izuku. Yes, just what is happening now after the withdrawal of All Might, the streets have become very dangerous. It seems that losing the symbol of peace was more effectable than the fall of Afo. The blonde sat next to him to put her head on his shoulder, while Izuku began to gently caress her blonde hair. Ryukyu. That's true, but now that Endeavor has also taken the number 1 spot and you have taken the number 2 spot, crime has dropped a bit, but once you recover, everything will surely go back to how it was before. It's not for nothing that you were a candidate to be number 1 so quickly. Izuku. That's true, but I have to be older, but I don't care at all, being the number would be more work than what I already have. Stopping caressing Ryuko's hair to go and touch one of her breasts. Izuku. Besides, I won't be able to share with you and your 2 mountains. Ryuko. Pervert. With his other hand he took her chin to give her a kiss that she gladly accepted, moaning as her chest was squeezed by the green-haired man. When he broke away from the kiss he left a thread of saliva that joined his lips. Izuku. I think so, or did your breasts grow little, love? Still squeezing the blonde's breast, she was blushing from that action, but now realizing the small change her body had. Ryuko. Now that you mention it, it is true. Izuku. Apparently they are already filling up with milk for someone, right? Caressing the blonde's belly, she placed her hand on his lovingly. Ryuko. Your mother has already been giving me some lessons and advice on how to be a mother as soon as the baby is born. Izuku. You'll be the best mom ever. Ryuko. And wife too. She was the one who kissed him affectionately, accepting with pleasure, having a nice moment together. Change of scene. Now we can see Izuku being in a black car, which came to pick him up to go to the main agency of the Hero Association to talk. Leaving Ryuko at home with Eri, obviously, telling them that she would go for a walk to relax, but returning with some chocolate cakes. He didn't like lying to his wife, much less to his daughter, but he had to do this in secret. Izuku's mind. What they told me, the boys are still training with their swords, but Stain is surely still in the forest where I lent him for a while, since I doubt he dares to go out, knowing that they would look for him immediately. I just hope he hasn't destroyed my beautiful forest, if not I will castrate him. Following his thoughts, which lasted a maximum of 10 minutes, he finally reached his destination. He didn't even have time for the driver to open the door for him to disappear from the car in a trail of smoke. To then appear in front of the president of the Hero Association, who was scared when she saw him appear in front of her. Izuku. Oh, sorry for the scare. President. Cough cough, don't worry, I'm glad you came. Izuku. Tell me, what do you want to talk about? President. What I want to talk about is the issue of all the criminality that is happening. Izuku. As far as I understand, the heroes are more active and Endeavor is trying to accept that he is now number 1, but not in the way he wanted. President. It's true, if this continues, in about 2 weeks everything will be stable, but it's about something else. Izuku. What about? President. Well, as you know, now with All for One off the board and Tamura locked up with the entire league, many organizations will want to take the position as a symbol of evil. Izuku. Do we already have candidates to be the next All for One? President. For now, we only have 2 organizations that we consider. The first is Yakuza Group, they call themselves the 8 Precepts of Death, with their leader called Overhaul. Izuku. Yes, I know him, a long time ago we met him, he managed to escape, what is he doing now? President. What we discovered is that he has somehow managed to create anti-quirk bullets, but the amount he makes isn't very large. He barely manages to make 4 bullets a week. Izuku's mind. So that's why Eri had so many scars, now I have even more reasons to cut your head off, Chisaki. Izuku. Do you want me to find out and arrest him? President. Well, yes and no. Izuku. You want me to kill you, right? President. Exactly, we don't want another possible All for One, much less one who has the possibility of having a quirk erasing weapon in his hands. Izuku. Don't worry, I'll take care of it, and who are the other group? President. They will be something more difficult than Overhaul, we may need an army of heroes. Izuku. Are they so numerous? President. Thanks to an undercover agent, we were able to find out a lot about them. They call themselves the Liberation Army, a very large group with the goal of allowing everyone to use their quirks without permission. Izuku. Well, this one will be more difficult, once I recover, I'll go after Chisaki. President. You are free to publish this mission with whomever you want, that's all. Izuku. Don't worry, thanks for giving me this information, you'll see that everything will be back to normal. Disappearing in a trail of smoke, leaving the president alone in her office. With Izuku. We can see the green-haired man at the top of a building, looking at the papers he had been given. Chisaki was now in a mansion of maximum 2 floors in traditional Japanese style, having some photos with many guards around it. Apparently they had in mind to be associated with All for One and the distribution of that drug, but with the fall of the symbol of evil, it seems that the only option left was to sell it on the black market. Izuku. Well, I think it will be very easy, now I will make you pay for what you did to my daughter. Closing the folder where he had Chisaki's information and leaving. As for the Liberation Army, I could do it later. Change of scene. We can now see the 5 teenage swordsmen entering the UA Academy, being the only ones in the entire academy, since they were called by Izuku, since the UA was still closed due to the Almight issue. The trail of smoke appeared in front of everyone, stopping two kunes that were near his head and abdomen. Izuku. Good aim Yui, I'm glad to see you've improved. Shinso. How does it feel? Hendo. Let's find out everything that happened and about his eye. Urumi. Brother. Izuku. Come on, don't be like that, it's not that serious, it's just part of the job, the good thing is that I can still walk. Ryuko. Well, what was the reason why you called us? Izuku. It's true, what happens is I won't be out for a while, I won't be able to be with you training you. Hui. It was the shout of the five boys when they heard what the oldest green-haired boy had said, who covered his ears because of the shout. Yui. But why? Hendo. What is the reason? Urumi. Don't you love us? Ryuko. Have you already got other students? Shinso. I give up being a hero. These and more questions were asked of the poor green-haired boy who was unable to answer for about 5 minutes until they finally calmed down. Izuku. What is happening is that they told me that I have to rest for a while due to some internal injuries that I had in the fight, in addition to the fact that once I recover, they need me for a mission that may take me a while to finish, that is why I am letting you know that I cannot train you. The five of them seemed to understand it, and Marumi especially, she seemed to be the most understanding of all this. Hendo. Well, in that case you don't have to worry, we can train, but I doubt we'd be very good with swords without you. Ryuko. We promise we'll do our best. Shinso. You can go and have a good time in peace. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that, oh that's right, these days you will receive some visits from your respective senseis at your homes to talk about an important topic, about some dormitories that will be made in the academy. Urumi. What does that do to? Izuku. Let's say it's a way to increase your security while you're here, so agree with your parents to see if you can come here, well, that's all I have to tell you, you can go or stay to train, see you later. Disappearing in a trail of smoke, leaving his boys to train for a while longer. Time skip. A week at most had passed since then, in which the UA had returned to its normal functions, with the new functioning of the dormitories. With the help of Cement and some Izuku clones, they were able to do it quickly, even earlier than planned. Izuku had already fully recovered, of course, with some time with his wife and daughter, and spending quality time with his Ryuko, he recovered quickly. In addition, little Eri promised her dad that she would train her quirk so she could get her eye back. Classes were held and the streets passed by normally. And the first blow to be carried out arrived. With Izuku. We can see Midoriya standing at the top of a building, looking with a smile under his mask at the house where Chisaki would be. Izuku. Time to die for what you did, bird, are you ready? Looking at some blood-colored and white bandages next to him. Stain. You don't have to tell me, I was born ready. Izuku. That's the attitude. Chapter 37. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 37. At the Yakuza overhaul base, it was completely quiet even for the Yakuza themselves. Those on guard were walking around the house, but not all of them were doing their jobs seriously. Well, some were talking among themselves, others were smoking or, worse still, sleeping in hammocks and in the trees. After all, they had nothing better to do on such a quiet day as this, there was no officer or hero who was near the area or looking for them specifically. One of the main guys who was walking around and taking his job seriously because it was his first day. Although of course, he didn't have the best luck of all because he felt a sting on his neck. Which caused him to fall to the ground, but being held by the neck so as not to make too much noise. In the center of it all, a pair of knives were thrown at 4 Yakuzas who were wasting time playing cards with each other. Falling and staining the table with blood, with the cards falling to the floor with light drops of blood. Near the door there were 5 in total. But by that time a blur of speed had knocked out the guards who were hitting their necks. 2 of the guards who arrived saw how heavy it was and before they could scream for help, their throats were completely opened and they fell to the ground dead. Stain, who was responsible for this action, and Izuku, who was opening the door, are seen there. Izuku. Alright, entrance secured, once inside, we can make all the noise we want. Stain. That's what I like the most. Izuku. Just don't go too far, I don't want everything to get to us either. Stain. I understand. When they opened the door it was clear that there was no one around. Stain. It seems that all the low-ranking guards are there to protect the outside area. Izuku. Surely the most dangerous ones must be watching over the boss, come on. Stain. Do you know where we have to go? The house isn't that big, you know. Izuku. Don't worry, I already memorized the entire map of the house, I know where we have to go. Standing in front of a door to put some pressure on it and revealing that there was a secret passage leading underground. Stain. From here on things will get hot. Izuku. Say it like you say, let's go. Starting to run to quickly go for the heads of the Yakuza. With overhaul. We can see the aforementioned wearing a lab coat alongside one of his most loyal men. But at that moment the door of the place was abruptly opened by a small man wearing a black suit all over his body, but with a white cloth mask. Chisaki. What's going on, Mimic? Mimic. Sir, something strange is happening out there. Kurono. What are you saying? Mimic. Behind the cameras you can see all our men on the ground and others dead. Chisaki. Send Rukia and go Mimic too, whoever they are, kill them. Mimic, right away sir. The dwarf quickly ran away from there, but not before taking a type of red syringe. Kurono. Who would be so crazy to come, do you think the heroes? Chisaki. I don't think so. If it were them, we would have noticed a long time ago. These guys must be special for it to take us so long to detect it. But the intruders. We can see how someone had crashed into the wall abruptly. Being a somewhat muscular man, he had a lot of glass around him. Who was fighting against Izuku, who was only using chakra in his fists. A few meters behind the room you could see Stain, who was fighting against a blonde man with a horn mask. And on the ground was a man with his jaw split in half by a cut, courtesy of Stain, with a pool of blood. Both assassins appeared to be keeping their enemies at bay. But at that moment the blonde, quickly using his quirk, took Samehada from Izuku's back to have her in his hands. When he tried to take off the tights he quickly let go, as he felt like spikes had pierced his palms. Being the sword who quickly launched himself at Izuku to use his large jaw and cut the crystal man in half. Stain didn't want to miss that opportunity for his sword and cut off the head of the blonde who couldn't defend himself in time. Filling 3 of the 8 precepts of death. Izuku. Too bad they didn't want to listen to us, I would have liked to let them live. Stain. We can't do anything, what's done is done. Izuku. Well you're right, come on, we don't want something to surprise us like them. Running back down the large hallway, I could feel the entire hallway begin to soften like jelly. Stain. What is this? Izuku. Shit, another one of the 8, he must be the one who can manipulate his environment and enter it, it will be difficult to find him. Mimic. So the Mangetsu hero and the Stain hero killer here, it's a bit of a weird combination, but I can't just let them just walk out of here. He started to move the whole place to make it fall due to the great instability of the place. Which worked when I saw how Izuku and Stain were still as if nothing had happened, but I could notice how the soles of their feet were surrounded by a strange blue aura. Izuku. If you think that moving the place will make us fall, let me tell you that I am disappointed. Stain. Enough of this nonsense. Taking Shibuki off his back to take a big leap up, but Mimic quickly made a pillar fall towards them. They quickly dodged him, but Mimic quickly managed to separate the 2 of them so that each one was in a different room. With Mimic against Stain and Izuku alone, or well, that's what it seemed. The wall on one side had opened to reveal a large muscular man wearing a raven mask standing before him. Izuku. I imagine you are Rukia, right? Rukia. Ha, I see you know me, but I'm very sorry, I have orders to kill you. Izuku. Heh, many have already told me that and so far no one has managed to do it. Rukia. Let's see if it's true. Launching himself with a big punch with his hand, but Izuku quickly became water, but showing how the wall suffered great damage. Izuku's mind. If he had left me, he would have killed me, what a hard blow. Rukia. Not bad dwarf. Izuku. Let's see how much resistance those muscle men have. Samehada joined him to use his shark form and let out a great roar. Izuku and Rukia launched themselves at each other, colliding their fists, forming a crater beneath them. With Stain. We can see the aforementioned using his explosive sword towards the chasm of the place where he was to look for Mimic. Using teases and install to find it faster. Stain. I can't believe that a scum like you will be one of the 8 precepts, surely Overhaul was desperate and only gave it to you out of pity. Mimic. Miserable blood insect. 4 rock pillars went against Stain, which had been completely exploded by Shibuki. Crying feeling that he was on the side of his right. With Izuku. We can see Midoriya using his fangs to roughly tear off one of Rukia's fingers. He groaned in pain as he watched the blood fall. Izuku. What's wrong big guy, did it hurt? Rukia. Damn son of a bitch. Trying to use his quirk to steal his energy and increase his strength. Although he tried to do so, Izuku launched himself at him again to launch a spinning kick that went towards his face, but Rukia managed to block it, but feeling like something had pierced his foot. Being some thorns that had come out of Izuku's leg. Izuku. Don't think you're the only one who can steal energy from others. Rukia. What? What the giant didn't know was that Izuku was draining a lot of chakra from him to use in his favor and increase his strength. Izuku had separated from him to punch him in his private parts, which made Rukia vulnerable to be able to punch him in his jaw and followed by a kick that hit him in the neck that left him unconscious, but being able to hear how the bones broke because of those blows and the fall. Izuku. Heh, it was a good fight, friend, too bad I'm in a hurry for Chisaki. Returning to normal, we then see how the wall was destroyed and see Stain with some blood on him. Stain. It was too much trouble, really. Izuku. Don't worry, but try not to make too much of a mess, we don't want them to know it was us. Putting Samehada on his shoulder to continue running with Stain. With Overhaul. Henchman. Mr. Overhaul, Rikiya-san and Mimic-san have died. Overhaul. What? Kurono. Who are they? Henchman. It's the hero Mangetsu and Stain, sir, it seems they are here for you. Overhaul. So it was him. With a look of hatred that began to give him pimples on his face, he scratched his temple a little. With Izuku and Stain. We can see the aforementioned running at full speed, but in the distance they could see a man with a black kimono and a vulture mask of the same color. Next to a muscular man but not as big as Rikiya, but this one had a kind of black knuckles. Izuku. Get ready. Stain. Yes. The muscular guy quickly launched a barrage of punches, but Izuku quickly turned into water to dodge, and Stain went to the roof to start running towards where the one who looked like the hermit was. Izuku, who recomposed himself to fight the Yakuza fighter. Stain, using his explosive sword, launched a powerful slash that formed a large explosion that completely covered the hermit. Izuku was dodging his enemy's attacks as fast as he could, who seemed to be very excited and happy to fight. Izuku quickly threw a punch to his face, followed by an elbow that hit him in the neck and quickly swept him to knock him down. And using chakra to increase the size of his arm with water, giving him a big punch in the Yakuza's stomach. Izuku quickly used 2 fingers on each hand to hit his nerves, leaving him paralyzed. When he turned around he could see how Stain was casting the curse over and over again because he couldn't destroy the barrier. Izuku quickly stood in front of both of them to put and gather a lot of chakra, which managed to open the barrier a little, and Stain took advantage of that moment to use his normal katana and cut the chest of that hermit, which fell to the ground abruptly with a huge cut and a lot of blood that bathed it. But Stain quickly licked his blood to paralyze him. Izuku. Could you do the same? Pointing at the paralyzed giant, Stain agreed and making a small cut took some of his blood to be completely paralyzed, taking longer than anyone else to recover. Continuing forward, his path was again blocked by another Yakuza duo. This time it was a kind of drunk who was up on the roof drinking a bottle and the other one with a cape and black hat and both wearing the crow mask. Izuku. It looks like a video game, more and more appear and the boss is waiting for us. Chisaki. You mean I'm the one looking for you? Appearing behind Nemoto and Dodoro with Kurono at his side. Stain. Heh, so the bird finally appeared as a man ready to fight. Izuku. Long time no see, Chisaki, how are your ribs? Chisaki. I'll kill you once and for all for that time, but first, Nemoto. Nemoto. Where is the girl? Izuku. He's at my house with my wife. Stain. Hey, why did you say that? Izuku. I don't know, did I say it without thinking? Stain. I see, it must be that guy's quirk. But before he could do anything, he could see his vision wavering. Izuku. Hey, are you okay? Stain. I don't know what's going on, I look like I'm drunk. Dodoro. Izuku. Enough with the games. At that moment, 2 Izakas appeared from under the ground, one grabbing Nemoto by the legs and the other coming out with a fistful of chakra. Nemoto tried to use his gun, but a kunai quickly landed on the side of the barrel, which exploded in the aforementioned's hand, which caused him a lot of damage but did not save him from being buried underground by his clone. And Dodoro was left like an antique clock by that strong fist, but the clone had disappeared because of a bullet from Kurono. Izuku. Take care of the other one, when you finish come help me, can you do it? Stain. Ha, don't worry, I doubt that guy will last a few minutes. They both went against their enemies, but Chisaki had quickly put his hand on the ground to pull out multiple spikes from the ground. But Izuku and Stain, with their great agility and speed skills, they were able to dodge all the spikes and bullets of the last Yakuzas. Chisaki. Eri will return to change the world and I will kill your wife until I get tired of her. Izuku. Over my dead body. Chapter 38. The Last Swordsman of the Mist. Chapter 38. The fight was taking place between a very well-known hero as the Yakuza boss he was fighting. Izuku, or better known as the top number 2 hero, Mangetsu, was fighting Kai Chisaki, or better known in the criminal world as Overhaul. Jutsu Dragon Flame Fire style. A great scream was heard throughout the place, but a huge flame of fire in the shape of a dragon's head destroyed the entire basement, leaving room for the outside, where we can see how Overhaul was on top of a large rock pillar with many peaks around it. On the ground you can see Izuku, who was holding Samehada. On the other side of the place you could hear bullets and swords from Kurono and Stain. Izuku. Fire style great flare. A large barrage of fire was launched at Overhaul, who quickly moved aside to begin lobbing many spikes at it. Izuku quickly went against and with Samehada began to cut all the spikes at high speed. But quickly taking out some kunais explosions in many directions. But some peaks had intercepted some kunais that had exploded in the sky. Which caused a huge smokescreen for those attacks. But a kunai had managed to graze near his left eye, but an explosion happened behind him, which made him fall from the rock pillar where he was. Being a perfect moment for Izuku to launch himself at him and gathering chakra in his leg, he gave a strong kick to Chisaki's face, which had crashed against the wall. Which caused a few of the Yakuza's bones to break from the impact. Izuku. Water dragon water style. A huge dome of water had surrounded Izuku and then formed a dragon, which roared and launched itself towards Sasaki. He barely managed to put up a large earth wall to protect himself, but his wall was destroyed by that attack, but he threw himself to the ground to avoid being hit. Sasaki's mind. Shit, if I don't do something it will be my end, and he won't let me escape, something to join with. Looking around to continue seeing only Izuku who was making hand seals for his next attack. Further away was Kurono, who was keeping his distance from Stain so as not to be cut. On the ground were only the two bodies of his two henchmen who were unconscious. Sasaki's mind. Shit, I just have to try over there to fuse with one of them so I can fight, if only Ryukyu was here, I could fight better. Izuku. Shadow clone ninja art. The clone had appeared beside him to begin the two of them making hand seals. Izuku. Fire style great flare. Clone. Great storm wind style. Both attacks had combined to form a huge curtain of fire. Sasaki. Damn it. A huge explosion occurred at the scene, allowing the strong gust of wind to be felt. Stain. Shit, it seems things are getting ugly there. Blocking a bullet heading for his face by Kurono. Kurono. Don't get distracted, hero killer. Stain. Better play serious. Drawing out the Shibuki sword and raising it for the attack. Kurono. Shit. A huge explosion had occurred at the scene because of Stain, but he hadn't noticed that one of the unconscious bodies of the two henchmen had come out of the ground. But Izuku. Izuku. Shit, it seems like Stain is getting carried away, I hope to finish before he gets out of control. When the smoke cleared, he could see how the area had been destroyed. Izuku's mind. I have to finish this quickly before a news helicopter arrives, the last thing I want is to appear on it and have Ryuko welcome me home with a frying pan. When the smoke had completely cleared, he could see a shadow heading towards the basement. Izuku. Oh no, you won't do it. Before he could do anything, some spikes quickly went against him, but he responded with a very powerful fireball towards the attack. Izuku quickly disappeared in a trail of smoke from the place. Sasaki thought it would be a great opportunity to run away and fuse with the first one he saw nearby. Sasaki. I won't let them win so easily. But he had felt something pierce his shoulder, revealing what a kunai was, but it had a label on it, something he recognized very well. And his left arm had been blown off, revealing Izuku behind him with his hand extended. Izuku. Do you really think I'll let you do it? Sasaki. You bastard. Peeling his hand so he could create 1,000 spikes that were launched at Izuku. Izuku. Water style, big water dome. A huge dome of water had completely surrounded the place, so that Izuku was on top of the large dome, but Sasaki was inside the water, who was trying to swim out of it. Izuku. It's time to end this, Sasaki. Putting chakra in his hand so that a large circle caught Sasaki and took him to where he was at great speed. Which was inevitable, as a great cry of pain was heard at the scene, as Izuku had ripped off a large piece of Sasaki's abdomen with Samehada. But giving him a punch surrounded by chakra to put him back in the dome. Izuku. Summoning Jutsu. Many sharks had appeared inside the water dome, but upon smelling the blood they quickly went towards it. Sasaki. Damn demon. Being his last words before his head is torn off by a shark, but seeing Izuku's cold, hearing eyes for the last time. After that Izuku and Stain had retreated, clearly Stain had killed Kurono because he was a nuisance to him. Both assassins had disappeared leaving only a few members alive, but obviously some heroes with officers had arrived at the scene, only to find the Yakuza base destroyed and its members neutralized and others dead. Izuku went to where the Public Security Association was, receiving congratulations from his superiors. They told him he could take a few days off, but he gladly accepted, only he asked for some files on Destro and his closest people, since as he understood, Hawks was infiltrated within them. Once he had what he wanted, he returned home, being greeted warmly by Eri who rushed over to hug him and see Ryuko who was on the couch watching TV. Izuku. Hello little one, did you miss me? Eri. Yes, where were you, Dad? Izuku. I went to see a few things, now as the supposed number 2 hero, I have a little extra work. Ryuko. I know how you feel, and I was way below Endeavor and Mirko, being a top hero can be very tiring. Izuku. Never mind, let's put work aside, how are you? Ryuko. I just ate a cake because I was craving it, there's some in the fridge for you. Izuku. Thanks love, and tell me, how are you doing? Ryuko. Something good, tomorrow I'll go see how the baby is doing. Izuku. You heard, we'll go see you tomorrow, little one. Placing his head on his wife's belly, she just smiled at that and began stroking the green-haired man's hair. Ryuko. Tell me, how are you doing out there? Izuku. Somewhat annoying, the truth is, since All Might left and the death of All for One brought problems, especially in the underworld, it seems that there are many independent groups and villains who want to take All for One's position. Ryuko. I think these moments were the best time to retire from being a hero for a while. Izuku. I think it might be that right now I miss my time as a vigilante or mercenary. Eri. Dad, here's your cake. Izuku. Thank you, daughter. Taking the plate to start eating, but realizing that the cake had a big bite and when he turned his gaze towards Eri. He could see that the little girl had cake crumbs on her cheeks. Izuku. So you ate some of the cake you brought me, didn't you, shorty? Eri. It's a lie. Izuku. You look like a squirrel. Ryuko. Well, Eri, why don't you go wash your face while dad and I make lunch? Eri. Yes mom. Running out of there so as not to get scolded for eating her father's cake. Izuku. I'm going to turn on the stove. Before he could even try the cake, he was taken by surprise by Ryuko, who planted a big kiss on him that lasted so long, he almost ran out of air. Ryuko. That's because of the great work you've done so far. Getting up from the couch to go to the kitchen, leaving behind an Izuku surprised by this action, since he hadn't expected that kiss at all. But he later recovered from that to finish the piece of cake in one bite and go to the kitchen to help his wife make lunch. Not before being able to hug the blonde from behind, who took advantage of the moment to whisper something to him. Ryuko. We'll do it tonight, prepare your silent seals. Izuku. Oh yeah. After that, everyone stayed talking and watching television. In which they had shown how the Yakuza base of the Precepts of Death had been destroyed and many members of his gang dead, having only a handful of them alive. In addition they had found Kurono's body, Overhaul's right-hand man dead with a large cut on his heart. And from the Overhaul they had only found one of his both next to his mask, but with a small pool of blood, saying that it is possible due to an adjustment of how many between Yakuzas. Ryuko and Eri were surprised by this action, although Eri was happy inside. The person who put him through hell is dead, although I never wish death on anyone, this was a special occasion. Izuku. Too bad, I wanted to be the one to do it, whoever did it, I thank you. Ryuko. How strong is that guy? I hope he's not a threat. Izuku. Let's hope so. Time skip. Night had come for everything in the city, where everyone began doing their business and others their night shift as heroes. In the departmental area some lights were on. But in one of them our green-haired and blonde-haired couple were living in their room. Who were having some fun. Well now Izuku was on top of her. While sucking one of the blonde's breasts, his other hand was playing circular motions with his fingers in her private part. The blonde's moans, which she was letting out without any shame, were music to his ears since the room was silent, so he was not at all afraid of screaming throughout the room since Izuku was the only one who could enjoy her moans. They just had to wait a little longer so they could make love like before, but it was for the sake of their baby. Ryuko. I'm coming baby. Izuku. Come on do it, don't be afraid dragon. At that moment Izuku had kissed Ryuko with great passion, having a battle of tongues. Ending with Ryuko's big cum shot, which had stained all the sheets and the green-haired man's hand. But even though they were still in their tongue battle, which lasted a few seconds, they finally separated with a thread of saliva, leaving Ryuko, who was completely exhausted, falling onto the bed, giving the blonde's green-haired man an excellent view. But showed how many of her fluids came out from her legs and with her breasts exposed with some marks from her bites, in addition to several hickeys on her neck. Izuku seemed to be more unharmed, of course if you saw his back, which was marked by the dragon's nails, in addition to a few bites on his shoulders. Ryuko. It was amazing. Izuku. I'm glad to hear that. Kissing her to get next to her and cover himself with his sheets. Ryuko. Tiamo. Hugging her to fall asleep in the green-haired man's arms, who imitated her action. Several days had passed since the defeat of Overhaul and his gang off the map. The UA already had dormitories for all students, and even the professors had their own building, so they could do their jobs better. Although some had rejected the proposal, including Izuku. Which was more focused on two things, the mission of finishing off Destro and the Liberation Army as quickly as possible, and also making sure about Ryuko's pregnancy. Although of course, that last part was the hardest to deal with, due to the blonde's mood swings. I even once almost sent him flying with a punch, since Izuku had just returned from his day of investigating the Liberation Army. Ryuko had yelled at him 1,001 things about why he had taken so long. But of course, he could barely save himself from that if it were for his 2 secret weapons. Iri-chan and a chocolate cake with cherry. Yes, right now he is suffering from what it is like to be married and pregnant with his wife. Inko was obviously helping her and giving her advice on how to deal with Ryuko, after all she was pregnant with twins. Plus, he learned that his sisters and his boys were training incredibly well, even giving them a few names for their new moves. Even Marumi had managed to reach 30% on her own, and with sword she managed to reach 39%, which is truly incredible progress. Since Almight told him that even though All for One is no longer there will always be threats equal to or worse than him. One day Izuku had called Hawks to talk about the plans of said organization. The number 3 hero had given him a lot of information, especially about the most important men for Destro. Those being Tomoyasu Chikazoku, or better yet, a skeptic. One of Destro's most loyal men. Apparently lately they have managed to recruit more people to their ranks in order to carry out a major coup throughout Japan. Because they wanted everyone in the world to use their quirk whenever and wherever they wanted. Even though her condition makes some sense, sooner or later it would lead to a warrior among them all. Izuku and Hawks already knew what to do to get close to them. Since according to what they knew, without Destro, everything would go down the drain, especially if we count the lieutenants, they wouldn't know what to do. Besides that, he managed to realize that there were a few heroes on his side. There was even Mistreated, the renowned journalist, and she was one of the most important. 2 weeks later. The day Destro was having a very important meeting with 4 trusted people. Well, apparently their number of men was incredible, and within the next month, their first objective would be the city of Hosu. Everyone agreed on this action, where more than the city where it has the highest percentage of falling quickly. Destro. That's all for today, so I need you to go form the group so we can attack. Jidis. That's no problem, and it will be easy. From what I understand, the number of heroes in the area has decreased a lot. Koku. That will be more than beneficial, but with the fall of Overhaul, we don't have the anti-quirk bullets that he promised us. With just the right amount we can have 10 bullets. Destro. There's nothing to worry about, Koku-san, after all we won't need them. Remember that we fight so everyone can use their quirks without any laws, and taking away some of their quirks would mean that they would see us differently. Koku. You're right about that. Tikazoku. No need to worry, I already have something in mind to be able to make a perfect attack. Destro. By the way, Chidis, what do you know about the new number 2? Chidis. Almost nothing is known about him, except that he is more active than ever as an independent hero, not affiliated with any agency. Jean. He would be a problem now, as far as I remember, he is capable of creating clones like that guy from the League of Villains. Destro. There's nothing to fear, maybe he can create clones, but we have an army in our favor, but if we manage to recruit him, it would be a great honor, with him and Hawks we would already have a great advantage. Tikazoku. I still tell you that I don't completely trust Hawks being here. Destro. You don't have to worry so much, Chikazoku, remember what we can do if he betrays us. Jidis. If that happens, I can ask you to give it to me. Jean. You must be a little crazy from time to time, Chidis-san. Destro. Well, that's all I wanted to discuss with you. Chikazoku, please can you stay, I want to talk to you about that project you were doing. Tikazoku. Don't worry, I'll show you right now, just let me look it up quickly. Pressing buttons at high speed on his laptop that he had, and just when everyone left the place, they could see how a man in white clothing entered the room with a computer in his hands to stand in front of Destro to start turning it on. Destro. I hope that with this project of yours there is no one who makes it fail. Tikazoku. You don't have to let yourself get carried away before your time, Destro, you know I'm never wrong. With a prominent vein on his forehead, he was pressing his laptop keyboard harder and faster. By the time the man in white's machine was fully powered up, it had exploded. But Destro had felt like something was on his feet, realizing that there were hands that took him. At that moment a trail of smoke had surrounded Chikazoku, but he could feel something sharp on his neck since his head was cut off. And with his little strength he could see that it wasn't Chikazoku, but Izuku, who had a kunai in his hand, with which he cut him. Izuku. Gamer over, Destro. Final chapter. The last swordsman of the mist, final chapter. Narrates Izuku. 12 years old. It had been 12 years since my last great adventure. Which was that great battle against the Liberation Army. After he killed Destro, the Liberation Army had gone mad. They didn't know what to do, not even their few remaining heads knew what to do without their leader. They could barely control them without their greatest minds. And it only took us 2 days to gather a small army to go against them all. And with my clones we were able to surround and destroy them. Although clearly no one knew that I killed Destro and Chikazoku, I had to kill the latter so that he wouldn't reveal information that I had been the main culprit for his stupid army to disappear. All the top heroes and their companies had appeared, we even had to call on students from the academies to participate in order to make a larger number. Apparently there were more than we had in mind. But even though we had many heroes, we had a few casualties in that battle. But what I have to recognize is that my boys have excelled in that battle and the great progress they made with the swords I gave them. Especially Kendo and Murumi, I never thought they would be so good, even Kendo. The twin sword Hiramekure is not easy to master, even I had a hard time when I was given it to train with. After the war one was given a large sum of money, which was more than enough to allow me to have a good life for a long time. When I returned home with Murumi, Mom and Ryuko each welcomed us in their own way. Mom obviously hugged us while she cried for us. I'm glad he cares about us, but his way of being is somewhat excessive, and he bathes us both with his tears, which I would swear he was capable of forming a lake with them. Ryuko welcomed us in her own way obviously. With Murumi he hugged her, showing his concern. And with me it was something different. First he almost hit me with a frying pan again for being in the middle of a problem like that, and especially my younger sister. After hitting me twice with the pan, he gave me lots of kisses and hugs. Since she was happy to see me, if it weren't for the fact that her belly was already noticeable, it could affect the baby, but if it wasn't so advanced, she would surely beat me to death. After that, I told everyone that I would be out of the hero and mercenary business for a while Ryuko was pregnant. Although I clearly decided to use the money they gave me well to build a house for me and Ryuko, since the apartment area was nice and all, but since I'm pregnant, they need to be in a quiet place away from stress. And I decided to make a traditional Japanese house, with a beautiful garden in particular. I really have to say that Endeavor has a good taste in Japanese style, I based my house on theirs. In the time of days the moment I was most awaiting finally arrived. And it was the birth of my babies. That's right, I had twins. End of Nara Izuku. Flashback. Normal narration. We can see how outside a hospital a duo of green-haired people were arriving. Those being Inko and Murumi, who came as quickly as they could after a call from Izuku. Inko had asked about Ryuko and Izuku, finding themselves in the delivery room on the 3rd floor. And without wasting time they went like smoke to the place. And as soon as they reached the hallway, they could hear screams coming from the last room. The blonde dragon is seen through the door through its 2 holes. She was screaming in pain and holding her now green-haired husband's hand very tightly. He was supporting his wife in this and grimacing in pain as he felt his hand about to break because Ryuko's hand was turning into a dragon claw. Izuku. Come on love, a little more. Ryuko. Shut up. If you want to get me pregnant again, I'll kill you. Izuku's mind. Was it my fault that you're so hot? At that moment Samehada had left his sword to also see the birth. But he could hear how Izuku's hand broke from the force the dragon was using, but like any man, Izuku was just enduring the pain, but under his mask, he had a grimace of intense pain. Doctor. Come on, ma'am, you can do it, you're coming out now. Ryuko. For a damn buck. Doctor. Nurse, quickly help me here. Nurse. Yes, doctor. The woman quickly helped the doctor with another blanket. Inko's mind. I'm going to be a grandmother, take that Mitsuki. Vente Murumi. I'm going to be an aunt. Iri was not present at the scene as she was on her way to the hospital with Najire. At that moment, some cries had been heard, while Ryuko had let out a deep sigh, stopping squeezing her husband's broken hand. Samehada obviously had to heal his companion with his broken hand. Doctor. Congratulations, they are twins. Izuku Ryuko Inko Murumi. Twins. At that moment the doctor and the nurse showed in their hands 2 baby boys. Izuku and Ryuko had taken the babies in their arms. Izuku. They are beautiful. Ryuko. Hello my little ones. Inko. My grandchildren. Taking her cell phone and taking pictures back and forth of the babies. Murumi quickly stood next to her brother and looked at the babies with bright eyes. End of flashback. Narrates Izuku. This is how my children were born. The first one is called Ryuk Midoriya Tatsuma. The boy with blonde hair and golden eyes with slanted pupils, 2 freckles on each side of his cheeks. He was a copy of his mother in almost everything, but also identical to me in some features. He has a quiet and relaxed personality above all and somewhat gloomy on my part. We named it after Ryuko's father. The second is called Sujetsu Midoriya Tatsuma. The boy with blonde hair and green streaks. He had the same sharp teeth and eyes as his mother. Having a somewhat shy personality, but from time to time he can be somewhat hyperactive. Long before they were born, Ryuko and I got married through a civil registry, so as not to cause a scandal. After all, because I want the whole country to know about my life, only friends and family know that. Eri is in her last year at UA, having great mastery of her quirk. And saying all the time that one day he's going to take my spot as number 1. What? Surprised. I managed to take Endeavor's place over time and he returned to do number 2. Although he didn't care much, after all, he realized that it's just an empty position, even for me. My sister married Shinso. And I thought she was going to stay with Kitsuki. Of course, if you spend that much time with the only boy in the swordsman squad you'd get really close to him. Stain and the others had to stop me from castrating Shinso that day, even Mom and Ryuko had to intervene. And I had Shinso on his knees for over an hour, asking for my blessing and forgiveness for keeping that a secret. Stain was eventually pardoned of all charges after being under my command and having several jobs from the higher-ups to assassinate targets out of the public eye. Only me and my friends were in the public eye, while Stain is still in the shadows. Since he doesn't like being the center of attention. Ryuko and Yui ended up being a couple. Nobody expected them to end up together. Hendo had married Tetsu. Bitsuki left with a girl who managed to tame him, named Kami. And I thought he was going to be left alone with his attitude. End of narration. Izuku. Normal narration. We can now see an older Izuku in his garden looking at the trees with a calm smile. Wearing a dark green yukata and with extremely long hair, longer than before. The one who had shouted dad had been Ryuk Midoriya, who was now 12 years old. Having the same hair that his father had when he was his age. Izuku. What's wrong, Ryuk? Ryuk. Mom sent me to get you because lunch is ready. Izuku. Here I go, where are your brothers? Ryuk. Eri-1-sama should be back in 5 minutes, but I can't find Sujetsu anywhere. Izuku. Well, that's strange. As far as I know, he's right behind you. Saying that, the boy felt like someone had jumped on him, his brother being the one responsible. Sujetsu. I have you, brother, hahaha. Izuku. Sometimes you can be the complete opposite when you're at Sujetsu school. Ryuk. And you can say it, dad. Izuku. Well, after lunch, what do you say if we continue with the training? Ryuk. Sounds good to me. Sujetsu. I want to train now. Izuku. You'll do it after eating, now come on, we don't want his mother to get angry, right? Hearing this, both brothers became nervous as they had already felt the fury of their mother and her flip-flop once when they were called home from school for being in a fight. When he opened the door, he saw the food ready on the table, but even as he listened he knew it was on. Izuku. Children, sit down, I will help your mother. Yes, dad. While both brothers sat down, Izuku had arrived at the kitchen to see right there a Ryuko Tatsuma with slight changes in her appearance. He now had longer hair that reached his back. Having black and grey diamond patterned pants, a black Izuku shirt and shark slippers. But the most remarkable thing about her was that her belly was very noticeable again. That's right, Midoriya's Ryuko Tatsuma was pregnant again. And she herself said that she didn't want to get pregnant again after having the twins. Izuku. Hello, love. Hugging her and she felt it and put her hand on his cheek. Ryuko. It's almost ready, just a little bit left. Izuku. And how is our future daughter? Ryuko. Haha, she's a little happy to feel her father around. Izuku. And you said you didn't want to get pregnant again. Ryuko. What can I tell you, having a little one for a family wouldn't hurt. Izuku. Since Eri is about to graduate from the academy, you know she won't be here for long. Ryuko. It's part of it, yes, but also because I like the name you said. Izuku. Haku is a good name for both genders. At that moment they both gave each other a deep kiss while turning off the stove. I'm here. Breaking away from the kiss upon hearing his first daughter's voice arrive. Eri. Mom, Dad, I'm here. Izuku. Hello daughter, welcome. Ryuko. Welcome, darling. Eri. Smells good. Izuku. Go sit down, let's eat as a family at once. Eri. Yes, Dad. Sip. The life of Izuku Midoriya, the last swordsman of the mist. It was perfect. The organization of the Fog Swordsmen has returned. And they acted as a group of heroes and mercenaries. I managed to give him a house for his mother so she could enjoy her retirement. Her sister had gotten married and was just 1 month pregnant with her second child. He has a beautiful wife, his first daughter is about to graduate from college, he has 2 amazing sons, and is about to have a daughter. His teachers would be happy and proud of him if only they could see him. Midoriya Izuku, anti-hero vigilante formerly known as the Demon of the Mist and now known as the #1 hero Mangetsu. He could have the life his teachers couldn't. Izuku's mind. Yes, this is the best life I could have asked for. End of the fic. Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching, if you enjoyed this video please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day, bye.